Konoha Ninja Academy Training Ground No. 3. The noonday sun was scorching and venomous, baking the sandy ground until pale waves of heat shimmered above it. The cicadas in the trees screeched so noisily that they set one's nerves on edge. Irika stood at the very front of the line, a stack of brand new Konoha forehead protectors in his hands. The metal plates caught the sunlight and flared with a blinding glare. He cleared his throat, his voice sonorous and carrying. Today is the day you graduate. Once you put on this forehead protector, you will no longer be students, but Konoha shinobi who can stand on your own. The will of fire will be passed on by you, protecting your comrades, protecting the village. In the front row, Uzumaki Naruto rubbed his hands in excitement, his eyes glued to those forehead protectors. Uchiha Sasuke stood with both hands in his pockets, head turned toward the distant Hokage rock, utterly uninterested in the lengthy speech. Lin Chuan stood in the shadow of the very last row. A sour churn rose from his stomach in waves, spasms of pain crawling upward along his nerves. That was the price of eating expired soldier pills for 3 days straight. As one of Konoha's lowest, a backgroundless orphan, the meager stipend he received each month was so pitiful that even a single full meal was a luxury. Irika was still speaking passionately on the platform, painting lofty ideals of selfless devotion to the village. Lin Chuan lowered his head to look at the straw sandals on his feet, their soles patched 3 times over his toes, caked with grime. He tugged at his cracked lips. The will of fire. It was nothing more than a brainwashing slogan concocted by those at the top to make the cannon fodder at the bottom march to their deaths willingly. In this cold and merciless world, where strength reigned supreme with no bloodline and no backing, only 2 endings awaited him: either being casually erased by enemy shinobi during some low-level mission, or being taken by root and turned into a heartless killing machine. More than 10 years. It had been over a decade since he crossed into this world, and he had long since had his fill of this precarious life spent under others' noses. Without warning, a shrill mechanical tone exploded in his mind, making his eardrums throb with pain. Assessing host's current situation. Rebel power-up system successfully bound. Core rule: the more the host's actions violate Konoha's traditional shinobi path and deviate from the will of fire, the higher the rebellion rating and the more generous the rewards. Beginner mission triggered during the graduation test. Refuse to accept the forehead protector and publicly declare your defection. Mission rewards: perfect, send you immortal body. Initial stage chakra reserves raised to Kage level. Lin Chuan's breathing halted for an instant. He did not look at the reactions around him, he merely slowly clenched the hands hanging at his sides. His fingernails dug into his palms, and the faint sting told him this was no hallucination before death. Defection. That suited him perfectly. In this village steeped in schemes and hypocrisy, he did not wish to remain a second longer. Uchiha Sasuke. Irika's voice cut through Lin Chuan's thoughts. Sasuke stepped forward and rapidly formed hand seals. With a soft bang, 3 identical clones appeared at his side. His movements were clean and precise, without the slightest waste of chakra. Full marks. As expected of a genius of the Uchiha clan. Irika handed over a forehead protector, his eyes filled with approval. The girls around him let out a wave of suppressed squeals. Sasuke accepted the forehead protector and tied it around his forehead with casual ease, walking back to the line without sparing anyone a glance. The test went on. Some rejoiced, some despaired. Because he failed the clone technique, Naruto was scolded by Irika and slunk off to the side, head drooping. Next, Lin Chuan. When Irika read out this name, his tone became much more indifferent. He did not even bother to raise his head, merely drew a circle on the roster. Lin Chuan lifted his foot. The soles of his sandals scraped against the coarse sand, making a soft rasping sound. More than 50 pairs of eyes swept over lazily from all around. An orphan with no presence whatsoever, usually at the bottom of the class, stumbling even through the most basic 3-body technique. No one held any expectations for him. Lin Chuan walked to the front of the platform, stopping less than 2 meters from Irika. Begin. Irika pointed to the thick ironwood stake used to test chakra control beside them. As long as you can produce a single proper clone, or hit the center of the stake with a shuriken, you pass. Lin Chuan did not move. He neither reached into his ninja tool pouch for shuriken nor formed any seals. Sunlight poured over his face, as the eyes, that were usually lowered, now fixed squarely on the ironwood stake ahead. Lin Chuan. Irika frowned, raising his voice. What are you doing? Hurry up and take the test, there are others waiting. Lin Chuan slowly lifted his right hand. He spread his 5 fingers, then curled them in one by one until they formed a fist. The blood in his veins suddenly surged faster. The pounding of his heart grew loud in his ears, drowning out the cicadas in the trees. He did not rouse the pitiful trickle of chakra within his body. He simply drew his arm back, coiled strength through his waist, and drove his fist forward. The instant his fist slammed into the ironwood stake, a deep muffled boom detonated in the air. Crack! The stake so thick that 3 grown men would need to link arms to encircle it split from the point of impact in a spiderweb of fractures. A heartbeat later, the entire stake grown then snapped cleanly in two at the middle. The upper half hurtled backward with tremendous momentum, smashing into the wall 10 meters away and blasting a gaping crater into the brickwork. Splinters burst outward like countless tiny daggers. A sliver of wood no larger than a fingernail scraped past Irika's cheek, drawing a string of blood beads in its wake. The entire field fell deathly silent. The wind stilled. Even the cicadas seemed to have had their throats abruptly cut by this eruption of violence. Naruto's mouth hung open, the jeer he had been about to spit out stuck in his throat. Sasuke whipped his head around, pupils contracting, as he stared fixedly at the broken ironwood stake. Irika raised a hand and touched his cheek. His fingertips came away smeared with warm blood. He turned his head stiffly to look at the boy before him. "You?" Lin Chuan drew back his fist. The skin over his knuckles was flawless, not so much as a scratch. He turned around, his gaze falling on the neat stack of Konoha forehead protectors on the platform. He reached out and picked up the one on top. The chill of the metal flowed into his palm. The Konoha emblem was engraved upon it. "Lin Chuan, you were hiding your strength." Irika finally found his voice again, disbelief lacing his tone yet overshadowed by delight. "Such pure physical power, you pass. Put on the forehead protector." Lin Chuan lowered his head to look at the protector in his hand. He pinched both ends of the metal plate between his thumb and index finger. His fingers tightened. Without using a shred of chakra, relying solely on the contraction of muscle, the hard metal plate let out a shrill anguished screech. Under the horrified gaze of everyone present, that forehead protector, symbolizing the identity of a Konoha shinobi, was crushed into a crumpled ball of scrap. The leaf emblem twisted out of all recognition. Lin Chuan opened his hand. Clang! The twisted scrap of metal fell onto the platform, bounced twice, and rolled to a stop at Irika's feet. "This thing." Lin Chuan lifted his head and met Irika's eyes. His voice was not loud, yet it carried clearly across the entire training ground. "Is not fit even for a dog to wear." In that instant the air froze solid. The joy on Irika's face turned to stone, then shattered, replaced by stunned disbelief, and finally by uncontrollable fury. "Lin Chuan, do you understand what you're doing?" Irika took a step forward and roared. "To insult Konoha's forehead protector is a grave crime." Below the platform, the students exploded into an uproar. "Is he insane? That's a forehead protector. Did this guy take the wrong medicine?" Lin Chuan ignored the clamor around him. He turned away from Irika, his gaze settling on the open iron gate beyond the edge of the training ground. "Konoha. Protection." Lin Chuan set his feet in motion, walking toward the gate. "Sorry, from this day on I live only for myself." "Stop!" Yuluka roared in fury. He could not tolerate a student trampling the will of fire before everyone on graduation day. With a powerful thrust from his feet, he surged, like an arrow released from its bow, toward Lin Chuan's back. His right hand morphed into a claw, precisely latching onto Lin Chuan's right shoulder. As a chunin, he was utterly confident that a single move could subdue this insolent youth. The moment his fingertip brushed the fabric of Lin Chuan's garment was all it took. Lin Chuan did not look back. Instead, his right shoulder suddenly slumped backwards, and then a wild surge of chakra erupted from his body, without any seals or ninjutsu. It was merely the natural outward flow of chakra. Bang! Yuluka felt as though his claw had clutched a high-speed rotating grinding wheel. An irresistible countershock surged along his arm throughout his entire body. He grunted, losing his balance, as he staggered 7 or 8 steps backward, his back colliding forcefully with the edge of the podium, dislodging chalk dust from the blackboard. "Teacher Yuluka!" Mingren cried out as he tried to rush forward, only to be pulled back by Lumen. "Don't go, something is not right." Lumen stared intently at Lin Chuan's retreating figure, cold sweat beading on his forehead. In his mind, frantic mechanical sounds surged. Lin Chuan halted abruptly. His heart began to throb fiercely like the beating of war drums. The bones in his body resounded with dense explosive cracks. Once withered muscles swelled visibly, at an astonishing pace, brimming with explosive power. An unprecedented sense of fulfillment permeated every inch of his limbs and bones. It was the exquisite euphoria brought about by an ascension of life itself. He could clearly feel the ambient natural energy gathering spontaneously from the surroundings seeping through his pores to merge flawlessly with his own chakra. Without any deliberate refining, the volume of his chakras surged at a terrifying speed. Genin, Chunin, Jiaonin, until it surpassed a critical threshold. Tangible blue chakra formed a visible aura on his body, causing the sandy ground beneath his feet to swirl wildly in all directions. "Take him down!" A cold, sharp command echoed through the air. The ANBU concealed in the trees surrounding the training ground could no longer hold back. 3 dark silhouettes leapt down simultaneously from 3 different directions, each wearing an animal mask clad in gray vests and armed with short blades. They were members of the Huang Direct ANBU. Without a word, while suspended midair, their hands blurred into fleeting afterimages. 6 shurikens whistled sharply through the air, sealing off every possible escape route for Lin Chuan. Immediately after, the 3 ANBU drew the short blades from their backs. The edges imbued with wind-style chakra gleamed with a lethal blue light. Their synchronized assault formed a deadly chain of strikes. Faced with a combined assault potent enough to instantly dispatch an ordinary Chunin, Lin Chuan didn't even bat an eyelash. He turned around to confront the 3 ANBU descending from the sky. A shuriken hovered less than half a meter from his face. Lin Chuan raised his right hand, spreading his 5 fingers, and pushed forward. Boom! The blue chakra aura on his body surged, instantly transforming into an invisible wall. The 6 shurikens forged from fine steel collided with the chakra wall, emitting a grating friction sound. Amid a burst of sparks, their kinetic energy was completely nullified, and they fell impotently to the ground. The pupils of the 3 ANBU contracted sharply. Could mere outward chakra really deflect the shuriken? Yet they did not falter. 3 short blades imbued with wind-style technique slashed through the air, each aimed at Lin Chuan's throat, heart, and abdomen. Lin Chuan stepped forward towards the oncoming blades. The bluestone beneath his feet emitted a brutal crack, as if unable to bear the load, shattering into countless fragments in an instant. He extended his left hand so swiftly that it left an afterimage in the air. With impeccable precision, it slipped past the blockade of 2 short blades and clutched the throat of the middle ANBU. Crack! Without a moment's hesitation, he exerted force with his 5 fingers. The shattering of cervical bones pierced the quiet of the training ground. The ANBU didn't even have time to cry out before his body went limp and collapsed. The other 2 ANBU were visibly shocked, their short blades' trajectories forced to change as they attempted to repel Lin Chuan. Then Lin Chuan hurled the corpse in his grasp like a tattered sack toward the ANBU on his left. At the same time, he raised his right leg, and with a sonic boom that tore through the air, forcefully struck the waist of the ANBU on his right. Bang! The ANBU on the right, as if struck by a siege hammer, had his body contorted into a bizarre angle in midair, and was hurled horizontally for dozens of meters. He finally halted after crashing into 2 large trees, his wounds gushing profuse blood mixed with entrail fragments, clearly on the verge of death. The ANBU on the left, having just dodged his comrade's corpse, suddenly found Lin Chuan's spectral figure before him. A pale, elongated hand covered his animal mask. "Too slow," Lin Chuan remarked in an unnervingly calm tone. His 5 fingers contracted. Boom! The mask along with the skull beneath it shattered into pieces. A redand white liquid splattered onto the back of Lin Chuan's shoe. 3 elite ANBU were obliterated in less than 3 breaths. A deathly silence fell over the training ground. Those newly graduated genin, who once dreamed of a bright future, now looked deathly pale and trembled all over. The overwhelming stench of blood assaulted their nostrils, and some could no longer hold back from vomiting. Yuzhibo's Wishu gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot. As he watched Lin Chuan's nonchalant slaying of the ANBU, a storm of emotion surged within him. How could this be possible? That underachiever, that orphan who could barely even eat enough, how did he come to possess such monstrous power? Lin Chuan wiped the blood from his hand and scanned his surroundings. More ANBU were converging on his position, and the air grew increasingly laden with the aura of impending death. "Wanna play? Then I'll play with you," Lin Chuan said, as he twisted his neck, the crisp sound of cracking bones echoing. With a sudden surge from his legs, he transformed into a streak of blue light, shattering the training ground's barbed wire, as he dashed toward the streets of Mai Huang building top-floor office. Yuanfei Risen sat behind a wide desk, his brow knitted into a deep river-like crease. A pipe hung from his lips, though he had forgotten to draw. The tobacco smoldered to ash that fell onto the documents strewn across the desk. A crystal ball sat atop the papers. The art of telescopic sight. Within the crystal ball unfolded the crimson tableau at Training Ground 3, Lin Chuan crushing his forehead protector, repelling Iluka, and with 3 strikes slaughtering 3 ANBU. Every movement, every nuance appeared with crystalline clarity before the eyes of the ninjutsu professor. The office door was pushed open. "Risen!" Zhuanqin Xiaochun and Shui Menyan hurried in, both wearing grim expressions. "Have you seen what happened over at the academy?" Zhuanqin Xiaochun leaned on his cane, voice stern. "An orphan suddenly erupting with that level of power and harboring such hostility toward the village. This cannot be mere chance. A spy from another village. Or one of the Shiwan's leftover experiments." Shui Menyan pushed up his glasses. "In any case, he must not be allowed to leave my alive. Such an uncontrollable variable must be eradicated at once." Yuan Fei risen, inhaled deeply from his pipe and exhaled a heavy plume of smoke. He recalled the image of Lin Chuan moving without hand seals, relying purely on body and chakra to annihilate the ANBU in an instant. That terrifying regenerative capacity and the sheer volume of chakra conjured a forbidden name in his mind. Qianshouizu. But that was impossible. The Qianshou bloodline had long since withered. Lin Chuan's background had been investigated countless times, clean, unremarkable, with no trace of a special lineage. "Issue the orders." Yuan Fei risen, set his pipe aside, a glint of lethal intent surfacing in his clouded eyes. "Seal all exits from my. Raise level 1 alert. Send Kakashi there, by any means necessary." Alarms began to wail mournfully through the streets of my village. Civilians panicked, bolting doors and shuttering windows. On the rooftops, masked ANBU and green-vested security squads darted through the alleys, knitting together an enormous cordon. Lin Chuan bounded across the rooftops at high speed. Wind screamed past his ears. He did not bother to conceal his movement, he did not even suppress his chakra. That suffocating swell of chakra was like a beacon in the night, drawing every pursuer. Inside his mind, the mechanical voice chimed once more. "Detected host has killed 3 direct ANBU of the Hokage, causing panic in my. Behavior assessment mid-level rebellion. Task complete. Reward granted right on Chidori stream mastery level. Reward granted Futon Raisin Shuriken system modified unbranded edition." A torrent of ninjutsu knowledge and chakra pathways imprinted directly into his mind-muscle memory crystallized in an instant. Lin Chuan's mouth twitched. Mid-level rebellion, is it? Mui's threshold is pitifully low. Ahead lay the village gate. Pass through it, and he would truly become a Misingnan, finally free from this hypocritical cage. Suddenly a figure appeared without warning on the rooftop ahead, blocking his path. Silver spiky hair, a black mask hiding most of the face. The forehead protector was pushed upward to reveal a single crimson eye, 3 magatama slowly revolving inside the pupil. Chimu Kakashi, Mui's chief technician, and an elite jonin who possessed the Sharingan. Kakashi stood with one hand in his pocket, the other holding a book with an ambiguously hued cover. He stared at Lin Chuan some dozen meters away, his gaze stripped of its usual languor and replaced by an icy appraisal. "Lin Chuan, right?" Kakashi closed the book and slid it into his pouch. "I don't know what has happened to you, but you've pushed this as far as it can go. The game is over." Lin Chuan said nothing. He measured Kakashi, feeling the palpable danger radiating from him. This was a genuine powerhouse, leagues above the ANBU they had just encountered. "Surrender willingly, and perhaps the third will grant you a chance to explain." Kakashi's hand drifted slowly toward the pouch at his thigh. "Explain?" Lin Chuan laughed. He raised his right hand. No hand seals. SSSH, a harsh bird-like churring ripped through the air. Blue lightning coalesced in the palm of Lin Chuan's hand. But unlike the ordinary Chidori, the lightning did not confine itself to his palm, it raced along his arm with frightening speed. In the blink of an eye, the savage lightning chakra burgeoned into countless fine arcs, enveloping Lin Chuan completely. Right on Chidori's stream. The surrounding air heated and warped under the lightning's ferocity. Roof tiles beneath his feet could not withstand the assault and began to shatter en masse. Kakashi's crimson Sharingan contracted violently. No hand seals. And a form of Raiton, this even its inventor had not conceived. What manner of creature is this boy? Kakashi. Feeling the annihilating force surge through him, Lin Chuan leaned forward in a charging stance. "Those who stand in my way die." With a thunderous crack, the roof beneath him collapsed. He became a dazzling streak of blue lightning, a ripping indiscriminate force speeding straight for Kakashi's face. Kakashi's Sharingan spun, frantically tracking a trajectory so swift it defied comprehension. His hands blurred into afterimages, sealing his sequence Chou-Mao-Shen. Right on Chidori. A shrill chorus of bird-like cries answered as Kakashi gathered a brilliant ball of lightning in his right hand and surged toward the blue bolt. 2 savage torrents of lightning chakra were about to collide with catastrophic force in midair. Two violent bolts of lightning chakra collided fiercely in the air without the explosive sound one might expect. In that moment, the air was compressed to an extreme degree, and the high-pressure currents sliced and devoured one another, producing a series of sharp sounds that pierced the eardrums of everyone nearby. A few newly arrived ANBU instinctively covered their ears, their stomachs churning unexpectedly, and a phantom taste of blood filled their mouths. The bluestone tiles beneath their feet could not withstand the terrifying heat, carbonizing and shattering over a large area, turning into black powder that scattered in all directions. Kakashi's scarlet Sharingan spun wildly. His vision was filled with blinding blue light. This kid's lightning release didn't require hand seals. Kakashi's breathing became labored. As the creator of the Chidori, he understood all too well the difficulty of controlling the natural variations of lightning chakra. This kid not only skipped the hand seals, but even spread the transformation of lightning throughout his body. However, this was also a flaw: his power was dispersed. At that moment, the inside of the Sharingan reached its peak. Kakashi clearly saw that amidst the chaotic and violent lightning surrounding Lin Chuan, there was a slight stagnation in the chakra flowing at the center of his chest. That was the defensive blind spot of the chakra nodes. It's over. Kakashi abruptly twisted his wrist. His body, originally charging straight ahead, forced itself into an ergonomically impossible angle in midair. He abandoned a direct confrontation with the Chidori, and instead slid along the edge of Lin Chuan's unleashed lightning. His right hand wielded the Raikiri, tracing a blinding zigzag. The sound of thunder suddenly rose in intensity. That highly concentrated ball of lightning transformed into an indestructible blade, precisely slicing through the gap of the Chidori, directly aiming for Lin Chuan's heart. Well done. The ANBU captain, standing on a distant water tower, exclaimed. The first technician's sudden change in strategy was textbook-level perfection. That lower-ranking ninja named Lin Chuan could not possibly evade the strike. Lin Chuan stared at the lightning less than half a meter from his chest. Evade? The mental simulation took merely a millisecond. Kakashi's combat intelligence was indeed outrageously high, able to pinpoint the weakness in the Chidori in an instant. But the opponent miscalculated one thing. The forcibly infused ninja body was least afraid of physical harm. Since you wish to engage up close, I will oblige. Lin Chuan did not dodge at all. Instead, he thrust his chest forward to meet the edge of the Raikiri. Kakashi's back suddenly straightened. What was once a seemingly certain kill transformed into an extremely dangerous defensive state under the opponent's suicidal charge. The air around them turned cold. Has this kid gone mad? Does he want to die together? Just before the lightning touched the fabric over Lin Chuan's chest, the chakra gates within Lin Chuan fully opened. In this life, I ask not about the past. I seek only to push through all things. Who claims invincibility? Who dares to say undefeated? Without holding anything back, the maximum output of the Chidori was forcefully detonated. The fine arcs of electricity that had surrounded his body suddenly expanded into a massive lightning sphere with a diameter exceeding 10 meters. The blinding blue light consumed half a city block. Kakashi felt a sharp pain as if being pricked by needles in his left eye. The Sharingan overloaded from the immense, high-frequency lightning it had received in such a short time. Warm blood flowed down from the corner of his eye. He was forced to close his eyes. With his vision obstructed, the accuracy of the Raikiri inevitably wavered. The originally fatal strike aimed at his heart grazed past Lin Chuan's left shoulder. A large area of flesh was instantly carbonized by the high temperature of the Raikiri. Yet Lin Chuan did not even furrow his brow. The all-encompassing paralyzing sensation of lightning had already conducted through the air to Kakashi's body. Kakashi let out a muffled groan, his entire right arm seized in uncontrollable spasms. He completely lost his balance, tumbling backward like a kite with its string cut, crashing heavily onto the roof of another building. Lin Chuan paid no attention to the wound on his shoulder. The charred flesh was visibly peeling away at a rapid pace, with fresh flesh buds writhing as if alive, healing quickly. Using the recoil from the explosion of lightning, Lin Chuan stomped hard on the load-bearing beam beneath him. Crack! The entire two-story building collapsed with a thunderous roar. Lin Chuan transformed into a cannonball propelled by the raging lightning still clinging to him, heading straight for the main gate of Konoha. The towering ironwood gates, standing 10 meters high, were within reach. This was one of Konoha's most solid defenses, the door panel embedded with thick steel plates, and the surface inscribed with defensive seals. The four Chunin guarding the gate had just placed their hands on their ninja tool pouches, barely managing to start forming hand seals. Lin Chuan crashed into them. Boom! He did not use any ninjutsu, relying purely on the terrifying physical strength granted by the Senju body and the augmentation of shadow-level chakra. With shavings mixed with twisted steel flew everywhere. The 10-meter-high gate of Konoha was violently smashed, creating an irregularly large hole. The barrier technique shattered like paper in the face of absolute violence. A violent wind kicked up a storm of dust. The guards were flung dozens of meters away by the shockwave, crashing heavily to the ground, unconscious and unsure of their fate. Kakashi knelt half buried in the rubble of the collapsed rooftop. He gasped for breath, his right hand still uncontrollably spasming. He opened his ordinary right eye, watching the figure gradually disappearing into the forest in the direction of the gate. His proud Raikiri had been completely crushed by a newly graduated lower-ranking ninja using sheer physical power and even more violent lightning release. His words fell to the ground. He half opened his mouth, and the light and shadow in his gaze flickered violently. The surrounding noisy background sound was completely drained at that moment. What kind of monster is this? Lin Chuan burst out of the gate, his feet finally landing on the soil at the border of the Land of Fire. He did not stop, continuing to sprint deep into the forest. The blood within him did not calm down after escaping danger, instead it boiled even more fiercely. An indescribable thirst for blood surged from deep within his marrow. He looked at his blood-soaked hands, and the sensation of crushing the ANBU's throat flashed through his mind. That exhilarating feeling of taking a life was trying to erode his reason. The violent side effects of the first Hokage's cells began to manifest. The rewards granted by this system were incomplete. If he did not quickly find a way to suppress them, he would eventually become a beast that only knew how to kill. On the top floor of the Hokage building, Sarutobi Hiruzen stared intently at the crystal ball used to monitor the entire village. The image froze at the moment Lin Chuan smashed through the gate. Crack. A fine crack spread from within the crystal ball. The crisp sound of shattering was particularly jarring in the quiet office. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat in the wide office chair, the pipe in his hand, long extinguished ash falling onto the documents on his desk, scorching a dark hole. A crack continued to widen on the smooth surface of the crystal ball. The gates of Konoha were smashed open. And it was done by an orphan who had just graduated from the Ninja Academy. The old man's palm pressed against the edge of the desk. The wooden grain creaked under his rough fingers, overwhelmed. He had underestimated this boy named Lin Chuan. He had initially thought of him as just a rebellious brat with grievances against the village. Even if he awakened some bloodline limit, a few elite ANBU could easily capture him. As a result, 3 direct ANBU operatives were lost, and even Kakashi couldn't keep him in check. What unsettled him the most was the image of Lin Chuan withstanding Raikiri. Such physical strength and healing speed were definitely not something an ordinary person could possess. Was it the Senju clan cells? Or a secret experimental subject left by Orochimaru in the village? Regardless of which it was, this variable was too dangerous. If this kid wasn't eliminated on the spot, the faces of Konoha's higher-ups would be completely trampled upon. Once the intelligence networks of other ninja villages learned that Konoha couldn't even capture a low-ranking ninja, border tensions would undoubtedly escalate. Bang! The edge of the wooden desk was crushed by Sarutobi Hiruzen's grip. Hokage-sama! An ANBU wearing a cat-faced mask pushed open the door and knelt on one knee. Captain Kakashi has sustained minor burns on his right hand. His Sharingan's optic nerve is damaged, and he is currently receiving emergency treatment from the medical team. 2 guards at the gate are dead, and 2 are seriously injured. The target has already escaped into the forest at the border of the Land of Fire. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood up. The large ceremonial robe swayed noiselessly in the windless office. Relay my orders. The old man's voice was low. Activate the highest level alert. Mobilize 3 ANBU teams fully armed. Notify the barrier team to completely seal off the border of the Land of Fire. He walked to the file cabinet nearby and pulled out a blank wanted notice. He picked up the pen and swiftly wrote down Lin Chuan's name. Then in the danger level section, he heavily stamped a blood-red S. By any means necessary, eliminate him on the spot. In the forest at the border of the Land of Fire, towering trees stood. The moonlight was fragmented by the dense branches and leaves casting mottled patches on the moss-covered earth. Lin Chuan leaped swiftly between the tree trunks. The wind rushed past his ears, bringing the distant sound of barking and the calls of ninja birds. Konoha's tracking team had already set out. Lin Chuan stopped on a sturdy branch. He turned his head to gaze in the direction of Konoha. The night sky had been stained dark red by the beams of searchlights and flares. They were anxious. These high-ranking figures accustomed to manipulating everyone like chess pieces panicked more than anyone when an uncontrollable bomb appeared on the board. Everything that is not boring in this world is because of effort. And your efforts have all been used to plot against your own people. Lin Chuan withdrew his gaze. He needed time to digest the rewards given by the system. Although the initial stage of the Senja Sage body was powerful, it required a process to integrate with this malnourished body. Moreover, he had just overextended his chakra to force his way past Kakashi's blockade. Just as he was about to continue on his way, a sudden tearing pain shot through his left arm. This was not a mere muscle strain. The pain felt as if it were drilling out from the bone. It was as if thousands of ants were gnawing at his bone marrow. Lin Chuan's legs buckled, and he fell directly from the branch. He twisted his body in midair and landed heavily on one knee in the mud, creating a shallow pit. Damn! He bit down on his molars, beads of cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. His gaze fell on his left arm. The skin there was twitching at an eerie frequency. The muscle fibers beneath the skin seemed to have independent life, beginning to twist, swell, and proliferate uncontrollably. Even a grayish-white wooden spike had brutally punctured through the skin, exposed to the air. The side effects of the rampaging initial cells. Lin Chuan's breathing quickened. He could feel that primal power belonging to plants trying to take control and consume his reason and flesh. If he didn't suppress it quickly, he would never be able to walk out of this forest. Bearing countless sins, I forge an undying heart. Lin Chuan fixed his gaze on the protruding wooden spike. He didn't use his right hand to pull it out, because he knew that pulling out one would cause 10 to sprout. He directly mobilized the remaining chakra in his body to forcibly flush out the meridians in his left arm. Two completely different forces waged a tug-of-war within his arm. Cold sweat dripped from his chin onto the ground. The distant barking was getting closer. Konoha's tracking team was quickly tightening the encirclement. Lin Chuan lifted his head, gazing at the dark treetops. You want to use me as a training dummy? He pushed against the ground with his right hand and slowly stood upright. Then let's see who ultimately consumes whom. The smell of decaying leaves mingled with the earth. Lin Chuan knelt on one knee in a shallow pit. The gray-white wooden spike on his left arm was completely exposed to the air. The muscle fibers beneath his skin twisted uncontrollably as bulging bluish-purple veins crept up his wrist, threatening to dominate half of his body. The pain scraped up from his marrow. He bit down on his lower lip, his teeth cutting through flesh, the metallic sweet taste spreading in his mouth. This damn system. The reward given was just a half-finished product. Normally he could find a quiet place and slowly mobilize his chakra to neutralize this violent plant energy. But not now. A faint sound of leaves rustling was carried by the wind. Southwest direction. Less than 500 meters away. Then came a few low growls of dogs. The tracking squad of Konoha had already caught up. Kakashi's severe injuries undoubtedly stimulated the fragile nerves of Sarutobi Hiruzen. The ones sent this time were definitely not the ordinary ANBU that could be easily dispatched. If he couldn't resolve the anomaly in his left arm within 10 minutes, he would become a mindless Trent, then be chopped into pieces by Konoha's ANBU and brought back to claim credit. Run. With this overwhelming scent of blood and the violent chakra fluctuations even running to the ends of the earth would not hide him from those ninja dogs with noses sharper than radar. He had to resolve it on the spot. Lin Chuan released his bitten lips, spitting out a mouthful of blood foam. He focused on the continuously growing wooden spike on his left arm. Conventional medical ninjutsu couldn't suppress the dominance of the primordial cells. Then, he would use an even more tyrannical force to destroy it. Blue arcs of electricity danced at his right fingertips. Ziz! The fine lightning emitted a piercing sound. Lin Chuan mobilized the remaining chakra within him, forcibly compressing the range of his Chidori. The lightning that could originally cover his whole body was forcibly compressed into several blue lightning needles the thickness of his fingers. The high temperature distorted the surrounding air. He didn't even blink. His right hand shot up, driving those violent lightning needles directly into the flesh of his left arm. A suppressed roar escaped Lin Chuan's throat. Intense electricity surged through his entire left arm in an instant. The blue arcs of electricity crazily wove between flesh and blood vessels. The high temperature carbonized the muscle fibers that attempted to regenerate. The gray-white wooden spike cracked under the onslaught of the lightning, emitting a debilitating sound before disintegrating into a cloud of black ash in the air. This violent suppression method was akin to using a hammer to repair a delicate instrument. The muscles in his left arm spasmed violently under the stimulation of the electricity. The originally torn wound forced to close by the high temperature released a pungent white smoke. The smell of charred flesh masked the original metallic scent. Pain. A pain that defied common reasoning. Beads of sweat the size of mung beans covered Lin Chuan's forehead, sliding down his cheeks and splattering onto the earth beneath. His fingers clawed into the earth, his nails filled with dark dirt. Even burdened with a broken body, he would still push against the world with one hand, suppressing this violent bloodline. The basic level of the thousand-hand sage body provided by the system displayed terrifying resilience at this moment. The cells destroyed by the lightning rapidly regenerated, only to be charred by the lightning again in a ceaseless cycle. In this nearly self-abusive process, the primitive cell's savage power, which sought to devour the host's reason, was gradually honed and tamed. 3 minutes later, the throbbing in his left arm finally calmed. The bluish-purple veins receded beneath the skin. The massive ripped wound was forcibly sealed together by the lightning, turning into a grotesque black scar. Lin Chuan gasped heavily. His chest heaved violently. He slowly stood up. His left arm was still somewhat numb, but it could move normally now. The backlash was temporarily suppressed. But this was only for the moment. As long as he overloaded his chakra again, that violent power would return at any time. He needed a higher-level reward, a truly complete sage body. Konoha! Lin Chuan looked at his charred left arm. All the rules in this world are chains that the strong use to bind the weak. Today I will break each of these chains. He raised his right hand. A faint spark of electricity glowed at his fingertips. The blue arcs fell into the shallow pit beneath him. The bloodstains on the ground, the fragments of the wooden spike, and the sweat he had just shed all vanished under the high temperature of the lightning. Even the surrounding air was heated, completely destroying the residual scents. After completing all this, Lin Chuan moved his neck. His bones cracked crisply. The frequency of his heartbeats was a third faster than usual. His mouth constantly secreted saliva. An indescribable hunger surged from his stomach, rushing straight to his brain. It was not a craving for food. It was a thirst for blood. The violent side effects of the primordial cells, although forcibly suppressed by the lightning, subtly altered his physiological functions. He now craved slaughter intensely. He longed to see warm blood splatter in the air. Lin Chuan licked his dry lips. Just when he was worried about not having an experience pack delivered to him. Woof! A low growl of a dog unexpectedly came from the treetops above. A low muffled bark drifted down from the canopy above, scattered by the wind. Lin Chuan did not look up. His back muscles tensed instantly as he pressed himself flat against the rough tree trunk, his breathing reduced to the faintest whisper. Something was up there. Not just one, several. The pursuit squad had abandoned ground-level tracking and shifted to the treetop layer. These Shadow Division operatives truly possessed exceptional skill. Ordinary tracking ninjas would follow footprints and blood trails along the forest floor, a path fraught with traps. This squad, however, exploited the forest's three-dimensional terrain, surveying and scenting from above. All conventional escape routes had been sealed. Lin Chuan's mind raced. That suppressed bark, though faint, had betrayed their position. 10 meters high. Slightly left of directly overhead. They had not launched an immediate assault, meaning they were still verifying their target. The scorch marks left by his lightning technique had severed the said trail, but residual heat in the air remained unnaturally intense, impossible to conceal from seasoned sensory ninjas. He glanced at the bloodstained jacket draped over his left arm. Though the wound had been sutured, the iron-rich stench clinging to the fabric blazed like a searchlight in the darkness. A hound's nose was sharper than any radar. With one hand, Lin Chuan undid the jacket's buttons, his movement so subtle it failed to stir even a single leaf. He balled the garment tightly in his fist. A sliver of chakra, barely perceptible, seeped from his fingertips and clung to the cloth. Nearby, a faint murmur of flowing water whispered through the undergrowth. It was a narrow stream hidden behind thick shrubbery. Lin Chuan flicked his wrist. The blood-soaked jacket shot forward like a silent shadow, slipping unseen through the foliage and landing precisely on a moss-covered stone beside the water. Without lingering, he pushed off the trunk. His legs coiled and unleashed, propelling him upward with ghost-like silence, scaling the bark as if weightless. He did not flee. Instead, he ascended directly into the canopy of another massive tree, no more than 5 meters from where the bark had sounded. Dense foliage swallowed him whole. He hung upside down from a thick bough, his bare feet locked tight around the bark. Through narrow gaps between leaves, his gaze fixed unblinkingly upon the shrubs below and the water's edge. The roles of hunter and prey shift in the span of a single thought. You believe yourselves masters of life and death, yet you have already stepped into the slaughterhouse as pigs awaiting the blade. Two black figures, wearing animal masks, landed soundlessly where Lin Chuan had stood moments before. One tall, one short. The taller wore an owl mask, codename Owl. A short sword rested across his back. The shorter wore a fox mask, codename Fox, and held a leash of a massive ninja hound. The beast's muzzle skimmed the earth, its throat vibrating with rapid guttural breaths. Fox crouched, fingers sinking into the soil. It was still warm. He raised his head and flashed Owl a swift, intricate sequence of hand signs. The target lingered here. Used high-intensity lightning release to erase traces. Owl nodded once. His hand settled on the hilt of his blade, eyes sweeping the surrounding gloom with razor-sharp vigilance. Chakra signature. Fox closed his eyes, forming a simple sensory seal with his hands. Seconds later he opened them, and pointed toward the water concealed behind the shrubbery. Faint chakra fluctuation. Heavy blood scent. The target is severely wounded, treating injuries by the water. Owl's gaze sharpened to lethal intensity. Their orders permitted no exceptions, eliminate on sight, alive or dead. A freshly graduated genin, even one who'd unleashed an unknown bloodline limit, slaughtered 3 Shadow Division operatives and gravely wounded Kakashi, was now undoubtedly spent. Hiding by the water, barely clinging to life, that was the perfect moment to close the net. Owl signaled sharply. Pincer formation. You take left, I take right. Prepare wide area jutsu. No survivors. Fox nodded and released the leash. The hound lunged forward, a gray bolt streaking low through the underbrush. The 2 Shadow Division operatives leapt from adjacent trunks, hands weaving seals midair. Snake goat monkey boar horse tiger. Fire release great fireball technique. Tiger ox monkey hare rat boar. Water release water dragon bullet technique. Fire and water, 2 opposing forces, coalesced simultaneously in the air. The colossal fireball ignited the very air with searing heat. The roaring water dragon ripped up earth and debris, surging forward with unstoppable force. At the instant of collision, steam erupted in a blinding, suffocating cloud, engulfing the entire waterway. Boom! A deafening detonation echoed deep through the forest. The shrubbery vanished, flattened into ash. Half the stream evaporated, exposing cracked, muddy riverbed. Owl and Fox landed firmly on the scorched perimeter. Neither relaxed their guard. Shuriken were already poised between their fingers, ready for finishing strikes. As the steam thinned, only one thing remained on the riverside stone: a tattered, charred, blood-stained jacket. No corpse. Not even a single drop of fresh blood. Fox's expression darkened beneath his mask. Wrong. It's a trap. He whirled toward the hound, now gripping the jacket in its jaws, emitting confused low whines. At that moment Lin Chuan, upside down in the shadows of the canopy, opened his eyes. He watched the chaos below, and a cruel predatory curve lifted the corner of his mouth. In his right palm a vortex of cerulean chakra spun with accelerating velocity. Wind release Rasengan Shuriken, modified by the system into a hand sign-free variant. Still rudimentary, lacking shape transformation, but its raw wind nature chakra possessed such devastating cutting power that nearby leaves disintegrated into dust before contact. Without hesitation Lin Chuan released his grip on the branch. Using gravity alone he plummeted from 10 meters, like a meteor striking Earth. The cerulean vortex screamed downward, aimed straight at Fox's crown. Fox's sensory acuity was indeed extraordinary. He sensed the lethal threat overhead the instant Lin Chuan dropped. But he had no time to form seals. The wind chakra moved too fast. Instinctively he raised both arms, hoping his reinforced forearm guards would deflect the blow. Screech! A grating, bone-chilling shriek tore through the air. His steel guards, forged to withstand blades, shattered like parchment beneath the spiraling vortex. The cerulean whirlwind pierced his forearms without resistance, then carved upward along his shoulder, ripping cleanly through half his torso. Hot blood erupted like a crimson geyser, splattering Al head Toto. Fox never uttered a cry, his body crumpled silently into the pool of his own gore. Fox! Owl's eyes bulged with rage and disbelief. He did not glance at his fallen comrade. His right hand darted into his weapon pouch, withdrawing a crimson cylinder. A signal flare. Once ignited, reinforcements within kilometers would converge within 3 minutes. His thumb hooked the pull ring. He never got the chance. Lin Chuan struck the ground and exploded forward. His body blurred into afterimages as he crashed bodily into Owl's chest. Lin Chuan's left hand seized Owl's wrist, the one clutching the flare. Bone snapped under crushing pressure. The cylinder tumbled into the dirt. Owl reacted instantly. His left hand drew the short sword from his back and slashed viciously toward Lin Chuan's throat. Lin Chuan did not flinch. He stepped into the blade and drove his right hand fingers rigid as a dagger straight through Owl's heart. Whip! The wet hollow sound of flesh parting echoed with chilling clarity in the sudden silence. Owl convulsed violently. His sword halted a hair's breadth from Lin Chuan's neck, frozen mid-swing. Beneath his mask his eyes widened, not with pain, but with primal terror and bitter defiance. Lin Chuan withdrew his hand, hot blood cascading in a steaming arc. Owl's corpse collapsed stiffly to the earth. The entire engagement lasted less than 3 seconds. 2 elite Shadow Division operatives, fallen before Lin Chuan even revealed his true capabilities. Lin Chuan flicked blood from his fingers. He turned his gaze toward the trembling hound, still whimpering beside the jacket. It let out a shrill panic yelp and fled. Lin Chuan made no move to pursue. He bent retrieved the mud cake signal flare from the ground and popped the ring with his thumb. Whoosh! A blinding crimson streak rocketed skyward, bursting into a brilliant starburst bloom against the ink-black night. Instantly the forest erupted with sharp rhythmic shush-shush sounds, the telltale rush of dozens of Konoha trackers converging at full speed. Lin Chuan stood motionless, watching the fading crimson light dissolve into the void. "Since you wish to play, then let us play a grander game." A crimson signal flare detonated in the night sky, blossoming into a searing blood-red firework. Its light pierced the dense canopy, staining the surrounding branches and leaves with an eerie, ominous crimson. Lin Chuan stood balanced upon a thick, gnarled tree branch. Night wind swept in from the distant valley, carrying with it a rapid, relentless chorus of tearing air, the pursuing vanguard of Konoha's tracking forces converging violently upon this coordinate. He glanced down at his left arm. Beneath the charred, jagged scar forcibly stitched together by lightning, his flesh pulsed with an unnerving, irregular rhythm. The aftereffects of the primordial rampage cells had not been fully eradicated. The searing heat of lightning release had only temporarily suppressed the proliferating plant fibers, but the primordial rapacious energy still raged unchecked through his meridians. His heartbeat thundered against his eardrums, amplified to a deafening, infinite roar. Thump! 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 Saliva flooded his mouth. His stomach convulsed uncontrollably, igniting a hunger so fierce it threatened to shatter his mind. Not the hunger for food, not the simple need to fill an empty belly, but an all-consuming visceral craving for warm living blood. He needed slaughter. Needed to tear living bodies apart to sate the violent backlash surging within him with their raw, pulsing life force. Leaning against the tree trunk, Lin Chuan's chest heaved violently. So sharp-nosed, these dogs raised by the high and mighty. He spat, a crimson fleck glistening in the dim light. A faint rustling whisper stirred the underbrush below. 3 shadowy figures masked as beasts landed silently upon the clearing. Codenames Wolf, Sparrow, Bear, the elite of Konoha's ANBU 6th Division. Bear held the leash of a Blackford hunting hound, its frame twice the size of an ordinary shinobi dog. A spiked collar encircled the hound's throat, low guttural growls rumbled in its chest as drool dripped from its razor-sharp fangs onto the dark soil. Wolf signaled for a halt. Instantly the 3 scattered, forming a triangular perimeter around the water source. Wolf strode toward the corpses of Owl and Fox. The earth was soaked through with blood. He knelt, running a gloved finger across the fatal wound on Owl's throat, where the blood had already begun to congeal. The wound's edge was unnervingly smooth, clean, precise, decisive. No hesitation, no drag. A single lethal strike. Beside him, Fox's body lay rent in half, severed by an impossibly sharp chakra blade that had cleaved even his steel-reinforced forearm guards cleanly in two. Wolf rose slowly. Behind his mask, his gaze hardened into icy gravity. The target had slain 3 ANBU operatives, outright gravely wounded Kakashi, and yet still possessed the lethality to eliminate 2 elite operatives in under 3 seconds. Such combat capability far exceeded the scope of a genin. Even most genin specialists would falter before such overwhelming force. Wolf's mind raced. Residual traces of high-intensity water and fire-released chakra lingered at the scene, proof that Owl and Fox had deployed a joint ninjutsu before death. Yet the target not only survived, but turned the tide in brutal retaliation. Most unsettling was the ascending signal flare. If escape had been his aim, he would never have voluntarily exposed his position. That flare was no distress call, it was bait. A deliberate act of chaos designed to draw the main force here, while slipping away unseen along another axis. He won't get far. Wolf's voice dropped to a low measured rasp. His chakra is nearly spent, and he sustained grievous wounds forcing his way past Kakashi's blockade. Fox's tracking hound is missing. Likely killed, or deliberately lured away. Wolf turned sharply toward Bear. Release the scent hound. Find his true path of retreat. Bear nodded once, and loosed the leash. The black hound immediately lowered its muzzle to the ground, nostrils flaring, sniffing frantically at the air and earth. 10 meters above, Lin Chuan hung inverted beneath the shadowed canopy, watching coldly as the self-assured hunters moved below. Konoha's ANBU, forever draped in that same haughty, unshakable arrogance. They trusted too deeply in doctrine and precedent, blind to the truth that before absolute violence all experience becomes a death warrant. The black hound circled the clearing twice. The stench of blood was overwhelming, clouding its senses. It scraped restlessly at the dirt, then froze utterly still. A faint breeze drifted down from the treetops, carrying with it the faintest trace human sweat mingled with the acrid tang of scorched flesh. The hound snapped its head upward, its emerald eyes locking unerringly onto the shadowed canopy where Lin Chuan concealed himself. Woof! The shrill piercing bark shattered the forest silence. Wolf reacted with preternatural speed, his hand already diving into his weapon pouch the instant the hound lifted its head. Clutched in his palm was a yellow-tinted specially modified signal flare, the ANBU's deadlight projectile used to pinpoint high-red targets with lethal precision. Once ignited, it would summon every nearby tracking squad within a 5-kilometer radius, triggering immediate indiscriminate, wide-area ninjutsu barrages without hesitation. He's above us, scatter! Wolf roared, thumb already pressing hard against the flare's pull ring. But he was a fraction too late. Within the canopy's gloom, Lin Chuan's right palm swirled with a vortex of viridian chakra, spinning with terrifying velocity. The nascent form of wind released Sharingan shuriken. No hand seals were formed. The system had directly embedded the morphological transformation of wind nature chakra into his muscle memory. The air itself was wrenched inward by the vortex's ferocious spin, creating a visible miniature vacuum. Leaves drawn into its maw disintegrated instantly into fine dust. Lin Chuan's wrist snapped forward. Die! The viridian spiral erupted, blurring into a shrieking air-ending streak as it hurtled straight toward the black hound below. Too fast. Far too fast, for even this rigorously trained shinobi hound to muster a single evasive motion. Shriek! A grating bone-chilling screech tore across the clearing. The viridian wind blade sliced effortlessly through the hound's tough hide and severed its spine. The explosive kinetic force hurled its bisected corpse backward, slamming at full force into a massive boulder behind. A dull, sickening thud. Blood, viscera, and splintered stone sprayed across Wolf and Bear. The great black hound was pinned, impaled, into the rock dead. Wolf's pupils contracted violently behind his mask. Toneless ninjutsu. And wind release, of such devastating cutting power. Every scrap of intelligence was false. This rogue shinobi Lin Chuan was no exhausted, cornered prey. He was a monster, utterly irrevocably monstrous. Without hesitation, Wolf jerked his thumb upward. Fwyish! The yellow deadlight projectile shot skyward, trailing a blinding incandescent streak across the night. Its shrill piercing whistle drowned out every other sound in the forest. And the moment the yellow light bathed the canopy in stark illumination, Lin Chuan moved. He did not seek cover behind the trunk. Instead, he spread his arms wide, plummeting like an uncontrolled meteor, radiating pure unbridled malice straight down from 10 meters. His target, Wolf, the one holding the flare. Meanwhile, dozens of kilometers beyond the borders of the land of fire, deep beneath Konoha village, in the root base buried in eternal darkness. A cloying medicinal odor of preservatives hung stagnant in the sunless corridors. Danzo Shimura sat upon a broad stone throne. His right eye and arm were swathed in thick blood-stained bandages. Before him upon the stone table lay several shattered wooden name tags. Hiruzen's men remain as incompetent as ever. Danzo idly twirled his cane, his lone left eye glinting with cold predatory light. 3 direct ANBU operatives, plus Kakashi, that prodigy, and yet they failed to contain a mere orphan fresh out of the academy. A root shinobi knelt before him, head bowed, breath held so shallow it was nearly imperceptible. Lord Danzo. Intelligence has arrived from the front. The target exhibits terrifying regenerative capacity and chakra reserves. Kakashi's lightning cutter struck him Hedon, yet failed to cripple his left arm. Danzo froze. Terrifying regenerative capacity. Surviving a direct lightning cutter. These words unlocked a long-sealed vault deep within his heart, one brimming with desperate avaricious longing. Cells of the Shinju clan. Or perhaps one of Orochimaru's flawless experimental subjects preserved from years past. Whichever it was, such power would be a catastrophic waste, either wielded by Hiruzen Sarutobi, that weak sentimental old man, or erased entirely. Only Root, only Danzo Shimura, was worthy of commanding such power. Issue my order. Danzo rose his cane, striking the stone floor with a heavy resonant thud. Deploy Squad Alpha. Bring all sealing scrolls. Circumvent the ANBU's pursuit routes. I want him alive. If you cannot bring back a whole breathing man, then deliver his brain and heart to me intact and unblemished. From the shadows several figures, wearing blank featureless masks, dissolved into silence. Danzo approached the wall-mounted map of the shinobi world. His withered finger tapped the borderlands of the Land of Fire. Hiruzen, you refuse to shoulder the darkness. I will bear it for you. The monsters you dare not control, I will master them. For the great tree of Konoha must draw its nourishment from roots buried deep in shadow. The slaughter in the forest raged on. The yellow deadlight projectile drifted slowly downward, flooding the entire clearing with blinding sterile light. Lin Chuan's descent accelerated, wind scouring his cheeks like razors. He felt nothing. His left arm pulsed with savage, unruly power, eroding his sanity with every heartbeat. All he craved now was to tear the wolf-masked man before him limb from limb. The acceleration due to gravity imbued Lin Chuan's fall with an unstoppable momentum. The air was forcefully displaced beneath him, emitting a low resonant roar. The wolf stood its ground, its feet firmly planted in the soil. It did not retreat. As the captain of the 6th Division of the ANBU, it had experienced countless life-and-death battles. This tactic of directly striking from a height is the most foolish choice in hand-to-hand combat. In midair one has no leverage. Once the trajectory is locked, one becomes a living target. The wolf's right hand swiftly drew the hidden blade from its back. The sound of the blade ringing out echoed across the open ground. This was no ordinary ANBU standard ninja blade. The blade, forged from fine steel, was covered with intricate patterns of lightning. This was a unique forging technique from Yunin village capable of maximizing the conduction and amplification of lightning chakra. The blade was a trophy taken from a defected Yunin jonin during a mission in the underground black market. Blue arcs of electricity danced wildly along the blade. The wolf gripped the knife, with both hands aiming the blade directly at Lin Chuan's throat as he fell. Die, you little brat. His tactical deductions were exceptionally clear. No matter how strong the physical recovery of this rogue ninja, as long as he was pierced directly through the cervical vertebra and trachea by a blade infused with high-intensity lightning, even the reincarnation of the first Hokage would meet his end here. Meanwhile, the sparrow standing behind did not remain idle. At the moment Lin Chuan began to fall, her hands had already transformed into a blur. Si Wei Shen Hai Wuyin. Fire release, great fireball technique. A massive surge of intense flames erupted from the sparrow's mouth, rapidly expanding in midair into a fireball over 3 meters in diameter. The fireball did not directly attack Lin Chuan. Instead, it precisely sealed off all avenues of escape behind and on either side of Lin Chuan. The high temperature instantly evaporated the moisture in the air. The surrounding trees crackled and popped under the scorching heat. In front lay the deadly lightning-infused blade, while behind was a great fireball capable of turning a person to ash. This was a situation with no escape routes. Beneath the wolf's mask a cruel delight was beginning to surface. But he had underestimated one thing. Lin Chuan had no intention of dodging at all. You don't even have the right to make me form hand seals, and you dare to take my life. Lin Chuan coldly spat out these words in midair. The violent wind pressure caused his tattered coat to flap wildly. The great fireball behind him was already closing in. The searing heat singed the hair on the back of his head. A stinging sensation coursed through the skin on his back. Yet he did not turn his head even once. His gaze was resolutely locked onto the lightly patterned ninja blade that was descending towards his throat. When the blade was less than half a meter from his neck, Lin Chuan extended his right hand. He did not form any hand seals. He did not use any ninjutsu. It was a simple act of using his bare hand to grasp the blade, which flickered with deadly arcs of electricity. The wolf's pupils dilated in shock. Unarmed against a sharp blade, or facing a specially made ninja knife infused with lightning, this was simply courting death. No matter how strong one's physical prowess of flesh and blood body could not withstand the dual slicing of fine steel and electricity. Arrogant. The wolf's wrist snapped downward, pouring all of its chakra into the blade without reservation. It aimed to sever Lin Chuan's right hand along with his neck. Bang. The dull sound of flesh colliding with metal erupted in midair. Time seemed to momentarily freeze at this instant. The smooth sensation the wolf anticipated from the blade slicing through flesh and bone did not occur. The light-pattern ninja blade was firmly gripped by Lin Chuan's 5 fingers. Blue arcs of electricity surged along the blade, desperately attempting to tear apart Lin Chuan's flesh. However, the current that could paralyze an ordinary ninja vanished without a trace the moment it came into contact with Lin Chuan's skin, as if it had vanished into the sea. The violent power of the initial stage of the Senja Sage body displayed a despairing sense of overwhelming force at this moment. Lin Chuan's palm left not even a scratch. How is this possible? The wolf's voice turned high-pitched from extreme fear. It desperately tried to retract the ninja blade, but it felt as if the blade had become part of Lin Chuan's hand, unmoving. At that moment, the melted Konoha forehead protector in Lin Chuan's arm suddenly emitted an extremely faint spiritual fluctuation. The pressure attribute was triggered. A moment of dazedness flashed through the wolf's mind. The image of swearing allegiance to the Hokage rocked. The teachings of the Will of Fire turned into a chaotic mass, severely interfering with its neural reflexes. Its movements experienced a tenth of a second of stagnation. In a battle between experts, a tenth of a second is the boundary between life and death. Lin Chuan's lips curled into a brutal arc. With a fierce exertion of his fingers, a series of cracking sounds echoed as the metal shattered. The lightning-pattern ninja blade forged through Yanin Village's special technique was incredibly resilient. Under the pure physical strength of Lin Chuan, the blade began to twist and deform violently. Finally, with a crisp crack, the fine steel blade was forcibly crushed into several segments of scrap metal. Metal shards flew in all directions, slicing through the wolf's mask and leaving deep gashes on its face. The wolf completely lost the courage to resist. It released the grip on the blade, instinctively wanting to retreat. But Lin Chuan had already used the momentum of his fall to crash heavily onto the ground. The moment his feet hit the ground, the soil flew up, and the ground was stamped into a shallow pit half a meter deep. Lin Chuan showed no signs of stopping. He lunged into the wolf's embrace. His right hand grasped the wolf's neck like a vice, the immense grip directly constricting the wolf's breath. The wolf's hands desperately clutched at Lin Chuan's arms, trying to pry open those life-threatening fingers. But the little strength it possessed was laughable in front of Lin Chuan. The great fireball behind him had already closed in on Lin Chuan's back. The high temperature ignited the hem of his coat. Lin Chuan's eyes showed no signs of panic. He lifted the wolf's body with one hand, muscles in his waist coiling with power. Using his right foot as an axis, he made a violent half-turn in place. He used the wolf's body as a meat shield, charging directly towards the massive fireball. No! The sparrow behind let out a desperate scream. She tried to interrupt the ninjutsu, but it was already too late. Boom! The great fireball struck solidly against the wolf's back. The searing flames instantly engulfed the wolf's body. The acrid smell of charred flesh spread across the open ground. The wolf's body convulsed violently under the high temperature, its throat letting out a miserable howl. Lin Chuan stood at the edge of the flames. His right hand remained tightly gripping the wolf's neck. He could even feel the wolf's cervical vertebrae becoming brittle under the scorching heat. In your next life, don't be a dog for others. Lin Chuan coldly spat out a few words. He tightened his grip and forcefully twisted to the right. Crack! A clear sound of bones breaking pierced through the roar of the flames. The wolf's head tilted at an extremely unnatural angle. The convulsing body went limp in an instant. The captain of the 6th Division of Konoha's ANBU was dead. Lin Chuan released his grip, allowing the wolf's charred body to crash onto the ground. He turned his head, looking at the sparrow and the bear, who were now utterly dazed not far away. The scar on his left arm began to heat up again. The violent cells of the first generation became even more excited upon detecting the smell of blood in the air. Not enough. This level of slaughter could not fill the bottomless black hole. Lin Chuan twisted his neck, the bones cracking like popping beans. Step by step, he walked towards the sparrow and the bear. The soles of his shoes crunched on the burning twigs, producing a chilling sound of snapping. Just about 500 meters away from this battlefield, in a thicket, a pair of pure white eyes quietly emerged from the soil. The clone of White Zetsu. It had witnessed the entire battle process without missing a second. When it saw Lin Chuan crush the lightning-patterned ninja blade barehanded and use the ANBU captain as a meat shield to snap his neck, a rare flicker of human-like dread passed across White Zetsu's expressionless face. This was no ordinary chakra. The moment Lin Chuan crushed the ninja blade, White Zetsu clearly sensed an energy fluctuation that did not belong to this world, a high-dimensional energy wave. This fluctuation was even more terrifying than the outer path's Deva path it had once felt. This guy named Lin Chuan. What exactly is he? Zetsu's body slowly sank into the soil. He needed to immediately relay this information back to Obito in pain. The Akatsuki organization's plans might be completely rewritten due to this uncontrollable variable. The flames in the forest grew increasingly bright. A large number of Konoha ANBU had already breached the outer defenses. Lin Chuan halted his steps, watching the shadows wearing animal masks emerging from all directions. He did not form hand seals. Instead, he slowly raised his right hand, pointing his fingertip at the foremost ANBU. Lin Chuan slowly raised his right hand. His fingertips pointed at the shadowy figure in a bear mask ahead. Blue and white lightning chakra danced wildly between his 5 fingers, emitting a sharp, piercing bird-like cry. The burnt smell in the air had yet to dissipate, while a new wave of murderous intent had already locked down the ground. The bear's Adam's apple bobbed up and down. As an elite member of the Shadow Organization, he had witnessed countless grand spectacles, yet this freshly graduated genin before him completely shattered all his perceptions of the power hierarchy. The corpse of Captain Wolf was still burning nearby, sending forth a nauseating scent of charred flesh. There was no retreat. Retreat meant death. The bear suddenly clasped his hands together, fingers flying, as he reached the limit of his hand-sealing speed. Earth release, earth flow wall! A rumbling sound erupted from below. 3 immensely thick rock walls rose from the ground, each carved with the totem of a dog's head, forming an impenetrable barrier between Lin Chuan and the bear. This was not the end. The bear drew a short blade from his back, its edge coated with a layer of hardened earth chakra, hiding himself behind the earth flow wall, ready to face the incoming attack. The shadow beside him, Kay, had completely lost her will to fight. She looked at the charred corpse of Wolf, her legs trembling uncontrollably. Monster! He's not even human! Kay bit her tongue, forcing herself to dispel the fear in her mind with pain. She reached behind her waist and pulled out 4 to 5 specially made smoke bombs along with a dozen explosive tags, and hurled them all towards Lin Chuan. Bang, bang, bang. Thick purple poisonous smoke exploded across the clearing. The explosive tags detonated in succession, sending clouds of dirt and debris flying. Having done all this, Kay didn't even look back at the result. She turned and ran. Her legs unleashed all their chakra, darting towards the distant forest like a startled rabbit. As long as she could bring the information back to the village, as long as she could inform the main force about the true combat strength of this monster, her mission would be deemed complete. Lin Chuan stood still, not even blinking. The poisonous smoke and the shockwave from the explosions rushed towards him. He took a deep breath. Under the scar burned by lightning on his left arm, the plant fibers began to twist and grow uncontrollably. The hunger of the rampaging primordial cells had reached a critical point. I need blood. I need a tremendous amount of life force to fill this void. You don't even have the right to make me draw my blade, yet you dare to speak of escaping. Lin Chuan's 5 fingers suddenly tightened. The lightning at his fingertips transformed from mere arcs into a 3-meter-long lightning blade. Chidori sharp spear. Without any flashy movements, Lin Chuan exerted power in his right arm, driving the blinding lightning straight towards the 3 earth flow walls in front of him. Boom! The first earth wall was sliced apart as if made of paper by the lightning. Fragments of stone flew everywhere, cutting across Lin Chuan's cheek and drawing a few drops of blood. He didn't even bother to wipe it away. His speed did not diminish at all. Boom! The second earth wall crumbled. The bear hidden behind the 3rd wall widened his eyes in shock. The short blade in his hand was held horizontally across his chest, his muscles tensed to the extreme. Come on! You little brat! The bear bellowed like a beast. Lin Chuan's lips curled into a savage arc. The 3rd earth wall, along with the bear's short blade, held no distinction against the penetrating power of the Chidori sharp spear. Slash! The lightning pierced through the rock. It penetrated the forged steel blade. It directly pierced through the bear's chest. The violent lightning chakra exploded within the bear, instantly shattering his internal organs. The bear's roar abruptly ceased. He lowered his head, looking at the bullseyes wound in his chest, his eyes behind the mask swiftly losing focus. Lin Chuan withdrew his right hand, bringing forth a spurt of scalding blood. The bear's body fell stiffly to the ground, crashing into the pile of rubble. Lin Chuan did not pause for a moment. He turned his head, gazing at the figure that had already run dozens of meters away. The purple poisonous smoke still lingered, severely obstructing his view. Lin Chuan pushed off the ground. The earth was pressed into a deep pit under his feet. He transformed into a bolt of blue lightning, tearing through the poisonous smoke. Lightning chakra stimulated every cell in his body, propelling his speed to an unfathomable level. Kage was frantically leaping on the tree trunks. The wind whistled past his ears. It was close. Just a few more kilometers, and he would be able to rendezvous with the main force led by Kakashi-senpai. Just then, the hairs on the back of her neck stood on end. A killing intent powerful enough to freeze souls locked onto her from behind. Kage didn't even dare to look back. She instinctively rolled to the right, trying to evade the attack from behind. It was too late. Lin Chuan's speed was far beyond her own. A blood-soaked hand clamped down on the back of her head. His fingers tightened. He forcefully slammed her down from midair. Bang! Kage's face smashed solidly into a thick tree trunk. The sound of her nasal bone shattering was startlingly clear. The wooden animal mask shattered, splintering into her cheeks. "You run pretty fast," Lin Chuan's cold voice echoed in Kage's ears. Kage opened her mouth, wanting to scream for help. But all that escaped her throat was a meaningless croak. Lin Chuan clenched his right fist, not using any ninjutsu, relying solely on the terrifying brute strength of the initial stage of the Senju Sage body, delivering a punch to Kage's back. Crack. Her spine shattered. The immense force directly crushed her heart. Kage's body twitched violently twice, then fell completely still. The 6th division of the Konoha ANBU wiped out. Lin Chuan released his grip, allowing the corpse to slide down the tree trunk and fall to the ground. The sounds of whistling from afar grew increasingly dense. There were no more than 2 minutes left before the main force would complete the encirclement. Lin Chuan crouched down, roughly tearing off the ninja tool pouch from Kage's waist. He untied the knot and dumped the contents onto the ground. 3 stacks of explosive tags, around 50 or so. 2 rolls of steel wire. 3 scrolls sealed with shuriken. And 2 small bottles filled with black pills. Soldier pills. Lin Chuan pulled out the cork and poured out a dozen soldier pills, not even glancing at them, and stuffed them directly into his mouth. Rough. Bitter. Like chewing on a piece of dry bark. But as the pills dissolved in his stomach, a high concentration of energy rapidly flowed throughout his limbs. The hunger that sought to consume his sanity in his left arm was finally somewhat alleviated. These highly concentrated food residues temporarily soothed the rampaging primordial cells. Lin Chuan stuffed the remaining explosive tags and soldier pills into his pockets. He stood up, his gaze sweeping over the dense tree canopy, looking ahead. Before him lay a treacherous canyon. The walls were steep, and jagged rocks jutted out. The wind blew from deep within the canyon, carrying a damp, moldy scent that had not seen sunlight for years. The natural barrier at the border of the Land of Fire, the Scarlet Rift. As long as he crossed this canyon, he would completely leave the territory of the Land of Fire and enter the unregulated region of the Land of Rice. Lin Chuan twisted his neck. His bones cracked like popping beans. The hunting game has only just begun. He pushed off the ground, leaping into the shadows of the canyon like a silent owl. Less than 10 seconds after Lin Chuan's figure vanished at the canyon's entrance, the ground where he had stood began to writhe. A pure white head emerged. Baiju. He glanced at the corpses scattered all around and looked toward the canyon. Complex emotions flashed across his pupilless eyes. This monster even treats soldier pills as food. Ordinary ninjas would suffer from chakra overload after consuming 2, yet he casually ingested a dozen with no adverse effects. Baiju slowly sank into the ground. The intelligence must be sent out immediately. Inside the canyon, the light was extremely dim. Only a narrow sliver of the night sky overhead barely let in a hint of light. Lin Chuan moved quickly along the rock wall. The moist dirt underfoot was slick with moss. He suddenly came to a halt. His brows furrowed. The scent in the air had changed. Earlier in the forest, the smells of the shadow members were rust, sweat, and the leather of their armor. But now an extremely strange, chilling aura had permeated the air, reminiscent of a corpse that had been buried underground for years and had begun to decay. Lin Chuan looked down at his feet. In the moist soil, a faint black pattern, almost alive, began to crawl up along his shoe. Cur seal. Deep beneath Konoha village, a suffocating stench of preservatives hung thick in the air. Eternal emerald torches burned low, casting grotesquely distorted shadows across the stone walls. Danzo Shimura sat rigidly upon a massive stone throne. Before him on a broad stone table lay a top-secret scroll, stained with dried blood. This was first-hand intelligence delivered at the cost of life by a root operative embedded deep within the ANBU. Danzo's single remaining eye locked onto the characters inscribed upon the scroll. Muscles around his eye socket twitched faintly, trembling with feverish exhilaration. crushed a lightning pattern ninjato barehanded. Withstood the lightning cutter unscathed, his left arm not only intact but surging with extraordinary regenerative power. Released high-intensity wind and lightning release techniques without hand seals. Danzo's desiccated fingers tapped a dull rhythmic tap-tap-tap against the stone surface. This was no mere prodigy. This was the ultimate weapon Konoha's upper echelons had long dreamed of, a perfect living arsenal. Even Orochimaru's discarded experimental subjects paled in comparison, possessing less than 1/10 of this regeneration. At last the Shinja clan's cells had achieved flawless integration within that orphan boy, Lin Chuan. And alongside them bloomed an unknown supreme Kekkai Genkai. Danzo rose to his feet. Beneath the bandages coiling his right arm, the transplanted Sharingan eyes stirred faintly, as if resonating with their master's rising fervor, throbbing with dull, insistent pain. Hiruzen! Hiruzen! A cold, mirthless laugh escaped Danzo's lips. His voice echoed hollowly through the vast subterranean chamber, like the shriek of an owl at midnight. You saw only danger. You thought only to erase this uncontrollable variable, utterly irrevocably. You utterly fail to grasp the true value of such power. This great tree called Konoha has long withered under your feeble flame will. He turned his gaze toward a figure kneeling silently in the shadows, his most trusted subordinate. Codename Ko. The apex killing machine of Root, his tongue branded with the curse of silence, his mind hardwired with absolute obedience. What is ANBU's pursuit progress? Danzo's voice was glacial, devoid of inflection. Ko remained bowed, his tone flat, unwavering. Reporting to Lord Danzo's 6th squad annihilated. Kakashi's main force has already approached the Crimson Rift. The 3rd Hokage has issued the highest tier kill order. Target is to be eliminated on sight, by any means necessary. Under no circumstances is he permitted to cross Fire Country's borders. A flicker of contempt flashed across Danzo's solitary eye. Eliminate on sight. Wasteful beyond measure. He strode to the wall-mounted map of the ninja world, and pressed a finger firmly onto the location of the Crimson Rift. His mind raced, calculating, dissecting. The Crimson Rift was narrow, and elongated. ANBU's large formations would be hopelessly constricted there. That was the opening. If Root could seize Lin Chuan first, using their exclusive sealing arts and curse seals, he'd be secured. Even if they couldn't retrieve him alive, extracting his brain and heart for the laboratory would suffice. With such a flawless specimen, Danzo Shimura would finally master the Shinja cell's power. Then even Hiruzen Sarutobi would have no choice but to relinquish the Hokage mantle, willingly or otherwise. Issue my command. Danzo pivoted sharply, slamming his cane hard against the flagstone floor. Deploy the entire Kage-class squad. Carry the highest grade 4 symbols, sealing scrolls, and binding cursed seals. Bypass ANBU surveillance entirely. Enter the Crimson Rift's 4 section via underground passages. Ko lifted his head. Beneath his blank featureless mask, no emotion stirred. Lord Danzo, this violates the Hokage's direct order. If ANBU discovers our intervention. Silence. I am Konoha's Root. The darkness Hiruzen dares not bear, I shall shoulder it. The monster he cannot control, I will control. Execute the order. I demand him alive. Even if only a breath remains, drag him back to me. Yes. Ko dissolved into a wisp of black shadow, vanishing instantly into the subterranean gloom. Dozens of figures clad in blank masks slipped from the base like phantoms. Danzo sank back onto his stone throne. His gaze lingered on the scroll before him, and a cruel, predatory smile curled his lips. Lin Chuan, no matter what abomination you are, you will become nothing more than obedient, pliant flesh in my hands. The Crimson Rift. Wind howled like a banshee between the cliffs. Lin Chuan gazed down at his soles. Black curse seal patterns crept upward from the moss and damp earth, reaching hungrily for his ankles. This was no ordinary trap. It was a yin-yang release construct saturated with overwhelming spiritual binding. Contact with those markings would instantly paralyze chakra flow throughout the body. Lin Chuan scoffed, cold, disdainful. His left foot slammed downward with explosive force. Boom. The flagstone beneath him shattered outright. The black sigils clinging to the stone disintegrated into ash and dust, obliterated by the raw torrential chakra of his nascent Shinja body. He raised his head. His eyes swept the impossibly narrow passage ahead. The stench of death grew thicker, heavier. No breath stirred the air. No racing heartbeats. Not even the faintest ripple of chakra, suppressed to near non-existence. These were no ANBU operatives trained under Hiruzen's doctrine of tactical coordination. They were pure death soldiers. Tools stripped of pain, stripped of feeling, bound only to obey. Lin Chuan's mind words sharp and precise. ANBU's main force still lagged far behind, yet these figures had already laid a curse-seal ambush ahead. Only one possibility existed. That old hound forever lurking in Konoha's sewers had finally bared his fangs, driven by insatiable greed. Danzo Shimura. Root. Lin Chuan brushed his fingers over the newly acquired explosive tags tucked in his pocket. His stomach churned steadily, the ration pills burning with steady sustaining heat. The charred scar along his left arm pulsed faintly, thrilled, anticipatory, as if sensing the slaughter soon to come. "Old man, your nose is sharper than any hound's. Then since you covet my corpse so desperately..." Lin Chuan withdrew his hand from his pocket, for explosive tags rested between his fingers. "Let us see whether your rotten turnips and foul carrion birds are enough to sate my hunger." 20 meters ahead, behind two colossal boulders, 6 figures clung to the cliff face like geckos, their blank masks expressionless. Each gripped a custom-forged chain, its length densely covered in overlapping sealing tags. The moment the target entered range, those 6 chains would pierce his limbs, driving the 4-symbol seal violently into his very core. The wind shifted. Lin Chuan's footsteps drew nearer, slow, deliberate, inevitable. Tap, tap, tap. Each step struck time's grim metronome. The lead root shinobi signaled, subtle, precise. Net ready? Ready to close. Then, without warning, a blinding azure flash tore through the canyon's darkness. Lin Chuan had never intended to step into the trap. He stood 20 meters away, and hurled his right arm forward in a violent arc. For explosive tags strapped to 4 kunai screamed through the air, striking the boulders with surgical precision. Boom, 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 boom. In the confined passage, the blasts multiplied into cataclysmic resonance. The boulders exploded, shattered into jagged shrapnel. Stone fragments flew like shotgun pellets, blasting across the canyon walls. 2 root operatives too slow to evade were riddled clean through, dropping silently from the cliffs without a cry. Smoke billowed thick and choking. Lin Chuan vanished from sight. An instant later, he stood before the lead root shinobi. No jutsu. No flourish. Only brutal, unadorned dominance. Lin Chuan's right hand clamped around the shinobi's throat like forged iron. Bone crunched, cervical vertebrae pulverized in an instant. "Return to Danzo." Lin Chuan hissed, his face inches from the blank mask, his voice colder than shattered ice. "Wash your neck clean, and wait for me in the sewers." Crack. The mask splintered. Blood sprayed across Lin Chuan's face. He flung the corpse aside, and turned, eyes locking onto the 3 remaining root death soldiers. The slaughter had begun. The remaining 3 root assassins wearing blank masks did not retreat. The word fear simply did not exist in their lexicon. The only command etched in their minds by the curse of the tongue was to stop the target at any cost. The assassin on the left swiftly drew a hidden blade from his back, its edge glinting with a sinister green poison. He crouched low, moving like a venomous snake slithering along the ground, heading straight for Lin Chuan's lower body. The assassin on the right transformed his hands into mere afterimages, the combined water and lightning seals creating shadows in midair. The one in the middle was the most formidable. He didn't even draw a weapon, instead he spread his arms wide. The fabric of his chest burst apart violently, revealing specially crafted explosive talismans sewn tightly beneath his skin. A suicide attack. As long as he could hold Lin Chuan for a second, these explosive talismans capable of obliterating half a mountain would detonate instantly. Lin Chuan stood still, not moving. Beneath the lightning-scorched scar on his left arm, the primal cells sensed the fresh scent of blood in the air beginning to pulse uncontrollably with ferocity. A nameless bloodthirst surged towards the crown of his head. "Using such a common trick to disgust me," Lin Chuan sneered coldly. His right hand suddenly opened wide. The blue-white lightning chakra transformed from fine electric arcs into a tangible violent lightning liquid spreading down his arm to the tips of his fingers. Chidori flow. But this was not an ordinary Chidori flow. Supported by the massive chakra of the first Hokage's body, the concentration of this lightning had reached an astonishing level. The assassin preparing to self-destruct had lunged within half a meter of Lin Chuan. The fuse of the explosive talisman had already ignited with a blinding red light. Lin Chuan did not dodge. Instead, he thrust his right hand forward, fingers like 5 red-hot steel nails piercing directly into the assassin's chest. No blood gushed forth. The wound was instantaneously carbonized by the extreme heat of the lightning. The violet lightning chakra coursed through Lin Chuan's fingers, directly infusing into the assassin's body, forcibly severing the chakra pathway just before the explosive talisman could fully detonate. The red light flickered once, then extinguished completely. From beneath the blank mask of the assassin, the sound of crushed bones echoed. Lin Chuan hoisted the over 100-pound body with one hand, exerting force from his waist, using the assassin as a massive human mace, smashing it towards the venomous blade sliding in from the left. Bang! The sickening sound of bone and flesh colliding reverberated through the canyon. The left assassin's poisoned blade sank directly into his comrade's shoulder, lodged in the collarbone. The immense impact sent him flying backwards, crashing heavily against the rock wall. His sternum caved in, and he breathed his last. The right assassin's combined ninjutsu was finally complete. Water release water chaos wave combined with lightning release earth walk. A torrent of water mixed with violent electric arc surged across the mossy ground, overwhelming Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan casually tossed aside the corpse, with its chest hollowed out. He didn't even form a hand seal. Raising his left foot, he stomped fiercely on the ground. Boom! The violent chakras surged from his foot directly into the ground. The hard bluestone floor rolled like waves, and a thick earthen wall rose up to cut off the flow of water and lightning. Water splashed and electric arcs danced wildly on the earthen wall, crackling with explosive sounds. At the moment the wall rose, Lin Chuan's figure had vanished from the original spot. The right assassin, still maintaining the output of his ninjutsu, suddenly felt a bone-chilling coldness at the back of his neck. He instinctively wanted to turn around. A blood-soaked hand had already clasped his face from behind. Fingers tightened fiercely. Crack! The wooden spikes of the mask shattered and pierced directly into the assassin's eyeball. Lin Chuan said nothing. Pressing down on the assassin's head with his right hand, he slammed it against the adjacent rock wall. A red and white liquid splattered onto the moist moss. The battle was over. In less than 10 seconds, combined Lin Chuan stood amidst the corpses, shaking the blood from his hands. The heat from the 10 military rations in his stomach had consumed a small portion during the brief outburst. The scar on his left arm still burned the primal cells, hunger not satiated by these few lives. Not enough. Far from enough. Stepping over a fallen assassin's body, Lin Chuan continued deeper into the canyon. The terrain of the Crimson Abyss was highly peculiar. The cliffs on both sides soared hundreds of meters high. The further one ventured inside, the narrower the passage became. In the narrowest point, it could barely accommodate 2 people walking side by side. The sky overhead was compressed into a curved thin line, and light here was exceedingly scarce. Years without sunlight had caused thick slippery vines to cover the rock walls. A mixture of decaying leaves and moldy earth filled the air. Lin Chuan walked slowly, his shoes making no sound as they pressed against the slick moss. His mind raced swiftly. Danzo, that old dog hiding in the sewers for years, was definitely someone who wouldn't act unless he saw a rabbit. These few cannon fodder were merely tools to test his chakra reserves and reaction speed. The real killing move was surely hidden in the deepest, most unavoidable parts of the canyon. Lin Chuan's gaze swept over the towering cliffs on either side. If he were to set an ambush in this terrain, what would he do? Set up explosive talisman traps. Too basic. Against a monster with the body of the first Hokage, ordinary explosions would only strip away a layer of skin at most. Use large-scale ninjutsu bombardment. That wouldn't work either. The narrow canyon terrain would easily trigger landslides, burying even the caster alive. Danzo wanted complete living specimens, or at least intact brains and hearts to extract Sinja cells and unknown bloodline limits. Therefore, the killing move had to be a method that could instantaneously strip away the ability to resist without causing catastrophic damage to the body. Sealing techniques? Or some potent neurotoxin? A cold smirk curled at the corners of Lin Chuan's mouth. That old fool had his plans, but his mind was still stuck in the war mentality of the last era. He continued forward. The wind blew from deep within the canyon, carrying a wailing sound, as if countless vengeful spirits were weeping in the crevices of the rock walls. Suddenly Lin Chuan's steps halted. His body instantly entered a state of extreme relaxation, yet ready to unleash terrifying power at any moment. Something was off. The wind direction was wrong. The wind in the canyon blew unidirectionally from deep within to the outside. The vines hanging from the rock walls should sway in accordance with the wind. However, about 30 meters ahead, some thick vines displayed a slight disturbance in the frequency of their leaf movements. When the wind blew by, those few leaves did not sway outward, but rather curled slightly inward against the wind as if something was hiding behind the vines, breathing extremely slowly. The weak airflow caused by the rising and falling of the chest disrupted the wind's trajectory. Lin Chuan squinted. In his chakra perception, that place was devoid of any life, not even the presence of a single insect. A perfect concealment barrier. It suppressed heartbeats, body temperature, and chakra fluctuations all the way to zero. This was definitely a feat achievable only by the top assassination squad of the route. But they overlooked one fatal physical principle. As long as one was alive and required breathing, there would inevitably be interaction with the surrounding environment. In the face of the primal instincts granted by the berserk initial cells, this artificially created silence, for the sake of concealment, became the most conspicuous target. Lin Chuan did not rush in blindly. He stood still, his right hand casually hanging at his side. At his fingertips, he silently condensed a thread of extremely refined lightning chakra. This thread of lightning was compressed to the extreme, no larger than a soybean, making no sound, with even its glow suppressed to a dark blue hue. Since you enjoyed being a turtle, then stay in your shell forever. Lin Chuan flicked his finger. That soybean-sized lightning shot forth, like a bullet from a sniper rifle, tearing through the dim air, precisely hitting the area of the vines that were swaying strangely. Sizzle. The lightning penetrated the vines, crashing violently against the rock wall behind. Boom. The compressed lightning chakra erupted instantly. The hard rock was blasted out into a basin-sized pit, and debris flew out like shrapnel. The concealment barrier was instantly riddled with cracks under the violent impact, then shattered with a roar. 3 root ninjas dressed in black tight-fitting uniforms and wearing blank masks were forced to reveal themselves from the recessed rock wall. The nearest ninja had been pierced through the shoulder by the debris, blood dripping down his arm onto the moss. Exposed. The reaction speed of the root ninjas was astonishingly fast. They did not attempt to conceal themselves again, nor did they draw their blades to charge. Instead, they unhesitatingly performed an extremely unusual maneuver. The 3 of them simultaneously raised their hands and forcefully slapped a protruding rock on the adjacent wall. Click. A series of muffled sounds of mechanisms echoed deep within the canyon. This sound did not come from the 3 ninjas, but from the crevices in the rock walls on either side of Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan's gaze instantly turned extremely dangerous. The 3 ninjas were not the main ambushers, they were merely bait, the assassins responsible for triggering the switch. Accompanied by the sounds of the mechanisms, large plumes of purple-black mist suddenly erupted from the crevices of the canyon walls on both sides. The mist sprayed out at high speed, filling the entire narrow passage in the blink of an eye. The trap was active. The dark purple mist resembled an ancient beast freed from its cage, opening its massive abyssal mouth and instantaneously swallowing all light at the bottom of the canyon. The mist roiled. The temperature around rose at an extraordinarily abnormal rate. The thick vines, once lush and vibrant on the rock walls, were drained of all vitality the moment they touched the purple mist. The leaves turned yellow and curled at a visible speed, eventually becoming pools of foul-smelling black water that dripped onto the stone slabs. Thick white smoke billowed from the hard rock surface, corroding it into uneven pits. Lin Chuan stood still, his brows tightly knitted together. This is definitely not ordinary poison gas. The strong acid corrosion is merely its surface appearance. A highly acrid smell of bitter almonds mixed with the stench of a dead rat that had been fermenting for half a month permeated the air. This is a neurotoxin, and its concentration is absurdly high. Lin Chuan's brain completed a defensive simulation of the situation in 1/1000th of a second. That old miser Danzo could not possibly possess such a high-level toxicology formula. This composite toxic mist, capable of instantly dissolving plant fibers and corroding stone, definitely contains the private goods of that perverse scientist Orochimaru. For ordinary ninjas, not only would inhaling it into their lungs be fatal, but even a slight skin contact would cause instant paralysis of their nerve endings, leaving them to watch helplessly as their flesh was corroded into a puddle of muck. Dispersing it with wind release. Lin Chuan immediately dismissed this thought. The canyon's terrain resembled a semi-enclosed tube. Wind release could indeed blow away the toxic mist before him, but in such a narrow terrain the airflow would create a severe vortex effect. The dispersed toxic mist would curve back along the rock wall with an even higher concentration. Moreover, to disperse the high-concentration toxic mist covering a 100-meter passage would require a massive amount of chakra. In this hellish place where shadow-level powerhouses could appear at any moment, wasting chakra on blowing wind would be the most foolish choice. Then jump out. Lin Chuan suddenly lifted his head, his gaze piercing through the thin edges of the mist towards a sliver of sky above the canyon. There was no need to see the entire view. His beast-like intuition had already issued a deadly warning. About 50 meters above his head, on the protrusions on both sides of the sheer cliff, stood 7 or 8 root ninjas wearing blank masks. They tightly gripped specially made wire nets. The wires were covered with a dense array of explosive tags and sealing talismans. As soon as Lin Chuan dared to leave the ground, jumping into the air, this death net would instantly close, entrapping him like a fish. With no way to gain leverage in midair facing the explosive talisman formation with sealing effects, even with a 1,000-hand sage body, he would be blown to pieces. The above is sealed off. Retreat. The main force of the ANBU was right behind him. Retreating would plunge him into a quagmire of hundreds in a war of attrition. There is no way out. Lin Chuan's lips curled into a savage arc. You old fool, do you really think a few puffs of toxic smoke can turn me into a rat in a sewer? All the rules in this world are meant to be broken. He took a deep breath, his chest violently expanding to the physical limit of his lung capacity. Then he held his breath tightly. The violent lightning chakra erupted, forming a visible layer of blue-white protective armor over his body. But that wasn't enough. The charred scar on his left arm began to writhe violently. The berserk first-generation cells were fully activated, and his heart pumped blood like a heavy pile driver wildly. The blood flow rate instantly tripled. A layer of eerie dark red appeared on Lin Chuan's skin, while veins bulged like blue earthworms beneath the surface. His legs, slightly bent thigh muscles tensed to the limit. Boom! The stone slab beneath his feet was crushed to powder. Lin Chuan transformed into a frenzied bull, charging into the dark purple death mist with unstoppable ferocity. Core area of the toxic mist. Visibility was 0. The purple-black mist seemed alive, wildly pouncing upon the intruder daring to enter. The lightning protective armor barely lasted 2 seconds before it emitted a shattering sound under the corrosive power of the high-concentration acid. Sizzle, the armor was corroded through. The toxic mist directly contacted Lin Chuan's skin. Excruciating pain. A searing bone-deep agony. The purple-black mist seemed to have countless tiny mouths filled with sharp teeth frantically gnawing at his flesh. The skin on Lin Chuan's arms and calves instantly rotted away, large patches of epidermis falling off, revealing the bright red muscle fibers and stark white bone stubs underneath. Hissing white smoke continuously rose from his body. But the next moment, the terrifying life force of the initial stage 1,000-hand sage body began to counterattack furiously. At the rotting wounds, granulation tissue writhed and intertwined at a frightening speed. The newly generated muscle tissue forcibly pushed out the decayed flesh, covering the bones once more. Destruction and rebirth. Corrosion and healing. These two extreme forces engaged in a brutal tug-of-war on Lin Chuan's body. Lin Chuan bit down hard on his molars, blood seeping from his gums. Pain receptors were going off like crazy. But this pain, which could drive an ordinary person insane, instead completely ignited the violent bloodthirsty instinct buried beneath his left arm scar. He did not slow down. His speed only increased. He charged through the toxic mist, shattering the rocks that blocked his path and trampling the bones scattered on the ground. Above the canyon, the root ninjas at the cliff's edge coldly observed the roiling purple mist below. The orders they received were very simple. Seal off air supremacy. Wait until the target turns into a pool of blood in the toxic mist or is paralyzed on the ground by the neurotoxin, then go down to collect the remains with special containers. 100-meter toxic array. Even if the third Hokage himself came without forming seals, using a large-scale wind release would definitely not last 10 seconds. The lead root ninja made a judgment, seeing the mist below remain still. The target is doomed. Just as he was about to signal his subordinates to put on gas masks and go down to collect the bodies, the edge of the toxic mist below suddenly roiled violently. It was as if some extremely terrifying monster was forcibly tearing open a path from the abyss. Bang! A bloody, mangled hand, even showing the bones of the fingers, suddenly emerged from the wall of mist, grasping a massive rock on the periphery. With a powerful grip, the hard rock was crushed, leaving 5 deep finger marks. Then, a figure completely enveloped in hissing white smoke, with clothes entirely corroded into rags, charged out of the core area of the toxic mist, exuding a suffocating, violent, killing intent. Lin Chuan gasped for breath. His skin was healing at a visible speed, with the newly formed skin taking on an eerie pale hue. He raised his head, his eyes bloodshot from the influx of blood locking onto the root ninjas above the cliff. The lead root ninja straightened up suddenly. The casual stance he had just moments ago instantly transformed into a highly dangerous defensive posture, causing the surrounding air to grow cold. How is this possible? He withstood Orochimaru's specially formulated composite toxic mist without using any defensive ninjutsu, and just like that he charged through with his body. What kind of monster is this? Fire the arrows! Throw the explosive tags! The lead root ninja's voice trembled slightly due to extreme shock. 7 or 8 ninjas immediately released their hold on the ceiling nets, frantically pulling out kunai and explosive tags from their ninja tool pouches, raining them down towards Lin Chuan below. A dense mass of black shadows fell with a deadly howl. Lin Chuan spat out a mouthful of bloodied saliva. You don't even have the qualification to make me stop. Do you think you can talk about killing me? He slightly bent his legs, preparing to forcefully push through the explosions to ascend the cliff, intending to crush these disgusting rats all to death. But just as he was about to exert strength, his heart suddenly jolted. He had held his breath for too long. In the moment he burst through the toxic mist, gasping for air, he inevitably inhaled a trace of residual purple-black mist. Just this trace. Orochimaru's specially formulated neurotoxin mixed with an inhibitor specifically targeting the activity of the thousand-hand cells directly penetrated his lungs through his nasal cavity, quickly merging into his blood. The canyon wall before Lin Chuan suddenly twisted violently. Double vision appeared. The sound of wind in his ears transformed into an extremely sharp ringing, slicing through his eardrum, causing his stomach to churn unexpectedly. He instinctively tried to stabilize his balance. But as his right foot stepped on a moss-covered stone fragment, his knee buckled and his body staggered, crashing heavily to one knee in the mud. Above him, several explosive tags with blinding red light had already dropped to less than 3 meters above his head. Crimson light pierced the gloom of the narrow canyon. Lin Chuan slammed down onto the muddy ground on one knee. The heavy thud of his kneecap striking the slate beneath resonated with grim finality. 3 meters above his head, the talismanic runes on a dozen explosive tags burned fiercely, their incantations nearing their volatile culmination. A scorching wave surged forward. Lin Chuan wrenched his way sideways, with brute force his thigh muscles coiled, and erupted, hurling his body into a low violent roll to the left, skimming inches above the damp earth. Boom, boom, boom. A chain of detonations tore through the constricted passageway. Savage shockwaves ripped up clods of soil and thick mats of moss from the canyon floor. Shrapnel and superheated stone fragments rained down like a black tempest. Several jagged shards struck Lin Chuan's back, ripping through fabric, splitting flesh, and drawing crimson rivulets that welled instantly. He did not pause. Hands pressed hard into the muck, he strained to rise. Then his wrists buckled. His body lurched forward uncontrollably, palms slamming flat into the sludge-streaked ground. The canyon walls warped before his eyes, twisting without rhythm or reason. In the dim light, distant withered trees fractured into 3 hazy overlapping phantoms, clawing grotesquely at the air. His eardrum shrieked with a piercing, unrelenting whine, drowning out the fading echoes of blast and wind howling through the gorge. Acid churned violently in his gut, surging upward toward his throat. This sensation was unbearable. Orochimaru's custom neurotoxin was seizing control of his motor cortex, commandeering nerve pathways with ruthless precision. Lin Chuan gasped, each breath ragged and raw. Each inhalation felt like swallowing blades forged in fire. Trace toxins lingering in his alveoli coursed through his bloodstream, launching a frenzied assault upon his peripheral nerves. The berserk first-generation cells, awakened by the foreign invasion, began self-activating, instinctively attempting to consume the poison. Within Lin Chuan's body, 2 titanic forces clashed in brutal silent warfare. This internal siege severely disrupted the flow of his chakra. What had once surged like a roaring river now thickened into sluggish viscous sludge, slow, heavy, and unresponsive. Above the cliff edge, a hidden root squad detected Lin Chuan's sudden rigidity, sharp, unnatural stillness betraying compromised coordination. Their leader signaled execution, a swift, decisive slash across the throat. No hesitation. No wasted motion. 5 black silhouettes plummeted from the 30-meter precipice, silent as falling shadows. Even the whisper of cloth against skin was suppressed to absolute silence. They descended like 5 withered leaves detaching from a barren branch, drifting soundlessly toward their prey below. Midair, 5 Custa-forged short blades flashed free. Their edges bore no gleam, coated instead with an eerie viridian luminescence, the dead light toxin. A paralytic venom so potent it halted life with a single scratch. Even a rutting bull would collapse mid-roar, convulsing rigid within 3 seconds. 5 attackers, 5 distinct blind spots. Every possible avenue of retreat sealed shut. Lin Chuan lifted his head. His vision blurred further, ghost images multiplying. Before his eyes, the 5 figures splintered into 15 flickering afterimages. Reality and illusion bled together, indistinguishable, disorienting. From the upper left quadrant, one shadow closed in. His brain commanded a block. His left arm rose, half a heartbeat too late. Neural latency, once negligible, now became a fatal flaw. Shrike. The blade sliced cleanly through the outer flesh of Lin Chuan's left forearm. A 10-centimeter gash yawned open, raw, deep, and eerily bloodless. At the wound's edge, muscle tissue blackened and necrotized instantly upon contact with the toxin. An icy numbness surged upward along his veins, spreading fast, seeking to freeze all sensation in the limb. Lin Chuan grunted, a low pained sound, and staggered backward. Another gust of lethal wind slashed from the right. He twisted just in time, the blade grazing his rib, slicing fabric, and leaving only a faint crimson line across his skin. He could no longer trust his eyes. Through searing pain his mind raced, calculating, discarding, reassembling. Vision had been utterly corrupted by the toxin. When his eyes registered steel on the left, the blade was already kissing his right jugular. The more he watched, the more he misjudged. The more he dodged, the slower he grew. In this circle of elite assassins, even a millimeter's miscalculation meant being carved limb from limb. If sight had become a liability, then he would sever it. Lin Chuan clamped his jaws shut with savage force, biting deep into his own tongue. Iron-rich blood flooded his mouth, thick and coppery. Agony, searing bone deep, crashed through his skull like a warhammer, shattering the toxin's neural shroud. For a fleeting instant, clarity returned. Lin Chuan closed his eyes. Absolute darkness swallowed him. Deprived of sight, his hearing sent, and the feral instincts granted by his Sinja physiology surged, heightened beyond mortal limits. The mournful sigh of wind threading through the canyon. The soft rustle of fallen leaves settling upon damp moss. And, behind and slightly left, a subtle distortion in the air sliced clean by a moving body. That was the pressure wave generated by living muscle, tensed, accelerating. Lin Chuan did not evade. Instead, he turned his head deliberately, into the path of that invisible current. The blade skimmed past his cheek, cold as grave frost, shearing off several strands of black hair. Its chill raised gooseflesh across his jawline, every follicle standing rigid. Now, if this flesh drags me toward the abyss, I shall shatter the abyss itself beneath my feet. His right arm snapped upward, fist clenched tight, elbow driving forward with hurricane force, striking with perfect accuracy into the empty air behind and left. Crunch. A dull, sickening impact echoed through the gorge. His elbow struck true, shattering a wooden mask into splinters. Splintered wood embedded itself in the flesh beneath. Then, the sharp, brittle snap of a collapsing nasal bridge. The rude assassin emitted no cry, not even a gasp. His cervical spine snapped under the blow's colossal force. His body flew sideways, crashing hard against the rock face, before sliding lifelessly into the mud. One strike, death absolute. The remaining 4 assassins froze, just for a heartbeat. Uncomprehending. How could a target poisoned by a compound neurotoxin, staggering barely upright, deliver such devastating pinpoint precision, while blind? Yet instinct overrode doubt. They abandoned frontal assault, scattering around Lin Chuan, feet shifting in complex irregular patterns, deliberately layering chaotic footfalls to drown out telltale cues. For poisoned blades glided through the dark, hunting for the single opening that guaranteed annihilation. Lin Chuan stood motionless. His chest heaved, ragged, deep, relentless. At the wound on his left arm, Sinja's cells pulsed furiously, sprouting raw, hungry granulation tissue to devour the necrotic black flesh. Numbness receded, replaced by a torment worse than pain, 1,000 ants gnawing at his bones, itching, burning, tearing. He had no time for such suffering. His ears twitched, subtle, acute. To the front right. A heartbeat. Deliberately muted, but to Lin Chuan's sharpened senses it thundered like a war drum. He moved. No hand seals. No jutsu. Pure untamed physical power, legs coiling and exploding off the ground, propelling him forward like a ravenous beast lunging at its prey. The assassin had not anticipated aggression. Instinctively, he thrust his blade toward Lin Chuan's chest. Lin Chuan did not flinch, not even to deflect. His left hand shot out, snatching the assassin's wrist mid-thrust. Fingers clamped down, bone-crunching force compressing cartilage and marrow. Snap. The blade dropped. Lin Chuan's right hand seized the assassin's throat, thumb driving deep into the larynx with brutal surgical precision. Trachea shattered. The second corpse crumpled, limp, silent, dead. Less than 10 seconds. 5 close combat assassins, 2 fallen. The remaining 3 finally grasped the truth. Hand-to-hand combat against this monster was suicide. Without hesitation they disengaged, pushing off the ground with Todip's bodies flowing backward like smoke, widening the distance to over 10 meters. Lin Chuan opened his eyes. The toxin's grip remained, vision still swimming unfocused. Yet he sensed the killing intent receding, retreating rapidly. He breathed hard sweat, and grime dripping from his jaw in steady heavy drops. His stamina had bled away during those explosive seconds. Hunger gnawed at his gut, deep, hollow, insistent. Victory demanded speed. Just as Lin Chuan began focusing his senses to locate the last 3. A deafening roar of displaced air erupted overhead, dense, overwhelming, like 10,000 hornets beating wings in unison. The canyon's dim light vanished, swallowed whole. Lin Chuan looked up. A colossal wire net, over 20 meters wide and long, descended with suffocating inevitability, blotting out the sky. Its mesh bristled with hundreds of explosive tags. Between them, scattered like malignant spores, were several 4-symbol sealing talismans, etched with writhing obsidian black sigils. The ultimate trap, sealed, complete, inescapable. A colossal shadow engulfed the entire canyon floor. Wind shattered violently against the descending wire net, emitting a grating, teeth-clenching screech. Lin Chuan tilted his head upward. Double vision still blurred his sight, yet he could clearly discern the net's outline, immense. Its length and width exceeded 20 meters, nearly filling the narrow canyon passage entirely. The wires gleamed with a cold metallic hardness in the dim light, undoubtedly alloyed with chakra-conductive metal. Lin Chuan's breathing grew ragged. His mind raced, calculating every angle of this inescapable death trap. His leg muscles spasmed irregularly under the toxin's corrosive grip. Escaping the net's coverage through sheer physical burst was utterly impossible. Even if he forced a leap, midair offered no purchase, leaving him a motionless living target. Once ensnared, the 4-symbol sealing talismans embedded along the wires would activate instantly upon skin contact, locking down his chakra flow completely. Then the dense array of explosive tags would detonate, shattering his limbs beyond repair. Danzo sought living experimental subjects. So long as his brain and heart remained intact, severed limbs meant nothing. Above the cliff edge, 4 root ANBU operatives stood shoulder to shoulder, their blank masks impassive. Their hands moved at blinding speed, weaving hand seals. Tiger Ox Dog. The detonation sequence. These 4 had never considered capture feasible. Their orders demanded only brutal, overwhelming force to cripple the target's mobility. You think I'm mere offal on your butcher's block? A savage feral curve twisted Lin Chuan's lips. At that moment of life or death extremity, the lightning-scarred wound on his left arm split wide open. Blood gushed forth, dripping onto the slate stones below. His primordial cell mutation, sensing its master's mortal peril, overrode the neural toxin suppression, frenziedly extracting every last trace of chakra buried deep within his cells. His heart roared like an engine pushed far beyond its limits, reverberating with a deep, thunderous thud inside his chest. An eerie dark crimson flush spread across his skin. The blue-white lightning chakra no longer shimmered as a protective aura. It coalesced entirely into his right hand. No stray arcs escaped, all energy remained tightly contained. Bolstered by the monstrous chakra reserves of the Senju body, the lightning was forcibly compressed, stretched, and refined. A piercing electric whine echoed throughout the canyon. A 2-meter-long blade of pure hyper-concentrated lightning solidified in Lin Chuan's grasp. Its edges, searing with unimaginable heat, warped the very air around them. Chidori Flow Lightning Blade. Above him, the kunai net descended, less than 5 meters from his head. The fuses on the explosive tags flared with blinding crimson light. I stand here, and I am the sole law of this battlefield. Who dares proclaim absolute annihilation? Who dares declare certain death? Lin Chuan's right bicep swelled taut. With a thunderous roar, he swung the 2-meter lightning blade upward, slashing violently against the falling net. Shryak. The blade cleaved the air, leaving behind a brilliant afterimage of blue-white light. Its searing ultra-compressed lightning struck the reinforced wire, deadened. Even chakra-conductive alloyed steel proved brittle, as butter cast into a furnace, before such raw condensed lightning fury. The cut edges melted instantly into molten incandescent iron. The massive kunai net split cleanly down its center, hewn apart by Lin Chuan's single devastating stroke. The instant the net tore asunder, the 4 ANBU above completed their detonation seals. Kaboom! A deafening explosion erupted at the canyon's base. Hundreds of explosive tags detonating simultaneously unleashed a cataclysmic storm of destruction. Raging fire swallowed Lin Chuan's position whole. A colossal fireball surged skyward, illuminating the gloomy canyon in blinding white-hot radiance. The blast wave pulverized both canyon walls. Tons of flaming debris, rock and shrapnel, rained down like a meteor shower. Slate flagstones were torn from the ground, exposing scorched earth beneath. Above, the 4 ANBU stared fixedly into the inferno below. Such a cascade of explosions should have obliterated any target, even one who'd sliced through the net. Yet, in the next breath, a figure wreathed in crackling blue lightning tore violently through the churning flames, bursting upward from a fissure in the firestorm. Lin Chuan had escaped the detonation's epicenter. But he hadn't evaded all harm. As he broke free of the blaze, the blast's outer shockwave slammed into his right leg. The outer calf muscle ripped apart under the violent concussive force. Great flaps of flesh were torn away, revealing stark white bone and severed vessels. Blood erupted like a fountain, instantly soaking his pant leg. Thud, he crashed hard onto jagged rock at the cliff's edge. Excruciating bone-deep agony lanced up his right leg. Deprived of vital muscular support, it buckled entirely, sending him staggering forward, nearly toppling over the precipice. Dizziness from blood loss merged with residual neurotoxin, blanking his thoughts for a fleeting instant. He dropped to one knee, gasping raggedly, each breath raw and burning. At the wound site, his primordial cell mutation writhed fiercely, desperately knitting together the horrific trauma. In the cliff's sudden silence, the faint wet sound of proliferating granulation tissue was unmistakable. The 4 root operatives stood utterly stunned. For the first time, fear flickered behind their blank masks. Surviving an explosive tag barrage, dragging a near-shattered leg, then scaling a 30-meter cliff. This defied human limits. This was no longer human vitality. "What are you staring at?" Lin Chuan slowly raised his head. His eyes, blood-engorged and scarlet, locked unflinchingly onto the 2 nearest operatives. "My turn." He gave them no time to react. His left leg exploded downward, propelling him low and fast, skimming the ground. The lightning blade flared anew in his right hand. Blue-white brilliance surged violently within the operatives' pupils. Instinctively, they drew their tanto to parry. Futile. The blade, charged with annihilating force, cleaved through steel and flesh alike, slicing both operatives cleanly in half at the waist. Charred viscera scattered across the stone. The remaining 2 operatives turned without hesitation, fleeing at full speed. The mission was irrevocably compromised. They had to deliver intelligence on this monster back to the root headquarters. Lin Chuan watched their retreating backs, cold, unmoving. His right leg's injury was too severe, pursuit would shatter the bone outright. He dismissed the lightning blade, leaned heavily against a massive boulder, and withdrew his last 2 soldier pills, swallowing them whole. A faint easing of gnawing hunger settled in his stomach. Flames still raged in the canyon depths. Thick black smoke coiled upward along the cliffs, vanishing into the clouds. The explosion had been deafeningly immense. Its thunderous echo carried on the wind, spreading across the Fire Country's border forests. Lin Chuan knew the ANBU strike force dispatched by Hiruzen Sarutobi would converge here swiftly, drawn like sharks to blood in the water. His window was closing fast. Then, the wind shifted. A cool night breeze swept across the cliff, scattering acrid smoke. Lin Chuan abruptly halted, chewing. He lifted his gaze toward the distance. 500 meters beyond the canyon, atop a towering ancient tree. Within the deep shadows of its foliage, a single crimson eye gazed back, cold, unblinking. 3 black tomo rotated slowly within its blood-red iris. No emotion. No hesitation. Only detached scrutiny and absolute lethal focus. Uchiha. The night wind swept through the crimson ravine, carrying with it a pungent smell of charred remains. Lin Chuan leaned against a large half-shattered boulder, gasping for breath. The flesh on the outer side of his right calf was a bloody mess, with the 1,000-hand cells crazily secreting granulation tissue, forcefully enveloping the stark white bone. The sound was particularly grating at the edge of the silent cliff. The wind ceased. Suddenly, an ozone scent tinged with a metallic tang filled the air. Lin Chuan's back muscles instinctively tightened. The beastly instincts granted by the 1,000-hand immortal body blared alarms in his mind. He abruptly raised his head. In the distance, the shadows of the towering treetops were blown apart by the night wind. A scarlet eye fixed its gaze upon him. 3 black magatama slowly revolved within the blood-red pupil. There was no trace of emotion, only pure scrutiny and a chilling focus. The moment that I locked onto him, the scar on Lin Chuan's left arm, scorched by lightning, twitched uncontrollably. It was a physiological reaction to the power that had once severely wounded him. Kakashi had arrived. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The dense sound of air being sliced echoed closer, tearing apart the night sky above the ravine. A silver-haired figure, wearing a fox mask, landed steadily on the scorched rock less than 20 meters away from Lin Chuan. The tip of his foot touched the ground without stirring a speck of dust. Following the 12 figures descended from the surrounding cliffs. Clad in identical black bodysuits with gray armor, the ninja blades on their backs had already been drawn halfway. 12 people, 12 completely different dead angles thoroughly pinned down all possible escape routes for Lin Chuan. Kakashi did not immediately draw the short blade from his back. His left eye glanced beyond Lin Chuan, landing on the shadows on the other side of the ravine. There stood 2 root ANBU, who had just barely escaped death under Lin Chuan's blade. From the depths of the shadow, the ground suddenly surged, and a root squad leader, wearing an evil spirit mask, stepped out. He held a specially made sealing scroll exuding a strong smell of blood. In this ravine filled with scorched earth and severed limbs, a bizarre frozen tableau had formed among the 3 forces. Only the distant sound of the underground river washing over the rocks could be heard. Kakashi's hand rested on the hilt of his knife, his thumb lightly rubbing the guard. The direct pursuit mission from Lord Hokage, the root has overstepped its bounds. The voice was not loud, but carried an undeniable oppressive force. According to Konoha's rules, when the ANBU executes an rank assassination mission, any other department must comply unconditionally or avoid interference. The root's direct intervention, and even the preemptive setup of lethal traps, had already crossed Sarutobi Hiruzen's bottom line. The root squad leader under the evil spirit mask snorted coldly. He pulled out a piece of parchment sealed with a black stamp from his bosom and directly unfurled it. This is Lord Danzo's order. The target is suspected of stealing Konoha's core secrets. The root takes control of this area. ANBU retreat. Kakashi's gaze turned icy. His Sharingan lingered for a second on Lin Chuan's right leg, which was visibly healing at an alarming rate. He recalled the death order issued by the 3rd Hokage in the Hokage building. The target must be eliminated regardless of life or death, and his corpse must not fall into anyone's hands. Looking again at the sealing scroll in the root leader's hand, and that enormous explosive tag net from earlier, it was clear that Danzo had no intention of killing. What he wanted was a living specimen. A perfect experimental subject capable of withstanding Raikiri and possessing terrifying regenerative abilities. Lin Chuan leaned against the rock wall, coldly watching this spectacle unfold. His heart in his chest thumped like a heavy-duty pile driver. Orochimaru's specially made neurotoxin was frantically eroding his motor center, and the double images in his vision were worsening. Kakashi's silver hair split into 3 blurry halos in his sight. Yet his mind was clearer than ever. These old dogs didn't even care about their appearances in their scramble for a piece of meat. The 3rd Hokage wanted to cover up the scandal of Konoha's upper echelons forcing out a genius, while Danzo wanted to dissect and research his body. Full of the will of fire, but all cut up for the sake of sharing the meat. Lin Chuan spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva, his lips curling into a vicious arc. You childish tricks should be saved for those cannon fodder, with grass 2 meters high on their graves. He gently ground his right heel into the dirt. The previous chain explosion of hundreds of explosive tags had completely shattered the landscape of this ravine. The perception of the 1,000-hand immortal body spread deep into the soil through the soles of his feet. A faint echo came from the rock layers beneath. Empty. Beneath this broken ravine lies a natural underground cave, and its depth far exceeds the sensing range of the Konoha barrier unit. Kakashi paid no heed to Lin Chuan's mockery. He was all too aware of the danger posed by this boy. The left arm that could crush Raikiri with bare hands still left an indelible shadow in his Sharingan. ANBU, listen up. Kakashi drew his short blade, the edge angled towards the ground. Anyone obstructing the Hokage's orders will be treated as a traitor to the village. The 12 ANBU lowered their centers of gravity, in unison, the sound of metal scraping against the drawn ninja blades merging into one. The root squad leader tightened his grip on the scroll, while the other 2 ANBU also drew their poisoned short blades. The smell of gunpowder in the air had reached its peak. With just a spark, this ravine would turn into a bloody battleground of Konoha's internal strife. Just as Kakashi was about to issue the assault command, Lin Chuan suddenly revealed a mocking smile towards the ground. His hands caked with mud, and blood abruptly clasped together in front of his chest. His fingers danced rapidly, moving so fast that they left afterimages. Insisu. Chakra rampaged through his meridians, forcibly breaking through the nodes paralyzed by the toxin. Kakashi's Sharingan abruptly constricted. The flow of chakra is wrong. Kakashi's Sharingan fixated on the energy meridians within Lin Chuan. Instead, it all surged into the soil beneath his feet. "Make your move!" Kakashi paid no heed to the hand sign from the root. The sharp cry of 1,000 birds instantly shattered the silence of the canyon. Blue-white lightning chakra wildly gathered in Kakashi's palm, the blinding electric light illuminating the surrounding rock walls in a ghostly white. He transformed into a bolt of blue lightning trailing a long afterimage and lunged straight for Lin Chuan's chest. At the same time, the team leader from the root performed 2 tactical hand signs. 2 elite shinobi hurled 7 or 8 kunai drenched in a dark green poison. The tails of the kunai were tied with fine steel wires which were affixed with a series of explosive tags. The trajectory was extremely cunning, sealing off all escape routes for Lin Chuan. At this moment, the 2 forces reached an eerie understanding. First, incapacitate the target's ability to move, then decide the ownership of this body. Lin Chuan bit down on his lip. The violent chakra forcibly circulated, tearing through several tiny blood vessels in his arm. Blood dripped down from his wrist. The hand signs were complete. Earth-style hard decapitation technique. This was originally a low-level assassination ninjutsu designed to pull enemies underground, leaving only their heads above. But under the horrifying chakra of the Senju sage, this crank ninjutsu was forcibly twisted into the most efficient escape technique. Lin Chuan's feet suddenly lost their solid support. The hard bluestone slab and the charred soil beneath him violently churned like a melting swamp. He did not jump down. Instead, his entire being sank like a lead weight into the depths, instantaneously merging with the underground rock layers at an incredibly defiant speed against gravity. Sizzle. Kakashi's Raikiri grazed Lin Chuan's scalp. Several singed black strands of hair drifted in the air. The terrifying penetrative force of the lightning struck the rock wall behind Lin Chuan. With a thunderous boom, the hard cliff was blasted open, creating a pit over 3 meters in diameter, with debris flying about like bullets. Clank clank. The poison kunai lost their target, clattering against each other as they fell to the ground. The explosive tags detonated in midair, bursting into a series of useless fireballs. On the ground, only a bottomless black hole remained, its edges still oozing mud. Kakashi, having missed his strike, pressed his right hand firmly against the edge of the hole. The remaining lightning chakra surged through the soil, desperately trying to track Lin Chuan's descent. Without any feedback from a physical impact, the lightning disappeared into the depths after several meters, like a cow sinking into the sea. Kakashi stood up, shaking off the dirt from his hands. His Sharingan was fixated on the black hole, his expression grim enough to drip water. 12 ANBU swiftly surrounded the hole, encircling it tightly. The routine leader approached, as well, his breath becoming heavy beneath the demon mask. "Captain Kakashi, you let the criminal that Danza-sama specifically named escape." The veins on the back of the routine leader's hand bulged. Kakashi shot him a cold glance. "Go back and tell Danzo that the ANBU mission report will only say the target escaped using the terrain. Pursuit continues. As for why you root members are here, I will report truthfully to Lord Third." The schemes of the 3 factions fell apart completely before this black hole. No one expected that a lower ninja poisoned with a high concentration of nerve toxin and dragging a broken leg could forcibly carve out a path using a crank earth escape technique under the siege of 2 powerful foes. Underground. Absolute darkness. Lin Chuan plummeted rapidly through the narrow crevices of rock. The earth escape chakra enveloped his body, pushing aside the surrounding soil and debris like a lubricant. However, this forced alteration of the terrain placed an astonishing burden on his body. Orochimaru's nerve toxin erupted completely. Lin Chuan's limbs began to spasm uncontrollably. His retinas were filled with bizarre color blocks. It felt as if countless glowing steel needles were frantically stabbing within his lungs. The self-healing ability of the Senju cells and the destructive power of the toxin engaged in a final tug-of-war within his body. The sensation of weightlessness violently tugged at his internal organs. 50 meters. 100 meters. 200 meters. The surrounding soil grew increasingly damp, and the structural integrity of the rock layers became alarmingly loose. Bang! The earth escape chakra that enveloped his body finally ran out. Lin Chuan's protection vanished, and he crashed heavily through the last layer of rock. He tumbled out of the rock layers and fell into a vast underground space. His back slammed brutally against a rough, cold stalagmite. The brittle sound of bones breaking echoed in the empty underground. Lin Chuan slid down the stalagmite. The icy underground river water surged over his ankles in an instant. His hands desperately clawed at the moss-covered rocks, trying to prop himself up. A wave of nausea swept through his stomach. Lin Chuan retched, spewing forth a large mouthful of dark purple blood. The blood fell into the underground river, instantly emitting a sizzling sound of corrosion, rising in a puff of white smoke. You can keep this muddy pit of Konoha for yourselves to wash slowly. Lin Chuan wiped the residual blood from the corner of his mouth, leaning against the stalagmite. In this pitch-black underground cavern, he heard a chilling rustling sound that made his scalp tingle. Something was approaching. Many of them. And they carried a strong stench of decay. Shhhhh. An unnerving grating friction reverberated in the pitch-black void, growing louder, faster, more insistent. The air reeked of decay, thick and cloying, nearly solid with putrid miasma. Lin Chuan slumped against the cold, jagged stalagmite, his chest heaving violently, each breath a ragged, wheezing gasp like air forced through a ruptured bellows. Orochimaru's custom neurotoxin surged back with savage ferocity. The last faint glimmer of light flickering across his retinas was devoured, swallowed whole by expanding patches of violet-black shadow. His heartbeat slowed, deep, labored, heavy, as though an ancient engine were sputtering toward its final stall. His alveoli burned with searing agony. The toxic blood he just spat had eased the churning nausea in his gut, but at a terrible cost. It carried away the last fragile warmth lingering in his veins. This underworld is rather lively. Lin Chuan spat a crimson-tinged wad of saliva, voice raw and frayed. His Senju body's primal instincts screamed warnings inside his skull, a deafening, unrelenting alarm. The water ahead shifted. No longer the gentle murmur of subterranean currents lapping stone. It was now the heavy, splashing tread of many things wading through shallow water. At least 20 of them. Lin Chuan forced his eyes open. In the absolute dark, dozens of tiny crimson eyes ignited, one after another, like malevolent embers in the abyss. Blind cave rats. Mutated creatures that had spent generations buried beneath the sunless earth, larger than wild dogs, their bodies thick with muscle and coarse, leathery hide. They saw nothing, hunted only by scent and sound. And Lin Chuan's overwhelming stench of blood. In this barren, starved underworld, it was a banquet bell tolling for slaughter. SSSKRR. A piercing shriek tore from the alpha rat's throat. Its 4 claws dug into the muddy bank, and with a violent splash of foul water, it launched itself straight for Lin Chuan's throat. Dare you feast upon me? You are not worthy. Lin Chuan did not retreat. Not that he could. He stood on the crumbling edge of annihilation, body broken beyond flight. His right calf bone jutted grotesquely from torn flesh. The toxin had already crept up his thigh vein like a venomous vine. With a sudden, brutal motion, he raised his left hand, fingers splayed, and seized the airborne rat's neck with perfect, lethal precision. His palm met slick fur and dense, corded muscle. Then, explosively, the Senju cells erupted. A wet, sickening pop. His fingers clamped shut. The massive rat never even uttered a cry. Its skull imploded inward, crushed to pulp between Lin Chuan's iron grip. Foul blood and viscera sprayed across Lin Chuan's face. That scalding, living warmth ignited the bloodlust slumbering deep within his primordial Senju cells. The lightning-scarred gash along his left arm split open anew, dark crimson chakra boiling across his skin like turbulent, superheated water. The remaining rats, frenzied by their kin's grisly end, charged, not in fear, but in ravenous fury. Lin Chuan flung the headless corpse aside and drew the root tissue short blade from his weapon pouch. In darkness, steel flashed. No grand jutsu, only raw, unvarnished physical combat. Each strike echoed hollowly through the cavern, meat parting, bone snapping, sinew tearing. Lin Chuan moved like a lone wolf backed into the jaws of death, every slash calibrated to avoid the rats' armored skulls, instead slicing deep into their soft, vulnerable bellies. Guts spilled across the stone floor. The subterranean river darkened, stained blackguard, reeking of iron and rot. Less than half a minute passed. The last rat crumpled under Lin Chuan's boot, its spine-shattered limbs twitching once, then falling still. Clang. The short blade slipped from his grasp, striking rock. He slid down helplessly into the warm, sticky pool of blood, his chakra utterly spent, every reserve drained in that desperate, fleeting storm of violence. Orochimaru's neurotoxin breached its final defenses, flooding his bloodstream, surging toward his heart. A searing, vice-like pain clenched his left chest. Lin Chuan clawed at his own chest, fingernails biting deep into flesh. His vision had dissolved into absolute blackness. Only one sound remained, the slow, dragging thud of his failing heart. Thump, thump. Each beat tore through him like a shard of glass. Then, suddenly, a deep, resonant tremor shook the ceiling above. Dust and pebbles rained into the underground river. Lin Chuan strained his neck upward. The tremors pulsed with rhythm, and carried the faintest whisper of chakra. Earth Release, Kakashi, and root operatives. They had not abandoned the hunt. They were tunneling downward, carving through bedrock with ruthless precision. At this pace, the 30-meter-thick stratum above would collapse within 10 minutes. Persistent old hound, Lin Chuan ground his teeth, mouth flooded with the coppery tang of blood. He knew waiting was surrender. Conventional chakra suppression was useless against Orochimaru's toxin. If he delayed until they broke through, he would be helpless, no strength left to resist. Since you covet this perfect experimental vessel, then witness how fiercely it rages. Lin Chuan groped blindly for the fallen blade, still slick with rat blood, and without hesitation pressed its tip against the swollen blackened femoral vein of his right leg. The blade pierced flesh, then slashed downward with merciless force, carving a jagged 15-centimeter wound across his thigh. Then, again and again, he repeated the act, slashing deep bone-bearing gashes into his left arm, his chest, wherever toxin pooled and festered. Black-purple blood gushed forth, not red but thick, vile, reeking of corruption. Lin Chuan dropped the blade and slammed his palms together in rapid succession. Tiger Rabbit Dragon. He no longer contained the toxin with chakra. Instead, he shattered every restraint binding his primordial Senju cells, unleashing them utterly. Get out. A bestial roar tore through his mind. Unleashed, the Senju cells plunged into apocalyptic fury. These peerless cells, forged at the zenith of shinobi evolution, possessed terrifying foreign body rejection. They branded Orochimaru's neurotoxin as inferior invasive filth, and began expelling it with brutal primordial violence. Countless fleshy tendrils writhed deep within the wounds, alive, sentient, burrowing into veins like parasitic worms, to rip out necrotic blood and poison tissue fiber by fiber. The agony of tearing one's own flesh from the bone was beyond human endurance. Lin Chuan's body convulsed, spine-arching limbs locking in rigid spasms. Sweat and blood poured from his brow in heavy rhythmic drops. His molars ground together, jaw-locked, gums splitting, yet not a single cry escaped his lips. Torrents of black poison erupted from his gashes, splattering the cavern wall with a vicious hissing corrosion. Stone bubbled and pitted where the venom struck. Acrid white smoke coiled upward. Then, finally, the last mass of necrotic flesh and toxin burst free. Lin Chuan's taut frame collapsed inward, suddenly profoundly silent. His heartbeat surged, strong, rapid, thunderous. Thump, thump, like war drums echoing across a battlefield. Having purged the toxin, the Senju cells turned instantly to repair, rebuilding with furious, unstoppable vigor. New flesh bloomed across his thigh wound, visible, pulsing, alive. Shattered vessels reconnected, pale bone vanished beneath layers of regenerating muscle. Within seconds, mere tens of heartbeats, all mortal wounds sealed. Only faint rose-pink scars remained, fresh, tender, vital. Beyond a faint dizziness from catastrophic blood loss, his chakras swelled, overflowing, potent, brimming with peak vitality. And from this crucible of destruction and rebirth, the fusion with his berserker Senju cells had deepened, irrevocably strengthened. Lin Chuan rose slowly to his feet. He rotated his newly restored right knee, bones cracking like dry twigs. His crimson eyes blazed in the dark, feral, merciless, radiant with slaughter-born light. At that moment, deep within his consciousness, the long, silent, cold, mechanical voice detonated without warning. Beep. Host detected in encirclement. Environmental threat level critical. Emergency counterstrike mission activated. Annihilate all subterranean pursuers. Objective: exploit terrain advantage to eliminate every ANBU and root operative entering the cavern. No survivors permitted. Reward calculated based on efficiency and brutality. Minimum guaranteed reward: wind release affinity mastery level achieved. Failure penalty none. The dead require no punishment. Lin Chuan listened, and twisted his lips into a savage, blood-warmed smile. He tilted his head upward, toward the trembling ceiling. Annihilate them all. Exactly what I intended. The vibrations above grew increasingly intense. Large chunks of rock shattered and fell into the underground river, splashing murky water. Faintly one could already see the glimmers of earth-released chakra flickering above the rock layers. Kakashi and the root's digging speed was even faster than Lin Chuan had anticipated. In no more than 3 minutes, those masked hunting dogs would breach this barrier and fall into the underground cave like dumplings. Lin Chuan stood in blood water up to his ankles, listening to the kill mission issued by the system in his mind. This broken system really knows how to stir the pot. He sneered coldly in his heart. The mastery of wind release nature transformation was at its peak. This reward was like a timely gift for his current combat power system. He already had the violent lightning release, and with the addition of the utmost cutting wind release, his close combat lethality would soar exponentially. Moreover, even if the system did not issue a task, he would never let this group leave alive. They all viewed him as the meat on the chopping block. Then let this underground mire bury these high and mighty hypocrites today. Lin Chuan reigned in his killing intent, becoming, like a stone devoid of temperature, completely merging into the darkness. He did not rush to set up traps. The terrain here was too complex. The underground cave was intricate, filled with natural stalactites and dark rivers. If he did not understand the load-bearing structure here and randomly detonated explosives, he would not only fail to eliminate the enemies, but would also bury himself under hundreds of thousands of tons of rock. He needed to obtain absolute terrain intelligence. Lin Chuan walked up to a relatively flat rock wall. He quickly formed hand seals. Rabbit Snake Dragon. He did not release large-scale ninjutsu, but compressed the violent lightning release chakra to the lowest possible limit. His palms pressed against the damp rock wall. A faint blue-white electric current flowed from his palms into the rock layers. Sizzle. The fine current spread like countless invisible tentacles, wildly extending through the rock crevices and the water vapor of the underground river. Lightning release earth vein perception. This was not some profound secret technique, but a makeshift method Lin Chuan developed by leveraging the conduction properties of electricity. When the current encountered a hollow, it would bounce back, and when it hit hard load-bearing rock, it would create resistance. These weak feedbacks were transmitted back to Lin Chuan's brain through the chakra circuit. A three-dimensional topographic map of the cave quickly took shape in his mind. So that's how it is. Lin Chuan opened his eyes and withdrew his hands. This was not just an ordinary cave, but a massive gourd-shaped underground cavity. He was currently at the bottom of the gourd. Above him, the narrow gourd mouth was precisely where Kakashi and the others were digging. The entire upper dome's weight was supported by 3 sturdy natural stone pillars. As long as he blew apart these 3 stone pillars, the hundreds of thousands of tons of rock and soil above would instantly collapse, completely filling the cave. Let alone elite ANBU. Even if the third Hokage himself came buried several hundred meters underground, he would be reduced to a puddle of flesh. Lin Chuan touched the ninja tool pouch at his waist. Previously, when he countered the few rude dead pools in the Crimson Canyon, he had casually taken their tool pouches. He unzipped it, and inside lay 4 stacks of explosive tags. Lin Chuan quickly counted. 48 tags. He frowned slightly, cursing inwardly. That old dog Danzo was quite stingy for a mission of S rank. The elite of Root only brought this little bit of equipment. 48 explosive tags would indeed pack a punch if used to blow people up on flat ground. But to blast apart those 3 natural load-bearing pillars, with a diameter of over 5 meters, the amount was simply insufficient. The hardness of the rock was too high. Sticking the explosive tags to the surface and detonating them would at most only blow off a layer of rock skin. Hard blasting won't work, then I can only find the weak points. Lin Chuan did not hesitate, moving like a nimble night owl swiftly traversing through the darkness. He arrived at the first load-bearing pillar. The surface of this stone pillar was pockmarked from water erosion. Lin Chuan concentrated his chakra at his fingertips and meticulously tapped on the pillar like he was tapping a watermelon, listening for the subtle differences in the echoes. Soon he found an extremely concealed natural crack 3 meters above the ground on the pillar. The crack was deep, leading directly to the internal load-bearing core of the pillar. Lin Chuan drew out a kunai and slightly widened the crack. Then he carefully pulled out 16 explosive tags. He did not simply stuff the explosive tags inside. Instead, he secreted a sticky organic fluid using Sinja cells, and firmly adhered the explosive tags to the deepest part of the crack. Kakashi had the Sharingan. If the explosive tags were exposed, as soon as he descended his crimson, I would instantly see through the chakra flow. It was imperative to achieve absolute concealment. Lin Chuan grabbed a handful of damp soil from the ground, mixing it with gravel to seal the crack tightly. On the surface, the stone pillar appeared completely normal. He followed the same method. In less than 2 minutes, Lin Chuan buried the remaining 32 explosive tags into the core cracks of the other 2 load-bearing pillars. All the detonating wires were wrapped with earth-release chakra deeply buried in the silt of the underground river. They extended all the way to a dead corner in the deepest part of the cave. The trap network was initially taking shape. Now everything was ready, only waiting for the prey to enter. Boom! Just as Lin Chuan retreated back into the dead corner, a deafening muffled sound echoed from above. The light of the earth-release ninjutsu finally pierced through the last layer of rock. Large boulders mixed with dirt cascaded down, like a waterfall heavily crashing into the underground river. A hole over 2 meters in diameter appeared in the dome. The acrid smell of gunpowder and the fresh air from the ground rushed into this underground space that had been sealed for who knows how many years. Lin Chuan crouched in the shadows, tightly gripping the chakra detonating wire connected to the 48 explosive tags. His breathing slowed to an extreme. His heart rate was forcefully suppressed to less than 30 beats per minute. He felt as if he had merged with the surrounding cold rock. Whoosh! 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 Accompanied by a few extremely faint sounds of air piercing. Several figures wearing blank masks slid down the rock wall along the edge of the hole, like bats hanging upside down. Rude Deadpools. They did not land immediately, but used chakra to cling to the rock wall, vigilantly surveying their surroundings. Following that, a silver figure leaped down from the cave entrance. Kakashi was not wearing a mask. The crimson eye in his left socket stood out starkly in the darkness. 3 black tomos slowly rotated, his gaze cutting through the cave, like a tangible blade scanning the area below inch by inch. There are no traces of chakra left. Kakashi formed hand seals, with one hand lowering his voice, as he gestured to the ANBU behind him. Spread out, watch your step, there's a smell of blood in the water. 12 ANBU instantly scattered, advancing in a fan shape deeper into the cave. The Root Squad leader also landed on the ground. He glanced at the numerous corpses of blind mice on the ground, letting out a cold laugh behind his demon mask. Captain Kakashi, it seems your prey is not only severely injured but also has had a lot of stamina drained by these beasts. He won't run far. The Root Squad leader waved his hand, and 2 Deadpools immediately drew short blades, searching toward the load-bearing pillar where Lin Chuan had placed the explosive tags. Lin Chuan hid in the shadows, coldly observing this scene. The distance was still insufficient. If he detonated now, the ones on the edges would have a high chance of escaping using earth release or body flicker technique. He had to lure them all directly beneath the 3 stone pillars. Lin Chuan's gaze fell on a segment of a blind mouse's severed limb lying not far away in a puddle. He curled his fingers. A wisp of weak wind released chakra that was almost undetectable gathered at his fingertips. He flicked his finger, and the airflow precisely struck that severed limb. Smack! The severed limb rolled and struck against the middle load-bearing pillar, producing an extremely faint sound. In this dead silent underground cave, this sound was as clear as thunder. Over there! The Root Squad leader suddenly turned his head, his figure instantly springing up as he lunged toward the middle load-bearing pillar. Kakashi's Sharingan also locked onto that direction. However, he did not rush over immediately, but instinctively sensed something was off. Too deliberate. A monster that could withstand Raikiri and escape using crank earth release would never make such a low-level mistake. Wait! Don't go over there! Kakashi shouted loudly, attempting to stop the Root members. But it was too late. The Root Squad leader and 2 Deadpools had already rushed into the center area of the 3 low-bearing pillars. Several ANBU also subconsciously gathered closer to seize the target. Everyone had entered the kill zone. In the shadows, Lin Chuan's lips curled into a cruel arc. Since they dared to chase him into hell, no one would get out alive. Detonate! Lin Chuan tightened the fingers gripping the detonating wire. The violent lightning released chakra surged through the wires buried in the silt, instantly rushing into the crack at the core of the load-bearing pillar. Boom! 48 explosive tags detonated simultaneously within the confined rock crevices. The explosive force was tightly contained by the hard rock skin, unable to vent outward, ultimately transforming into a terrifying tearing power that directly shattered the load-bearing structure of the pillars from within. The 3 natural load-bearing pillars, each with a diameter of 5 meters, let out a tooth-grinding wail. They were snapped in half. With the loss of support, the dome instantly collapsed. Tens of thousands of tons of rock and soil, carrying a sense of overwhelming destruction, crashed down upon the ANBU and Root below. The desperate screams were instantly drowned out by the deafening sound of collapse. The deafening roar of collapse finally subsided deep underground. Tens of millions of tons of rock plummeted without warning, shearing the once vast subterranean cavern cleanly in two. Amidst the rubble near the collapse's edge, several thick earth-released stone pillars, crisscrossed with spiderweb-like fissures, barely sustained a cramped space no larger than 10 square meters. Thud. A massive bluish-gray boulder weighing hundreds of genin was kicked aside. Root Division Squad Captain emerged from the debris. Half of his demonic mask had shattered, revealing a deep bone-exposed gash along his right zygomatic arch. Blood dripped steadily from his chin onto the dust-choked ground. He ignored the wound entirely. Instead, he instantly channeled chakra to the soles of his feet to steady himself, then swept his gaze swiftly across the surroundings. Of the 8 elite operatives who had followed him moments earlier, only 4 remained. The other 4 had vanished without a cry, reduced to pulped flesh and splintered limbs lodged between jagged stones still steaming faintly. Beyond the thick wall of rubble, faint sounds drifted through Kakashi's muffled coughing and the erratic crackle of stray lightning. Earth released multiple earth walls. In the final instant before the ceiling collapsed, Kakashi had erected an exceptionally dense earth barrier, shielding himself and several ANBU, but the sheer weight of tens of millions of tons of rock had severed the 2 squads completely. The Root Division squad captain spat out a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva, his chest heaving violently as his mind raced through the unfolding situation. Kakashi was sealed outside. Clearing a passage would take at least half an hour, and that window was Root's singular golden opportunity to claim the monster alone. If he could deliver that body, perfectly fused with Shinja's cells, back to base, Lord Danzo would surely grant him a higher-tier curse seal, perhaps even appoint him successor to the Alpha Squad captainship. This gamble was worth the lives of those 4 subordinates. He turned and signaled his remaining operatives with a rapid, intricate sequence of tactical hand gestures. The operatives betrayed no emotion, merely drawing their tanto in silence. One reached into his ninja tool pouch and retrieved a specially crafted luminescent stone, crushing its shell with deliberate force. A ghostly emerald glow flickered to life in the darkness, illuminating barely 5 meters ahead. They stood within a natural fissure formed by the collapse, sloping downward, descending toward the cavern's deepest recesses. Subterranean river water surged inward through the fissure, pooling into a swift, knee-deep current beneath their feet. He is grievously wounded, and having detonated such a massive quantity of explosive tags, his chakra must be utterly depleted. The Root Division squad captain spoke in a low, frigid voice laced with unshakable authority. Track the scent of blood, alive or dead, it makes no difference. Preserve only the brain and heart intact. 5 silhouettes slipped like wraiths into the icy black water, advancing slowly into the fissure's depths. Each step was measured. The toe probed first into the silted riverbed, verifying the absence of chakra wires or pressure-triggered traps. Only then did they shift their full weight forward. Root's training ensured they never erred through haste, not even here in this suffocating dark. Water dripped from the remnants of stalactites. Drip, drip. The fissure widened, gradually opening into a gourd-shaped dead end. Air scarcely stirred here, yet the acrid stench of Orochimaru's neurotoxin mingled sharply with fresh blood, thick enough to sear the nostrils. The Root Division squad captain halted abruptly. He raised his right hand and clenched it into a fist. Instantly the 4 operatives fanned out, backs pressed together, forming an impenetrable omnidirectional defensive formation. Too quiet. Beyond the rush of water, not a single human breath nor heartbeat disturbed the silence. His eyes hardened. With his left hand, he reached into his tool pouch and withdrew a sealing scroll. His thumb sliced across his index finger, blood smeared across the scroll's center. A soft pop echoed. From the dissipating white smoke poured forth a seething swarm of black insects. These were no gentle Kakachu of the Aburame clan. They were Root's own grotesque variant, bred on battlefield carrion and viscera refined with unstable chakra. Blind yet exquisitely attuned, they detected blood and chakra fluctuations tenfold more acutely than even the finest tracking hounds. Go! He commanded, voice low and taut. Hundreds of blind insects vibrated their wings, emitting a nerve-grating hum as they dispersed in a wide arc into the inky dead end. The emerald light trembled upon the water's surface. The swarm circled overhead, tightening its search radius, mere meters above them behind a colossal natural stalactite slanting down from the ceiling. Lin Chuan clung to the slick, damp rock face, like a gecko suppressing the primal fury of his first-generation cellular mutation to its absolute minimum. Every pore sealed shut. His heartbeat, forced down to fewer than 10 pulses per minute, sent waves of searing, tearing agony through his chest with each feeble contraction. His right index and middle fingers gripped a nearly invisible chakra thread, running along the rock's crevice, leading down to 20 explosive tags buried deep within the mud of the open clearing below. The earlier explosion that shattered the load-bearing pillars had served only one purpose: to isolate Kakashi and most of the ANBU. This dead end, this was his true, meticulously prepared extermination array for Root. 3 more meters. Just 3 meters forward into the mudflat beyond the water's edge, and he would trigger total annihilation. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A dozen blind insects passed directly over Lin Chuan's head. The breeze from their wings brushed against his hair. He did not blink, not once. He knew these creatures hunted by scent alone, and he had coated his entire body in river-bottom sludge, masking even the faintest trace of blood with the overwhelming reek of rotting mud. The survival rules taught in Konoha. Here, hundreds of meters beneath the earth, in this festering muck, they were worth less than a scrap of blood-stained paper. Below, the swarm circled twice, detecting no high-density chakra source, then began converging toward the mudflat. Watching the insects' movement, the squad captain gestured once. For operatives tightened their grips on their tanto and advanced through the water step by deliberate step toward the mudflat. 1 meter. 2 meters. The lead operative's military boots settled onto the very edge of the mudflat. Lin Chuan's fingers tensed. A faint surge of lightning-released chakra coalesced at his fingertips, poised to surge down the thread and ignite the earth. At that razor's-edge moment, the squad captain froze. His gaze did not fall upon the mudflat, but snapped upward, locking with lethal precision onto the stalactite where Lin Chuan clung hidden. No chakra fluctuation. No blood scent. Not even the blind insects had sounded an alarm. Yet the primal instinct, honed by years teetering on death's threshold, flared. A visceral, skull-crawling certainty he was being watched by a predator far more lethal than himself. Halt! He barked the command raw and urgent. Without waiting to verify what lay behind the stalactite, he slammed his palms together before his chest, interlacing his fingers into an unerringly distorted seal. His index and middle fingers extended straight, aimed unerringly at the stalactite. Yamanaka clan's secret technique. Mind-body switch technique. No physical disturbance rippled through the air. Yet deep within Lin Chuan's mind an excruciatingly sharp pain erupted, like a white-hot steel needle driven without warning into his spiritual sea. This was no conventional mind transfer technique designed to seize bodily control. It was a brutal roots-level mutation, forged through ruthless refinement of the Yamakage clan's secret arts. The caster had abandoned all attempt to dominate the enemy's flesh, instead transmuting their spiritual energy into countless invisible tendrils, sweeping the designated area with indiscriminate mental scanning. So long as consciousness flickered within the target's skull, and so long as their spiritual sea remained in motion, there was no escape from this soul-piercing lock. Lin Chuan's body pressed flat against the cavern wall, seized rigidly. His system's innate mental immunity flared instantly, unleashing a torrent of violent resistance within his mind, ready to shred the invasive psychic tendrils to dust. Were he to unleash the system's counterattack now, the Root squad captain would collapse on the spot, his mind shattered, blood erupting from every orifice. Yet in that split second, Lin Chuan forcibly suppressed the system's reflexive retaliation. Calculations flashed across his mind like lightning. If he killed the captain now, the remaining 4 death soldiers would immediately retreat, exiting the blast radius of the exploding tag formation. These brainwashed automatons felt no fear. They would only carry intelligence back, to be replaced by another wave of expendable bodies. Since you call yourselves the Root, walking unseen in darkness, today I shall dig up this rotting mire, and see just how unbreakable your bones truly are. Gritting his teeth, Lin Chuan deliberately loosened a sliver of his mental defenses, allowing the probing tendril to brush against the surface ripple of his conscious awareness. Found you! Below. The Root squad captain snapped his eyes open, blood vessels webbing violently across his sclera. Without uttering a word, his left hand shot upward, pointing directly at the stalactite overhead. 11 o'clock, high blind zone, fire! The 4 death soldiers reacted with preternatural speed. Not a syllable passed between them, for hands flicked forward in perfect unison. Dozens of kunai and senbon coated in eerie viridian venom tore through the darkness, screaming shrilly as they cleaved the air, weaving a dense metallic net that sealed off the space behind the stalactite entirely. Lin Chuan did not evade. If he remained pinned behind the rock face, the kunai would strike only stone. He needed to offer these hounds a tangible, bloody taste. He abruptly released his grip on the cavern wall and launched himself from behind the stalactite, fully exposed, suspended midair. A wet, sickening thud echoed through the cavern. 2 kunai struck with surgical precision, one embedding deep into Lin Chuan's left shoulder, the other piercing the outer thigh of his right leg. The impact hurled his body off balance midair. Pain surged up his nerves, slamming into his brain like a hammer blow. The toxin coating the blades was fast-acting and lethal. The flesh around both wounds blackened and began to necrotize before his very eyes. His syngecellular vitality ignited instantly. Countless fleshy filaments writhed deep within the wound, straining to expel both poison and foreign metal. Lin Chuan clenched his molars until his jaw trembled, flooding his mouth with the thick coppery tang of blood. With sheer willpower, he overrode his cell's regenerative instinct, letting crimson gush freely from the wound splattering onto the water below. Thud. Lin Chuan crashed hard into the center of the muddy bank, muck and brine exploding outward. He dropped to one knee, right hand braced against the slick earth, gasping ragged heaving breaths. His chest heaved like a broken bellows. Surface chakra fluctuations grew wildly erratic. Faint blue-white lightning chakra flickered twice at his fingertips, then died utterly. This appearance of utter exhaustion, the last embers guttering out, would convince any observer he stood at the absolute brink of collapse. Dim light spilled across the muddy expanse. The Root Squad captain stared down at Lin Chuan slumped in the mire. Beneath his mask, facial muscles twitched, twisting into a cruel predatory smile. The unwritten laws of this shadowed underworld have never been won through compromise. They are carved from your bones, paid for in your blood. He drew the short blade at his back, its edge gleamed coldly in the faint light. Go, sever the tendons in all 4 limbs. Avoid major arteries, keep him alive. Do not let him bleed out here. The order fell like iron. The 4 death soldiers advanced swiftly across the sucking mud, converging in a tight pincer. The squad captain followed close behind. He intended to inspect the state of this flawless vessel himself. Greed had fully eclipsed his reason. He did not pause to consider why a monster capable of crushing blind rats barehanded and enduring a lightning cutter unscathed would fall so easily to a few thrown kunai. 3 meters. 2 meters. All 5 figures stepped into the core of the muddy bank. Lin Chuan kept his head bowed low, wild black hair veiling his crimson eyes. Blood still welled from his shoulder and thigh, but it was nothing more than a carefully staged illusion. Beneath the mud, his right index finger had already bored deep into the soil, its tip pressing firmly against the chakra trigger line linked to 20 exploding tags. The prey was caged. Lin Chuan's facial muscles relaxed almost imperceptibly, preparing to flood the trigger line with lightning chakra, detonating all 5 figures, and the entire quagmire, into oblivion. In that absolute suspended second, abruptly, violently, the underground river less than half a meter from Lin Chuan's side began to churn with unnatural fury. Not a natural current, something vast and ancient was forcing its way upward, shattering bedrock from beneath the water. A chilling chakra, utterly alien, untraceable to Konoha, unrecognizable within the known systems of the 5 great nations, surged forth like a slimy, venomous serpent erupting from the depths. Crack. A ghastly pale hand, devoid of skin texture, devoid of life, burst violently from the water. It struck neither Lin Chuan nor the Root operatives. Instead, it pierced the mud with uncanny precision, clamping tightly around the chakra trigger line buried beneath Lin Chuan's fingers. That frigid chakra surged backward along the line, severing Lin Chuan's connection to the exploding tags in an instant. Lin Chuan's spine snapped rigid. His detonation sequence froze mid-activation. Slowly, deliberately, he turned his head, locking his gaze upon the pallid hand emerging from the water. The roar of the river, the crunch of approaching footsteps, all sound vanished in that single silent second. In this deadened cavern hundreds of meters beneath the earth, a third presence had been watching him all along. A chilling chakra surged backward along the detonation wire, instantly severing Lin Chuan's connection to the explosive tags. His spine snapped rigid. His casual, half-kneeling stance transformed in an instant into an acutely dangerous defensive posture, so sharply that even the surrounding air grew colder. He did not turn his head. His peripheral vision locked with lethal precision onto a puddle of muddy water less than half a meter to his side, where a ghastly white hand utterly devoid of skin texture clutched the chakra wire buried deep within the mire. It bore no warmth, no pulse. Not even the resistance of flowing water seemed to impede it. This thing was not from Konoha. Nor was it from Root. Calculations flashed through Lin Chuan's mind like lightning. The wire had been severed. The plan, once as simple as flicking a fingertip to send this entire swamp skyward, had been brutally aborted by this unknown specter emerging from nowhere. If he forced a lightning release to seize control of the severed wire now, at least 2 seconds of chakra conduction would be required. And in 2 seconds those 5 Root assassins could sever his head 3 times over. Trouble. Lin Chuan coldly assessed the situation within his own mind. He made no move to reclaim the wire. Instead, he watched motionless as that pallid hand slowly retracted into the murky subterranean river, ripples on the surface fading swiftly into stillness. Whether this was a clone of Zetsu, or some other abomination, if it had only severed the wire without launching a direct assault, then a third party clearly did not yet wish to intervene openly. For now the immediate threat remained those 5 hounds drawn by the scent of blood. Splashing sounds drew ever closer. The vanguard trio had already stepped onto the mudflat. They remained utterly unaware of what had just transpired beneath the water. To them Lin Chuan was merely prey poison chakra depleted, kneeling helplessly in the muck, awaiting death. Seal his left flank to cut off retreat. Sever the tendons of his weapon hand on the right. The Root Squad captain issued the order coldly from 5 meters away in the shallow water. His grotesque Oni mask, shattered across one half, glinted with eerie viridian light. 3 assassins formed a triangular formation and launched forward as one, silent and swift, leaving only afterimages in their wake. The leftmost assailant reversed his grip on a short blade, dragging its edge low across the ground toward Lin Chuan's left ankle. The rightmost leapt high, 3 poison-coated Saban held ready, sealing every upward evasion. The central assassin moved fastest of all, his blade aimed precisely at Lin Chuan's right shoulder joint. This coordinated strike had been drilled thousands of times across countless assassinations. No superfluous motion, only ruthless efficiency designed solely to strip the target of all capacity to resist. Lin Chuan kept his head bowed low. Black blood still oozed sluggishly from the kunai embedded in his thigh and shoulder. The savage vitality of his Sinja cells remained forcibly suppressed deep beneath his flesh. The agonizing sensation of toxic corroded muscle denied self-repair, rendered his breath thin and ragged. Blades closed in. Lin Chuan moved, not to draw the kunai from his body, but to drive his right leg hard into the mud behind him, leveraging his single-knee stance. Mud exploded outward. His body slid backward across the ground in a desperate, undignified retreat, half a meter. Shink. The central assassin's blade struck empty air, burying itself deep into the mire. Yet the leftmost blade grazed Lin Chuan's calf. Fabric tore. Flesh peeled back. A deep bone-exposed gash ripped open across his calf muscle. Blood mixed with mud gushed forth in thick pulses. A guttural groan of pain escaped Lin Chuan's throat, and his body collapsed sideways, crashing heavily onto the slide-choked earth. He cannot evade our combined assault. The leftmost assassin reported flatly, mistaking retreat for incapacity. Neurotoxin has infiltrated his nervous system. His movements are at least 3 times slower than before. The Root captain observed Lin Chuan gasping in the muck, his solitary eye gleaming with predatory hunger behind the fractured Oni mask. Good. He drew his tanto and strode deliberately through the shallows onto the mudflat. Leave him breathing. Lord Danzo requires a flawless living specimen for dissection. Sever his limbs. Seal his chakra pathways with binding scrolls. 5 figures tightened their encirclement. Blades converged from 5 distinct angles, all pointing down at the man sprawled upon the ground. Even if Lin Chuan erupted in sudden counterattack, they possessed absolute confidence. They could dismantle him limb from limb in the blink of an eye. Lin Chuan lay supine in the sludge, chest heaving violently. Water droplets traced paths down his ashen cheeks, splashing softly into the mire. His gaze lifted past the 5 assassin shoulders to the patch of earth beneath their feet. There, precisely where the pallid hand had severed the wire, lay 20 explosive tags buried less than half a meter beneath the mud. Yes, the wire was severed. Remote detonation was impossible. But lure them all into perfect alignment over that focal point, then channel pure lightning release chakra directly into the earth, forcing conduction to trigger detonation. The result would be identical. Indeed, with proximity amplifying yield, the blast would be even more devastating. The sole cost. Lin Chuan himself would stand perilously close to the epicenter. He did not care. With his rampaging first Hokage cells as failsafe, so long as heart and brain remained intact, such superficial wounds were meaningless. You masked dogs, do your skulls hold nothing but your master's bones? Lin Chuan spoke suddenly, his voice frail, trembling faintly yet laced with mockery, so sharp it scraped raw against the assassin's eardrums like a dull blade. The Root captain halted midstep, tightening his grip on the tanto, as he fixed Lin Chuan with a glacial stare. Dying breaths, what trick do you still scheme? Your chakra is exhausted. Neurotoxin devours your organs. Even a genin summoned beast could snap your throat now. Is that so? Lin Chuan braced both palms in the mud and struggled upright. The movement tore his thigh wound anew, black venom seeping down his pant leg into the mire. He raised his head, black eyes locking unblinkingly onto the Root captain. You've grown accustomed to crawling in filth. Do you truly believe the world's laws are carved from bones alone? Lin Chuan drew a sharp, deep breath. Instantly, the ferocious energy he'd ruthlessly restrained shattered its bonds. He formed no hand seals. His chakra reserves were simply too vast. No intricate gestures needed to guide them. The moment Lin Chuan lifted all restraint, his rampaging first Hokage cells erupted into frenzied rejection and regeneration. Hishishis. Countless fleshy tendrils surged wildly from his blackened necrotic wounds. Orochimaru's neurotoxin, mingled with dead black blood, was violently expelled by those furious cells dripping onto the ground as foul stinking sludge. The kunai lodged in his thigh and shoulder were violently ejected by surging muscle tissue, clattering onto distant rocks with sharp metallic rings. What? The root captain's pupils contracted violently. Before his eyes a man moments from death healed every wound, within less than 2 seconds. And the chakra, once reduced to a dying ember, now roared forth like a volcanic eruption surging to a level so overwhelming it stole his breath. Fall back! The captain bellowed, voice cracking with urgency. He finally grasped the truth. This was no last gasp of a dying man. This was the hunter's final feint, before drawing the net tight. But it was already too late. To capture Lin Chuan alive, they had clustered too closely together. And all 5 stood squarely atop the mudflat concealing the explosive tags. The exhaustion vanished from Lin Chuan's face, replaced by pure unadulterated madness. His palms slammed together. Clap. The sharp report echoed through the cavern's suffocating silence. Lightning release, earth flow. Blinding blue-white lightning erupted violently from the soles of Lin Chuan's feet. That torrent of violent lightning-infused chakra did not strike the 5 assassins before him. Instead it fractured into countless serpentine arcs plunging instantly into the mud beneath his feet. Water conducts electricity. Damp earth conducts even better. High-voltage current raced through subsurface moisture at speeds beyond sight, homing directly on the 20 severed explosive tags. The sealing formulae inscribed on each tag ignited instantly under the onslaught of concentrated lightning release, blinding crimson light piercing half a meter of dense mud flooding the entire cavern with incandescent radiance. The root captain stared downward at the crimson glow erupting beneath his feet. Beneath his shattered Oni mask raw terror finally surfaced. He attempted earth release to burrow, but the mud had been flash-baked rigid by lightning. He tried Shunshin to flee, but the air itself had been vacuumed dry by the imminent explosion forming a lethal negative pressure zone. Trapped at the epicenter, nowhere to run. At that very instant, within 1,000th of a second of the crimson light flaring, Lin Chuan sensed it. The pallid hand breached the water behind him once more. This time it ignored the wire entirely, reaching instead with unnatural precision to snatch up the venom-drenched kunai earlier expelled by Lin Chuan's thigh muscle, then vanishing back into the darkness of the subterranean river. A flash of cold fury crossed Lin Chuan's eyes, but he had no time left for that hidden specter. The cataclysmic force could no longer be contained. Art is explosion! Lin Chuan whispered softly. Boom. 20 explosive tags detonated simultaneously within the confined space. This was no ordinary blast. It was a composite detonation supercharged with rampaging lightning-released chakra. Blinding fire consumed the 5 root assassins in an instant. They had no time even to scream, bodies torn apart by thousands of degrees of heat and crushing shockwaves. Shattered tontos, fragmented masks, charred flesh, all hurled skyward by the blast's fury, slamming into surrounding rock walls with sickening force. The entire underground cavern convulsed violently. Massive stalactites crashed from the ceiling into the boiling subterranean river, sending plumes of scalding mist billowing upward. Lin Chuan stood less than 3 meters from the blast center. The shockwave struck his chest like a colossal hammer, launching him backward, slamming him hard into the rear cavern wall, carving a shallow crater. A muffled crack echoed deep within his ribcage. A coppery taste flooded his mouth, and a torrent of blood erupted from his lips. Yet he did not fall. At that moment his rampaging first Hokage cells revealed terrifying endurance, fractured ribs knitted together, within seconds internal organ trauma repaired with brutal efficiency. Only his scorched epidermis still smoked faintly, otherwise he rose again, a tireless engine of slaughter standing tall once more. Lin Chuan raised a hand, wiping blood from his lips. His gaze swept over the massive crater gouged into the mudflat, where only carbonized limb fragments remained, exuding a nauseating aroma of burnt meat. 5 elite root operatives, annihilated. He turned his head, eyes narrowing toward the water surface, where the pallid hand had vanished. The current flowed on unbroken. Nothing remained. Taking my blood and flesh. You intend to study me? Lin Chuan's eyes narrowed, a cold, silent laugh echoing inward. Whether this was Orochimaru's hidden agent, or White Zetsu of the Akatsuki, if they dared reach into this game, they would pay dearly for that outstretched hand. Meanwhile, hundreds of meters above, on the forested rim of the Crimson Ravine, Kakashi knelt atop shattered gray stone, his left hand pressed hard over his forehead protector shielding his left eye. Blood seeped between his fingers. Just moments before his Sharingan, piercing through fissures in the earth, had glimpsed an energy storm of unimaginable magnitude. It was far more than mere explosive tags. Amidst the raging lightning and blinding fire, the Sharingan detected something else, faint, chilling, utterly alien, a chakra signature bearing no resemblance to any known system of the 5 great nations. That resonance lasted only a heartbeat, then vanished entirely. What was that? Kakashi gasped, his lone visible eye wide with stark horror. The subterranean tremors intensified. Massive slabs of earth began collapsing downward. Captain Kakashi, the lower passage has completely collapsed. Root's team, chakra signatures have all vanished. An ANBU operative rushed in, voice trembling with barely suppressed panic. Kakashi rose slowly, staring down into the widening abyss beneath his feet. That runaway boy hadn't merely slain a dozen elite operatives in desperation. He'd also drawn forth some unknown terrifying entity. What monstrous being had Konoha truly unleashed? The voice of the Dark Faction member's report was drowned out by the muffled sounds beneath his feet. Kakashi stood at the edge where stones continued to fall. The Sharingan in his left eye throbbed with sharp pain from overexertion. He did not wipe away the blood seeping between his fingers. His gaze pierced through the swirling dust, fixated on the abyssal fissure below. The chakra reaction from the root had completely ceased. These brainwashed machines under Danzo's command never cared for camaraderie. Kakashi had just been contemplating that if he forcefully dug a passage down, he would likely run headlong into the explosive tags laid out in advance by the root. Danzo would certainly resort to murder to monopolize the creature with Senju cells. But now there was no need for caution. Because there was not a single breath left down there. Captain, should we continue digging down? The ANBU in charge of Earth Release swallowed hard. There was an uncontrollable tremor in his voice. Kakashi did not answer immediately. He was quickly assessing the situation before him. The energy storm his Sharingan had caught moments ago was not the kind of disturbance any regular jutsu could create. That brat Lin Chuan had clearly been gravely injured, and his chakra should have been depleted by now. How could he possibly create such a massive explosion from hundreds of meters underground in the mud? More critically, what was that fleeting cold chakra? Cease excavation? Kakashi made a tactical hand gesture. Barrier team immediately resents the chakra flow underground. Medical team withdraw to a safe distance. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the blue stone beneath his feet made a sudden unbearable cracking sound. Crack. A fissure of palms width wide spread from beside Kakashi, tearing apart the ground for over 10 meters, and threatening the ANBU formation behind. The frequency of the ground's tremors surged dramatically. The towering trees that had stood for decades began to sway violently. Their thick roots were wrenched loose with a sound that made one wince. Night birds that had been resting in the forest flocked into the sky, daring not to make a sound, desperately fleeing. This was not a geological shift. A monster was about to turn over underground. The air pressure plummeted. The moisture in the air was rapidly evaporated by some extremely domineering high temperature, making even the air they breathed feel scalding. Kakashi swiftly tore off the forehead protector covering his left eye. The crimson threedemos spun wildly in the darkness, forcing his vision through the obstructing layers of rock. Deep underground. The energy that should have subsided with the explosion did not weaken, instead it was expanding wildly in an unreasonable manner. Blue-white lightning mixed with the high temperature of the explosive tag surged up through the cracks of the underground river, heading straight for the area beneath their feet. Everyone stop forming hand seals, Kakashi shouted sharply. His voice broke under extreme tension. Abandon all heavy equipment. Full speed retreat to the perimeter. Hurry. The elite ANBU's execution speed saved their lives in that moment. No one asked why. Dozens of shadows unhesitatingly abandoned the sealing scrolls and lighting devices they had just set up. Chakra concentrated at their feet, and they desperately charged towards the outskirts. Kakashi was the last to run. He had barely jumped 15 meters when the ground that had been standing behind him completely collapsed. Boom. The deafening roar tore through the night sky of the Crimson Break Valley. Hundreds of thousands of tons of rock were hurled skyward by an unparalleled force from beneath. A thick fire pillar over 10 meters in diameter mixed with violent lightning chakra burst through the surface and shot up into the clouds. The high temperature instantly evaporated all moisture within 100 meters. Tree trunks as thick as a person's embrace turned to ash the moment they touched the fire pillar. A fierce wind swept up scalding debris and bombarded the surroundings. Earth released multiple earth walls. Kakashi forcefully twisted his body in midair. His hands quickly formed seals, and he slammed them down. 3 thick stone walls rose from the ground blocking behind the ANBU team. Bang. 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 The shockwaves slammed against the stone walls. The first wall barely lasted half a second before shattering into dust. The second wall was covered in cracks and collapsed with a roar. The third wall managed to withstand the most lethal heat, but the violent shock still slammed heavily against Kakashi's chest through the stone plates. He let out a muffled groan sent flying and rolling 7 or 8 times before barely stabilizing himself. The high temperature had scorched away a large part of the ANBU vest on his back. His exposed skin was marked with red burns. The firelight illuminated half the night sky. Kakashi knelt on one knee, gasping heavily. The surrounding ANBU members lay sprawled on the ground in disarray. Though each bore injuries, fortunately there were no casualties. He raised his head to see the ruins ahead engulfed in flames. The originally narrow canyon terrain had been completely flattened. In its place was a bottomless giant pit. The rocks at the edge of the pit continued to ooze dark red magma. The air was filled with the acrid smell of smoke and sulfur. Captain Kakashi. The vice captain, clutching his dislocated arm, limped over. The chin exposed beneath the animal mask trembled uncontrollably. Is this really the destructive power a newly graduated genin can unleash? Kakashi remained silent for a long time. He did not correct the vice captain's misconception. Common sense meant nothing when it came to that brat Lin Chuan. Withstanding Raikiri, ripping through the ANBU defenses barehanded, and now causing this calamity hundreds of meters underground. The route team dispatched by Danzo would not even leave behind ashes. The higher-ups of Konoha thought they could solve this mess with political means and assassination missions. It was simply a daydream. They run faster than ninja dogs when stealing credit, and now there's not even a bone left to piece together. Whoever wants to take on this black-heart job can do it. A hot-tempered ANBU member spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva, openly mocking the route. Kakashi stood up, pulling the forehead protector back down to cover the painful left eye. Record the coordinates and destruction level here. Send urgent intelligence to the 3rd Hokage. What should we write? The vice captain asked. Kakashi looked at the scorched earth still smoking beneath his feet. His tone was laced with deep fatigue and apprehension. The danger level assessment of the target was incorrect. This is not a pursuit mission, this is a war. The lofty Konoha ANBU prides itself on controlling life and death, yet today it has been crushed by a defector genin, with the most brutal thunder shattered all their proud undergarments. Kakashi coldly added in his heart. Konoha had enjoyed too long a period of peace. So long that even the 3rd Hokage forgot that true power is never proclaimed through slogans. Additionally, notify the border patrol teams to seal off all underground water veins and entrances within a 50-kilometer radius. He paused. The image of that pale hand captured by the Sharingan flashed through his mind again. Also add a note in the intelligence. There may be a third-party force involved in this pursuit. Characteristics unknown, chakra attributes unknown. The vice captain gasped. Just one Lin Chuan had already set Konoha's ANBU en route into chaos. Now there was actually a third-party force lurking. How deep did this water run? Captain, what should we do now? Should we continue searching for Lin Chuan? Kakashi shook his head. The underground cavern structure has been completely destroyed. Going down now would be suicide. He turned away, facing away from the sea of flames. Rest in place, awaiting reinforcements from the village and further instructions. This was not a hasty retreat, it was a resounding slap in the face, using the scattered limbs and severed arms to harshly slap the veil of peace draped over Konoha. Kakashi envisioned the crazed expression of Lin Chuan as he detonated the explosive tags underground, a chill rising inexplicably in his heart. This brat cared nothing for the will of fire. Nor did he care for the rules of the ninja world. He only cared for slaughter and destruction. As long as he could survive, as long as he could grow stronger, he could drag the entire world into hell. At that moment, the ground beneath him emitted another series of muffled roars. This time it was not a shake caused by an explosion, it was a prelude to the complete collapse of the geological structure. Accompanied by the rumbling of the earth, the entire underground caverns of the canyon collapsed, turning into a wasteland. The acrid scent of gunpowder mingled with the stench of rotten mud crazily drilling into Lin Chuan's lungs. He leaned against the scorching rock wall, spitting out a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva. His heart was beating at an overloaded frequency, and the frenzied primordial cells were desperately repairing his broken ribs and injured internal organs. The sound of bones grinding against each other echoed within him. He lifted his eyelids and gazed at the enormous pit ahead created by 20 explosive talismans. There were no living beings at the bottom of the pit. Only a few charred remnants of limbs emitted a nauseating scent of burnt flesh. Before he could catch his breath, a chilling cracking sound suddenly resonated above his head. Crack. The green stone support column requiring 5 people to embrace it, which held up the entire core area of the underground cavern, snapped right in the middle. The break emitted a shower of blinding sparks due to the intense pressure. The explosive talisman's power was too great, and coupled with the penetrating force of the lightning escape, it completely shattered the load-bearing structure of this underground space. Tens of thousands of tons of rock lost their support, plummeting down, with a wind strong enough to crush windpipes. The wind pressure blew the mud on the ground into swirling eddies. This damn place is going to collapse, Lin Chuan quickly calculated in his mind. The frenzied primordial cells could indeed save his life, as long as his head and heart remained intact he could survive. But if he were trapped beneath hundreds of meters of stone, unable to move even a finger, he would eventually suffocate to death. He had to find a way out. Just as he prepared to channel his remaining chakra, the mud at the edge of the pit suddenly began to churn violently. Splash. A blood-soaked figure crawled out from the muddy water. It was the squad leader from the root. The demon mask on his face had completely shattered, and the flesh on the left half of his body had been scorched clean, revealing white bones and twitching internal organs. His right hand tightly gripped half of a companion's corpse. In the split second, when the explosive talisman detonated, the squad leader had not hesitated at all, and used a secret technique to pull the nearest dead comrade to him, using them as a meat shield. Using the flesh of his subordinate as a buffer, he barely managed to hold onto his breath. "You can't escape." The squad leader lay in the mud, his throat emitting a rasping roar like a broken wind instrument. Before his words fell, several sharp sounds of breaking air suddenly came from above the collapsed passage. 3 shadows clad in ANBU vests fell heavily into the cavern following the falling rubble. These were the 3 members of the root who had earlier been responsible for sealing their escape route. With the ground collapsing, they had no space to stand, and were directly swept down by the torrent of mud and stones. As soon as these 3 landed, they didn't even have time to assess the situation before a rock ceiling the size of half a basketball court came crashing down with the force of a mountain. Earth release, earth flow wall. Earth release, multiple earth barrier. The 3 root ninjas communicated no words, their hands almost simultaneously slamming down on the mud beneath them. Chakra surged wildly. 3 thick dark green earth walls sprang up from the ground, attempting to hold back the falling rock ceiling. Tens of thousands of tons of weight crashed down onto the earth walls. There was no stalemate, no deafening roar. Only the sound of bones and flesh shattering as the 3 earth walls crumbled into dust in less than half a second. The massive rock slab crashed down without any hindrance, flattening the 3 root ninjas along with the soil beneath them into mere meat patties. They didn't even have time to let out a scream. Thick red and white liquid oozed from the cracks at the bottom of the green stone, slowly pooling into the water in front of the squad leader. It stained the murky water a glaring crimson. The squad leader widened his remaining right eye, staring at the pool of blood mixed with brain matter, his body twitching uncontrollably. Lin Chuan had no time to appreciate this tragic scene. Several boulders weighing tons were already crashing down towards his head. There was no way to evade. The surrounding air was compressed into solid walls by the falling rock, sealing off the space needed for his body flicker technique. Lin Chuan gritted his teeth and crossed his arms tightly over his head. Bang! The first boulder struck his forearm violently. His ulna and radius shattered instantly, twisting at a grotesque angle. The massive impact drove into his chest via his shoulder, causing his recently healed ribs to break again. Lin Chuan buckled at the knees, collapsing heavily to the ground. His kneecap collided with the rock, shattering into pieces. Pain receptors screamed in alarm, yet he didn't utter a single sound. The frenzied primordial cells exhibited an unreasonable dominance at this moment. The broken bones were forcibly pulled back into place just before they could pierce his internal organs by the rapidly growing flesh. The bone material remineralized in half a second, becoming even harder than before. Bang! The second boulder grazed his back, tearing away a large chunk of flesh. Lin Chuan braced against the weight of the falling rock, forcing himself to stand upright. His mind raced. The cavern roof was over 50 meters thick. A solid hit would turn him into mush. The sound of water flowing from the upper left hadn't stopped, indicating there was a crack leading to an underground river. As long as he concentrated the lightning escape at a single point and cut through the green stone, he could burst into the waterway. Even if there was that cold ghostly thing in the water, it was better than being buried alive under tens of thousands of tons of stone. His chakra was nearly depleted. This was his last chance. Lin Chuan took a deep breath, his lungs filled with a metallic taste of blood. He sharply raised his right hand fingers together like a blade. All the remaining lightning chakra in his body along with the vitality extracted from the frenzied cells gathered at the tip of his right finger. High-voltage electricity compressed in his palm emitted a piercing sound, like 1,000 birds chirping. The blue-white lightning flickered under extreme compression, faintly revealing a brutal blood-red hue. Chidori Flow Lightning Blade. Lin Chuan ignored the falling rubble overhead, transforming into a blood-red lightning bolt charging towards the thickest green stone above. The lightning blade penetrated the rock. The intense heat instantly melted the hard green stone into dark red magma. Lin Chuan, braving the scalding magma, forcibly carved out a passage over 10 meters long in the collapsing ruins. You arrogant fools who pride yourselves as the root buried underground accustomed to making rules in the mud. Today I will shatter your hidden underground order with this raging thunder. With this extremely arrogant roar, Lin Chuan's hand blade completely penetrated the final half-meter thick rock layer. Crash! The cold waters of the underground river poured in through the crack. Lin Chuan, using the force of the water, rolled into the narrow underground waterway. The passage behind him was completely blocked by the collapsed boulders the moment he left. The entire underground space faced its ultimate destruction. It was unclear how much time had passed. The violent tremors finally ceased. The collapsed rock layers formed an extremely narrow cavity at the edge of the underground river. The air was thin, and the sound of rushing water was deafening. Lin Chuan lay splayed out in the shallow water, gasping for breath. His clothes had become tattered rags, and his body was covered in burn marks from the magma and bruises from the falling rocks. The activity of the frenzied primordial cells had finally diminished, replaced by an overwhelming exhaustion, like having his bone marrow drained. He didn't even have the strength to move a finger. But he was not dead. In this life-and-death struggle against the environment and gravity, he had won. Just then a faint rustling sound came from the nearby pile of rubble. Lin Chuan turned his head. The squad leader from the route had also been swept into this cavity by the current of the underground river. However, his luck was not so good. His lower half was pinned down by a several-ton heavy green stone, and the bones below his waist were completely shattered. Intestines mixed with blood flowed over the stones. He couldn't survive. He was merely clinging on to his last breath with the perverse willpower trained by the ANBU since childhood. The squad leader's only remaining right eye fixed on Lin Chuan. You can't win! The squad leader spat blood as he let out an incomplete laugh. That hand took away the kunai stain with your flesh and blood. Lord Danzo has acquired your chakra sample. Your secret cannot be kept. Lin Chuan half supported himself, leaning against the rock wall. He looked at this tool, who was still dreaming even in death, curling his lips in a mocking arc. Do you think that hand reaching out from the water just now was a rescue from your root? The squad leader's laughter came to an abrupt end. A trace of barely perceptible confusion flickered in his remaining pupil. Lin Chuan raised his hand, shaking off the blood from his fingertips. If your root truly had such monsters that could silently sever chakra threads underwater, Lord Danzo would have long taken the position of Hokage and wouldn't need to send you waste to die. The squad leader's breathing suddenly hitched. He was not a fool, it was just that his extreme fear and blind faith in Danzo had clouded his judgment. Now, with Lin Chuan's words exposing the flaws, the logic's gaps instantly ballooned. That pale hand. That type of cold chakra that belonged to none of the 5 great nations' known systems. That was not Konoha's power. Not knowing what kind of monster your master is dealing with, you dare to come to your death. Lin Chuan coldly stared at him. That thing severing the threads was not to save you, it was because it found you waste troublesome, afraid that the explosion would burn all my flesh samples clean. The squad leader's body began to tremble violently. Not from pain, but from the collapse of his faith. Their pride, the root, the darkness, they willingly sacrificed their lives for Konoha. In the face of a true monster, they were merely a group of bait used and then casually discarded. No! It's impossible! Lord Danzo. Everything for Konoha! The squad leader murmured to himself, his gaze completely vacant. He took his last breath. His unclosing eyes remained fixed on the dark rock wall above. Lin Chuan no longer paid attention to this corpse. His current state was poor. He had to leave this ruins quickly and find a safe place to recover his chakra. He leaned against the rock wall and struggled to stand up. The water flowed past his ankles, icy and biting. Just as he was about to take a step, that familiar cold chakra, not belonging to the 5 great nations, suddenly spread throughout this enclosed cavity. The temperature plummeted. A thin layer of frost even formed on the water's surface. Lin Chuan's back straightened abruptly. His previously casual stance instantly shifted into a highly defensive posture. The surrounding air grew colder. That thing had not left. It had been lurking in this ruins, watching him kill, watching him escape, watching him exhaust his last traces of chakra. Now the hunter was ready to close in. Lin Chuan tightened his grip, preparing to forcibly squeeze out his vitality to release Chidori once more. Just then, a slippery, icy sensation suddenly emerged at his right ankle. There was no sound of splashing. 5 bloodied fingers devoid of skin texture emerged from the gap in the rubble at his feet, gripping tightly onto his tendons. 5 blood-drenched fingers, devoid of skin texture, emerged silently from the crevices between the rubble at his feet. Like iron spikes, they clamped unyieldingly onto his Achilles tendon. A glacial chill surged up his ankle, piercing straight to the marrow. Lin Chuan's spine snapped rigid. His muscles, just moments ago relaxed, locked taut to their absolute limit. Even the surrounding air seemed to grow colder. He did not glance down. With his right hand fingers pressed together, he forcibly wrung the last dregs of lightning-released chakra from his meridians. Cobalt-white arcs crackled at his fingertips, poised to sever that spectral hand. Yet the hand made no further move. Instead, it scraped viciously across Lin Chuan's ankle, the razor-sharp nails slicing through skin already charred by magma, then precisely excised a thumbnail-sized chunk of toxic flesh. In an instant, the 5 fingers released their grip, and with them, the morsel of flesh, vanishing back into the frigid underground river without so much as a ripple. The current rushed on unchanged. Nothing remained. Lin Chuan's mind raced. This phantom had lain in wait at the epicenter of the explosion, not to deliver a killing blow, not to ambush, but solely to extract a sliver of poisoned flesh. It meant the assailant cared nothing for Konoha's survival, or for victory in this pursuit. That scrap of flesh was now a living specimen, Hashirama's cells, and their feral regenerative power captured intact. Within the shadowed forest of the shinobi world, mad scientists and black market intelligence brokers thrived in obscurity. This debt would be repaid, in full, with interest. Lin Chuan spat out a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva, preparing to draw his foot from the water, precisely when his attention was riveted upon the grasping hand, and his entire body hung suspended in that half-second void between expended strength and gathering force. From the pile of rubble beside him, the Root Squad captain, whose lower body had been pulverized into pulp, and whose eyes had long since glazed over, suddenly stirred. He was not dead. These fanatical suicide agents, brainwashed by Danzo, had bound their lives to this final brutal half-second with monstrous will. Beneath his shattered demon mask, the squad captain unleashed a bestial death rattle, a raw guttural roar. He ignored the massive boulder pitting his lower half. His hand slammed into the slate-gray stone, gripping with desperate ferocity, while the remnants of his abdominal musculature coiled with terrifying power. Amidst a sickening symphony of tearing flesh and snapping bone, he wrenched his upper torso free, ripping it clear from the ruin of entrails and splintered vertebrae. His intestines and organs spilled across the ground, staining the shallow pools crimson. Using his comrade's corpse as cover, the captain swung his sole remaining right arm. On the jagged stump of his ninjato, Viridian wind release chakra whirled violently, screeching as it sliced the very air. Wind release vacuum blade. This was no technique born of survival instinct. It was Root's deepest indoctrinated reflex. When mission failure was certain and death inevitable, compress every shred of life force and chakra into one final strike, mutual annihilation. Distance less than half a meter. Add the wind release's terminal acceleration, and the broken blade carved a searing green afterimage through the air, aimed straight at Lin Chuan's left chest. Gale force wind lashed his face. The blade had yet to touch him, yet its pressure had already slit a hairline wound across his sternum. There was no time to evade. Even hand seals were impossible. He lacked the breath, the chakra, the margin. His reserves were exhausted. Worse, his focus had just been fractured by that spectral hand. Even a desperate lightning release burst, designed to shock his cells into instantaneous movement, was beyond reach. His meridians felt hollow, incapable of sustaining such explosive output. The wind release's edge grazed the fabric over his chest. One step back, and his ribcage would be shredded into mist. Lin Chuan did not retreat. In his eyes burned no fear, only the incandescent fury of a predator provoked beyond endurance. Not only did he hold his ground, he lunged forward half a step, straight into the path of that whirling blade. His left hand snapped open bare of chakra, palm thrust forward, directly into the vortex of that flesh-rending wind release edge. A wet visceral shunt echoed within the cavernous silence. The blade pierced Lin Chuan's palm without resistance, shattering bone and tendon erupting from the back of his hand. Agony detonated along his nerves, but Lin Chuan did not flinch. This was precisely what he intended. His shattered bones locked the blade in place, his muscles clenched like vices. The ninjato, meant to pierce his heart, was now pinned motionless less than half an inch from his left pectoral. Wild wind-released chakra raged within his palm, reducing surrounding flesh to ragged pulpy ruin. The blade could advance no further. In the captain's fading, unfocused right eye, despair finally flickered, raw and unmistakable. He had never calculated that anyone, any human, would sacrifice an entire hand merely to buy a fraction of a second to counterattack. This was no shinobi. This was pure unadulterated madness. A savage blood-smeared grin twisted Lin Chuan's lips. "You gutter-welling mongrels gnawing on bones in the dark. You dare measure my life and death with this rusted scrap of metal." Even as the words left his mouth, his right fist was already clenched tight. The last ember of primordial Hashirama cell vitality ignited within him. Not a jutsu, not a trick, only brute unrefined violence. A thunderous crack, the sonic boom of air torn asunder, preceded the impact. His fist crashed into the captain's chest. The dull wet crunch of collapsing ribs drowned even the roar of the subterranean river. The captain's thorax caved inward, entirely fractured ribs punched backward, impaling his lungs. And still the assault continued. Lin Chuan's fist drove deeper, unrelenting, his forearm empowered by Hashirama's monstrous strength shearing through muscle, cartilage, and bone, plunging entirely through the captain's chest cavity. Scalding blood erupted like a geyser, splattering Lin Chuan's face, tracing crimson paths down his pallid cheeks, turning his obsidian eyes into those of a wrathful Azura. Inside the ruined chest, Lin Chuan's fingers splayed wide, closing around the captain's heart, still hammering wildly. One squeeze, and this root hound would become nothing but viscera. Black blood flecked with organ fragments gushed from the captain's mouth. He had lost. Utterly, irrevocably. Even with Root's most venomous stratagems deployed, even at the cost of every life entrusted to him, he had failed to land a single mortal wound upon this monster. Lin Chuan tightened his grip, ready to end this farce. Then, abruptly, the unthinkable unfolded. The captain's mouth gaped wide, contorted by unbearable agony. Deep within his throat, at the root of his tongue, the black tongue-cur severance seal, designed to prevent betrayal, flared with an unnatural crimson light. This glow bore none of the seal's usual dull cerebral burn. It pulsed with raw apocalyptic destruction, spreading from his throat down his neck in a single searing wave. This was no sealing technique. It was a corrupted self-destruct formula, forcibly rewritten. Danzo, that crippled old schemer, had never intended for these agents to return alive. He sought not only Lin Chuan's death, but also the bodies of his own root operatives, transformed in this final moment into volatile living bombs. The crimson light intensified. The captain's body swelled grotesquely, his skin glowing with molten volcanic heat beneath the surface. His lone surviving eye fixed upon Lin Chuan, not with terror of death, but with the fanatical hollow resolve of total indoctrination. For Lord Danzo. Lin Chuan's right arm remained deeply embedded in the squad leader's chest cavity. The moment his fingers clenched around that still frantically beating heart, an unnatural searing heat pierced through his palm and lanced violently into his nerve endings. This was not the temperature of human blood. With a final desperate surge, like the last flicker of a dying flame, the squad leader's blood-smeared hand seized Lin Chuan's forearm in a vice-like grip, iron tight and unyielding. His nails tore through the charred epidermis on Lin Chuan's arm, scorched by molten rock, and drove deep into the muscle fibers. Together. Into hell. What erupted from the squad leader's mouth was no longer froth or blood, but crimson mist vaporized by extreme heat. His vocal cords had been utterly incinerated. The sound he produced resembled two coarse sheets of sandpaper grinding fiercely against one another. Within the cramped subterranean chamber, the once bone-chilling underground river began to churn and bubble with ominous vigor. Thick white steam rose from its surface, mingling with the acrid stench of sulfur and scorched flesh, pungent, suffocating, invasive. Lin Chuan attempted to withdraw his arm. It would not budge. His wrist bone was locked fast by the squad leader's shattered ribs. To extract it, he would have to tear the corpse cleanly in two. His left hand hung limply at his side, still impaled by the broken blade that had pierced straight through his palm. Muscles at the wound site twitched involuntarily, overstrained beyond control, rendering even the simplest act of clenching a fist impossible. Chakra within his meridians had run completely dry. Old dog Danzo truly spared nothing, not even his own fallen hounds, squeezing every last drop of vitality from their corpses. Lin Chuan gazed coldly upon the squad leader's rapidly swelling body, utterly unruffled, unflustered. The closer he stood to the precipice of annihilation, the sharper his mind grew. The tongue-held severance seal. Ordinarily inscribed at the root of the tongue, this seal served to prevent root operatives from divulging classified information if captured. Now, however, the jutsu circuitry had been forcibly inverted, converting the caster's own life force and chakra into volatile fuel, transforming him into a living bomb. Find the focal point. The chakra's origin lay in the throat and brain. Sever those conduits, and the chain reaction would halt. But the distance was too short. The squad leader's skin temperature had surged past a terrifying threshold. Lin Chuan could even hear the faint brittle crackle of his own sleeve fabric carbonizing under the unbearable heat. Lord Danzo will erase you. This mistake. Swollen by mounting internal pressure, the squad leader's eyeballs bulged grotesquely from their sockets, on the verge of bursting forth. Every other word is Lord. Tell me, do you suppose that crippled old man can even recall your serial number, as he cowers in some shadowed basement? Lin Chuan struck without mercy, driving barbed words straight into the man's lungs. He was gambling. Verbal provocation was itself a weapon, a calculated move to shatter the deadlock. If only the corpse's psyche could be made to waver, even for a single tenth of a second, the chakra convergent circuit would falter. It failed. The toxin of indoctrination had long since fused with his marrow. That malevolent crimson radiance now crawled upward from his neck, surging toward the crown of his skull. Frenzied chakra compressed violently, within half a meter, forcing the thin air around them to shriek and fracture under intolerable strain. There was no escape. Should that energy detonate within this fully sealed stone cavern, its destructive force would rival, or exceed, the compounded blast of 20 exploding tags confined within an airtight vessel. Even with the primordial cell's berserker resilience buffering his frame, a point-blank detonation would reduce Lin Chuan's head to little more than pulped slurry. Before his eyes, the crimson light reached blinding, searing intensity. At the very instant, less than a millisecond before that skull exploded like a rotten watermelon, abrupt transformation occurred. The tongue-held severance seal inherently possessed potent mental annihilation properties. In the prelude to detonation, this psychic force surged forward in an almost imperceptible wave, traveling along the physical link between their bodies, and slammed savagely into Lin Chuan's mind. Its purpose to obliterate the target's consciousness first, ensuring absolute certainty. This became the fatal trigger. Deep within Lin Chuan's subconscious, the system interface, long dormant, flared with blinding luminescence. High-dimensional psychic intrusion detected. Base layer defense protocols activated. Passive ability triggered absolute psychic immunity. No deafening roar. No dazzling visual spectacle. Only an invisible, overwhelming psychic shockwave, radiating outward from Lin Chuan's brow, swept across the confined space in a silent, devastating arc. A translucent ripple shimmered through the air, freezing even the trajectories of splashing water midair. At the moment the shockwave struck, the squad leader's contorted, raving face snapped rigid, frozen in place. Like a precision instrument overclocked beyond endurance, abruptly severed from its power source. The hands locked around Lin Chuan's arm lost all strength, collapsing instantly. Deep within the squad leader's mouth, the lethal crimson sigil emitted a shrill, grating screech. Its black incantation lines writhed and blurred, as if melting ice exposed to scalding water. The seamless chakra circuit suffered catastrophic short-circuiting. The crimson glow flickered twice, then died extinguished. Swollen flesh deflated like a punctured bladder. The self-destruct sequence had been forcibly halted, though only for half a second. Yet for Lin Chuan, a man forged in graveyards and seasoned in death, half a second was more than enough to overturn the entire game. Your god cannot save you. Lin Chuan's voice held no warmth, no inflection, only glacial finality. His right hand, still buried in the squad leader's chest, twisted with brutal, decisive force, shattering the fractured ribs, pinning his forearm. Amid a sickening, visceral tearing of sinew and tissue, he wrenched his arm free, dragging forth thick, viscous blood and ragged shreds of flesh. Using the momentum of that violent recoil, he ignored the searing agony flaring across his left side, and lunged forward half a step. His blood-drenched right hand splayed wide, 5 fingers striking downward with ruthless, irresistible force, to clamp down hard upon the squad leader's crown. Each finger drove in like tempered steel spikes, piercing the heat-scorched scalp and anchoring deep into the unyielding cranium. The squad leader's lone remaining eye rolled wildly, whites flooding upward, while his throat convulsed, emitting only hollow guttural gurgles. His brain had sustained irreversible physical trauma during the psychic shockwave. Compounded by the backlash of the forcibly disrupted tongue-hell severance seal, his mental defenses had collapsed entirely, reduced to near zero. Lin Chuan regarded the dying spasming husk in his grasp with icy detachment. Once more the image flashed vividly in his mind, that pale skeletal hand rising from the water, clutching away poisoned flesh with chilling precision. Such a cold, grotesque aberration could never have emerged from Konoha's ANBU structure alone. Danzo, the crafty, treacherous elder, was undoubtedly trafficking with some forbidden clandestine faction. That living specimen had been taken, meaning part of Lin Chuan's most guarded advantage had already been exposed to unknown third parties. Enemy unseen, ally unconfirmed. This was the gravest tactical peril. Under ordinary circumstances, capturing a root operative would yield no value whatsoever. For their minds were walled behind seals. Any external attempt to forcibly extract memories would instantly activate the tongue-hell severance seal, reducing their brains to charred slag. But now everything had changed. The system's passive counterstrike had not only aborted the detonation, it had shattered the core incantation of that cursed seal with brutal, unrelenting force. The iron gate locking away intelligence had just been blasted open, leaving behind a jagged, vulnerable fissure. Lin Chuan drew a slow, deliberate breath, inhaling thin metallic air thick with the scent of blood. His meridians burned with knife-edge pain, the aftermath of total chakra exhaustion. He dismissed the body's warnings without hesitation. He ruthlessly squeezed forth the barest trickle of recovered chakra, and channeled it raw and unrefined from his right fingertips directly into the squad leader's cerebral cortex. Danzo wishes to see my hidden cards. Then let me see what filth festers in the sewers where you rats hide. His 5 fingers clamped down with crushing intensity upon the squad leader's skull. Azure chakra, thin as spectral needles, surged from beneath his nails, piercing through cranial sutures and burrowing deep into the fragile neural tissue. The squad leader's body jerked violently, convulsing as if struck by lightning. From his vacant, dilated eyes 2 streaks of turbid, blood-tinged tears spilled forth. The final bastion of memory, deep within the recesses of his brain, shattered under Lin Chuan's merciless, unrelenting assault. A torrent of fragmented images, sounds, and scents, vast and overwhelming, flooded backward along the chakra conduit, surging violently into Lin Chuan's consciousness. Damp, shadowed underground corridors. Silent assassins wearing animal masks of every kind. Danzo's right arm, swayed tightly in bandages. And, deep within the most concealed corner of that memory, hidden even from the subject's own awareness, Lin Chuan beheld a pair of eyes. Cold as serpent scales, golden with vertical pupils. Their owner stood before a colossal glass tank brimming with emerald nutrient fluid, laughing low, soft, and utterly unnerving. Orochimaru. Lin Chuan ran the name through his thoughts, briefly, analytically, then set it aside. This dead was growing far more intriguing by the moment. Water churned violently beneath his feet, battering loose stones. A frigid wind poured down through fissures in the cavern ceiling, whipping the tatters of his ruined cloak into furious motion. A faint, eerie azure luminescence shimmered within his obsidian pupils, the unmistakable sign of chakra violently invading another's mind to force open locked memories. He looked down upon the squad leader's face, now utterly devoid of life, and uttered 2 words, sharp and absolute. Soul search. Soul extraction. These 2 words crashed into the frigid air, dripping with unmasked brutality. Lin Chuan's 5 fingers pressed against the squad captain's crown, suddenly clenched inward. The azure lightning release chakra, stripped of its savage, destructive essence, was compressed into filaments finer than horsehair, then driven violently through the gaps beneath his fingernails and deep into the fragile scalp. A faint grating sound echoed within the sealed cavity, the subtle friction of finger bones grinding against skull. This was no delicate mind-reading technique of the Yamanaka clan. He had never learned such an advanced art predicated on spiritual resonance. What he did now resembled wielding a rusted crowbar to smash open a vault secured by 18 layers of locks. Brutal and utterly reckless. The squad captain's already unfocused right eye convulsively rolled upward half a second after the chakra pierced his cerebral cortex. Blood vessels burst across the sclera, flooding it with crimson webs. 2 rivulets of turbid blood seeped from the corners of his eyes and vanished into the muck. His body jerked wildly like a fish flung ashore, uncontrollable, spasmodic, alive only in agony. Lin Chuan fared no better. forcibly linking his consciousness to the mental sea of a dying man exacted a crushing toll. Especially now, his meridians lay hollow, drained, the vitality forcibly drawn from his primordial cell's berserker state was rapidly ebbing. Weakness surged inward like a rising tide, flooding the marrow of his bones. Two thick blue veins erupted at his temples, pulsing violently. His vision warped. The thunderous roar of the subterranean river receded swiftly, replaced by a cacophony of nauseating static and shards of fractured light. He had breached the squad captain's memory ruins. Limbs severed scattered across the ground. Fellow shinobi wearing animal masks hacked each other apart. Endless slaughter, and numb absolute obedience. These fragments of garbage clung like viscous tar, threatening to smother Lin Chuan's awareness. "Get out!" he commanded coldly inside his own mind. He had no energy to sift through the tragic childhood of a disposable tool. His consciousness sharpened into a razor-edged blade, slicing past irrelevant debris and plunging straight toward the core memory, deep within the captain's brain, fiercely shielded and deliberately concealed. Just as Lin Chuan neared that softly glowing memory core, an anomaly erupted, sudden, violent. A wave of spiritual energy reeking of decay and venom exploded from the core itself. This was not the interrupted tongue-root severance seal. It was another line of defense, deeper, older, forged specifically to counter forced memory extraction by Sharingan users or Yamanaka techniques, a poison curse. Danzo, that ancient schemer, guarded even his own dogs with paranoid vigilance. The tongue-root severance prevented voluntary disclosure. This curse ensured that even in death no one could rifle through his hidden cards. That psychic wave coalesced into hundreds of invisible black serpents surging backward along Lin Chuan's chakra filaments, fangs bared, racing toward his mind. Agony. It felt as though someone had crammed burning sawdust into his skull, thousands of needles piercing his brain simultaneously. His right hand, still gripping the squad captain's head, trembled violently, the knuckles pressing hard against skin, strength surging to the point where he nearly crushed the skull outright. Cold sweat mingled with dried blood trickled down his brow, dripping into the puddle at his feet. "You want my life?" His breathing grew ragged, but his eyes held no trace of retreat. "I've borne mountains of stone, tens of thousands of tons. Do you truly believe a few frayed nerves dare stand before me?" He did not sever the chakra connection. Not only did he refuse to withdraw, he poured every last shred of chakra newly regenerated within him forward, unrestrained, unreserved, meeting the counterattacking venom serpents heated in brutal, unyielding collision. Two invisible forces clashed upon the battlefield of the cerebral cortex, engaged in a frenzied, desperate tug-of-war. Such psychic dueling was far more perilous than any blood-soaked melee. One misstep, and Lin Chuan's consciousness would be shredded into pulp, leaving him either a drooling imbecile or instantly brain-dead. Even the subterranean river seemed to slow its currents, thickened by the sheer weight of that unseen struggle. The air temperature plummeted to freezing. The stalemate lasted precisely 2 seconds. Then, deep within Lin Chuan's mind, the same system interface that had saved him moments earlier emitted a low, resonant hum. "Residual psychic toxin detected. Absolute mental immunity activated. After effect protocol engaged." No dazzling light. No flashy effects. Only raw, merciless, rube-based annihilation. An imperceptible shockwave emanated from the system, traveling along Lin Chuan's consciousness link, sweeping across the squad captain's mental sea like a scythe through dry grass. The black serpents, moments ago writhing with lethal fury, dissolved upon contact like foam struck by caustic acid. A sharp sizzling hiss, then silence. They vanished utterly, not merely neutralized but erased. Even Danzo's final, most deeply buried seal, the hardened shell encasing the memory core, shattered into dust under that overwhelming force. The last line of defense collapsed. Lin Chuan's consciousness surged forward, seized the concealed memory, and wrenched it free. Around him, the shattered light and fragmented images snapped back into coherence. Lin Chuan found himself standing within a damp, shadow-choked corridor, the perspective anchored in the squad captain's eyes. The air reeked of formaldehyde and rotting timber. Ahead loomed a vast underground hall. Light was scarce, only a few flickering candles cast trembling halos. At the hall's center stood a gaunt, emaciated elder, half submerged in darkness. His right eye was swathed in thick bandages, his right arm vanished into the voluminous sleeve of his kimono. His entire presence exuded the stagnant, sour miasma of something left to ferment for 10 years in a sewer. "Shimura Danzo." The squad captain's perspective trembled, instinctive, visceral awe before overwhelming authority. "Target confirmed, defected. Heading northwest." His voice rasped like two slabs of coarse bark grinding together, Cold, detached, indifferent. Deploy 1st and 3rd squads. Eliminate him. The squad captain dropped to one knee, head bowed in submission. Understood, sir. His head will be delivered to you. Fool! Danzo snorted, his cane slamming heavily onto the stone floor. Who told you to kill him? The squad captain's gaze jerked upward, stunned, bewildered. Lin Chuan, observing as a silent phantom within this memory, narrowed his eyes in icy stillness. Danzo stepped forward from the shadows. His lone left eye locked onto the kneeling man with predatory intensity. His chakra surge is unnatural. His regenerative capacity rivals that of the Shinja clan. Hiruzen sees only a threat. I see Konoha's future. Danzo's desiccated lips parted, uttering a command so vile it curdled the air. I require him alive. If resistance proves excessive, sever his limbs. Sever his chakra pathways. But preserve his torso and his internal organs intact. Especially those eyes. And that heart. Orochimaru's laboratory has prepared the dissection table. This volatile body, this unpredictable vessel, shall become Root's finest instrument to master that power. The memory flickered violently, because behind Danzo in the dim corner where massive glass vessels stood shrouded in gloom, a tall cloaked figure had appeared without warning. He uttered no word, only extended a long pallid tongue to nervously lick his lips once. A pair of golden serpentine eyes, slitted like a viper's, glinted coldly in the darkness before vanishing. Lin Chuan's pupils contracted sharply. Case solved. That ghastly bone-white hand, appearing without warning in the subterranean river, severing the explosive tag's fuse, then casually plucking away a chunk of his poisoned flesh, had belonged to Orochimaru. Danzo was negotiating with the rogue scientist, a live specimen of Lin Chuan's cells exchanged for Orochimaru's technical expertise. The memory continued. Danzo paused, weighing possibilities. Your pursuit is merely plan 1. That child is uncanny. Should you fail, Danzo turned his back on the kneeling captain. Then release the intelligence, through the underworld exchange's covert channels, that he possesses an unknown would release bloodline and carries Konoha's deepest secrets. Designate the buyer the ancient monster of Takigakure, Kakuzu. That century-old relic harbors a pathological obsession with rare hearts. Name the price and he'll descend upon Lin Chuan like a rabid hound scenting blood. Let them bleed each other dry. Then Root moves in to collect the wreckage. Upon hearing this, Lin Chuan let out a low glacial laugh, echoing across the void of that spectral mental sea. A flawless calculation. Truly a transaction that guaranteed profit on all sides. His own people hunt first. If they fail, he dangles bait before underworld monsters to serve as his cleanup crew. Meanwhile, Danzo remains safely hidden, harvesting both experimental material and eliminating a disobedient traitor in one stroke. The logic closed perfectly. This old dog, in his hunger for power and control, treated his subordinates as expendable tools, and even the very secrets he claimed to protect, the bedrock of Konoha itself, were mere bargaining chips to be casually discarded. The scene began to dissolve. The backlash from the shattered curse finally struck. The squad captain's mental sea collapsed en masse, every remaining memory fragment incinerating like paper tossed into a furnace, turning instantly to ash. Lin Chuan did not linger. He severed the chakra conduit decisively, and his consciousness ripped itself free, back into reality with a violent lurch. Splash. Cold water stung his face. He gasped, lungs heaving, chest rising and falling in violent rhythm. The forced soul extraction had devoured his reserves. Each breath he drew tasted metallic, thick with blood. Slowly he relaxed his right hand. The squad captain's head lolled lifelessly forward. His eyes had dulled into a vacant milky gray, empty, sightless, utterly devoid of self. His cerebral cortex, ravaged by violent intrusion and cursed backlash, had been reduced to liquefied ruin. Not even a vegetable, just a warm, twitching corpse. Lin Chuan spared it no further glance. With contemptuous ease, he kicked the body into the churning subterranean current, like discarding a sack of rags. The water roared, swallowing the mangled mass whole, carrying it downstream into impenetrable darkness. The cavern fell silent, empty save for Lin Chuan alone. He leaned against the icy smooth surface of the basalt wall, then looked down at his own body. A grotesque ruin. His clothes were tatters. Most of his torso bore burns and blunt force trauma. On the back of his left hand, a dark wound, pierced by a wind-natured blade, oozed black blood steadily. He clenched his teeth around the hilt. His right hand gripped the blade's tip. Without hesitation he wrenched it outward. Whip! Barbed steel tore a ragged flap of flesh free. Pain made his eyelid twitch, but he didn't flinch. Didn't groan. He tossed the broken blade into the water without a second look. His primordial cell's berserker state stirred again slowly, tiny tendrils of flesh writhing at the wound's edge striving to mend the severed tendon. Lin Chuan sank down into the shallow pool. His mind raced, reviewing the intelligence just seized. Though he'd nearly been buried alive, the yield surpassed all expectation. The most critical information gap, now filled. Capture and dissect. Kakuzu. Orochimaru. He weighed each name in silence, measuring their gravity. Danzo believed himself the unseen puppeteer pulling strings from the shadows. He could never have imagined that the deadman walking he treated as a marionette, bound by dual psychic seals, would be torn open, skull split wide, every hidden card laid bare. From this moment onward, the roles reversed. They were exposed. He was hidden. Since Danzo wished to wield others as blades, and harvest his heart for experimentation. Then this game of shogi would no longer follow the script of that crippled old man. Kakuza loves wealth, yes. What if Kakuza learned, before the bounty was posted, that this reward was a lie spun by Konoha's elite design to turn him into a free assassin? Would that miser, who slaughtered even his own comrades, first raze the underworld exchange to the ground? Orochimaru coveted primordial cell tissue, yes. What if he discovered that Danzo's incomplete sample carried an indelible, irreversible parasitic factor, one that consumed its host's life force from within? That ancient serpent's expression would be unforgettable. Lin Chuan tore a relatively clean strip of cloth from his tunic, then, with teeth and one working hand, brutally bound his left hand's gaping wound. The cloth darkened, instantly saturated with crimson. He braced himself against the rock wall and rose, slowly, painfully. His bones groaned, protesting the strain. He lifted his gaze upward toward a jagged fissure overhead, blasted open by his lightning chakra. Though half blocked by rubble, a faint current of air flowed through it, and beyond a slender thread of daylight shimmered. A path to the surface. A path toward Konoha. Cold wind rushed down the crack, whipping his blood-matted hair across his forehead. He raised a hand, wiping away a piece of torn flesh clinging to his chin. In the puddle before him, his reflection stared back. Those obsidian eyes held no relief. No gratitude for survival, only a terrifyingly contained bone-deep ferocity that froze the marrow. Lin Chuan fixed his stare on that distant sliver of sky. "You think I'm meat for your lab table?" he spat, a crimson arc striking the water. His voice was quiet, but it drowned out the thunderous river reverberating through the tomb-like silence of the ruins. "Old man, wash your neck clean and wait. The debt you owe me, I'll collect it myself. In that crumbling village's basement. One slow, precise cut at a time, peeling it from your bones layer by layer." Thud. 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 3 shurikens were nailed to a somewhat darkened wooden post. Lacking sufficient force, the bottommost shuriken failed to pierce through the bark, wobbling for a moment before clattering into the grass. Uchiha Izumi stood 10 steps away, gasping for breath. Sweat streamed down her forehead, dripping into her eyes, causing a sharp pain in her vision. Instinctively, she raised the back of her hand to rub her eyes, but the moment her palm touched her eyelid, her movement abruptly froze. The taut string in her mind was once again violently plucked. That was the scene from the day of the graduation test. Lin Chuan stood before Irika. There were no warnings, not even a single word of unnecessary argument. The orphan, who usually barely spoke in class, and had a presence so low that he was almost forgotten by everyone, stood before the entire class, and firmly clutched the forehead protector representing the Leaf Village ninjas. His 5 fingers tightened. The sickening metallic crunch followed. The iron-forged forehead protector was crushed into a pile of scrap metal under that unreasonable brute strength. The deformed metal edges even cut into Lin Chuan's palm, blood dripping down his fingers and splattering onto the floor. Yet he didn't even furrow his brows. In those eyes, there was no grievance, no anger, only a chilling coldness akin to that seen in lifeless corpses. "The Leaf. Protection. Sorry, from today onward I will only live for myself." This sentence was like a rusty saw cutting back and forth in Izumi's mind over the past few days. She couldn't understand. Isn't the village everyone's home? Isn't the will of fire about how where the leaves dance the fire continues to burn? Shouldn't everyone protect and understand each other? Isn't that the first lesson taught in the ninja school? Yet Lin Chuan's punch shattered not only the test wooden post, but also something Izumi had always firmly believed in. "Even a common orphan can see through this, yet here we are bearing the Uchiha name, pretending to be blind." A mocking voice drifted over from the entrance of the training ground. Izumi's back straightened. She turned around. Uchiha Tetsuhira and Uchiha Hakudai were walking in side by side. Tetsuhira was tossing a kunai in his hand, his army green vest flapping open, his face openly displaying irritation. The two walked straight to the bench at the edge of the training ground. Hakudai sat down, pulling out a whetstone from his ninja tool pouch, and began to grind his short sword. "That kid Lin Chuan has guts." Tetsuhira leaned against a nearby tree trunk, snorting coldly. "To flip the table in front of the higher-ups, I've wanted to do that for a long time." Even an orphan without a background or bloodline knows that the higher-ups treat everyone as cannon fodder. How much humiliation have we Uchiha endured in this broken village? Now even stepping out of our clan's territory is being watched by those dogs from the ANBU. Hakudai paused in his grinding and lifted his eyelids. "Watch your words, Tetsuhira. This is a critical period, and the Hokage building is already in an uproar over Lin Chuan's incident. I heard that elite forces from the root were dispatched to hunt him down, yet not a single survivor has returned. This kid's strength is hidden too deeply. The higher-ups must be sleeping with one eye open now. He deserved to die." Tetsuhira spat on the ground, his tone filled with heavy malice. "That old crippled Danzo raised dogs who deserve to die. Have you seen the way the villagers look at us these days? It's as if they're watching thieves." When the security team enforces the law, if they raise their voices even slightly, they get reported to the Hokage. What is this called? This is called boiling a frog in warm water. That kid Lin Chuan has ripped off the hypocritical veil of the higher-ups. Izumi stood not far away, her fingers unconsciously digging into her clothes. She felt her breathing becoming labored. Her chest felt like it was filled with a heavy waterlogged rag suffocating her. "Tetsuhira-senpai." Izumi took a half step forward, her voice somewhat dry. "The village. The village is also thinking of the bigger picture. The Hokage has always advocated for peace. As long as we communicate with each other, misunderstandings can always be resolved. Lin Chuan. He chose to defect. That in itself is an act of betrayal against the village, which is wrong." Saying this made her feel somewhat unconvincing. Tetsuhira stopped tossing the kunai. He turned his head to stare at Izumi. His gaze held no warmth of an elder looking at a junior, only a kind of pity, as if looking at a fool. "Peace." Tetsuhira suddenly laughed, a sound more unpleasant than crying. "Little girl, have you been brainwashed by Itachi's rhetoric? The peace you imagine is built on our Uchiha clan's constant retreat and marginalization. You want to communicate with the village. Go ask the third Hokage if he is willing to withdraw the ANBU watchtowers from the walls of our clan's territory." He suddenly took a step forward, staring intently at Izumi. "Lin Chuan is wrong. But why did he rebel? Because in Konoha, if you don't rebel, even your bones will be chewed to dust by the higher-ups. As an orphan, if he stayed in the village, he would eventually die in some shameful mission. He did that to survive." Hakudai stood up and sheathed the short sword he had just sharpened. "Enough, Tetsuhira. Why are you getting angry with a junior? What does she understand?" Hakudai glanced at Izumi, his tone indifferent. "Izumi, there is no hatred without reason in this world. Your so-called will of fire cannot protect the lives of the Uchiha. Stop dreaming those naive dreams every day." The two turned and walked toward the exit of the training ground, leaving Izumi standing alone in place. The wind rustled through the leaves, producing a soft sound. Izumi looked down at her callous hands, worn from handling ninja tools. The edges of her nails had lost their color, and her knuckles pressed against a thin layer of flesh due to excessive force. Tetsuhira's words struck her worldview like a hammer, smashing it down piece by piece. Cracks were spreading wildly. If even the village that protects everyone is forcing people to death, then what are they ninjas fighting for? She had to find someone to clarify things. A name popped into her mind. Itachi. The one who always saw through everything, who could provide the right answers in the most chaotic times. Izumi did not pick up the shurikens on the ground, but turned and ran out of the training ground. The air on the street seemed murkier than usual. Izumi ran quickly toward the direction of the Nange River. Passing a few familiar alleys, she keenly sensed cold, emotionless gazes hidden in the shadows on the rooftops, piercing her back like needles. It was the ANBU. She used to think that the ANBU was the last line of defense protecting the village. But now that feeling of being watched made her stomach churn with nausea. Crossing a dense forest, the sound of rushing water gradually drowned out her footsteps. At a remote shallow beach along the Nange River, Uchiha Itachi was crouched by the water. He was still wearing the ANBU's gray vest and had no mask on. His sleeves were rolled up to his elbows. He held a piece of white cloth, meticulously wiping the standard ninja blade. The stream washed over the blade. A faint dark red hue spread through the water, quickly disappearing downstream. The air was permeated with an unshakable smell of rust. Izumi's footsteps stopped less than 5 meters away from Itachi. She looked at that familiar back, and suddenly felt a sense of unfamiliarity. "You came!" Itachi did not turn around, continuing to wipe the blade along the spine with the cloth. His voice was calm, devoid of any fluctuation. "Itachi." Izumi's throat felt as if something was blocking it. She swallowed hard before managing to utter a sound. "Are you hurt?" "No. It's someone else's blood." Itachi flipped the blade over, checking for any chips in the reflection of the water surface. Izumi stepped forward 2 paces, stepping on the gravel, which made a crisp sound. She looked at Itachi's expressionless face. "Idion. I just heard Tetsuhira-senpai and the others talking at the training ground." Izumi's speech quickened, as if desperately grasping a lifeline. They were discussing Lin Chuan. They said the village is forcing everyone, that the ANBU is monitoring the Uchiha, and that Lin Chuan rebelled because he would die if he didn't resist. Itachi paused for half a second in his knife-wiping motion. Just half a second. Then he resumed his mechanical pace. "Tetsuhira-senpai and the others are merely dissatisfied with the current situation. Their emotions are a bit heightened." Itachi spoke lightly, as if reciting a prepared line. "But what about Lin Chuan?" Izumi's voice suddenly rose, carrying an uncontrollable tremor. "He's just a common orphan. He never caused trouble at school. Why was he so resolute during the graduation test? His eyes were so terrifying when he crushed the forehead protector. If Konoha truly is a place filled with love and bonds, as the Hokage says." Izumi stared intently into Itachi's eyes. "Itachi, tell me, can the will of fire really protect everyone? Why did Lin Chuan feel so hopeless?" The water flowed over the pebbles. The sounds between the two magnified infinitely. Itachi wrung out the cloth in his hand and tossed it onto a nearby stone. He stood up, slowly sheathing the ninja blade behind his back. His movements were slow, yet carried an indescribable weight. He turned to look at the girl he had grown up with. Izumi's eyes were slightly red, filled with panic and confusion, torn apart by reality. She was waiting for him to provide an answer, one that could prove Konoha was still bright. But Itachi could not give one, because he understood better than anyone why Lin Chuan had rebelled. The top-secret information from the ANBU had already caused a storm in the Hokage building. The elite team sent by the route to hunt Lin Chuan was completely annihilated. Not only were there traces of explosive tags detonating at the scene, but there were also clues suggesting Orochimaru's involvement. What was even more frightening was that, based on the combat traces left at the scene, Lin Chuan's destructive power had completely exceeded that of a newly graduated genin. He not only rebelled but also tore apart the hunting dogs that Danzo was so proud of in this dark forest. Danzo was furious at the elders' meeting. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, had smoked half a pack of tobacco. His brows knotted into a deadlock. The entire upper echelon was in a state of panic over a mere orphan's defection. How could such a thing be explained with the will of fire? Itachi's gaze passed over Izumi's shoulder, looking towards the towering Hokage rock at the center of Konoha. From this angle, the stone carvings of past Hokages appeared solemn and dignified. But beneath that solemn shadow lies countless unspeakable compromises, schemes, and blood, a stench only those standing at the edge of the abyss can smell. Lin Chuan merely used the most violent method to pierce through that layer of window paper. "The village is very complicated." Itachi finally spoke. His voice was light, yet carried an irrefutable sense of finality. "Many things cannot simply be defined by right or wrong. Lin Chuan has his choice, and the village has its stance. The Uchiha is currently at the forefront of the storm. Just listen to Tetsuhira-senpai's words, and don't take them to heart." Izumi's shoulders slumped. She did not hear the answer she wanted. Itachi's response was too official, too indifferent, like an emotionless ANBU machine stating a cold rule. "So you don't have an answer either, do you?" Izumi took a half step back. She looked at Itachi's excessively calm face, and suddenly felt a great distance between them. "If the village cannot accommodate even a common orphan, if everyone can only distrust and guard against each other, then what are we ninjas fighting for?" Izumi turned around, not looking at Itachi again. She walked slowly, her steps dragging, as if walking on ice, every step cautious yet still at risk of falling. That gentle worldview shattered completely at that moment, leaving a deep crack in her heart. Itachi stood still, not uttering a word to keep her. He watched Izumi's figure gradually disappear at the edge of the forest, his chest feeling as if it had been struck hard by a blunt object. A gust of wind swept across the surface of the Nange River, stirring up tiny ripples. Itachi slowly closed his eyes, taking a deep breath of the blood-scented air. When he opened them again, his once pitch-black pupils suddenly turned a heart-pounding crimson. 3 black tomos slowly rotated in the blood-red pupils, exuding an extreme sense of oppression. He looked up towards the direction of the Hokage, building his fingers, unconsciously resting on the hilt of his blade. Izumi, some darkness you do not need to know. Quan, some darkness you need not know. You loosened his hand from the sword's hilt. The 3 tomo of his Sharingan accelerated the light through the surrounding trees, cleaved in his vision into countless dark crimson shards. He could not let Quan walk away. The village was a powder keg. Lin Chuan's defection had set off a chain reaction that had raised the leadership's vigilance toward the Uziba to an unprecedented pitch. Quan's current mental state was perilous. If that seed of doubt toward the will of fire spread through the clan, it would hand Tuanzan a ready-made executioner's blade. That blade would fall upon every Uziba neck. The wind had shifted. Quan had not even crossed Nanhe Chuan's boundary. The path ahead was wholly blocked by a gray figure. You had somehow stepped past her, and stood at the road leading to the village's main street. He wore no ANBU mask. His face was stonier than usual. Quan halted. Gravel rasped beneath her feet. Step aside. Her voice was low, her head bowed, bangs hiding most of her face. You are very unstable right now. You did not move an inch. The village has ANBU eyes about walking the streets like this will mark you as an uncertain element. Go back and rest. Clear today's events from your mind. Clear. Quan shot her head up. The gentle eyes, that usually held a smile, were for the first time rimmed with red. What Teak said is true, isn't it? Lin Chuan was forced into defection, isn't that true? You know everything. You just think I'm unfit to know. Quan stepped forward. You all keep speaking of the greater good, but what is that greater good? To watch absurdities unfold and pretend not to see. Reason was useless. You looked at Quan's stubborn face, and reached a conclusion: a Uziba lost and a cognitive dead end could not be brought back by words alone. His gaze lowered, and the crimson pupils met Quan's eyes. No hand seals were necessary. Genjutsu, Sharingan. At the instant chakra met in that exchange of sight, it slammed into Quan's mental sea with brutal force. The sound of Nanhe Chuan's flowing water was muted, as if someone had pressed a mute key. The wind ceased, leaves hung motionless in midair. The scene before Quan twisted and melted like wax. When she opened her eyes again, she stood on Mui's busiest main street. Sunlight poured down warm and gentle. The air carried the rich broth smell of a ramen stall nearby. Not far off, in front of a dumpling shop, several Uziba clan members were taking off their guard vests and sitting with commoners, drinking and chatting. Nearby, the third fire shadow Sarutobi Hiruzen led a few children fresh from the ninja academy, smiling as he bought them candied hawthorns. Even Taihua, the most irritable among them, stood at a street corner helping an old vegetable seller pick up potatoes she had dropped. Everything was so vividly perfect that no flaw could be found. You emerged from the dumpling shop holding 2 skewers of 3-colored dumplings and offered them to Quan. See, this is my... His voice had grown gentle, stripped of the ANBU's metallic chill. There is no coercion here, no schemes lurking in the dark. Lin Chuan is only an exception. He could not shoulder the burdens of a shinobi and chose to flee. Those of us who remain are striving to protect this peace. Quan did not take the skewers. She watched you, the fine hairs on the back of her hand rising one by one. The picture-perfect scene made her stomach churn with a sudden nausea. It was too false. The sky was a flat, unnatural blue without a cloud. Taihua's potato picking was as stiff as a marionette's tugged limb. The third fire shadow's wrinkles were fixed in an absolutely precise arc. Not even the muscles at his eye corners twitched. The crucial thing was scent. Though she had not activated her Sharingan, Quan's Uziba chakra made her exquisitely sensitive to psychic fluctuations. On that sunlit street, she could not detect a single breath of the living. Only a musty, bone-chilling chakra clung about her like a python around her throat, forcing her to accept the absurd tableau before her. Take it. The illusionary you stepped forward, pressing the dumplings almost against Quan's face. Eat, forget those unpleasant things. When the sun rises tomorrow, you will still be that excellent Uziba genin. This was no comfort. It was indoctrination. You was using the Sharingan's suppressive force to forcibly implant a false chain of memories into her mind. He sought to erase every dangerous thought in her head and return her to the obedient girl who would never trouble the village. Quan's breathing quickened, her chest heaving. The suffocating pressure of being forced into a mold struck her far harder than Lin Chuan's public snapping of his forehead protector. Even the you she had once looked up to handled matters with that lofty deception, covering bleeding sores with a veneer of peace. How was that any different from the higher-ups clamping mouths with the mantle of the greater good?
Get away!
2 broken syllables forced out of Quan's throat.
What did you say?
The Yu in the Jinjutsu tilted his head as shadow crossed his once gentle face. The smiling commoners and clan members around them froze in unison and turned their eyes vacant as dead fish fixed upon Quan. The air chilled to freezing.
Accept it, Quan. This is for your own good and for the Yuziba's good.
Yu's voice pressed in from all directions. An invisible weight landed on Quan's shoulders and buckled her knees. She nearly fell. The Jinjutsu's forced resonance began to take hold. The images of Lin Chuan of her grievances against Taihua blurred and were replaced by a heavy drowsiness and an urge to yield. Just nod, just close your eyes, and all trouble would vanish. But Quan would not close her eyes. She fixed her gaze on Yu's emotionless crimson irises. Her jaws snapped together. A pop, her incisors tore into her lower lip. Warm salty blood gushed out and trailed down her chin onto her collar. Her fingers clawed at her palms, nails digging into flesh, using extreme physical pain to fight back the psychic invasion. Pain became the sole anchor of reality in that false space. Crack. The sky above too blue to be real suddenly split with a black seam.
You lied to me.
Quan raised her head, blood in her mouth, tears uncontrollable.
You are lying to me. You all are.
The roar tore through her and the Jinjutsu collapsed under the strain, the scenes fracturing like glass struck by a hammer. The rush of the river returned, cold wind slapped her face. Back to reality, on the riverbank of Nanhichuan. Quan gasped for breath and staggered 3 steps back. Blood stained her chin. Her look at you held not only disappointment, but a novel, wary estrangement. The Jinjutsu had been torn away. Yu's right eye throbbed with a faint sting. He regarded the tear-streaked girl before him. The perfect script had rerouted. He had underestimated Quan's obsession on this matter, and the Yuziba blood's resistance when its cognition was rent. Quan said nothing further. She turned and ran toward the village, her steps swift. She did not once look back. Yu remained where he stood. His right arm rose halfway, palm open toward Quan's retreat, as if to grasp something. But his knuckles flexed only twice in the air and caught nothing. The limb fell limp, striking the scabbard with a dull sound. A rift had opened. An invisible crack tore between them beyond mending. Yu closed his eyes and forcefully cut off the Sharingan's chakra supply. In darkness, at the perimeter of the Yuziba lands, Quan ran straight to her room, threw the door open and bolted it. She slid down the wood and sat on the floor. The light was out. She wiped the blood from her mouth with the back of her hand. Her thoughts were a chaotic mess. The village was false. The higher-ups were scheming against the Yuziba. Even Yu had used Jinjutsu to weave lies and placate her. What in this world was real? The image of Lin Chuan snapping the forehead protector flashed up again. That orphan, the invisible boy in class. How could he see so clearly? When he smashed the wooden post, had he already foreseen the nauseating truth she now faced? She had to find out. This was not only about Lin Chuan, it was about herself, and how she would live from now on. Quan rose and walked to her desk. She picked up the polished forehead protector and rubbed her fingers over the metal plate bearing the swirling emblem. She did not wear it as usual. Instead, she opened the bottom drawer and tossed the protector inside, shut it, and locked it. From under the bed, she pulled out a black ninja gear bag. Kunai shuriken rations, bandages. She stuffed each item into the bag with brisk, efficient motions. She would go and unearth the truth. If everyone in the village lied to her, she would seek the one who had dared to overturn the table. The northwestern border of the Land of Fire. 500 kilometers from Mai, in a desolate ravine, a blood-stained military boot stamped on a cracked green rock. Pebbles cascaded down. Lin Chuan emerged from the collapsed mouth of an underground river. The sky outside had already darkened. Cold wind howled through the narrow gorge with mournful cries. His clothes were torn, barely covering him, half his shoulder bared. Thick bandages wrapped his left arm, the claw stained dark red where blood had seeped through. The regenerative might of the berserk first-generation cells was ferocious. Many severed tendons had been reconnected. Yet the severe chakra depletion left his complexion an unhealthy grayish pallor. Despite his disheveled state, his mind carried the top-secret intelligence pride from a squad leader, Tuan Zhang's plotting to Shiwan's deals, and the bounty scheme waiting for him in the black market. All the hiding cards had been revealed. Lin Chuan trod on loose stone and moved forward. Cross this gorge, and he would finally exit the Land of Fire into the Land of Long. There my tracking net would be far weaker. He snapped a dry twig beneath his step. As he took his second stride, a variable arrived. The air around him thickened without warning, sticky as glue. Wind halted half a meter away. Lin Chuan's step froze mid-stride. Scarcely 3 paces ahead, the stones at his feet flared with a ring of eerie runes. Sizzle. A translucent dark violet barrier sprung up at his nose. It shot skyward and sealed the gorge's mouth. Across the barrier flowed 4 distinct chakra natures: wind, fire, earth, lightning, interwoven and exuding a hair-raising aura of annihilation. This was not an ANBU barrier. Might could not craft such rapacious chakra circuitry. Lin Chuan did not retreat. He flipped his wrist, and a bloody kunai slid into his palm.
A variant of the 4 purple flame array.
He stared at the violet barrier, his mind racing through the intelligence he had taken by force. Old Tuanzan could not move so fast. Unless the bounty cast like bait in the black market had already hooked a hound. A tall figure stepped slowly from the shadows beyond the purple barrier. They wore a black cloak patterned with red clouds. Their face was masked, revealing only a pair of green eyes. They carried in one hand the severed body of a ANBU operative. The head, wearing a dog-face mask, rolled twice across the ground. Warm fluid still spurted from its severed vessels, trickling down the slope until it touched the towering dark purple light barrier rising from the earth. ZZZT. There was no hesitation, no burning, not even a single second's delay. The half of the face that made contact with the violet flames instantly vaporized. The acrid stench of charred flesh struck Lin Chuan's nostrils like a crushing blow. The tall man standing beyond the barrier halted mid-step. His black robe, adorned with crimson clouds, billowed in the night wind sweeping through the canyon. Kakuzu's emerald eyes, devoid of scara, locked onto Lin Chuan across the violet firelight, unblinking and unwavering for 3 full seconds. He was calculating. The bounty notice from the underground exchange was explicit. This youth possessed an unknown would release bloodline limit, worth 2 million Rio. Yet now Konoha's ANBU had descended like rabid hounds drawn to blood, and they had deployed the 4 violet flames formation, a sealing barrier of elite caliber. To seize the target from over a dozen elite ANBU operatives and shatter this impenetrable shell would demand excessive chakra and risk irreparable damage to his hearts. The cost far outweighed the 2 million Rio reward. Kakuzu's gravelly voice emerged from beneath his cloth mask laced with mockery. Konoha's people arrived swiftly. It seems your life is worth more than the bounty she claims. He did not retrieve the mangled ANBU head lying on the ground. Turning away, several thick black tendrils of earth grudge fear burst through his robes, like sharpened drills plunging deep into the bedrock. This transaction isn't profitable today, boy. If you survive the jaws of Konoha's hunting hounds, I'll come for your heart myself. Before the final syllable faded, Kakuzu's towering figure had already dissolved into the canyon's deepest shadows, along with the chilling presence of his chakra vanishing without a trace. He was a monster of absolute rationality, never risking himself where profit was absent. Lin Chuan paid no mind to the fleeing miser. His focus narrowed entirely to the sky above and the periphery around him. Along the weathered rim of the canyon above, a row of gray silhouettes had appeared, silent, motionless, their breathing deliberately suppressed to near imperceptibility. Perched atop the highest boulder directly ahead stood a familiar figure, silver spiky hair tossed wildly by the night wind, his forehead protector tilted low, obscuring his left cheek. Kakashi. Lin Chuan's gaze dropped lower. At the 4 corners of the canyon floor stood 4 ANBU agents clad in tight black uniforms. Each knelt upon one knee, hands pressed firmly against the earth in a complex hand seal. A relentless current of chakra flowed from their palms into the ground, sustaining the towering dark purple square of flame that pierced the heavens. The 4 violet flames formation. Beyond those 4 anchor points stood 10 elite ANBU warriors, each masked with vivid animal visages, planted like steel spikes upon the rocks. Their positioning was meticulous. 3 secured aerial dominance above the canyon, 4 blocked both front and rear passages. The remaining 3 hovered along the perimeter of the barrier, ready to reinforce at a moment's notice. It was a battle formation honed through generations of lethal precision. Lin Chuan stood at its center. The air surrounding him seared with intensifying heat. The canyon's once damp night breeze had transformed utterly, now a scorching, desiccating inferno capable of roasting lungs dry. He glanced downward at his feet. The rubber soles of his military boots had begun to soften, clinging viscously to the scattered gravel. The blood-stained cloth wrapped around his left arm stiffened under the searing heat, hardening into an iron-like band that bit cruelly into the tender, newly regenerated flesh beneath. He needed distraction, or else this furnace would bake his sanity to ash. Lin Chuan rapidly assessed his remaining assets. Kakashi led the Operation Team 10 was deployed at full strength. These were no root operatives, those shadow-dwelling rats, but the direct elite force answerable only to the Hokage. Kakuzu had just slain one, an indication that perimeter sentries remained active. This barrier was monstrously powerful, sustained by 4 genin-level chakra sources. To strike it Hedon would leave not even ashes behind. Yet he had to escape. Though the first Hokage's cells granted extraordinary regenerative power, they did so by devouring his foundational life force. 10 more minutes inside this kiln, and even without ANBU intervention, he would be utterly drained. Where lay the breach? Lin Chuan's gaze swept across the 4 barrier anchors. Their chakra output remained steady, but the ANBU agent at the rear left corner masked as a cat stood, with a slight outward turn of his left foot. A faint trace of blood stained his ankle. That was the wound inflicted earlier, grazed by an explosive tag during pursuit. That spot was the formation's weakest node. Lin Chuan, surrender. Kakashi's voice penetrated the violet barrier, distorted and resonant, as if muffled by distant thunder. You have no path left. Lin Chuan shook his left hand, the sharp tug of torn flesh clearing the fog from his dazed mind. He did not glance toward the wounded ANBU. Instead, he tilted his head back, fixing his gaze unflinchingly upon Kakashi atop the cliff face. You've certainly brought quite the entourage. Lin Chuan bared his teeth, a dry, parched grin. You've even deployed the 4 violet flames formation. I'd assumed you were preparing to subdue the Ninetales. Has the 3rd Hokage truly grown so fearful of a freshly graduated genin? He deliberately raised his voice, ensuring every ANBU operative on the perimeter heard clearly. Provocation is useless. Kakashi rose to his feet, his right hand withdrew from the hilt at his back and hung loosely at his side. You carry classified village intelligence and gravely injured Root's pursuit squad. As team leader, I issue my final command: seize chakra flow, place your hands behind your head and kneel. Classified intelligence. Lin Chuan let out a sudden sharp laugh, as if hearing the most absurd jest imaginable. His laughter echoed hollowly within the barrier, dripping with undisguised contempt. Kakashi, you tolerate that mask stifling your breath all night, fine. But has it finally rotted your brain too? Do you truly know who you're hunting? Lin Chuan took a step forward, within half a meter of the barrier's edge. The searing violet flames curled the tips of his hair into brittle spirals. What orders did Danzo, the old hound, issue you? Capture alive? Or will a corpse suffice? No reply came from beyond the barrier. The 10 ANBU remained statuesque, but Lin Chuan caught it. The bare-masked operative on the right subtly flexed his fingers around his kunai. When confronted with information beyond comprehension, the body instinctively reacts, however minutely. Lin Chuan had guessed correctly. These ANBU, directly loyal to the Hokage, knew nothing of Danzo's clandestine dealings with Orochimaru. They had received only one order: apprehend the traitor. They had no inkling they served as unwitting couriers for an underground laboratory. The impenetrable information divide between upper echelons manifested starkly among these field operatives. So, you know nothing at all. Lin Chuan spat a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva. It sizzled on the ground, vanishing instantly in a hiss of white steam. Do you imagine that hauling me back, handing me over, will restore peace to Konoha? Let me tell you plainly, Danzo wants living specimens. Orochimaru's dissection table stands ready. The moment you deliver me, the elders will fracture anew, battling over spoils before the ink on your report dries. Lin Chuan locked eyes with Kakashi's exposed deafish eye. I'm bait, and you elite warriors don't even realize you're being wielded as weapons. Kakashi offered no reply. His perpetually half-lidded right eye now snapped fully open, revealing a fleeting storm of complex emotions swiftly smothered beneath layers of cold, unwavering reason. As ANBU captain, he bore no duty to judge the morality of orders, only to execute them. Tactical deception ineffective. With his left hand, Kakashi signaled a terse, decisive command. It was the final ultimatum. All 10 elite ANBU moved as one. The synchronized draw of blades rang sharply through the canyon. 3 operatives swiftly reshaped their hand seals, cheeks swelling, chests expanding. They were priming wide-area wind and fire release techniques. Once the barrier yielded, even the smallest aperture composite ninjutsu would descend like a hurricane, obliterating everything in its path. Heat had reached its apex. Lin Chuan felt his lung tissue blistering. Yet this was precisely what he desired. Reason had failed, so he would overturn the board. He raised his right hand, caked with mud, blood, and dried scabs, and roughly wiped away a trembling droplet of blood from his chin. Kakashi. His voice dropped, stripped of mockery, now radiating a bone-deep glacial brutality. Do you truly believe this flimsy cage can hold me? At that instant his chakra erupted beyond control. He ceased suppressing the first Hokage's feral cells, and abandoned all restraint over lightning-natured chakra expenditure. Lin Chuan hurled the last dregs of chakra coursing through his meridians, not as fuel but as a spark, into the volatile gasoline drum of his own life force. Boom. Not metaphor, actual physical detonation. A colossal blinding column of azure flame erupted from the fissures beneath Lin Chuan's feet, shooting violently into the sky. The frenzied lightning chakra coalesced into visible tangible fury. A cacophony of thousands of shrieking birds drowned out the canyon's howling winds. Countless thick serpentine bolts of cobalt lightning surged across the ground, racing like maddened leviathans to slam with brutal force against the four violet flames barrier. Crack. 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 The previously unassailable violet barrier rippled violently upon impact, distorting like glass struck by a sledgehammer. All four barrier anchors grunted in unison. Especially the cat-masked ANBU at the rear left. His body lurched forward half a step, and a thin line of blood seeped from the edge of his mask. Hold formation. Amplify output. The deputy captain's shout shattered instantly beneath the thunderous roar. The ground within the barrier had fully disintegrated. Massive slabs of blue stone crumbled into dust, then melted into slag under the violet flames. Lin Chuan stood at the vortex of the azure tempest, his tattered rags whipping violently in the gale-force pressure. Deep within his consciousness, the system's interface flickered wildly, its screen blazing with frantic strobing crimson light. Detected host facing elite-tier annihilation scenario. Rebellion protocol activated, defiance of Hokage-affiliated ANBU warning public exposure of high-level conspiracy, attempted violent destruction of Konoha's supreme barrier. Violation of the will of fire, extreme severity. Overload reward channel engaged. New ability unlock, progress 99. 100. Acquired new power projection. A mechanical synthetic voice pierced Lin Chuan's skull like a nail. He didn't register what had been unlocked. He only felt it, an unprecedented, savage, unstoppable torrent of power surging up his spine, rocketing toward his crown. His desiccated meridians were forcibly torn open by this influx, pain so intense it eclipsed even the violet flame's searing torment. Kakashi stood atop the weathered cliff. The wind whipped his flak jacket violently. He watched the youth engulfed in azure flame within the barrier, and the four violet flames formation buckling, warping under the onslaught. Intelligence reports were now obsolete. This magnitude of chakra eruption, this raw barrier-shattering destructive force, was no decoy. It was a monster wearing human skin. He could not allow the formation to break. Should the four violet flames shatter, the backlash combined with the lightning storm would claim at least half the ANBU present. Kakashi hesitated no longer. His raised right hand did not reach for his blade, but clenched into a fist and slammed downward with devastating finality. All personnel. Kakashi's voice cut through the maelstrom, icy resolute. Prepare composite ninjutsu. Kill on sight. Prepare the combined ninjutsu, kill without mercy. Kakashi's voice pierced through the deafening thunder, unwavering, as cold as a steel blade just drawn from the snow. The moment the command was issued, 10 elite ANBU operatives, wearing various animal masks, had their physical abilities stretched to their utmost limits. With the tactical deception rendered ineffective, there was no need for any unnecessary words. These killing machines directly under the Hokage would never execute a purge order with any personal emotional fluctuations. 5 fire-style ninjas wearing cat and fox masks lunged forward. Their chakra anchored to the rock beneath their feet, leaving a web-like pattern of cracks. Their chests inflated, large volumes of air mixed with chakra forcibly compressed into their lungs, distorting the masks on their faces. The speed at which they formed hand seals was so swift it left only a blur. Situation Highween. Fire-style Great Fire Dragon technique. 5 fire dragons, as thick as water barrels, erupted from the mouths of the ANBU, surging with the force to burn through the surrounding air, charging directly at Lin Chuan in the center of the formation. The coordination of the 5 wind-style ninjas was flawless, with not a single breath of deviation. Wind-style Great Breakthrough. A violent wind followed closely. The wind borrowed the flames. The originally scattered 5 crimson fire dragons collided midair, as the fierce winds poured into the flames without reservation, catalyzing the original red glow into a blindingly bright white. A giant wind fire dragon 3 to 4 times its original size fully formed. Its roar crushed all sounds in the valley. The cliffs of the canyon that it brushed against began to bubble, as the blue rocks melted in a matter of seconds, turning into thick bright orange magma that flowed down the steep slope. The temperature within the four purple flame formation had completely surpassed what a normal person could withstand. Lin Chuan's military boots emitted a sharp burning smell from the soles. The thick rubber sole completely melted into a pool of scalding black water, sticking his feet firmly to the red-hot gravel. Even the air he breathed into his lungs felt scorching enough to blister his trachea. He lifted his head, facing the white firelight that descended from above wide open, like a mouth ready to devour the entire canyon. Lin Chuan stood still, his hands hanging naturally, without even forming the most basic defensive seal. The blue lightning chakra coat began to peel away in large patches under the absolute pressure of the windfire dragon. He quickly analyzed the situation in his mind. These ANBU directly under the Hokage indeed had some prowess. The combined chakra resonance of 10 individuals, along with the perfect combination of wind and fire attributes, had forcibly elevated a level combined ninjutsu to its-level destructive power. Kakashi played his cards tightly. On the periphery, 4 genin maintained the 4 purple flame formation, sealing off all escape routes, while a layer of great fire rained down from above. If they were to reveal all their cards now, and forcefully break through, there would certainly be a second line of defense waiting outside to ensnare them. Since Danzo wanted live specimens, and Orochimaru's dissection table was already prepared, the senior members wouldn't have sent only Kakashi's team to fill the quota. Lin Chuan tore off the blood-soaked bandage on his left arm, now hardened from the heat. Then there was no need to escape. This fire came at just the right moment. The new power projection that the system had just injected was stuck in his meridians, causing his bones and joints to ache. Combined with the furious first-generation cells within him, the two forces were competing for dominance in his body, making it difficult for him to even raise a hand. Might as well use the elite forces of Konoha's fire, treating this body as an anvil to hammer out. Using the strongest assassination formation of the Hokage's direct ANBU as a furnace for tempering, where else could he find such an opportunity? The massive windfire dragon crashed into the center of the barrier. Without any flashy evasions, the blinding white light completely engulfed Lin Chuan's figure. The explosion's shockwave had nowhere to dissipate within the 4 purple flame formation, only able to bounce back and forth frantically against the dark purple light curtain. The 4 ANBU maintaining the barrier all let out a muffled groan in unison. His knees slammed heavily into the gravel, hands pressing down on the ground. His nails dug into the rock crevices, and the blood seeping out evaporated into mist before it could drip. Inside the barrier, it could no longer be called a canyon, it was a sealed high-pressure forging furnace. At the center of the white flames, Lin Chuan's clothes disintegrated instantly into black ash scattered in the wind. The moisture on the surface was drawn away in a second, and his skin charred and turned black over a large area, forming a hard shell. Next, the invisible blades of wind scraped through, peeling off large chunks of that hard shell, revealing the fresh red muscle fibers and white bone remnants underneath. This was torture that no human could withstand. Pain coursed along the nerve endings, drilling into his brain with a sourness in the gaps of his bones, as if they had been scorched dry. Lin Chuan gritted his teeth, the muscles on both sides of his jaw rigid as stone. Yet he didn't utter a single sound. The raging first-generation cells within him entered the highest state of stress response upon receiving a lethal blow from the outside. The green life energy surged through his veins like wildly growing vines. Just as a piece of meat on his shoulder was scorched, new flesh buds pushed against the charred remains from below. The muscle fibers were torn between destruction and reformation, making faint cracking sounds. The itchiness of the new flesh growing, mixed with the excruciating pain of being roasted alive, was far more maddening than any form of brutal torture. This heat. Lin Chuan exhaled a breath filled with embers, his voice raspy like rubbing against rough sandpaper. Send it to Orochimaru. As a roast pig, there's no need to brush the oil. He surprisingly still had the leisure to make jests. Because he could clearly feel that with each reconstruction of his body in the sea of flames, the immense power just injected by the system was slowly merging perfectly with every bone and drop of blood in him. That feeling of breaking through the levels of power made the chakra within him boil like boiling water. He didn't know how long it had been burning. The wind pressure in the canyon finally began to weaken. The 5 white fire dragons lost their sustaining chakra, transforming into large sparks scattered across the lava-laden ground. The 10 ANBU simultaneously let their aching arms fall. Several directly knelt on one knee, gasping for slightly cooler air into their lungs. Their chests heaved violently, sweat dripping from beneath their masks onto the heated rocks below, producing hissing sounds. The chakra was completely exhausted. In that previous wave of combined ninjutsu, they held nothing back, aiming to leave no remnants behind. The ANBU vice captain struggled to stand upright, taking a few steps forward to look into the four purple flame formation. Silence. The once smooth canyon floor was now filled with varying sizes of magma pits. The dark red lava churned thickly at the bottom of the pits, bubbling with a pungent sulfur smell. There was not a trace of any living figure. Not to mention a corpse, not even a slightly larger bone fragment remained. Target chakra response has completely disappeared. The ANBU with a fox mask coughed hoarsely, his tone revealing a sense of relief. It's over. The vice captain let out a huge sigh of relief, sheathing the kunai he had been gripping tightly with sweaty hands back into his leg pouch. The order to capture alive had turned into a scrap of paper in the face of absolute survival threats. To eliminate this monster that had turned the village's higher-ups upside down and prevent him from fleeing to the land of waterfall with crucial intel was the best answer this small team could provide. Captain, I request to lift the barrier for on-site salvage of the remains. The vice captain turned to look at the crumbling, weathered rock above. Kakashi stood at the highest point. His silver hair was lifted by the rising hot air below, tousling wildly. He did not respond to the vice captain's request. His exposed left eye was stretched to its limits. 3 black tomos swirled madly within his blood-red pupil, spinning fast enough to almost form a solid black ring. Something was off. Too smooth. Kakashi's mental string representing rationality was pulled. How could a person who could survive a relentless pursuit from elite forces and extract intel from Orochimaru's dead body, someone with a chakra quantity so vast it could trigger a lightning storm, stand helplessly and be burned to ash without even casting a decent defensive ninjutsu? This defied logic. Unless it was an illusion. But within the vision of the Sharingan, the world was stripped of color, leaving only the most genuine flow of chakra. There were no traces of illusionary interference. However, there was another possibility. Kakashi's gaze was firmly fixed on the center of the canyon. The scattered fire attribute chakra at the bottom of the pit should have dissipated into the air over time. But now it was not. Those faint red chakra points were flowing back towards the largest magma pit at the center in a trajectory completely contrary to the common logic of ninjutsu. It was as if an invisible massive vortex was hidden there, greedily and indiscriminately devouring all the remaining heat around it. A chill of sweat suddenly broke out on Kakashi's back, making his shirt stick to his spine. He took half a step forward. His toes crushed the edge of a weathered rock, and the rubble fell into the sea of fire below without a sound. All personnel retreat. Kakashi yanked down the mask, obscuring the lower half of his face, gasping in the scorching air rushing in. His usually calm voice cracked under the strain, revealing a rare loss of composure. Maintain the barrier. Maximize chakra output. Do not let him out, even if it costs us our lives. The order was issued urgently and abruptly. The vice captain below was completely stunned. The nerves he had just relaxed not yet tightened again. Captain, the target has been confirmed dead. Even the chakra is. Shut up. Look at his position. Kakashi's fingers gripped the edge of his ninja tool pouch tightly, pressing down hard enough to leave white imprints on the canvas. The red light in his Sharingan was somewhat frightening, fixated on the swirling magma below. No! His chakra is not only not weakening, but rather, it's surging. The vice captain followed Kakashi's gaze to the direction he was intently staring at. His sight pierced through the dark purple barrier. In the magma pit, which should have turned to ash, a vortex appeared that defied all logic. The surrounding white-hot sparks did not extinguish. Instead, they seemed to be forcefully drawn in by some immense power, continuously pouring towards the center of the pit. The smell of sulfur in the air was suffocating. Form the seal. The vice captain suddenly turned his head, his voice splitting the air. Prepare the second round of composite ninjutsu. Even if it drains our chakra, we need to unleash the fire release. The 10 elite ANBU who had previously collapsed forced themselves up using muscle memory. These individuals had dealt with countless rogue ninjas before, but at this moment, the fingers of several of them were uncontrollably twitching while forming seals. Their chakra was depleted. The pain radiating from their meridians was sharper than a knife, yet they bit their tongues, using the taste of blood to stimulate their nerves, forcefully squeezing out the last bit of energy from their cells. Inside the 4 purple flames formation, Lin Chuan was completely unaware of the desperate struggle outside. He couldn't even open his eyes. The skin on his eyelids had long since been burned to charcoal, only to be forcefully pushed open by the new flesh growing underneath, then burned again and pushed open once more. This process repeated in a cycle fast enough that even his pain receptors were becoming numb. It felt as if thousands of ants were frantically gnawing at the gaps in his bones. Outside was the searing lava at over 1,000 degrees, while inside the primal cells were growing wildly without reason. The two forces treated his body as a battlefield, with every muscle fiber being violently torn, reassembled, and torn again. This sensation of living forging was unbearable. Lin Chuan's throat was filled with dry blood clots, yet he stubbornly swallowed back the pain that threatened to escape. The unknown power that the system had just infused was now slowly drilling into his bone marrow with the aid of this fire. The chakra once drained by the lightning release now surged, like a barrel of gunpowder that had been reignited, racing through the expanded meridians.
Is this the extent of the elite from Konoha?
Lin Chuan sneered inwardly.
Even using 4 genin as a furnace and 10 elite as a bellows is still too underwhelming. He tried to clench his fist. The thick layer of black char covering his bones made a crunching sound that grated on the nerves. The cracked char fell between his fingers, revealing the new skin underneath glimmering with a dark red hue.
This was not a normal human skin color, but a texture forged through extreme heat and violent vitality, resembling some kind of high-density alloy. Outside the barrier, Kakashi's left eye with its 3 tomo locked onto the shadow at the bottom of the pit that was slowly rising. Where there should have been a corpse, a mass of intensely green chakra was now coiling so dense it nearly seemed solid. That life force was so immense, it was nauseating, consuming the residual fire-released chakra around it without mercy.
This is impossible.
Kakashi's fingers pressed against the hilt of his sword, causing cracks to form in the wooden grain of the sheath. He had seen Orochimaru's soft tissue modifications and various bloodline limits regenerative abilities. But under the direct impact of this level of composite ninjutsu, leaving no trace behind was the logical outcome. Unless this kid was hiding cells from the first Hokage. As soon as that thought emerged, a chill of cold sweat crawled down Kakashi's back. If that were true, then they were not hunting down an ordinary rogue ninja escaping with intel, but rather an ultimate monster whose true nature had been deliberately concealed by the higher-ups. What else had Danzo been hiding? A dull thud echoed from the bottom of the pit. The sound was not loud. But in this canyon, where only the sound of bubbling lava remained, it felt as if it struck directly at everyone's crown. The 10 ANBU who were forming seals simultaneously paused for half a second. Thud. Another sound. A piece of semi-solid black lava was crushed under a bare foot. Lin Chuan moved. He braved the heat wave that could roast an ordinary person, stepping on the red-hot debris, inching towards the edge of the 4 purple flames formation. There was not a single patch of unburned fabric on him. His entire body was covered in a thick layer of black char, making him look like a charred corpse that had crawled out of the fires of hell. But with each step he took, crack, crack. The black and dead skin began to crack and peel off in large areas. Chunks of char fell to the ground, sparking a few embers. What was revealed in those peeling gaps was not burnt flesh, but an exaggeratedly smooth muscle outline. The dark red new flesh glimmered with a chilling metallic sheen under the high temperature. The raging chakra seemed to coat his body with an invisible armor, repelling even the surrounding flames within half a foot.
Spread out. Create distance.
The vice captain finally reacted, his voice tinged with undeniable panic. The 10 ANBU immediately abandoned their seals, retreating rapidly in a fan shape, replacing their kunai with specially made tools inscribed with explosive tags. But no one dared to make the first move. The pressure emanating from the figure approaching the barrier was far too strong. Lin Chuan stopped in front of the dark purple flame barrier. He raised his hand and roughly wiped away the last piece of charred dead skin from his cheek. His young face was fully exposed to the air. There was not a trace of burn marks, but instead, under the searing heat, a morbid pallor exuded. He looked through the purple barrier at Kakashi above.
Using 4 genin as a furnace and 10 elites as bellows.
Lin Chuan cracked his neck, the vertebrae popping like firecrackers.
This display of forging in Konoha I accept. As a return gift.
Lin Chuan's right hand suddenly lifted. 5 fingers plunged directly into the 4 purple flames formation's barrier, which would vaporize even a genin upon contact.
He's lost it.
An ANBU maintaining the barrier blurted out. But before the exclamation could finish, ZZZ. Lin Chuan's fingers forcibly cut into the dark purple barrier. The piercing sound of corrosion rang out. The purple flames coiled around his arm, like a serpent that had found an outlet, instantly charring the back of his hand, filling the air with the stench of burnt flesh. Yet he did not even furrow his brow. The regenerative power of the first Hokage's cells was activated to its peak at that moment.
Burn, again, heal again. The two forces waged a brutal tug-of-war on his right arm. Break! Lin Chuan squeezed out a single syllable from his throat. His right arm's muscles suddenly swelled, veins twisting under the skin like snakes. He clenched his fingers fiercely, as if grasping some substantial fabric. The wrist exerted force, and he tore outward with a vengeance. Rip! The entire four purple flames formation shook violently. The four ANBU maintaining the barrier simultaneously spewed out a mouthful of blood, their bodies knocked back by the backlash of the barrier, crashing heavily against the rock wall. The dark purple barrier was violently torn open, creating a crack over 2 meters high. The high-pressure heatwave inside the formation surged out through the gap, shattering several large weathered rocks outside. Lin Chuan walked out through that crack. His feet stepped onto the slightly cooled rocks outside. The mental defenses of the 10 ANBU were utterly shattered in that moment. Tearing through the four purple flames formation. This completely exceeded their cognitive framework regarding ninjutsu. Even Kakashi, hailed as the technician of Konoha, could never do such a thing with sheer physical strength against a barrier of this level. Attack! The vice captain released the explosive tag kunai from his hand, sending it hurtling towards Lin Chuan's throat. The remaining 9 ANBU followed closely. A sky full of kunai and shuriken intertwined into a seamless net of death, the fuses of the explosive tags crackling in the night wind. Lin Chuan did not evade. He did not even draw upon the chakra within his body for defense. He simply stood still. Clink, clink. The sharp kunai pierced into his chest, shoulder, and thigh. But there was no dull sound of blades sinking into flesh as expected. Instead, it produced a series of ear-grating metal clashing sounds. Sparks flew. Those specially crafted kunai capable of cutting through ordinary rock seemed to crash against a solid high-density steel plate upon touching Lin Chuan's body. The blade shattered, flying off in all directions. Then boom, boom, boom. A dozen explosive tags detonated simultaneously. The intense flames and smoke completely engulfed Lin Chuan. Direct hit! An ANBU wearing a fox mask shouted half a sentence before his voice caught in his throat. The smoke was swept away by a sudden gust of wind. Lin Chuan stood at the center of the explosion. The previous wave of concentrated attacks left only a few faint white marks on his dark red skin. And those white marks were quickly erased by the surging green vitality underneath. Pure defensive pressure. He did not even need to form seals for defensive ninjutsu, simply using his body to withstand the concentrated fire from the elite ANBU. Is that all? Lin Chuan tilted his head, his gaze sweeping over the trembling hands of the ANBU holding their ninja tools. You can't even scratch my skin, and you dare to call yourselves elite ANBU? Kakashi leaped down from the weathered rock, landing steadily 10 steps away from Lin Chuan, a short blade radiating a cold light now in his hand. The relic of White Fang. Step back. Your attacks are ineffective against him. Kakashi's voice was steady, but the red glow in his Sharingan had dimmed significantly. The high-intensity consumption of chakra was taking its toll on him as well. He could now confirm 100%. Lin Chuan absolutely had the cells of the first Hokage. And they were perfectly fused. What kind of monster had that old fool Danzo created? Kakashi. Lin Chuan looked at the silver-haired man. You are a smart man. But smart men often die the fastest because they like to deduce things they cannot understand based on common sense. Lin Chuan raised his right hand. The burn from tearing through the four purple flames formation had fully healed. But at that moment, a sharp pain suddenly pierced through his palm. This pain was entirely different from the burning sensation he had just experienced. It was a throbbing pain that shot directly from deep within the marrow. Lin Chuan lowered his head. In the flickering light of the surrounding flames, he clearly saw a walnut-sized bulge forming beneath the skin of his right palm. The veins on the surface of the bulge turned purple, pulsating wildly like a living creature. Beneath it, something incredibly hard seemed to be pushing outward, trying to pierce through the skin. Kakashi also noticed this detail. In the side of his Sharingan, the chakra density in the area of Lin Chuan's palm had gathered to a terrifying degree. It even emitted a ghastly pale light. Mutation. Kakashi gripped the white-fanged short blade tightly, lowering his body and preparing to charge at any moment. Lin Chuan ignored Kakashi's caution. He fixated on the bulge in his palm that was growing larger. The acid-itching sensation in his bones surged tenfold, spreading from his arm to his chest. This feeling. It wasn't the first Hokage's cells at work. Deep in his mind, the system panel that had been offline for a long time finally lit up with a red glow. A row of cold mechanical synthetic sounds directly slammed into his neural pathways. Ding. Detecting that the host is facing high-level pressure tempering physical strength has surpassed the threshold. New power projection fusion completed. Ding. Temporarily extracting bloodline limit. Bone path prototype. Reorganizing bone density. Bone path. The absolute physical defense and strongest taijutsu bloodline of the Kage clan. A low muffled groan issued from Lin Chuan's throat. The bulge in his palm finally reached its limit. Pooh. The flesh was instantaneously pierced through. A section of stark white bone spike dripping with viscous blood shot directly out of Lin Chuan's palm, radiating a chilling aura in the night wind. The ivory spike had only just broken the skin when the air's acrid sulfur stench was overwhelmed by a heavy tide of fresh blood. Lin Chuan stared fixedly at the center of his right palm. Pain. This ache was nothing like being roasted alive in the sea of fire earlier, that had been a wrenching tear pulled outward from the marrow. His right arm twitched uncontrollably, veins on his forearm stood out like cords, and the surface of the vessels took on a strange bluish-purple cast. The system's bone reconstruction routine was brutally overbearing. Prime cells were trying to mend the granulation tissue in the punctured palm, while the Shigumaya's skeletal growth kept ripping through the newly formed flesh. Two forces treated his right hand like a meat grinder fighting for territory. Lin Chuan's mind rapidly parsed the situation before him, an incipient form of the Shigumai. An artifact of the Hui clan. The system's reward was undeniably hardcore, but the rejection reaction upon first awakening was ferociously violent. He had to finish this quickly. If it dragged on, even if the prime cells survived, the right arm would have half its function torn away by the tug of war between the two forces. Retreat. Kakashi's command cleaved the air. His Xiaolinian fixed mercilessly on the white bone sprouting from Lin Chuan's palm. He shuffled back half a foot, fingers clutching the white-toothed dagger until the knuckles went pale. The entire intelligence picture collapsed. He could accept Mu Dun's regenerated precedent. After all, the village had examples like Yamato and that unfinished case, but an ability that directly altered skeletal form. Shigumai from the Ween village take Torai clan. How could an orphan who never even formally graduated from the academy possibly exhibit both the first Hokage's traits and Ween bloodline characteristics at once? How many unsanctioned human experiments had Tuanzan hidden from the Hokage? Kakashi's thoughts tangled, but his tactical instincts as ANBU captain remained intact. Create distance. Harass with long-range ninjutsu. Kakashi's order was decisive. But it was too late. The three perimeter ANBU specialized in close combat had already moved into position the moment the Tzitzit formation was torn apart. These killing machines operated on a simple logic. When an enemy begins to reveal an unknown trump card, snap his neck during the casting phase. There was no verbal exchange. Three masked ANBU leapt from the cliff walls in a pin formation from three directions. Their custom-made greatswords were drawn in unison. Broad blades with deep blood grooves forged from high-grade steel threaded with chakra conductive metal. These were heavy cold weapons the ANBU used against large summoned beasts or heavily armored targets. The three blades screamed as they tore the air, sealing off Lin Chuan's left, right, and overhead. Wind pressure slapped his face, sending the blackened flakes of dead skin that had not yet fallen away rustling. He had no weapon. His left hand hung naturally. The bone spike in his right palm had barely protruded 3 inches. From the ANBU perspective, he was a living target. Die. The man above gripped his sword with both hands, and using the downward momentum brought the blade straight for Lin Chuan's face. The other two blades cut in from left and right, aiming for his waist and knees. A perfect execution pattern. Lin Chuan did not step back, not even to dodge. He only lifted his eyelids to regard the 3 heavy cold blades. The least swords are too blunt. Lin Chuan forced the words from between his teeth. The bone growths cracking rendered his voice into fragments. His right hand fingers snapped open and clamped onto the protruding spike. It was practically an act of self-mutilation. With a violent torque of the wrist, he met the descending great sword and jerked outward. The wet sound of flesh fully pierced made the scalp crawl. A hot geyser of blood sprayed from his wrist onto the reddened gravel. He forced out a bone blade over a meter-long bone white, and of high density, tearing free from his palm. No guard, no hilt. The root of the blade had fused directly with his metacarpals and arm bones, as if it were a natural extension of his limb. Lin Chuan swung his right arm. No ornate technique, no precise angle, just a pure brutal horizontal sweep. The raging prime cells had stretched the muscle groups in his right arm to their extreme. Beneath the dark red flesh erupted a power capable of overturning a heavy war cart. The pale bone blade carved a fan-shaped afterimage through the air,
and slammed into the three great swords. Clang! A piercing clash of metal exploded through the canyon. There was no sparks and hold stalemate. The three expensive heavy blades, capable of cleaving rock, met the bone edge and their rims curled and fractured at the instant of contact. Crack! The tempered steel snapped. Half of a heavy blade spun out and slashed into a distant rock embedding to the hilt. The three ANBU's arms were dislocated by the massive recoil. Blood spurted from their ruptured palms, instantly staining the hilts. Their eyes beneath the masks widened to the limit. They could not fathom why the heavy weapons in their hands had been sheared like brittle wood. Lin Chuan did not stop. After the bone blades severed the swords, its momentum continued unabated. The pale edge sliced across the chest of the ANBU directly ahead. The bulletproof vest did not hold for a heartbeat. The bone blade cut through composite, through ribs, into a ventricle, and finally exited from the left rear of the torso. The whole process was so smooth it felt effortless. A mist of blood detonated into the air. The ANBU never even managed to scream. His body was bisected, viscera and intestines slapping onto the searing rock with a scorched stench. The other two slammed to the ground. The half-broken blades in their hands trembled uncontrollably. They looked at their comrades' remains, then at Lin Chuan's uncanny blade that seemed to reject blood. Their tactical framework dissolved into a puddle of confusion. How were they supposed to fight now? Ninjutsu could not kill him, barriers could not trap him, and now even their proud taijutsu and specialized weapons had been crushed by a single bone. Kakashi stepped forward 2 paces over the shattered stone, the white-toothed dagger held before his chest. Its edge shimmered with blue lightning chakra. What exactly are you? Kakashi's breathing had gone ragged. His left eye's Xiaolinian stayed locked on the blade growing from Lin Chuan's hand. Asked Tuanzong. Lin Chuan flicked his right arm, and the bone blade hummed a sharp note through the air. Or you can take my intel down to the underground exchange and sell it. Although I doubt that old miser at the exchange even knows what's happening. Kakashi ground his molars. Tactical misdirection won't fool me. No matter how many bloodline limits you stitch together deserting with the village's top secret intel, you die here today. Kakashi's left hand began forming seals with speed. Chou Mao Shen. A shrill avian cry rang through the canyon, as a dense orb of lightning gathered in Kakashi's left hand. The blinding blue lit the night like midday. Raikiri. He was ready to go all out. Against a creature whose physical defense and regeneration were maxed only in extreme pinpoint penetration that smashed the brain or the heart offered a chance. Lin Chuan watched the crackling lightning in Kakashi's palm. 5 minutes earlier, he might have still felt a sliver of caution. But now, having drawn the bone blade, the newly born power tempered in the fire, he had already filled the chakra gaps in his meridians. Die here? Lin Chuan's mouth curled into an unhidden mocking smile. He slammed the bone blade into the ground. Crack! The high-density bone blade pierced the hard igneous rock, half the blade embedding into the earth. Kakashi's left eye flared crimson. Raikiri's light had been pushed to its limit, and he became a streak of blue lightning charging toward Lin Chuan. But at the precise instant Kakashi lunged, Lin Chuan's fingers abruptly released the blade. The shock of the broken weapons had not yet faded in the ANBU minds. Without warning, Lin Chuan vanished from his original spot. There were no body flicker seals, no smoke to hide him, just pure savage physical explosiveness. The rock beneath his feet was crushed into a half-meter crater, fragments scattered like bullets. The air held only a piercing thunderclap and a streak of blue light that raced into Kakashi's blind spot. Lin Chuan vanished from his spot without warning. Only a piercing thunderclap lingered in the air, along with a crater of pulverized rock beneath his former footing. Kakashi's left eye whirled violently, its 3 tomos spinning at breakneck speed, as he strained to track that lethal bolt of cobalt lightning. His right hand, already charged to the brink with Raikiri, snapped downward with brutal precision, cleaving toward his flank and rear. He missed. The Raikiri's searing heat instantly vaporized a weathered boulder half his height, but no resistance, no sickening catch of blade meeting flesh met his strike. A cold sweat prickled Kakashi's spine. He had miscalculated. That monster, imbued with Hashirama's cells and the Kekei Genkai of Shikatsumiyaku, had never intended a heated clash. Scatter! Kakashi whipped his head around, voice tearing raw, laced with a tremor he himself hadn't registered. He'd shouted too late. Lin Chuan's true target was the elite ANBU squad, just moments ago disarmed and fractured, their formation rent by a fatal gap. The nearest taijutsu specialist clutched his dislocated right arm, stumbling backward in retreat. Before his heel could settle on solid ground, the air before him detonated with a deep concussive boom. A wave of scorching heat, thick with the coppery stench of blood slammed into his face. Lin Chuan's pallid, bloodless face pressed within half a foot of his own, appearing without a whisper of warning. When had he circled behind? Beneath the ANBU mask, eyes bulged wide in shock. His left hand instinctively darted toward the kunai strapped to his thigh pouch. Too slow. Lin Chuan didn't even glance his way. The high-density bone blade Lin Chuan had earlier driven into the earth now rested once more in his grip. His wrist flicked. A crescent-shaped afterimage of ghastly white steel slashed through the night. There was no resistance. Ballistic vests and cervical vertebrae alike shattered like damp parchment against the absolute hardness of Shikatsumiyaku. A skull crowned with an Oni mask rocketed skyward. A crimson geyser erupted from the stump, soaring over 2 meters, drenching the adjacent ANBU operative in steaming, scalding blood. Form ranks. Earth release defense. The deputy captain's roar cracked across the ravine. Gagging on sulphurous air, he wove his fingers in frantic, desperate seals. His chakra pathways, long since drained, were ruthlessly wrung dry, each pulse sending jagged lances of agony down his fingertips, making them tremble uncontrollably. Yet he dared not pause. Snakebore dog. Earth release, earth flow wall. The remaining ANBU operatives completed their hand signs in near-perfect unison. Boom. 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 For colossal monolithic walls of reinforced stone erupted from the earth, severing Lin Chuan's advance like a sudden immovable barrier. Each wall shimmered with dense chakra, its surface gleaming with a cold metallic sheen. The ANBU operatives huddled back-to-back behind the earthen ramparts, gasping ragged breaths as they drove their heels into the ground, scrambling desperately toward Kakashi's position. The deputy captain stared fixedly at the 3-meter-high wall before him. His mind raced, calculating. For high-intensity earth flow walls, amplified by the ANBU's unique chakra resonance, could withstand even large-scale strength jutsu for several seconds. Just 5 breaths, that was all they needed. Once Captain Kakashi closed the distance, re-established range, and wore their foe down, with the Tandran tactic, survival remained possible. A finely tuned calculation. Lin Chuan halted before the first earthen wall. He glanced down at the bone blade in his hand, the edge flawless, not even smudged by the blood of decapitation. But this exertion exacted a terrible toll. His marrow burned as if pierced by 10,000 needles. Hashirama's cells and Shikatsumiyaku continued their violent fusion, their conflicting energies draining his stamina at a terrifying pace. Delay was fatal. If Kakashi, the master tactician, locked onto him with Raikiri, while the ANBU harried him with layered jutsu from the periphery, this battle would end in annihilation. These persistent flies had to be crushed, once and for all. Lin Chuan drew a deep, searing breath, his lungs filling with blistering air, igniting his chest cavity and chakra core alike in fierce combustion. Using earth release to block lightning release. He raised his right hand, fingers clenching tightly around the bone blade's hilt. Did your ninja academy teach elemental affinities, or was it your physical education instructor? ZZZZT. Blinding cobalt white lightning erupted from Lin Chuan's palm. Ferocious lightning nature chakras surged like venomous serpents, coiling up the blade's grooves with frenzied intensity. The bone's ghostly white surface instantly shimmered with the hyper-vibrating Chidori current. Unrivaled lightning penetration, fused with Shikatsumiyaku's absolute physical density. Lin Chuan gripped the hilt with both hands, his waist muscles coiling like sprung steel, then lunged forward, driving the blade with devastating force straight into the gleaming earthen wall. Thwup! No cataclysmic explosion followed. Only a dull, wet sound, like a red-hot iron rod thrust into soaked cardboard. Against the Chidori-imbued bone blade, the formidable wall offered less than half a second's resistance. The lightning chakra's ultra-high frequency vibration shattered the rock's molecular lattice. Lin Chuan twisted his wrist. A web of fissures spidered across the wall's surface, then collapsed inward with a thunderous crash. Shards of stone rained down, raising a choking cloud of dust. Before the ANBU behind the wall could blink, a deathly figure wreathed in cobalt and white burst through the haze, slamming directly into the heart of their defensive formation. For a second, Lin Chuan's left foot crashed down onto an ANBU operative's knee, crunching bone drowned utterly by the roar of thunder. He used the impact as leverage, twisting midair. The lightning-wreathed bone blade sliced through the air like a cerulean ribbon, carving deep into another operative's flank. Man and ballistic vest severed cleanly at the waist. His upper torso tumbled through the air, organs spilling in a hot, glistening cascade across his comrade's armor. Second. The deputy captain reacted with astonishing speed. He endured the agonizing convulsions in his chakra pathways, yanked a custom short blade from his thigh pouch, and locked it rigidly across his chest with both hands. Clang! The bone blade struck the short sword with shuddering force. Yet no stalemate ensued, no desperate contest of strength. Lightning chakra surged up, the metal blade flooding his arms with paralyzing current. Nerves seized. Fingers spasmed open. The bone blade cleaved effortlessly through the tempered steel, and continued upward, slicing cleanly across his throat. The deputy captain collapsed onto the rubble, clutching his spurting neck, eyes wide, and unblinking, his throat gurgling a broken wind-filled rasp, like torn cloth dropping lifelessly into gravel. Third second. The last two ANBU operatives broke completely. Reason was obliterated, overrun by pure animal instinct for survival. They abandoned hand signs. They forgot to flee. Instinctively they raised their bare hands before their faces and screamed, shrill, hollow, and utterly meaningless. Lin Chuan did not swing his blade. His left hand snapped open. Thwip! Thwip! 10 razor-sharp finger bones shot forth from his fingertips, like silent lethal projectiles. Shikatsumiyaku 10-finger piercing shot. At such proximity, lightning-charged bone fragments surpassed even heavy-caliber sniper rounds in sheer destructive power. 2 gaping bullseye wounds exploded across their chests, heart and lungs reduced to pulp. Their bodies flew backward several meters, slamming hard against the final earthen wall before sliding limply to the ground. Time resumed its natural flow. The wind ceased. The lightning faded. An absolute silence descended upon the ravine, broken only by the occasional gurgle of bubbling magma. Blood splattered radially across surrounding cliffs and debris. The acrid stench of iron and charred flesh rose thick and nauseating, so potent it churned the stomach, threatening to expel bile. 3 seconds. 5 battle-hardened ANBU operatives, direct subordinates of the Hokage, slaughtered unilaterally like poultry on a butcher's block. Not a single corpse remained intact. Lin Chuan stood motionless amid the carnage, shreds of viscera and scattered entrails littering the ground around him. He casually shook his right arm. A single drop of blood fell from the blade's tip, striking the earth with quiet finality. "Huh?" Lin Chuan exhaled, a ragged breath flecked with crimson. That burst had been dangerously overextended. The Chidori current's relentless high-frequency output, coupled with Shikatsumiyaku's violent proliferation, sent waves of tearing agony pulsing through his meridians. His right arm trembled faintly, muscles twitching involuntarily. Yet he did not flinch. He knew the real crisis had yet to unfold. He turned his gaze past the carnage, fixing it upon the ruins ahead. The remaining 4 ANBU operatives had utterly lost the will to fight. Crouched behind a massive boulder, fingers clawing at the dirt, they dared not even lift their eyes toward Lin Chuan. In that instant, hunter and prey exchanged roles irrevocably.
"Did your Hokage never instruct you how to respond to threats of this magnitude?"
Lin Chuan dragged the ghastly white bone blade behind him, stepping deliberately through pools of blood. Its tip grated sharply against the unyielding stone.
"Or did Danzo, the ancient undying fool, teach you nothing but how to die?"
At that moment Lin Chuan froze. Every hair on his nape stood rigid, stabbed by an ice-cold, needle-thin sense of absolute lethal targeting, piercing straight into his brainstem. Not from ahead. From below. A deafening shrieking chorus of birds erupted without warning, not from the sky, but from deep within the bedrock beneath his feet. Kakashi, the man hailed as Konoha's supreme technician, hadn't rushed to aid his slaughtered subordinates after his initial failed assault. Instead, he'd slipped underground using earth release, camouflaged by the dust of collapsing walls and the thick fog of spilled blood. He had waited. Waited for that inevitable minuscule lapse, the half-breath of exhaustion following Lin Chuan's 3-second massacre. Boom! A titanic force erupted upward from beneath Lin Chuan's feet, flipping the stone layer clean off its foundation. Kakashi burst forth from the earth, coated in mud and comrades' blood. His Sharingan's 3 tomo locked unblinkingly onto Lin Chuan's exposed back, tears of blood streaking from the corner of his eye as he pushed his ocular power beyond its limits. Suppressed fury had transmuted into pure unadulterated killing intent. His Raikiri no longer blazed blue, it glowed with a chilling deathly white, compressed to unbearable density by overwhelming chakra pressure.
"Die!"
Kakashi's voice rasped like sandpaper on rusted iron. With utter resolve, that blinding sphere of lightning hurtled toward Lin Chuan's unprotected spine. The sharp cries of birds tore through the ground, completely shattering the surface. The violent lightning chakra instantly drained the oxygen from the bottom of the ravine.
Kakashi's timing for the ambush was astutely lethal. Lin Chuan's right arm muscles had just endured the dual strain of thousand birds and corpse bone pulse, and were currently in a spasm after heavy load. Even a body enhanced by the system needed half a breath to reset its nerve reflexes. Half a breath was enough for a seasoned assassin like a genin to pierce a heart 10 times. Die! Kakashi's hoarse roar mingled with the thunder. The mass of pale lightning compressed to high density was less than half a foot from Lin Chuan's back. The high temperature had already charred the newly grown flesh on Lin Chuan's back, filling the air with the stench of burning hair. There was no escape. For an ordinary ninja, there wouldn't even be enough time to complete the hand seals for a substitution technique before ending up hanging from Kakashi's arm. Lin Chuan paid no heed to the pain in his right arm. His lumbar vertebrae cracked, and he forcefully twisted his body half a position, using the strength of his muscles. The vital spot on his back was evaded. The left side of his body directly faced the pale lightning. The 3 tomo in Kakashi's left eye spun wildly. The tactic was effective. Even if he didn't stab the heart-crippling half of this monster would turn the tide of battle. As long as he deprived the opponent of mobility, the cleanup work could be left to the support troops. But the next second a scene that completely overturned Kakashi's common sense appeared in his vision. Lin Chuan's left arm made no defensive or blocking movement. Because it wasn't needed. Crack. A chilling sound of bone shattering erupted from Lin Chuan's left shoulder all the way to his wrist. The dark red flesh was brutally torn from the inside out. A large stream of scalding blood surged out only to be evaporated into a layer of red mist by the approaching Reichu's high temperature. The ivory-white bone plate crazily protruded outward along with the torn flesh. The bone cells rapidly proliferated, stitched together, and hardened at an extraordinary speed under the system's force stimulation defying biological norms. A high-density bone shield over half a meter wide and more than 3 inches thick directly replaced the outer skin of Lin Chuan's left arm, firmly blocking the path of the Reichu. Boom! The Reichu violently struck the center of the bone shield. The devastating energy exploded at the point of impact. Dazzling arcs of white-hot electricity raced along the edges of the bone shield, smashing the volcanic rock beneath Lin Chuan's feet into large spiderweb-like cracks. The massive shockwaves swept outward. For surviving ANBU hiding behind a large rock were knocked to the ground, tumbling several meters before barely stabilizing themselves. They shielded their eyes from the blinding light peering through their fingers fixated on the center of the battle. The sound of thunder was deafening. The veins on Kakashi's wrist bulged as the high-frequency vibrations of the lightning chakra fiercely damaged the calcium structure of the bone shield surface. Bone dust fell in showers. With every inch the lightning advanced, Kakashi's veins suffered exponentially increased pressure. This shield was too hard. It was far from an ordinary bone. It was mixed with an extremely high density of chakra properties, its hardness even surpassing that of a steel shield infused with chakra-conducting metal. Break it! Kakashi bit down on his tongue, forcibly squeezing the last bit of chakra from his veins. The lightning flared several degrees brighter. A shallow pit finally appeared on the surface of the bone shield. But it was just a shallow pit. At that moment Lin Chuan's initial cells displayed what true resilience meant. As the Reichu destroyed one layer of bone, the living cells beneath immediately proliferated into 2 layers. The ivory-white bone plates were continuously carbonized under the lightning's high temperature, while new bone plates kept pushing the carbonized parts away. Destruction and rebirth. The 2 forces engaged in the most primal tug-of-war within a tiny space. Lin Chuan braced against the impact of the Reichu, his feet carving deep grooves into the rocky ground. Pain surged through the nerve endings of his left arm straight to his brain. It felt like his marrow was being boiled repeatedly over a fire. He gritted his teeth, swallowing back the blood froth surging up from his throat. He quickly calculated the current situation in his mind. His right arm was still in spasm, and his left arm was completely used to block the Reichu. The chakra consumption was severe, but Kakashi's condition was certainly worse than his. The Reichu, being a high-explosive ninjutsu, would inflict greater backlash on the user the longer it was sustained. As long as he could exhaust this mass of lightning, the people of Konoha would be completely out of breath. Suddenly Lin Chuan frowned. As the skeletal structure of his left arm rapidly proliferated, a chilling stream of chakra surged through his veins. This power did not belong to the system's awarded corpse bone pulse nor the initial cells. It lay dormant deep within the marrow, only revealing the slightest trace due to the external pressure from the Reichu. Was there something else hidden within the original body? That thought only passed through Lin Chuan's mind for an instant before he forcibly suppressed it.
There was no time to investigate the hidden dangers within his body.
Your penetrating power is indeed impressive.
Lin Chuan's voice pierced through the thunder, striking Kakashi's eardrum without missing a word. Kakashi's breath suddenly halted. He widened his Sharingan eye. In his line of sight, Lin Chuan's pale face bore no hint of dying panic, but instead exuded a mocking ease. This was impossible. He was most aware of the lethality of the Reichu. Even someone of Orochimaru's caliber would be heavily injured if hit directly. What could this teenage orphan rely on?
Too bad your endurance is lacking.
Lin Chuan's left shoulder muscles suddenly bulged. No longer passively defending, he bore down against the dazzling lightning, exerting force with his left arm and crashing forward. The electric net on the surface of the bone shield was forcibly pushed open by this raw power. Kakashi grunted. A crackling sound of dislocated bones echoed from his wrist. The massive Reichu finally surpassed the critical point after intense compression, unable to maintain its form any longer. Bang! A dull explosion sounded. The pale lightning completely shattered into countless tiny arcs of electricity. Kakashi, deprived of support, was directly thrown into the air by the tremendous backlash. He forcibly twisted his body in midair, and after landing on the ground, he skidded out over 10 meters across the rubble until his back crashed heavily against a weathered rock.
Cough!
Kakashi leaned against the rock wall, gasping for breath. Blood trickled down from the corner of his left eye, dripping onto his charred bulletproof vest. The excessive strain on his Sharingan finally overwhelmed his optic nerve, causing the crimson eye to close uncontrollably. The white fang short knife broke. The Reichu was shattered. The chakra ran dry. He could barely stand upright, relying solely on willpower to hold himself up. The ravine was left with only the bubbling sounds of magma. The 4 remaining ANBU collapsed completely behind a large rock. Having been unilaterally crushed by their captain's strongest killing move, the defense line they called Elite ANBU crumbled. This battle was unwinnable. The opponent was not human at all, but an ancient beast clad in human skin. Lin Chuan shook out his sore left arm. The massive bone shield shattered into fine bone powder, scattering across the ground, revealing the dark red newly grown flesh beneath. The charred pit left by the Reichu quickly healed under the writhing of the initial cells. He did not care about his still spasming right arm. Dragging his weary, but still imposing body, Lin Chuan stepped over the ground littered with rubble and pools of blood, walking step by step to a position less than 3 steps away from Kakashi. Kakashi opened his unobscured right eye, fixating intently on the boy before him. He had executed countless top-secret missions in his lifetime, killing renowned ninjas from various countries. But today, in front of this defected orphan deemed a genin by Konoha, he tasted a true defeat. The intelligence network had become a joke. Tactics had become a joke. Even the will of fire he upheld appeared pale and powerless in the face of absolute violence. How much danger had Danzo, that old fox, truly concealed? Was such a level of monster really raised right under Konoha's nose? Meanwhile, 50 kilometers away, in the dense forest at the border of the Land of Fire, a tall man cloaked in a robe of black and red clouds halted his steps. He held the head of a bounty hunter still dripping with blood, casually tossing it beside a moss-covered tree root.
Kisame, why have you stopped?
A bizarre black and white face emerged from a plant resembling aloe, its voice raspy and unpleasant.
The Underground Exchange just updated the bounty list.
Kisame's green pupils glimmered with uncontainable greed.
Konoha has a traitor ninja out.
Alive or dead, 30 million Ryo. Moreover, that old fox Danzo secretly added 20 million through the black market.
Zetsu's half-white face elongated its tone. What kind of lethal thing could this little brat be carrying to make the leader of the Roots bleed so much?
Kisame snorted coldly, flicking the blood off his hand.
Whatever he has, a 50 million Ryo head belongs to me. The bounty office only recognizes corpses, not people. Since Konoha's upper echelons dare to throw this piece of meat into the black market, they can't blame others for taking a bite.
Zetsu slowly sank into the ground.
Then let's speed up. I have a feeling this money won't be easy to obtain.
The scene shifted back to the ravine. Lin Chuan looked down at the silver-haired man leaning against the rock wall. The ground was littered with the corpses of ANBU, providing the perfect backdrop. The smell of blood in the air was thick and suffocating. He grinned, revealing his ivory-white teeth.
The #1 technician in Konoha.
This light remark landed in Kakashi's ears like a piercing thunder.
Nothing more than this.
Thick blood dripped from the pale bony blade onto the igneous rock with a faint plop. Lin Chuan lifted his boot and crushed the chest of the ANBU corpse beneath him, the dull crack of breaking bone reverberated through the heat at the bottom of the fractured gorge. He ignored the faint spasms in his right arm, his gaze passing over the scattered flesh, to fix on the silver-haired man leaning against the rock a dozen paces away. Kakashi breathed heavily, his lungs ragged, like a tattered bellows. His right eye hidden beneath a forehead protector was shut tight, the exposed left eye stared at Lin Chuan with unforgiving intensity. 3 black magatama swirled frantically within the crimson pupil, searching that monstrous body for the slightest flaw. This was unwinnable in a straightforward fight. Kakashi's back was pressed to the searing rock, the coarse gravel bit into the tear of his bulletproof vest, grinding his flesh raw. He ran through his options in his head. The Raikiri had been met heat-in by that abnormal bone shield. The recoil damaged the meridians of his entire right arm and drained his chakra to the bottom. The outer ANBU elite had been slaughtered to the last. The few remaining men were useless. But he had not yet lost. Kakashi's gaze dropped half an inch to lock onto Lin Chuan's naturally hanging right hand. The muscles of that arm twitched uncontrollably, veins on the back of the hand bulged and subsided. High-frequency lightning-release chakra stimulation combined with forced osseous proliferation had overloaded the nervous system, an ironclad sign. This kid was also at the end of his rope. Kakashi calculated quickly. That grotesque bone growth together with the consumption of the Kidora-style techniques must have drained the chakra from this adolescent body. A cramping right arm meant the opponent had lost his deadliest close-quarters explosive power. If he could create a safe distance of over 10 meters, slip underground with earth release, and stall until the village's reinforcements arrived, the tide could be turned. He must not be drawn in, absolutely must not let the enemy close distance. Retreat order not even given yet, and the ANBU captain from Muyi is ready to vanish. Lin Chuan's voice sliced through the muffled air of the fractured gorge. He tossed the serrated bone knife at his hand to the ground, producing a clear metallic clack. Do all Muyi Jonin have the same tactical template stored in their heads? Can't win, so pull back, can't pull back, call for reinforcements, treating the shinobi world like a playground. Lin Chuan had no intention of giving Kakashi time to form seals. He drove off his left leg with explosive force. The igneous rock beneath his foot crumbled into a deep pit, and jagged shards flew outward. He surged forward, carrying with him a heavy stench of blood, cleaving the air toward the wall where Kakashi leaned. The muscles along Kakashi's back tensed violently. He guessed right. The other man had abandoned ninjutsu and relied on raw physical strength for a final strangling blow. Not a chance. Kakashi rasped low from his throat. He drove his heel into the rock and used the wall to slide laterally to the left. As he slid, his hands moved with a twisted precision toward the pouch of tools strapped to his outer thigh. Whoosh! 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 3 kunai fitted with detonation tags screamed through the air, locking off Lin Chuan's upper, middle, and lower advance in a precise grid. The fuse flared red sparks were vivid against the night. Lin Chuan did not even blink. If he stopped now to form a substitution seal or dodge to either side, she would gain at least 2 breaths worth of sealing time. Exactly the tactical breathing room his opponent desired. He refused to grant it. Lin Chuan's forward pace did not slow an iota. The half plate of bone remaining on his left arm was held across his chest, taking the 3 kunai heat-in. Boom! The detonation tags erupted less than half a meter from Lin Chuan. Blinding flames and a fierce blast swallowed his silhouette in an instant. Black smoke rolled in great curtains through the gorge and obscured vision. Kakashi's left foot had barely found purchase when his crimson Sharingan, overexerted beyond its pupil strength, split at the corner. A bright tear of blood slid down his cheek and dropped onto his scorched bulletproof vest. The sting from his nerves sent numbness through half his skull, yet he dared not close his eyes. The Sharingan's motion vision had been driven to its limit. It fixated on that rolling smoke. Not dead. Not even thrown off balance. Kakashi saw clearly that Lin Chuan's figure had torn straight through the explosion's veil. The shockwaves that would have shredded an ordinary shinobi to pieces left only a scorched mark on the newly birthed dark red flesh. Visible writhing cells hastened to repair the wound. A monster. Kakashi bit his tongue and forced what remained of his chakra through his meridians. His left hand flipped in the air and clenched a specially made kunai that had no detonation tag attached. At the same time, his right hand, its meridians damaged, hid in the shadow at his waist as blue-white arcs of electricity flickered and emitted faint bird-like chirrs. It was a deadly trap. He deliberately displayed a weakness on his left side, using the kunai as visible defense while concealing the remaining Raikiri in the dark. If Lin Chuan closed to block the kunai, the Raikiri in his right hand would slip through to pierce the other man's heart. The distance between them contracted to less than a foot. So close that Kakashi could smell the acrid blood and singed flesh on Lin Chuan. Die. The kunai in Kakashi's left hand cut the air as it thrust for Lin Chuan's throat. Lin Chuan's gaze flicked across the cold gleam of the kunai in his peripheral vision. He caught the faint blue light at Kakashi's waist. The old fox was still scheming. He was gambling that I would not accept mutual destruction. The Sharingan could predict motion trajectories, but it could not discern the upper limit of physical regeneration. Lin Chuan did not raise his left arm to block the lethal kunai. He merely tilted his head half an inch. Shoo! The sharp kunai blade grazed Lin Chuan's cheek. Flesh was cut, and hot beads of blood spattered onto Kakashi's mask. Kakashi froze. At such proximity, facing a thrust to the throat, any normal shinobi's first reaction would be to block or back away. Not dodging and not defending, taking the wound hidden. The momentary shock did not interrupt Kakashi's motion. His right hand hidden at his waist surged with effort, fingers crackling faintly, with lightning aimed straight for Lin Chuan's left ventricle. He had one. Pierced the heart, and no amount of recovery would save him. But at the instant Kakashi's fingertip was about to touch the skin over Lin Chuan's chest, a pale hand shot from the shadow without warning, fingers splayed like iron pincers that clamped down hard on Kakashi's wrist, holding the Raikiri. Kakashi's pupils dilated wildly beneath the Sharingan. Impossible. That was Lin Chuan's right hand, the very arm that had been twitching from nervous overload and could not possibly exert force. You think those were just spasms? Lin Chuan's voice exploded against Kakashi's eardrum, steeped in unmasked mockery. The gash along his cheek, deep to the bone, was now closing rapidly under the frenzied writhing of primordial cells, leaving not even a scar. That was reconstruction. Lin Chuan's right hand fingers snapped shut. A savage rush of chakra poured from his palm and mercilessly into Kakashi's wrist. It was not a mere nervous twitch from damaged nerves. The primordial cells, having devoured vast amounts of chakra, were frantically reorganizing the ruined muscle fibers. The brief convulsions had been the sign that power had been accumulated to its peak. Crack. A bone-chilling crisp sound detonated between them. The bones of Kakashi's wrist were crushed under Lin Chuan's unreasonable grip. Pale bone shards pierced the skin and protruded into the open air. Blood gushed through the gaps between Lin Chuan's fingers. The lighting around Kakashi's hand guttered out. Ugh! Kakashi emitted a muffled, aching cry. Cold sweat broke out across his brow, and mingled with a bloody tear on his cheek as it dripped away. The excruciating pain blurred his Sharingan, and his right arm drooped limp and useless, utterly ruined. Muya's top technician, your scheming was indeed meticulous. Lin Chuan did not loosen his hold, his fingers still clamped the severed wrist. But alas, before absolute violence, no matter how fast your mind works, it is still scrap iron. Kakashi gritted through stabbing pain as his left-hand kunai slashed across, trying to force Lin Chuan to release his grip. Lin Chuan did not even glance at the kunai. He drove his left knee up with the wind-rending force of a blade and rammed it hard into Kakashi's abdomen. Thud. The bulletproof vest caved inward in a great dent. Stomach acid mixed with blood spat from Kakashi's mouth. The tremendous impact folded him. Like a boiled shrimp, the kunai in his left hand fell limp onto the rubble with a clear ring. Both his physiological and psychological defenses were shattered in that moment. Kakashi panted, his vision blurred by sweat and blood. He tried to muster chakra, but his meridians were hollow. The agony from his right arm tore at his consciousness. He had lost. Completely and utterly defeated by a runaway orphan. Lin Chuan lowered his head and looked at the limp, severed wrist in his hand. His primordial cells continued greedily devouring surrounding energy. At that moment, a cold bone-deep chakra deep in his meridian stirred again. What is this thing? Lin Chuan's brow tightened. He forced his own chakra to suppress the abnormal flare. This was no time for body inspection. He lifted his eyes to the vast cracked slab of igneous rock beside him. The game is over. Lin Chuan's right arm muscles bulged violently. Dark red flesh exploded with terrifying tensile force. With a single-handed heave, he lifted Kakashi clean off the ground. The crushed wrist bore the weight of Kakashi's entire body. Skin and fascia were stretched to their limit, emitting teeth-grinding tears. Kakashi groaned in pain and kicked helplessly in midair. Lin Chuan spoke no more word. He hoisted Kakashi's severed arm like a battered sandbag, spun on his heel, drove his hips, and with savage momentum hurled Kakashi's body against the hard igneous rock. Bang!
A muffled impact exploded at the bottom of the broken valley. A massive igneous boulder, twice the height of a man, split down its center, with a spiderweb-like fissure sending shards and dust cascading downward. Kakashi hung limp in the concave hollow of the cliff face, like a puppet with severed strings. Lin Chuan released his grip. A few silver strands streaked with blood drifted from between his fingers. He flicked his wrist, scattering droplets of crimson onto the night air, the dark red flesh beneath exuding a sharp metallic stench. 30 paces from the epicenter of battle, 4 ANBU agents, wearing animal masks, crouched motionless behind a colossal stone. Silence pressed in, so absolute that only the gurgling churn of molten rock and the frantic drumming of their own hearts hammering against ribcages could be heard. The lead fox-masked ANBU's throat convulsed violently as he swallowed back a mouthful of sour blood and bile. The taut string within his mind, named ANBU Honor, snapped clean in two. If even Kakashi, bearer of the Sharingan, had been battered one-sidedly like a training sack, then they, mere foot soldiers, would not even suffice as morsels for that monster's teeth. Flee. Survive. To deliver intelligence back to the village. Yes, for intelligence, not fear. The fox-masked ANBU constructed in his mind an immaculate justification, seamless and unassailable. If this monster's true nature reached Danzasama, the village would surely devise a means to destroy him. Retreat! Hurry, retreat! His voice trembled beyond control as he scrambled backward on hands and knees toward the valley's rim. The remaining 3 jolted awake as if from a nightmare, scrambling after him on all fours, leaving behind their custom-forged Tonto blades abandoned where they fell. At the valley's edge, 4 violet flame pillars erupted skyward. The 4 violet flames formation. Before battle, they had ordered the barrier division to erect this inescapable net, designed specifically to prevent Lin Chuan from exploiting his speed to flee. Now this impregnable prison had become their own death trap, sealing every path of retreat. The fox-masked ANBU lunged toward the violet barrier and began weaving hand seals with frenzied haste. Water release, water encampment wall. A torrent surged against the violet flames, yet not a single ripple rose. The water vanished, instantly vaporized into billowing white mist. Break it! Break it now! Beside him, a cat-masked ANBU, eyes wild with panic, drew a kunai and slashed directly at the barrier. Hiss. The violet flame raced up the kunai's metal shaft and engulfed his arm. Intense heat incinerated both armored sleeve and flesh alike, reducing them to blackened charcoal. Ah! A shrill, agonized scream echoed through the valley. He collapsed, writhing violently on the ground, slapping at his burning hand. But the violet flame refused to die, consuming his entire forearm until only ash remained. Clutching the charred stump, he convulsed in silent, excruciating spasms. The fox-masked ANBU didn't spare so much as a glance at his fallen comrade. He whirled and roared at the other 2. Combine elemental techniques. Earth release layered with wind release. Slice open the earth itself and escape underground. The other 2 frantically began forming hand seals. But under extreme terror, chakra refused to obey. One misformed a seal, causing chakra backlash that sent him reeling backward, spitting a gout of crimson blood. The fox-masked ANBU kicked him hard in the gut. Worthless fool. Do you want to get us all killed? Lin Chuan stood still, unmoving. From his ninja tool pouch, he withdrew a relatively clean bandage and methodically wrapped it around the fresh pulsing flesh of his left hand. His gaze swept past the scattered carnage, settling coldly upon the 4 elite Konoha shinobi raging helplessly at the barrier's edge. Is this the bond you so proudly claimed? Lin Chuan tightened the final loop of the bandage and clenched it into a knot with his teeth. When calamity strikes, each flees alone. Rustle. Loose stones tumbled from the cliff face. Kakashi slid slowly from his shallow recess in the wall, dropping heavily into the rubble below. Cough, poo! A thick jet of black blood laced with fragments of internal organs erupted from his mouth, splattering across his mask. His right eye cracked open just a slit. Blood blurred his vision, yet he still saw, clearly enough, the scene unfolding at the valley's edge. His hand picked elite Danzo's sharpest blade. Unwavering practitioners of the will of fire. Now they behaved like rabid strays cornered in a dead end, shoving, snarling, even drawing short blades against one another to secure the best position for breaking the barrier. Kakashi's chest heaved, not from pain, but from a suffocating despair deeper than death itself. Everything he had devoted his life to uphold was in this instant trampled into mud by blood-stained boots, shattered beyond repair. You? A wheezing rasp escaped Kakashi's throat as his fingers dug desperately into the ground. Even if you kill us, Konoha will never let you go. The entire shinobi world holds no place for you.
Lin Chuan stepped forward, standing over Kakashi, the once-luminescent hero of canon, gazing down with detached contempt.
A place to belong.
Lin Chuan raised his right foot and slowly ground it into Kakashi's right arm, the one whose wrist bones had been crushed.
Ugh!
Kakashi bit through his lower lip, refusing to cry out, but cold sweat rained from his brow, striking the earth like falling hail.
Perhaps you've misunderstood something.
Lin Chuan bent low his lips, brushing Kakashi's ear.
I defected, not to find another master to serve. I left because your land is too filthy, and it choked my breath.
He straightened, casting a glacial dismissive glance toward the ANBU still tearing at one another at the barrier's edge. These tools, indoctrinated by Konoha's upper echelons, spoke of comradeship and the will of fire with fervent loyalty and victory. Yet faced with overwhelming force, with true mortality, staring them in the face, the selfishness and cowardice beneath their masks reeked worse than any rot. Killing Kakashi now would cost Danzo little more than a momentary lament for lost combat strength. The third Hokage would shed perhaps 2 tears before resuming his pipe smoking in the Hokage tower. No, the veil must be torn away entirely. The hollow, decaying skeleton of Konoha must be exposed raw and bleeding before the entire shinobi world. He would brand his name upon the black market bounty lists, not as a fugitive, but as a declaration, a thunderous, unapologetic slap across the faces of Konoha's ruling elite. The violent spasms in his right arm had subsided. After absorbing sufficient chakra, the first Hokage's cells were stabilizing, but deep within his meridians an unnatural coldness lingered like a hibernating serpent, occasionally flicking its tongue. The secrets buried within the original body demanded thorough excavation, later. For now, the pursuers needed to be dispatched. At the valley's edge, the fox-masked ANBU completed the final hand seal of the composite technique. A jagged broken kunai shrieked through the air, embedding itself precisely in his calf muscle, just as he prepared to dive headfirst into the newly split earth.
You dare run alone!
The cat-masked ANBU, whose arm had been burned away, had somehow crawled close, gripping the fox-masked man's leg with his remaining hand. Madness blazed behind the mask's hollow eyes.
We die together. Why should you sacrifice us as stepping stones?
Grunting in pain, the fox-masked ANBU yanked his short blade free and drove it deep into the cat-masked man's back.
Get off me! You wretches deserve to die here.
Blood sprayed across his chest. He kicked the corpse aside, dragging his wounded leg toward the fissure. Suddenly, the entire floor of the broken valley shuddered violently. This was no ordinary earthquake. It was the furious escalating surge of some monstrous energy coiling deep beneath the earth. Within the cracks of the igneous rock, the once dull crimson magma began flowing upward, defying gravity, twisting unnaturally against all natural law. The fox-masked ANBU whirled around in terror. Lin Chuan slowly crouched, pressing both palms flat against the blood-soaked ground. A thunderous crackling echoed from deep within his bones. The ground at the bottom of the broken valley began to tremble violently. This was no ordinary earthquake. It was the furious accumulation of an immeasurably savage energy deep beneath the earth's crust. From the fissures in the igneous rock, crimson magma, once sluggish and downward flowing, began surging upward in defiance of natural law. The fox mask whirled around, eyes wide with terror. Lin Chuan slowly crouched low, pressing both palms flat against the blood-soaked ground. Rough igneous stone bit into his palm, searing heat pierced through his skin and flesh burrowing inward. He paid no mind to these superficial wounds. Within him, his primordial cells emitted a grating guttural sound, like ravenous swallowing, as they greedily drained every last drop of chakra from his meridians, then violently reversed its flow, channeling it all downward into the earth's mantle. His body was straining toward its breaking point. The skeletal pulse granted by the system was indeed overbearing, but to blanket the entire valley floor required an astronomical quantity of calcium and chakra. Lin Chuan felt it with chilling clarity. His thighs and back muscles convulsed uncontrollably deep within his bone marrow. A hollow, excruciating ache pulsed, like something being forcibly siphoned away. He was gambling his life to probe the absolute limits of this vessel. If he meant to tear apart Konoha's veil of hypocrisy and send the black market bounty lists into frenzy, mere slaughter would never suffice. Only ultimate violence would do, to impale these so-called elite ANBU operatives, mere tools of the shadows, upon the very altar of despair.
Run!
The fox-mask's throat convulsed violently, as a hoarse-shredded cry tore from his lips. He ignored the gaping wound piercing his thigh and hurled half his body into the fissure torn open by the composite ninjutsu. The sharp, damp scent of wet earth flooded his senses. The crack was just wide enough for an adult to crawl through on hands and knees.
10 meters forward, and he'd breached the subterranean barrier of the Four Red Flames formation. If he survived, he could deliver this monster's true nature to Lord Danzo, and the village would surely devise a way to destroy him. The fox mask scrambled forward, fingers clawing desperately into the muddy walls, nails splitting and peeling back without him registering pain. Ahead at the fissure's end, a sliver of external light shimmered faintly. That light was the signal of survival. Behind him came the catface ANBU's desperate curses, then the sickening frantic scrape of flesh dragging across stone. The remaining two ANBU had also lost all reason, shoving, biting, tearing at each other's ballistic vests as they fought to squeeze into the fissure. Kakashi lay slumped in a pile of shattered rubble 30 paces away. His right eye was blinded, drowned in blood, leaving only a narrow crimson slit. A fractured rib had punctured his lung. Each shallow breath expelled tiny glistening bubbles of blood. Something was wrong. Kakashi's dwindling shinobi instinct screamed a dire warning. The frequency of the tremors defied logic. Earth-released chakra should feel dense, compressive, imbued with the weight and solemnity of the land itself. What now rose from below, however, was piercing, razor-sharp, a suffocating wave of deathly intent, as if 10,000 blades were being sharpened in unison beneath the earth. His gaze locked onto Lin Chuan's hands pressed into the soil, onto the bulging dark red tendons snaking up arms wrapped in scarlet flesh. A horrifying realization crashed into Kakashi's mind. This boy intended to reshape the terrain itself. Kakashi opened his mouth, desperate to shout a warning to the ANBU still scrambling at the edge of the barrier. Retreat! But only torrents of black blood surged up his throat, choking the word before it could escape. He tried to raise his left hand to form a seal, even the most basic earth wall jutsu, but the agonizing desiccation of his meridians plunged him into blinding darkness, nearly claiming his consciousness. Lin Chuan slowly lifted his head. Veins throbbed starkly beneath the thin skin of his forehead, sweat and blood mingled, dripping steadily from his chin onto the igneous rock. His eyes swept over the Konoha ANBU, writhing like maggots into the fissure. No pity, no hesitation, only cold, unblinking resolve. Skeletal pulse, early fern dance. His voice was quiet, yet carried perfectly on the vibrations of the earth, striking each ear like a hammer blow. Crack! A shrill splintering sound erupted at the heart of the valley. The first bone spear erupted from the soil beside Lin Chuan, thick as a grown man's thigh, its tip so keen it shrieked as it cleaved the air. Then came the second, the third, the 100th. This was no mere jutsu detonation, it was unilateral geomantic reformation. The entire igneous bedrock of the valley floor was overturned. Dense towering bone spears erupted en masse from below, punching upward with brutal force. The crimson magma, compressed by colossal pressure, exploded skyward in a torrent of fiery rain. The fox mask's fingers had just brushed the cool, damp soil of the fissure's exit, had even tasted the chill night breeze. Then a sudden eerie emptiness seized his lower body. No pain registered. The speed was too great. The nervous system had no time to transmit the signal of annihilation. He looked down. By the faint light, he saw a jagged ivory white bone tip erupting cleanly from the center of his chest. Glistening intestinal tissue, still twitching, clung to the serrated surface of the bone. Irk! He tried to cry out, only for a second spear to pierce upward through his jaw and straight through his skull. The sheer force launched him bodily from the fissure. His fox mask, emblazoned with the Konoha ANBU insignia, shattered midair into a dozen splintered fragments. The catface ANBU behind the fissure didn't even have time to scream. Dozens of bone spears, varying wildly in thickness, converged from all directions, slicing through his ballistic vest and flesh like butter. His body contorted grotesquely, suspended high in the air. The remaining two ANBU leapt, attempting to evade. Midair, with nowhere to push off, they were utterly defenseless. Dozens of bone spears, like the fangs of carnivorous blossoms, met in perfect lethal convergence. Their bodies exploded into swarms of meat and viscera drenched in arterial spray, crashing down onto the bone-strewn ground below. Boom! The Four Red Flames formation surrounding the valley buckled under the savage subterranean assault, emitting a brittle shuddering crack. Its 4 violet pillars flickered violently, then disintegrated into a shower of fading light particles. The 4 hidden barrier squad shinobi suffered catastrophic chakra backlash, simultaneously vomiting blood before collapsing limp against tree trunks. The valley fell silent. Only the soft rhythmic plink of blood dripping from bone tips onto stone, and the faint sibilant hiss of cooling magma, remained. Lin Chuan withdrew his hands from the earth. His body lurched violently. He dropped to one knee with a heavy hollow thud. Gasping, he gulped down ragged breaths, his throat thick
with the coppery tang of blood. He stared at his own hands. His left arm and legs had taken on the pallor of a corpse, irrefutable proof of catastrophic calcium depletion. Even with the primordial cells sustaining him, such large-scale terrain-altering ninjutsu had drained over 90% of his chakra reserves. Inside his bones it felt as though 10,000 ants gnawed relentlessly at his marrow. The primordial cells frantically absorbed ambient energy from the air, striving to repair ravaged muscle fibers, while two opposing forces clashed violently within him, wrenching at his nerves. Worse still, the dormant glacial chakra coiled deep within his meridian seized upon his momentary weakness and surged upward a full half-inch. That icy chill shot up his spine, slamming into the base of his skull, carrying an alien ancient coldness that did not belong to this body. Lin Chuan bit down hard on his tongue. Iron-rich blood flooded his mouth. With his last shred of mental strength, he struck inward, like a maul hammering steel, crushing that frigid surge back into the deepest recesses of his marrow. What foul thing truly dwelled inside this body? The original owner, a nameless orphan who'd served Konoha as cannon fodder for over a decade, had a spotless dossier. Such latent power was impossible. He'd need to find a secure place soon, and dissect this body layer by layer. Lin Chuan drew a slow, deep breath and pushed himself upright, bracing on his knees. His ashen skin gradually regained a faint flush under the primordial cell's nourishment, but the bone-deep exhaustion clung like a shroud. He dragged his leaden limbs across the field of shattered stone and splintered bone until he stood before Kakashi. Kakashi was still alive. When unleashing the early fern dance, Lin Chuan had deliberately guided the bone spear's growth, leaving a palm-sized pocket of safety precisely where Kakashi lay. He needed a living witness. Someone of sufficient rank, someone whose survival would make Konoha's upper echelons flinch, to carry tonight's truth unaltered straight to the Hokage tower. Kakashi leaned against the cliff face, his sole remaining eye fixed unblinkingly on Lin Chuan. His Sharingan, exhausted beyond endurance, had reverted to an ordinary black iris. His gaze drifted past Lin Chuan's shoulder, and locked onto a sight he would never unsee. The entire Crimson Valley had been transformed into a forest of ghastly white bone. Hundreds, no thousands, of colossal bone spears stabbed upward into the night sky, crisscrossing in a macabre lattice. His elite ANBU squad hung motionless atop them, like discarded sacks of rags. Blood slid slowly down the ivory shafts, pooling at their bases into steaming crimson puddles. A night wind slipped through the dense thicket of bone, echoing with a mournful wailing resonance like the cries of the damned. It was hell made manifest. "You?" "Cough." Kakashi managed only a single syllable before another gout of blood spattered from his lips. Lin Chuan loomed over the blood-soaked man, looking down with detached, unyielding calm. "Tell Danzo, and that old man who smokes his pipe all day, that this is merely the beginning." Lin Chuan turned his back on Kakashi, and casually tore away the blood-soaked bandage from his left arm. "This is merely the beginning." A bloodied bandage fell onto the igneous rock with a sticky, muted sound. "This is only the beginning." Lin Chuan's voice echoed through the pallid forest of bones torn to shreds by the night wind. Kakashi leaned against a cracked rock face. His lungs were like a leaky bellows, each breath drawing up a spray of tiny blood bubbles. His remaining left eye was blurred by sweat and blood. The scene of mingled crimson and ashen hues mercilessly crushed the common sense he had built over the past 20 years. Lin Chuan did not hurry to finish off the winded elite on the ground. He turned and trudged into the dense thicket of bone spines. Across the grayish skin, first-generation cells ravenously absorbed the free energy in the air, striving to repair muscles exhausted by overuse. The eruption of bone veins had drained most of the body's calcium and chakra. Now, with every step he took, the joint cavities of his knees rasped with dry friction. This was the price of absolute power. Military boots sank into a mire of crushed bone and flesh, emitting a noise that crawled up the scalp. Lin Chuan stopped before the ANBU corpse, wearing a fox mask. A thick bone spike had impaled the body through the chin and held it aloft. Intestines slid halfway down the spine, swaying faintly in the night breeze. He raised his right hand and flicked a small, sharp bone blade from his fingertip. With a casual arc, the blade sliced precisely through the man's bulletproof vest and pierced the left ventricular chamber. There was no twitch. The blood had long since cooled. He was thoroughly dead. Lin Chuan moved to another ANBU with a face like a cat riddled with punctures, and delivered the same finishing cut to the carotid. Confirm the kills. It was the first law of survival in a dark forest. As he mechanically performed the finishing motions, he felt an unusual disturbance forcibly suppressed deep within his meridians. The original owner of this body had spent more than a decade in my orphanage. The records listed his chakra as mediocre with no sign of any bloodline limit. But just moments ago, while he overextended his chakra to perform the Dawn Fern dance, a chilling surge of energy shot up from the marrow deep within his spine, even attempting to counteract the restorative power of the first-generation cells. That energy bore a distinct parasitic property. Does Xuan's curse seal? Lin Chuan calculated rapidly in his mind. If it were a curse mark confronted with the violent yang chakra of the first-generation cells, it should have provoked a fierce rejection, perhaps erupting and crawling across the entire body. But it did not. The cold energy behaved as if it possessed its own will to survive, encountering the domineering first-generation cells it immediately withdrew into the bone seams and feigned death. This suggested that whoever implanted this power had methods even more covert than did Xuan when he placed the curse on Sasuke. Or perhaps this was not a later implanted curse at all, but a defective remnant of some dormant bloodline network. Tuanzang's root experiment subjects. Or were the original owner's parents not the ordinary civilians recorded, but members of some secret bloodline that had been exterminated? There were too few clues to reach a firm conclusion. The only certainty was that this thing was a ticking time bomb liable to emerge and seize control of the body the next time chakra was exhausted. He needed to find an underground black market with no my eyes and Mednin who could extract it and examine it. The Tian country would be a suitable destination. Lin Chuan withdrew the last finishing bone blade. After circling to confirm that the 4 ANBU and the few barrier squad ninjas outside, who had been consumed in reverse, had all become breathless meat, he slowly returned to Kakashi's side. Kakashi's cough sounded unusually harsh in the dead silence of the broken valley.
You didn't kill me to use me as a hostage to buy an escape route.
Kakashi forced his breathing steady. His voice was hoarse, as if sandpaper had been dragged across it. His left eye, reduced to an ordinary black pupil, stared fixedly at Lin Chuan, attempting to probe the other's true intent. Lin Chuan looked down at the disheveled man, without even bothering to conceal the contempt in his gaze.
Did the head technician of my have his brain fried by his own lightning blade just now? Do you think in my condition I would move faster with a half-dead burden dragging me, or alone?
Kakashi ground his teeth, pain tugging at his severed right arm, as a cold sweat broke out on his brow.
The ANBU reinforcement will seal the border within half an hour at most. Your large-scale terrain-altering jutsu should have exhausted your chakra right. Take me along and my pursuers will hesitate. Only then do you have a chance to leave the land of fire alive. Still scheming.
Lin Chuan kicked a shard of rock at his feet. The stone traced an arc through the air and struck Kakashi's fractured right arm with unerring accuracy.
Kakashi
produced a muffled groan and curled inward from the pain.
The 4 outer violet flame arrays collapsed long ago. The barrier squad died without even a scrap left. The summoning beasts you used for communication were charred by the underground lava a moment ago.
Kakashi's breath caught for half a second. He had indeed been bluffing Lin Chuan earlier, trying to exploit the boy's post-battle psychological vulnerability to fabricate the illusion of my army closing in. But he had not expected this adolescent before him to possess not only monstrous power, but a meticulousness that had accounted for easily overlooked details, like the communication summoning beasts. Lin Chuan slowly crouched, elbows on his knees, bringing his gaze level with Kakashi's.
You followers who mouth the will of fire always enjoy bending reality toward what you can control.
Tuanzang said you because he thought 4 ANBU elites plus a Xia Lu and Yen Kakashi were enough to tear a newly defected genin into pieces and bring him back for study.
But he miscalculated one thing. Who are you really?
Kakashi asked the deepest question in his chest. Mike could never have produced such a creature who combined brute strength, regenerative power, and even the ability to alter terrain. This existence had long exceeded the bounds of conventional shinobi understanding.
Who I am is irrelevant.
Lin Chuan's expression remained utterly calm. His tone was as cold as an objective statement.
What matters is that Mui's hypocritical skeleton needs someone to help dismantle it. Do you think I spare you because I'm afraid of that old monkey who sits in the Hokage building smoking a pipe all day?
Lin Chuan stood, and his gaze fell on a blood-stained ANBU dog mask nearby. The mask's edge had already split open.
I find you all die too cleanly. Mui's higher-ups feel no pain.
Lin Chuan raised his right foot and crushed the mask under his mud and blood-smeared boot. Crack. The clay ANBU mask shattered into pieces under the 4 shards embedding deep into the fissures of the igneous rock. Kakashi watched the broken mask. His heart felt as if an invisible hand had gripped it and squeezed until it stopped. That mask was more than a mask, it was the honor of being an ANBU captain, proof that he had served Mai in the dark for so many years, even soiling his hands for it. Now that fidelity was crushed beneath the boot of a teenage rogue like trash, and the shinobi way he had stubbornly clung to was stripped of its covering and rubbed against the ground. The collapse of both his physiological and psychological defenses snuffed out the last glimmer in Kakashi's eyes. He sagged against the rock, as if all his bones had been removed a lump of rotten mud.
Live, and go back to tell those old dogs this is only the beginning.
Lin Chuan withdrew his foot, and did not spare Kakashi another glance. The terror he had delivered was sufficient. A Kakashi crawling back to Mai with a shattered heart, and a body full of scars would erode the leadership's sense of security far more effectively than a cold corpse. They would stand guard day and night, mistrust one another, and frantically comb through orphanage records trying to find a flaw. This panic bred of the unknown and loss of control was Lin Chuan's best parting gift. Lin Chuan turned and, dragging his wearied body, walked out of the broken valley. As the barrier squad lay annihilated, the remaining purple motes of light on the periphery flickered a few times in the night wind and vanished. As air rushed through the night wind carrying the scent of earth and iron, swept in, dispersing the dense, clinging stench of blood from the valley. He climbed the scree slope at the valley's edge, and the terrain ahead began to change. The towering trees of the land of fire thinned, giving way to wide rolling hills and waist-high scrub. At the horizon, the dark red night sky was draining of color and turning a pale gray. The wind shifted too, not the heavy leaf-rot scent of Mai, but a wild current tinged with freedom and chaos. Tian country. Lin Chuan glanced up at the moonless sky. That chaotic realm, secretly controlled by the Shi-Wan in the original tale, and rife with wandering shinobi and black market deals, was perfect for him to wash the blood from his trail and dig out the secret of the cold chakra within his body. More importantly, it lacked Mui's nauseating rules. The moment Lin Chuan stepped over the boundary marker, less than 2 kilometers away, a few gnarled trees suddenly sent up several palm-sized black crows flapping into the air. The faint rasp of their wings was drowned by the wind, nearly imperceptible. If one leaned in close, one might see the strange reflection of 3 slowly rotating crimson tomo in the crow's eye. The crow circled twice without a single cry, then silently changed course and flew toward a direction that was neither Mai nor Tian country. Lin Chuan did not halt his stride. Only with his peripheral vision did he note the crows vanishing into the skyline. He did not know who commanded them, whether it was Uchiha Itachi of the Akatsuki far away or some other hidden watcher in the dark. What he did know was that the waters had finally been muddied beyond redemption. Blood-stained military boots ground down upon a moss-covered boundary stone, the geographical demarcation between the land of fire and the land of earth. The silent crows that had circled overhead long since vanished into the depths of night, their wing beats swept clean by the wind. Lin Chuan leaned against the gnarled trunk of a dead old tree. His right knee trembled uncontrollably. Bone marrow surges had leached calcium from his body, and now even the slightest pressure sent dry grating sounds echoing from his joint cavities. More perilous still was the turmoil deep within his meridians. After chakra depletion, his primordial cells turned ravenous, voraciously consuming stray energy, while that cold dormant aura coiled within his marrow seized the opening to surge outward. 2 opposing forces transformed his body into a battlefield. Pain receptors screamed in frantic alarm. Lin Chuan dug his fingers deep into the coarse bark, his fingernails bleaching pale, knuckles jutting starkly beneath translucent skin. His strength was so immense that even the muscles of his entire forearm quivered silently. He tilted his head aside. On the horizon 2 kilometers away, a row of searing orange light rose. Not sunrise, but torchlight. A wind-release technique detonated illumination powder midair, bathing the volcanic rock canyon in blinding daylight brilliance. The Konoha ANBU's response time had outpaced expectations by half an incense stick. If intercepted now, this crumbling skeleton could take down at most 3 enemies as collateral. He needed a new face. Lin Chuan lowered his gaze to his feet. There lay his spoils from the canyon, the severed heads of a fox masked and a cat-assed shinobi. The masks were already shattered. He'd torn the ambitious black undershirt into 2 ragged strips, tightly wrapping the still bleeding heads within. Bending low, he hoisted the blood-soaked bundle. Crimson droplets oozed through the fabric's gaps, striking the mire with dull, wet thuds. With great effort, his hands drew together to form an imperfect hand seal. The last dregs of chakra in his meridians were forcibly wrung out. White smoke dissipated, revealing grayish skin now overlaid with rough, weathered bronze. His tattered garments reformed into a wandering samurai's coat splattered with mud, and sake stains. At his waist hung a katana, whose scabbard bore deep fissures. This rudimentary transformation technique would not fool the Byakugan, but in the desolate ink-black wilderness it sufficed to deceive most eyes. From the edge of the wasteland grass came the crunch of wagon wheels over gravel. The wind carried the stench of cheap tobacco and horse dung. 3 unmarked carriages crept forward under cover of night. For Ronin, cloaked in wide-brimmed straw hats, stood guard on either side, hands resting atop their weapon pouches. Lin Chuan stepped forth from behind the dead tree, gripping 2 dripping cloth bundles. Shink! For short blades flashed from their sheaths simultaneously. The Scarface leader lowered his hat brim, eyes sharp and wary upon the ragged samurai who had materialized to block their path. Who do you ride with? Just seeking a meal. Lin Chuan's voice was hoarse, as if gravel ground in his throat. A ride to the next marketplace. Mind if I join you? The Scarface man sneered, his gaze sweeping once over the battered sword at Lin Chuan's waist, then locking unblinking on the blood still weeping from the cloth bundles in his hands. These days every stray cat and dog tries burrowing into the land of Earth's underworld. We don't haul cargo that reeks of raw meat. I know the rules. Lin Chuan flicked his left hand upward. A small cloth pouch arced through the night air and landed squarely in the Scarface man's chest. A cache of soldier pills and several high-purity gold Koban coins looted from fallen ANBU. The man squeezed the pouch, his expression shifting. Its weight and texture betrayed no ordinary Ronin. He shot a glance to a lanky companion beside him. The tall one understood instantly. With a flick of his wrist, a kunai shrieked through the air, aimed straight for Lin Chuan's face. A test. Lin Chuan did not flinch. He didn't even raise a hand toward his blade. At the instant the kunai hovered a hair's breadth from his brow, Lin Chuan's right hand snapped upward. Crack. The steel kunai froze, clamped between 2 fingers. Immense force crushed its metal hilt to shards, which scattered like brittle snow onto the earth. The air thickened, frozen. The Scarface man's pupils dilated sharply. That was no ninjutsu. Pure monstrous physical might. A creature capable of snapping tempered steel barehanded. May I board your carriage? Lin Chuan released his grip, metal fragments clattered to the ground. Honored guest, please step aboard. The Scarface man sheathed his blade, his demeanor shifting faster than a turning page, and bowed aside to clear the way. Lin Chuan mounted the wooden step and settled onto the hay bale of the last carriage. A whip cracked. The convoy resumed its nocturnal journey, the vehicle rocking with each uneven stride. Seated at the rear, Lin Chuan gazed past the endless expanse of barren grassland toward the land of fire, where half the sky burned fiercely, illuminated by Konoha's signal techniques. A young lackey beside him followed his line of sight, shrinking slightly. Something grave must have erupted in Konoha tonight. That blaze is visible from dozens of li away. No telling which fool dared provoke those masters. Lin Chuan leaned back against the hay, tucking the 2 blood-smeared bundles beneath his feet. No matter how fiercely the fire rages inside the cage, it only roasts the swine within. Those feasting on meat have long since set their cauldrons outside. The lackey failed to grasp the meaning, offering only a nervous chuckle before falling silent. Lin Chuan closed his eyes. Every second now was precious, to quell the chakra storm raging within his veins. The black market of the land of Earth was more than a den for fencing stolen goods. It was a nexus of intelligence and rare resources. He needed sterile surgical instruments and sealing scrolls capable of suppressing chakra aberrations. 2 hours later, dawn's pallor began to seep across the sky, but the carriage descended instead into a vast subterranean rift, perpetually shrouded in shadow, a colossal natural cavern system. The carriage halted at the entrance. Broad stone steps led downward. Torches of pine resin burning, with eerie green flames, pierced the walls on both sides. The air reeked of cheap tobacco, fermented blood, and something nauseatingly akin to rotting flesh. This was the land of Earth's largest underground black market. No pretense of Konoha's hollow peace, only raw, unvarnished exchange of interest. The Scarface man parked before the stairs and jerked his chin toward the descent. We've arrived. Rules here are strict. We couriers aren't permitted into the inner market. Tread carefully, sir. Lin Chuan lifted the 2 cloth bundles and leapt down, descending the stone steps. Deep within the cavern stood a massive iron gate. Flanking it stood 4 hulking guards, each crisscrossed with jagged scars, each gripping a spiked mace slick with dried blood. As Lin Chuan approached the threshold, 2 maces crossed before him. New face. The one-eyed guard appraised Lin Chuan's samurai garb, his contempt naked and undisguised. Black market rule: enter the inner market, and you pay 10,000 ryo, or present a token of sufficient weight.
Payless beggars without wares may crawl to the garbage heaps outside and scavenge scraps.
Lin Chuan remained motionless. Through the narrow gap in the iron gate his gaze swept inward, upon a chaotic throng stalls displaying bloody shinobi tools, unidentified scrolls, even organs suspended in formaldehyde.
I carry no coin.
Lin Chuan raised his hand. The one-eyed guard burst into laughter, and raised his mace to strike.
Then kneel and beg for.
Boom. Lin Chuan tossed the two blood-soaked black cloth bundles onto the verification stone table beside the gate. The fabric tore open upon impact. Two lifeless heads rolled free. A wave of thick coppery blood set exploded before the iron gate. The guard's curse died in his throat. His raised mace froze mid-swing. His single eye locked onto the heads, not because they were corpses. Corpses were the black market's most common currency. But because upon each forehead glowed the distinctive sealing script reserved exclusively for core members of the Konoha ANBU. Though dimmed by death, that chakra signature, uniquely fire country in resonance, flared like a searchlight in the darkness of the black market.
Thighs, these are Konoha's.
Another guard staggered backward, slamming hard against the iron gate with a thunderous clang. Konoha's ANBU. Throughout the shinobi world all knew Konoha's possessiveness. Its dead were reclaimed at any cost, even over corpses. Yet here stood a man clad as a destitute samurai, casually presenting two freshly severed ANBU heads as mere admission tokens. This wasn't trespassing. It was tearing a hole in the heavens. The previously clamorous entrance fell utterly silent, so quiet a pin's fall would echo. Several wandering shinobi, glimpsing the heads upon the table, spun and fled without pause, fearing the conflagration such a deed might ignite. Meeting the guard's stunned gazes, Lin Chuan spoke, his tone flat and void of inflection.
Is this token heavy enough?
Behind the gate's gloom, in a shadowed recess, a man clad in gray robes and half hidden by bandages paused. His eyes slowly opened, slitted pale yellow, utterly devoid of human warmth. He fixed his gaze upon the ragged samurai outside, lingering for 2 seconds on the precise way Lin Chuan held the cloth bundles. From his sleeve slipped a slender white serpent tongue, flickering once, then vanishing soundlessly back into the folds. Two severed heads, each bearing the dark, intricate seal script of the ANBU, lay brazenly upon the verification stone table. Around them, the once noisy entrance fell into suffocating silence, as if a flock of ducks had been seized by the throat, their very breath cut off. A few wandering shinobi stooped over a stall to inspect blood-stained weapons, froze mid-motion, their gazes flickering warily between the heads and the ragged youth dressed as a destitute samurai. The blind guard's single eye locked onto the heads, with ravenous intensity, his Adam's apple jerking violently up and down. Fear lasted no longer than half the time it took for an incense stick to burn. He rolled his eye upward and downward, scrutinizing Lin Chuan. The boy wore a tattered, mud-splattered hiyori stained with old wine. The katana at his waist was so battered its scabbard had split wide open, and his sword hand bore no calluses from years of gripping kunai. Could such a wretched-looking youth truly have slain elite ANBU operatives of Konoha? The blind guard calculated swiftly in his mind. In these remote borderlands, dozens, perhaps even 100, shinobi perished daily. These two heads were most likely scavenged from a battlefield where both sides had fallen together, a stroke of luck, nothing more. Yes, ANBU heads fetched high prices, but they also brought grave peril. A helpless lamb without backing. Why not fleece him while the taking is good?
Your tollstone is heavy enough,
he sneered, lowering the spiked club from mid-swing and slinging it back over his shoulder, then fixing Lin Chuan with a disdainful, lopsided glare.
But these are Konoha's ANBU. Bringing such bloody trophies into the black market invites the rabid hounds of Konoha upon this entire den. Not only will this not serve as your entry fee, you must pay an additional risk mitigation surcharge. He extended a finger thick as a carrot, wagging it before Lin Chuan's face. 1 million ryo. Fail to produce that sum and leave both heads here, then crawl outside to scavenge scraps from the garbage heaps.
A raucous wave of laughter erupted from the onlookers.
Hear that, brat? Hand it over quietly. The one-eyed lord is sparing your life. 1 million ryo. You couldn't raise that much selling him to the pleasure district as a courtesan.
A gaunt, scar-faced man edged forward, idly tossing a kunai between his fingers. His eyes gleamed with raw avarice as they fixed upon the heads, his feet already drifting toward the stone table. Lin Chuan stood motionless. Deep within his right knee joint cartilage ground together with a dry, brittle snap, like a dead branch snapping under pressure.
Within his meridians, first-generation cells raged through his body, voraciously consuming every last shred of residual energy to repair muscle fibers pushed far beyond their limits. In that fleeting opening, the cold serpentine chakra long dormant in his marrow surged upward an inch, scorching along his spine, and searing into the base of his skull. His pain receptors shrieked in alarm. Lin Chuan's spine snapped rigid, his earlier nonchalant posture instantly transformed into a stance of lethal readiness. The air itself grew colder. He stared directly at the blind guard's face, distorted now by naked greed. These local thugs were probing his depth. If he showed even a flicker of hesitation, or dared bargain, they would fix him with dozens of watchful eyes the moment he passed through that iron gate. In the black market, power dictated law. His current physical state could not sustain prolonged ninjutsu exchanges. He needed raw, brutal force, the kind that shattered courage like glass. Only by crushing the first bold challenger could he seize control of the coming negotiations.
1,000,000 real.
Lin Chuan's voice emerged hoarse, gritty, as if his throat were lined with crushed gravel, as he slowly lifted his head to meet the blind guard's gaze.
Is your life worth that much?
For half a heartbeat the guard froze, then erupted in fury. A scavenger beggar dared utter such arrogance at the gates of the largest underground bazaar in the land of sound.
Insolent wretch. Today I'll teach you how things are done here.
With a thunderous roar, the guard's muscles swelled like coiled springs. His 100-pound spiked club descended in a shrieking arc, aimed straight for Lin Chuan's skull. A direct hit would burst even a bear's skull like overripe fruit. The scar-faced man halted mid-step, poised to snatch the heads the moment Lin Chuan turned to pulp. Lin Chuan did not move. He made no motion to draw his blade, only raised his left hand. Fingers splayed wide, he met the plummeting club barehanded. Flesh struck iron. No sickening crunch of bone shattering echoed forth. Instead, a deafening metallic shriek tore through the cavern entrance. Lin Chuan's 5 fingers clamped unyieldingly around the spiked head of the club. Muscular fibers reforged by first-generation cells unleashed terrifying constrictive force. Thick iron barbs warped and buckled beneath the sheer pressure of his palm. The blind guard gaped, veins bulging across his massive arms, yet the club he'd swung with full strength remained utterly immobile, as though fused into molten steel.
This.
Before the word escaped his lips, Lin Chuan's left hand twisted violently upward. Brutal torque shot up the club's haft. Agony ripped through the guard's wrists, tendons tearing, thick bones snapping out of joint. Off balance, he was yanked forward by irresistible force, toppling headlong. Lin Chuan drove his right knee upward, striking true at the guard's chest. Crack. A sharp, unmistakable sound of collapsing ribcage echoed for all to hear. The guard's colossal frame flew backward like a broken marionette, hurtling over a dozen meters before slamming into the massive iron gate. The gate groaned with deep, resonant thunder, shaking loose dust from its frame. Sliding down the iron surface, the guard collapsed onto the ground, vomiting blood mixed with pulped organ fragments, no cry escaping his lips before he went utterly still. Dead. An absolute suffocating silence descended upon the entrance. The same wandering shinobi, who had jeered moments before, now choked on their own breath, too terrified even to inhale. Even the scar-faced man recoiled in panic, stumbling backward until he landed hard in the muck, dropping his kunai without even noticing. Pure unadulterated physical might. No hand seals. No visible chakra surge. With one hand, he crushed steel spikes into twisted scrap, and with a single knee strike dropped a taijutsu specialist twice his size. Such a monster was no mere luckless samurai. Lin Chuan withdrew his left hand, shaking iron rust from his knuckles. Then he turned, fixing his cold gaze upon the second guard, now trembling so violently his knees threatened to buckle.
Is this tollstone heavy enough now?
The guard swallowed hard, his legs buckling inward, nearly dropping him to his knees. Trembling, he scooped up the 2 cloth-wrapped heads from the table and offered them back to Lin Chuan, with both hands bowing deeply.
Yes, sir. Please enter.
You'll hold them for me. Lin Chuan did not reach for the bags, only stared ice-cold and unwavering.
Lead the way.
The guard dared not utter a syllable of protest. Nodding frantically, clutching the dripping bundles, like a startled quail, he scurried ahead. Lin Chuan stepped forward, crossing the threshold of the iron gate. At the instant his foot cleared the threshold, the guard, using his own body as cover, surreptitiously raised 2 fingers behind his back and crossed them in a subtle coded gesture. From a shadowed alcove inside the gate, a slender man in faded gray robes watched closely. Nodding once, he slipped silently into the throng,
gliding like an eel toward a small black building deep within the market. Lin Chuan caught the movement in his peripheral vision, but did not pause. Wherever profit flowed, treacherous rats always lurked in the dark, waiting to ambush the unwary. He needed vast sums, not for luxury but for sealing scrolls capable of suppressing his volatile chakra, and for precision surgical instruments. If someone willingly presented themselves as a purse, he saw no reason to refuse. Moving deeper beneath flickering green pine resin torches, the stench intensified. Rotting flesh mingled with cheap tobacco smoke. Stalls lined both sides of the winding passage. Some hawked bulletproof vests stripped from corpses, others peddled nameless organs preserved in glass jars. Several masked information brokers sat deep in shadow, appraising every unfamiliar face that passed. Lin Chuan walked ahead, the guard preceding him, cradling the two ANBU heads like ceremonial offerings. Such brazen display instantly drew attention from deep within the inner market. Yet the moment onlookers recognized the sealing script branded upon the foreheads, they averted their eyes, some even stepping aside to clear a path. In the black market, strength was the sole passport. As Lin Chuan walked, he traced the labyrinthine contours of the cavern, mapping its hidden arteries and exits. He paused, almost imperceptibly, as he passed a stall dealing in poisons. Less than 5 meters away, in a dim corner, stood a man cloaked in gray, half his face wrapped in bandages. The man did not glance at the wares. He fixed his pale yellow, vertically slit pupils upon Lin Chuan's retreating back. Lin Chuan did not turn. Yet he felt it. The gaze held none of the usual avarice or calculation found in the black market. Only the feverish, obsessive scrutiny reserved for a flawless experimental subject. A slender white snake slithered from the man's sleeve, flicked its tongue once, and vanished back into shadow. Orochimaru. The name formed silently in Lin Chuan's mind. He had long suspected Orochimaru maintained a vast underground network in the Land of Sound, but never imagined their paths would cross so soon. His display of raw physical prowess at the gate had clearly drawn the serpent's interest. So much the better. Orochimaru possessed the finest medical apparatus, and the most exhaustive archives on sealing techniques, anywhere in the shinobi world. If the anomaly within his body defied conventional suppression, perhaps he could leverage the serpent's insatiable greed, forging a transaction bound not by trust but by mutual deception. Lin Chuan stilled his thoughts and followed the guard onward, to the inner trading hall. Vendors lining the path lowered their voices, whispering behind cupped hands, as the grim, ragged warrior passed. "He killed a gatekeeper. Does he want to die tonight? This black market answers to a powerful patron. Such arrogance won't last past sunset." Lin Chuan absorbed the murmurs, breathing the thickening scent of blood, his gaze settling upon the heavily guarded black building ahead. "It seems the rules here need rewriting." Following the eerie green pine resin torches deeper underground, the air grew increasingly thick and viscous. Lin Chuan stepped upon the black mud beneath, layer upon layer of congealed blood and flesh. Each time his right knee bent, a muffled, brittle crack echoed from within the joint, like dry firewood snapping. Primordial cells raged through his meridians, voraciously devouring stray chakra, to fill the catastrophic void left by the eruption of his corpse bone pulse. A chilling aura slithered up his spine, scorching the nape of his neck until his skin tightened in involuntary tension. His body was now little more than a sieve, riddled with fissures, leaking vitality at every seam. Every second delayed multiplied the risk of total collapse. He needed cash, immediately, to purchase high-gear sealing scrolls and a full set of medical apparatus. Orochimaru's spies were undoubtedly watching from nearby. The moment he showed even a flicker of fatigue, he would be sealed inside a cultivation vat. The guard leading him halted before a small black building. No sign hung above the door. Instead, several blood-stained bones were nailed into the doorframe, and a coarse cloth curtain, soaked through with dark crimson stains, hung limply across the threshold. Through it seeped a nauseating stench, pungent preservatives mingled with cheap tobacco. The guard cradled the two dripping cloth sacks, bowing repeatedly beside the door, his waist bent nearly to his thighs. "Master, we've arrived at the exchange house. The underlings aren't permitted inside, sir. Please enter at your leisure." Lin Chuan reached out and seized the sacks. Coarse fabric rasped against his palms as blood oozed between his fingers. He lifted the curtain and stepped inside. The room was dimly lit. At its center stood a tall counter sheathed in raw iron. Scattered along the walls were a few broken wooden chairs. 3 hooded outlaws huddled in the corner, dividing spoils in hushed tones. As Lin Chuan entered, their murmurs ceased abruptly, cut off like a snapped thread. 3 pairs of eyes, sharp with scrutiny and hunger, pinned him in unison. Lin Chuan ignored these rats skulking in the shadows. He strode straight to the iron counter and slammed both sacks onto its surface. Thud. Blood welled from the seams of the iron plating, dripping steadily onto the floor.
2 ANBU heads. Cash only. Small denomination, untraceable notes.
His voice was hoarse and frayed, edged with cold finality, leaving no room for negotiation. From behind the counter came the sharp rhythmic clack of abacus beads. A portly man wearing round amber-tinted spectacles and a meticulously groomed handlebar mustache rose slowly. He glanced briefly at the bleeding sacks, then reached forward, lifting one corner of the cloth to reveal the sealing script branded upon the forehead. The fat proprietor adjusted his spectacles, his gaze sweeping once over Lin Chuan's tattered Ronin attire. New face, I see. He rubbed his stubby fingers together, snatching a rag from nearby to wipe them. Our trade has rules. Fire country cargo is hot. Especially ANBU personnel. Konoha's hounds hunt these cases relentlessly. After tolls, silence, fees, and depreciation deductions, that $1 head drops to 300,000, maximum. Lin Chuan's mind raced through rapid calculations. This man dared slash $1 million down to 300,000, not on the strength of those guards outside, but on the authority of the true master of this subterranean cavern. In Orochimaru's domain, rules were dictated by power alone. Without proof of real strength, Lin Chuan wouldn't walk out with money. He wouldn't walk out at all. Lin Chuan lifted his eyelids. Sweat traced a path down his temple, but he didn't lift a hand to wipe it. So you've decided to rob the robber? The fat proprietor chuckled, a low wheezing sound, and bared yellowed teeth. Now, such harsh words. We run an honest business. Harmony breeds prosperity. Your ware's legitimacy remains unconfirmed. Perhaps you merely stumbled upon battlefield spoils. 300,000 is more than enough for a vagabond like you to squander half a lifetime in the pleasure districts. Leaning forward, the proprietor lowered his voice. These are the rules of the land of rice fields underworld, set by the top boss himself. Take your money and leave. It's better for everyone. If you refuse the offered wine. Before he could finish, the exchange house's warped wooden door exploded inward, kicked open from outside. It slammed against the stone wall with a thunderous crash, sending dust cascading from the frame. 5 wandering shinobi strode in, reeking of fresh blood. At their head marched a bald giant bearing a deep, jagged scar cleaving from his temple to his jawline, and slung over one shoulder a massive cleaver taller than a man. Trailing behind the bald brute was the same wiry man who had exchanged covert signals with the gate guards earlier. Pointing a trembling finger at Lin Chuan standing before the counter, he shrieked shrilly. Boss! That's him! I saw him carry those 2 ANBU heads right in! At once, the 3 outlaws in the corner sprang up and slipped silently toward the exit, pressing themselves flat against the wall. None wished to be entangled in the Bloodfang mercenary corps' sordid affairs. In the land of rice fields underworld they were infamous, jackals stalking lone wealthy prey backed by shadowy figures among the black market elite. The bald brute planted his great cleaver into the flagstone floor. A crater cracked open beneath it, shards of stone spraying outward. Boy, leave what's on that counter. Walk out. Now! He twisted his neck, bones popping like snapping twigs. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll let you keep your corpse whole. His 4 underlings fanned out instantly, blocking both the doorway and the windows. For kunai gleamed with eerie cobalt poison already clenched in their fists. Lin Chuan turned, back pressed firmly against the iron counter. His gaze flickered downward toward the fat proprietor crouching motionless beneath it. This man had just invoked the top boss to intimidate him, yet the moment these jackals stormed in he fell utterly silent. The black market's only rule was the absence of rules. So long as no one died within the counter's bounds, corpses outside remained fair game, and their goods forfeit to the house. These men clearly enjoyed long-standing lucrative ties with the exchange house, specializing in murder and theft risk-free. A fresh searing spasm tore through the meridians of his right leg. Chakra instability had reached its breaking point. To forcibly activate any jutsu now might slay all 5, but his body would shut down entirely, overloaded beyond recovery. Only one path remained, the most economical. Pure taijutsu. With brutal, uncompromising force, he would crush these arrogant insects, establish dominance in this flesh-eating market, and claim the leverage he needed at the bargaining table. Lin Chuan's hand settled upon the hilt of his samurai sword, its scabbard split wide open. Did none of you hear what happened to the blind man at the gate? His voice was quiet,
But in the sudden stillness of the exchange house, it scraped across every eardrum like steel on stone. The bald brute spat a thick globule of phlegm. "Don't try scaring me with that useless gatekeeper. A fallen Ronin who can't even refine chakra, just got lucky finding 2 heads, and now thinks he's untouchable. Brothers, cut him down." All 4 underlings lunged at once. For poison kunai sliced the air, sealing off every possible escape, above, below, left, right. The bald brute gripped his great cleaver with both hands, charging forward, and brought the blade down in a devastating overhead arc aimed squarely at Lin Chuan's skull. Its wind pressure sent droplets of blood flying from the counter. Lin Chuan did not draw his sword. He didn't retreat, not even half a step. At the instant the cleaver's edge hovered mere inches from his scalp, his left hand shot forward. 5 fingers clamped onto the blade's broad back. Flesh met tempered steel in violent collision. There was no scream, no severed limb. Lin Chuan's left hand became a hydraulic vise, locking the descending blade in place. The terrifying density of his primordial cells unleashed crushing, overwhelming force, sheer biological supremacy. The bald brute gaped, veins bulging across his forearms, yet the blow he delivered with all his might refused to descend another fraction of an inch. Lin Chuan raised his eyes, meeting the brute's stunned, widening gaze. "I only wanted a quiet exchange. Why do fools always rush toward death?" Before the words faded, Lin Chuan's right leg snapped upward. His knee blurred, a phantom strike landing with surgical precision on the brute's right knee joint. Crack. A sickening explosive crunch reverberated through the chamber, the sound of bone pulverized under immense force. The brute's right leg bent backward at an impossible angle, shattered bone, piercing flesh jutting grotesquely into the air. Blood gushed from the rupture. "Hey!" A shriek of agony pierced the ceiling. His arms went slack. He toppled sideways, unbalanced and helpless. Lin Chuan seized the cleaver mid-fall, then flicked his wrist. The broad blade swept horizontally, slamming into the brute's chest with deafening force. A chorus of dull, wet snaps marked shattering ribs. The giant's massive frame hurtled backward, crashing into the wall with a thunderous impact. A spiderweb of fractures bloomed across the stone. He slid down, vomiting black blood flecked with organ fragments, too broken even to twitch. Annihilated in a single breath. Not a single hand seal formed. The remaining 4 wandering shinobi froze where they stood. The poison kunai they'd thrown were casually deflected. Lin Chuan swung the great cleaver once, knocking all 4 aside. They embedded quivering in nearby wooden pillars. The wiry guy collapsed to his knees, legs buckling beneath him, his trousers darkening with a spreading stain. Their leader was a certified mid-rank shinobi, renowned for taijutsu mastery, yet shattered in an instant without resistance. This was no opportunistic Ronin. This was a meat grinder wrapped in human skin. Lin Chuan remained rooted in place. A needle-sharp pain lanced deep within his right knee. The explosive impact had pushed his already failing cartilage past its limits. His primordial cells repaired tissue slower than destruction spread. Sweat dripped from his jaw, but his expression never wavered, not a muscle shifting. He knew these jackals intimately show the slightest crack in your armor, and they'd swarm, tearing you limb from limb. Behind the counter, the fat proprietor stared, eyes narrowed behind his amber lenses. He'd navigated this underworld for decades, witnessed countless masters. What Lin Chuan had just done transcended ordinary taijutsu. That muscular explosion, its resilience, its defiance of physics, was unnatural. He swallowed hard, his Adam's apple bobbing with effort. His thumb poised over the alarm button jerked back as if struck by lightning. This deal could no longer be handled in the shadows. It had to go legitimate. A being capable of overpowering a mid-rank shinobi's taijutsu with sheer physiology. Such a monster likely answered to someone far higher, perhaps a power broker within one of the great shinobi villages. Lin Chuan lifted the captured great cleaver in one hand. Its tip angled downward, dragging across the stone floor as he advanced toward the remaining 4. A grating metallic shriek filled the room. Sparks, bright orange and furious, spattered along the blade's path, illuminating Lin Chuan's face smeared with blood and sharpened by shadow into something profoundly menacing. "Now!" His voice cut through the sparks. "It's your turn." The bald, muscular man slid down the cracked wall, his massive frame leaving a shocking trail of dark crimson blood. The remaining 4 desperate outlaws stared rigidly at the right leg lying on the floor, twisted at an unnatural, grotesque angle, as their Adam's apples bobbed with labored gulps. Having clawed their way through the meat grinder black markets of the land of fields for years, they knew all too well the cost of kicking a steel plate.
But there was no escape. The heavy wooden door of the currency exchange was just wide enough for one person, not four. To turn their backs on a monster who could crush even a Chunin's taijutsu with raw physical might was to offer one's neck to the executioner's blade. Don't stand there dazed. Even if this brat is forged from iron, he'll melt into sludge if hit point blank with ninjutsu. One of them, a scarred brute with thick coarse flesh across his face, roared, his fingers blurring into motion as they flew through hand seals. The terror in the other three men's eyes vanished instantly, crushed beneath the feral ruthlessness unique to those who survive by the knife's edge. Their very existence in this bone-gnawing hellscape depended on such savage resolve when backed into oblivion. 4 men. For distinct positions. Chakra surged violently through their meridians. Fire release great fireball technique. Water release water disruption wave. Wind release great breakthrough. 3 low-tier yet lethal techniques erupted simultaneously within the cramped confines of the exchange. Wind fanned the flames, water superheated, vaporized in an instant. Tangerine orange fire tongues laced with high-pressure steam roared forward like an enraged beast, hurling themselves toward Lin Chuan, who stood motionless before the counter. Boom! The concussive blast overturned several rickety wooden chairs nearby, showering the cast-iron counter with splintered wood and stone shards. In the corridor, outside the exchange, wandering shinobi, who had been idly watching the spectacle, staggered backward, driven back by the scorching wave of heat. That rabid pack of blood fangs is unleashing combo ninjutsu inside the exchange. Do they want to burn down the boss's entire establishment? That boy is finished. At such close range, even a jonin couldn't evade it. A pity, those 2 ANBU heads will likely be reduced to charred cinders. Outside, the scavenger shinobi stretched their necks, eyes gleaming with predatory greed. The moment the flames subsided, they would storm in, racing to strip every last scrap of value from the smoldering remains. Such was the law of the black market. The dead own nothing. Their spoils belong to whoever sees them first. Beneath the counter, the portly owner squeezed his obese body tightly into the narrow half-foot gap between the cast-iron plating and the granite bricks, hands clamped over his head, cheeks trembling violently with fear. His mind raced through the disastrous arithmetic. Blood Fawn would demand half the profits after this massacre, no question. But the boy had brought genuine ANBU heads from Konoha. If the fire technique damaged the ceiling inscriptions, their value would plummet, and this deal would bleed him dry. Scalding steam filled the room, obliterating all visibility. SSS. A nauseating sizzle, the sound of searing flesh, rose from deep within the white fog. Lin Chuan stood rooted in place, not a single step back. Or rather, he simply refused to retreat. High-pressure steam and roaring flames licked at his coarse hemp robe, reducing the fabric to ash in seconds. His exposed skin blistered into vast patches of dark crimson flesh, peeling and curling, reeking of acrid burnt protein. His pain receptors screamed in unison. Yet Lin Chuan did not so much as flinch. Within the meridian of his right leg, the chakra that had surged wildly from forced exertion finally found its outlet. Primordial cells, long dormant in the marrow since the catastrophic damage to their external vessel, and erupted into frenzied consumption and hyper-regeneration. Beneath the charred necrotic tissue, thousands upon thousands of microscopic filaments, too fine for the naked eye, sprouted like ravenous vines, weaving and rebuilding with terrifying speed. Blisters collapsed. Scabs sloughed away. A new layer of cold white skin emerged, denser, tougher than before. Through the dense steam, Lin Chuan gazed at the 4 outlaws still frozen mid-seal, gasping raggedly across from him. He now grasped the absolute threshold of his body. The regenerative power of the primordial cells was indeed monstrous, but this bottomless chakra drain was pushing the icy aura of the Shikatsumiaka toward catastrophic instability. If he delayed further, he'd either be torn apart by these insignificant insects, or shredded from within by the war between 2 irreconcilable forces. Only the most visceral, reality-defying horror could shatter their courage utterly. Only absolute terror could buy him the swiftest passage through this black market. Footsteps echoed softly through the mist, light, yet each one struck like a hammer blow against the hearts of the 4 men facing him. The ninjutsu stopped. Why hasn't he fallen? The scarred brute's breath hitched sharply. He stared transfixed at the dissipating steam, sweat soaking his palm, where it gripped his kunai. A pallid hand tore through the fog like a blade parting silk. Lin Chuan stepped forth. His tattered robe had burned away entirely. Only blackened ribbons clung to his shoulders. Vast burns across his upper body were healing, visibly wisps of white smoke rising from the fresh pale skin. No hand seals. No emerald glow of medical ninjutsu.
He had endured the combined assault with sheer physiology, and regenerated in seconds, as if reassembling a severed limb. The four outlaws stood slack-jawed, the ferocity in their eyes flickering wildly. All ambient noise vanished in that instant, stripped away entirely. This was no human vitality. A monster. He's a monster. A gaunt shinobi standing far left finally broke. His psyche shattered. With a shriek, he whirled and lunged for the exchange's heavy door, abandoning his weapons on the floor. You enter as you please, and leave as you please. What do you take this place for? Lin Chuan's voice was hoarse, dry, saturated with an unyielding, deathly silence. He did not use the body flicker technique. Instead, his right foot slammed down onto the granite tile. A deafening crack split the air, the stone beneath him exploding into dust. Lin Chuan launched forward, like a cannonball, shattering the lingering steam. The fleeing shinobi had barely brushed the doorframe, when the hairs on his nape stood rigidly on end. He didn't even have time to glance back. Lin Chuan's massive hand shot out from behind, 5 fingers locking onto his face like iron clamps. Irk! The gaunt shinobi let out a distorted shriek, both hands clawing desperately at Lin Chuan's wrist, trying to wrench the hydraulic grip loose. Futile. Lin Chuan's arm remained immovable. The terrifying muscle density granted by the primordial cells manifested now as pure unadulterated violence. I too wish to see the limits of this body, Lin Chuan murmured coldly in his mind. His 5 fingers clenched, hard. Crunch. Crunch. A sickening wet snap exploded at the doorway. His nasal bone collapsed instantly, followed by cheekbones, then brow bones. His skull, dense, rigid, crumpled in Lin Chuan's palm like a ripe watermelon under irresistible pressure. Thud. With a muffled viscous detonation, a geyser of crimson and ivory erupted between Lin Chuan's fingers, splattering the thick wooden door, then oozing slowly down its grain. The shinobi's arms went limp. His headless corpse crumpled like a sack of rags onto the granite floor, blood spreading swiftly across the stone. Outside, the scavenger shinobi, still peering and hoping to seize scraps, were sprayed with warm liquid. One wiped his face with trembling fingers only to feel his stomach revolt violently. He dropped to his knees and vomited uncontrollably. The rest scrambled backward, desperate to widen the distance between themselves and the exchange. Not one dared meet the gaze of the demon standing at the threshold, his fingers still dripping with gray matter. It was barbaric, utterly devoid of flashy ninjutsu exchanges. Only primal, brutal physical domination. The sheer visual horror of crushing a living skull barehanded delivered more despair than any strength technique ever could. Lin Chuan released his grip. He casually shook droplets of minced flesh from his knuckles. He turned, surveying the 3 remaining outlaws, now paralyzed by terror, and the bald brute slumped in the corner, feigning unconsciousness after Lin Chuan's devastating knee strike shattered his right leg. Shards with severed limbs and pools of dark crimson stained the already gloomy exchange, transforming it into a true battlefield of slaughter. Lin Chuan made no move to kill the survivors, yet. He strode to the counter and retrieved the battered notched katana he'd placed there earlier. Its blade, dulled and chipped from prior impact, bore scorched cloth still clinging to its hilt, charred black by the fire technique. Lin Chuan glanced at the ruined weapon, then tossed it aside with a casual flick of his wrist. Clang. The broken sword clattered beside the bald man's severed leg, jolting the unconscious brute into violent convulsions, his trousers instantly soaked with foul-smelling urine. Lin Chuan ignored the vermin on the floor. He lifted the 2 cloth sacks containing the ANBU heads and slammed them hard onto the cast-iron counter. Plop. Blood oozed from the seams of the iron. Settle the account. Lin Chuan rapped his knuckles against the counter's edge. Beneath it, the portly owner trembled like a sieve. He had watched, eyes wide, as the boy resurrected from fire. He had watched, as the boy crushed a living skull like a walnut. This was no wandering swordsman. This was unquestionably a monster escaped from some clandestine laboratory of one of the 5 great nations. The portly owner scrambled out from beneath the counter, his amber-tinted glasses long lost. He dared not lift his eyes to meet Lin Chuan's chilling, emotionless gaze. See close? I'll close it, immediately. His voice quavered beyond coherence, his hands frantically rifling through a hidden drawer beneath the counter. And master, your goods are flawless, undamaged by flame. 10 million. Not a single coin deducted for commission. I'll pay the full amount. These are untraceable bearer notes, standard currency in the land of Field's black market. Please count them yourself. He bowed so deeply his forehead nearly touched the counter surface, both palms upturned, holding a thick stack of silver notes.
Lin Chuan did not accept the notes. His expressionless gaze swept past the portly owner's shoulder, fixing upon the three outlaws cowering in the corner, stripped of even the will to resist. The sharp stabbing pain in his right leg's meridian intensified. This chakra turbulence demanded immediate suppression via sealing scroll. Yet these pests, if left alive, would become liabilities. Lin Chuan approached the corner and bent down. He picked up the bald man's fallen great cleaver, half his height forged from tempered steel, its hilt heavy cold, and steeped in the ancient chill of spilled blood. With one hand Lin Chuan raised the massive blade, its tip angled downward, dragging across the granite floor. A grating metallic screech reverberated through the silent room. A blazing trail of tangerine sparks leapt from the blade's tip, illuminating Lin Chuan's blood-smeared face. He lifted his eyes, gazing steadily at the three trembling outlaws huddled in the corner. "Now, it is your turn. Now, it is your turn." Sparks from the blade's tip dragging across the bluestone floor had not yet faded when Lin Chuan moved. No hand seals. No flashy body flicker technique. Pure physical explosive force shattered the flagstones beneath his feet, sending shards flying outward like bullets. The first rogue ninja had barely raised his poison kunai overhead when the broad surface of the great cleaver slammed into his temple with a sickening thud that echoed through the chamber. He flew backward, teeth and blood spraying, smashing headlong into the central load-bearing timber column, thick as a water barrel, snapping it clean in two. Amidst the storm of splintered wood, his body struck the wall corner like a discarded sack, convulsed twice, and fell still. The remaining three desperate men stared, eyes bulging from their sockets. They exchanged a single glance, then bolted for the door, trying to flee. Lin Chuan's wrist snapped inward, the great cleaver left his grip. Its heavy steel-edged blade screamed through the air, skewering the two leading fugitives in one brutal stroke. The tip pierced flesh and bone alike, pinning both corpses to the thick wooden door. Crimson droplets dripped steadily down the hilt. The last ninja, a gaunt wiry man, collapsed to his knees with a wet thud, his trousers darkening with a spreading stain that reeked of acrid fear. Lin Chuan approached, his fur-lined boot crunching glass shards scattered across the floor, remnants of shattered vials containing preservatives. With one hand, he pressed his palm flat onto the man's crown, fingers slowly tightening. The grating crunch of vertebrae grinding together drowned out the distant clamor of the black market passageway beyond the window. The man did not even manage half a plea before his cervical spine snapped under unbearable pressure. His body went utterly slack, collapsing like wet cloth. 10 seconds. 5 rogue ninjas, each seasoned enough to rank among Chunin, reduced to 5 gory heaps of ruined flesh. Lin Chuan turned casually, tearing a rag from the dead man's tattered garments to wipe blood from his knuckles. A searing jagged pain lanced up his right leg, deep within his marrow. Cold alien chakra gnawed relentlessly at his fraying sanity. The first-generation cell's rebellion was nearing its breaking point. This had to end, now. He strode to the iron-sheathed counter, and rapped 3 sharp knocks upon its surface. Clack. 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 "Now, we may discuss this transaction." Behind the counter, the portly proprietor shrank into shadow, every fold of his blubbery flesh trembling uncontrollably. He had prowled the black market for over a decade, seen every kind of cutthroat imaginable. Yet, this disheveled swordsman, who emitted no discernible chakra fluctuation, killed with a precision colder and cleaner than even Kage-class ANBU. Worst of all, he had slaughtered 5 peers without so much as altering his breath rhythm. The fat man clutched the counter's edge with white-knuckled hands and forced himself upright. His amber-tinted sunglasses had slid crookedly down his nose, but he lacked the courage even to adjust them. "Gee, great Lord!" He swallowed hard, his Adam's apple bobbed violently, as his voice rasped like a broken bellows. "Why, you just said, how much did you wish to exchange?" Lin Chuan studied the man's ashen, sweat-slicked face, and smiled inwardly. These profit-obsessed brokers respected no code, only the edge of the blade pressed to their throats. "At full price." Lin Chuan's voice was hoarse-parched, and carried the unyielding weight of absolute authority. 1 million Rio per head, 2 heads 2 million Rio. Plus compensation for psychological distress caused by those 5 dogs' intrusion, 5 million Rio total. The fat man's knees buckled, he nearly dropped again. "At 5 million Rio. Lord, this violates every protocol." The value of Konoha ANBU heads was high, but the risk was astronomical. Brokerage fees, channel levies, operational cuts. Lin Chuan remained silent. He merely fixed the man with a glacial stare. His left hand rose slowly,
resting atop the two blood-soaked claw sacks. His knuckles ground faintly audibly. The fat man's gaze instinctively locked onto that hand, the very one that had caught the steel great cleaver barehanded then crushed a living skull like dry clay. He harbored no doubt one more syllable of protest, and his own skull would be next. Money belonged to the black market. Life belonged only to him. "I'll pay! I'll pay!" The fat man shrieked, scrambling beneath the counter for a massive leather-bound bounty ledger. His tremors were so violent the ledger slipped from his grasp, with a loud slap raising a puff of dust. He lunged after it, crawling on hands and knees. "Konoha ANBU. Yuzuki Squad, codenames Night Raven Grey Badger." Cross-referencing the portraits in the ledger, with the two severed heads, each bearing sealed curse mark inscriptions, the fat man broke into a cold sweat that drenched his back completely. By the gods, they were active-duty elite ANBU of Konoha. What manner of monster had just emerged from nowhere, slaughtering Konoha's finest like fowl? "Verified?" Lin Chuan asked. "V-verified. 5 million Rio, down to the last coin." The fat man shuffled toward a heavy safe embedded in the rear wall. His fingers shook so badly it took 3 attempts to input the combination before the vault groaned open. From within, he hauled out 2 heavy black leather cases, and shoved them forward with immense effort. "All bearer notes, redeemable at any underground bank across the 5 great nations." Lin Chuan flipped open the latch with one hand. Neatly stacked bills filled the case, exuding the sharp earthy scent of ink and fresh paper. This sum would buy top-tier sealing scrolls, a complete set of medical instruments, and still leave ample funds for rare herbs to suppress the first-generation cells. His failing body, on the verge of collapse, finally had a chance at salvation. Yet he did not close the case. Lin Chuan lifted his gaze past the fat man, fixing it upon the iron-bound door at the far end of the exchange hall. "There remains one thing more." The fat man's exhaled breath hitched instantly back into his throat. "Gee, great lord, the money is all yours. What else could you possibly need?" "Intelligence." Lin Chuan tapped his fingertips against the case's rim. "I require unrestricted access to the highest-tier intelligence network operating within the Hokage black market." The fat man's face drained from pale to ashen gray. "Impossible. Only the boss and the senior overseers hold such clearance. I'm merely a peripheral exchange clerk. I don't possess such authority. Even if you kill me, I cannot produce it." Lin Chuan studied the man's contorted features, twisted by raw terror. He wasn't lying. A low-level outpost manager truly wouldn't command core intelligence access. But Lin Chuan had seen clearly the man's hand had hovered beneath the counter, triggering an alarm. Since this establishment belonged to Orochimaru, the fat man must possess an emergency liaison channel, direct to upper echelons. Securing that token would bypass all intermediaries and grant immediate access to decision-makers. A direct line to power itself. "Cannot produce it." Lin Chuan's left hand shot forward, clamping onto the man's collar, wrenching his near 200-pound frame bodily over the iron counter until half his body dangled precariously above the surface. "Your hand lingered beneath the counter. Were you signaling your master, or awaiting reinforcements?" The fat man shrieked, limbs flailing wildly. "And no, I did nothing." Lin Chuan tightened his grip, eliciting a choked gasp and rolling whites of the eyes. "I lack patience. 3 seconds. Fail to produce something satisfactory, and I will stuff you into that vault and burn this entire place to ash. 3, 2, no. Don't kill me. I have it. I have it." He wrenched the words from his constricting throat. Lin Chuan released him. The fat man collapsed onto the counter like liquefied fat, gulping air thick with iron and gore. Trembling violently, he plunged his hand into his inner shirt pocket, fumbling blindly before withdrawing a black diamond-shaped metal token. Pitch black throughout, it bore an exquisitely rendered white serpent coiled around its perimeter. Its eyes were tiny gleaming rubies. "This is a high-level access token. With it you may enter the black market's subterranean core trading district, where the finest information brokers in the shinobi world operate. Pay enough, and they'll tell you the color of each Kage's undergarments." He held the token aloft with both hands, offering it with reverent humility. This token, his life savings, his ultimate insurance, was now reduced to mere currency for survival. Lin Chuan accepted it. It felt icy to the touch, crafted from an unusual alloy faintly humming with residual chakra. Clearly a chakra-verified identification tool. With this, infiltrating Orochimaru's elite technical division would become markedly simpler. Lin Chuan tucked the token into his coat
and hoisted both heavy cases with one hand.
Had you produced it earlier, we'd have saved considerable time.
He turned, and strode out, stepping over carnage toward the exchange hall's exit. Passing the two bodies impaled upon the door, he didn't spare them a glance, kicking the splintered wood aside and vanishing into the damp shadow-choked cavern passage beyond. Only when Lin Chuan's footsteps faded entirely into the distance did the fat man slump backward, collapsing onto the blood-slick bluestone floor. He panted, trembling fingers retrieving a communication scroll from beneath the counter.
Hey, headquarters. Something's happened.
His voice cracked with tears.
5 million Rio, withdrawn. Yes, Konoha ANBU heads. A sword-wielding expert, physical prowess monstrous beyond measure.
Meanwhile, hundreds of kilometers away, deep within Hokage's subterranean chambers, a towering figure swathed in black robes, and wearing a featureless mask, sat amid towering stacks of cash, meticulously tallying accounts. His eyes were unnerving black sclerae framing irises of eerie luminous green. A summoned toad beside him suddenly opened its mouth, spitting forth a slimy ink-stained slip of paper. He set aside the bills and plucked the note between two callous fingers, scanning its contents.
5 million Rio, an unaccounted withdrawal.
His gravelly voice resonated hollowly in the chamber, a voice obsessed with wealth to pathological extremes.
When did such a fat fish swim into Hokage's black market?
He rose, the hem of his robe parting to reveal several thick, writhing black tendrils thrashing impatiently in the air.
Find him. That money belongs, in due course, in my pocket.
Kakuzu, the most avaricious bounty hunter in the shinobi world, had already caught the scent of gold. On the black market's periphery inside a derelict subterranean reservoir, Lin Chuan confirmed no pursuit before slipping silently within. Damp rock permeated the stagnant air. Leaning against the moss-covered wall, he slid down into a seated position, his right leg's muscles spasming uncontrollably. Suppressing the first-generation cells, immediately, he placed the cases on the floor and flipped open the latches. Lids sprang wide, revealing crisp, neatly bundled bills shimmering faintly in the gloom. 5 million Rio. In this world where lives were worth less than straw, this fortune could purchase hundreds of souls. Just as he prepared to count the notes and map his next acquisition route, a mechanical voice, long dormant within the depths of his mind, resounded without warning. The cold mechanical synthesized sound exploded in his mind, drowning out the muffled sound of water droplets hitting the moss in the underground reservoir. Lin Chuan's fingers, which had just reached for the lock of the suitcase, froze. The system settlement began.
Detected the host's completion of a series of rebellious acts, publicly selling the assassination of active elite members of Konoha's ANBU, violently destroying Konoha's underground intelligence network,
severely trampling upon the will of fire and the dignity of Konoha's higher-ups. Ratings Class High Rebellion. Reward granted Perfect Sage Body 10 Fusion. Lin Chuan's back muscles suddenly straightened. The Sage Body. These three words represented the pinnacle of life force in the ninja world. As long as one possesses a complete Sage Body, the monstrous physique of Senju Hashirama, capable of healing without seals, and with chakra abundant enough to drink the sea, could be replicated in him. Now, even though it was only 10%, it was enough to address the imminent collapse of his current body.
Extract reward,
Lin Chuan silently thought.
Warning detected that the low-quality first-generation cells implanted in the host's body are in a state of violent backlash. Injecting the essence of the Sage Body at this moment will trigger severe cellular consumption and recombination.
Estimated duration 4 hours. During this period, the host will lose all mobility. Please ensure the environment is absolutely safe.
As soon as the system's prompt finished, a sharp pain suddenly erupted in Lin Chuan's right knee.
This pain was not a mere flesh wound. It was the chilling chakra from deep within his bone marrow frantically trying to escape. The tolerance of the first-generation cells had reached its limit. If he couldn't find a way to suppress it soon, within half an hour at most, he would turn into a grotesque tree filling this basement. Lin Chuan glanced around. Rundown cement walls, ventilation shafts covered in green mold, not even a door that could be locked. Lying here for 4 hours was no different from putting his neck cleanly under the knives of those hyenas in the black market. He had to find an absolutely safe place. He single-handedly lifted 2 suitcases filled with 50 million Rio each. The heavy weight tugged at his right arm's torn muscles, but he didn't even furrow his brow. With his other hand, he reached into his pocket and grasped the white snake token given by the fat boss. He retraced his steps through the dark passageway. The structure of the underground black market in the land of rice was like a massive ant nest. The outskirts were filled with currency exchange stalls and trading streets for wandering ninjas. The deeper one went, the lighter the smell of blood became, replaced by the scents of high-grade spices and preservatives. Lin Chuan stopped in front of a pair of heavy iron double doors. Two guards in gray robes stood in front, their chakra fluctuations far stronger than the bald man at the currency exchange.
Halt! Core trading area, move along, uninvited guests.
The guard on the left placed his hand on the hilt of his ninja sword, his gaze fixed on Lin Chuan's blood-stained, tattered samurai attire. Lin Chuan didn't have the mind to waste words. He flicked his wrist. The pitch-black diamond token flew through the air with a whoosh. The guard instinctively caught it, and upon lowering his head, to see the vividly lifelike white snake and the embedded ruby, his expression changed instantly. The previously arrogant expression vanished cleanly, and he bent at the waist.
My lord, please enter.
The guard presented the token back to Lin Chuan, with both hands, his tone dropping significantly. Lin Chuan took the token and tucked it away, pushing the door open. Behind the door was a spacious hall. The floor was covered with dark red carpet, and the walls were embedded with luminous crystals. In the center of the hall was a semicircular mahogany counter. Behind the counter sat a woman in a kimono focused on manipulating an abacus. Lin Chuan strode forward, slamming the two suitcases heavily onto the mahogany surface. Thud. The blood from the suitcase's bottom smeared onto the precious wood. The woman frowned and looked up.
I want the highest level safe house you have. Immediately.
Lin Chuan's voice was hoarse and dry, carrying an unnegotiable coldness. The woman's gaze swept over Lin Chuan, lingering for 2 extra seconds on the dried bloodstains.
Sir, our safe houses are charged by level.
The highest level Tian grade barrier room uses the 4-symbol ceiling array left behind by the Land of Waves. The starting price for 1 hour is 1 million Rio, and identity verification is required.
The woman hadn't finished speaking.
Lin Chuan directly reached out and unfastened one of the suitcase's locks. The lid sprang open. Neatly stacked bills emitted a pungent smell of ink under the light of the luminous crystals.
5 million Rio. Buy out tonight.
Lin Chuan leaned forward, resting his hands on the edge of the counter. The wood creaked slightly under his pressure.
If anyone knocks on the door during this time, or if the barrier shows even a hint of abnormal fluctuation when I come out, the first thing he'll do is snap your neck.
The woman looked at the pile of money, her gaze colliding with Lin Chuan's emotionless eyes, causing her throat to involuntarily swallow. In this black market, those with money are respected, while those with strength and no regard for their lives are revered. The aura emanating from this man, as if he had just crawled out of a pile of corpses, could not be faked. If she continued to talk about rules, this 5 million Rio could easily turn into her funeral expenses. She dared not mention identity verification again, and quickly retrieved a numbered brass key from a hidden compartment below the counter, along with a sheepskin parchment depicting the route.
Room number Tian 3. Turn left and walk to the end. The barrier will automatically lock after you enter unless you unlock it from the inside. It cannot be breached even with explosive tags from the outside.
Lin Chuan grabbed the key and suitcase, turned and walked away. Room number Tian 3 was at the deepest part of the passageway. He pushed open the heavy lead door. Inside was a quiet room of about 30 square meters. There were no windows, and the walls, floor, and ceiling were densely inscribed with black sealing runes. Lin Chuan walked in. As the heavy lead door closed behind him, the runes on the walls lit up with a faint blue glow. The external noise was completely severed at that moment. He tossed the suitcase into the corner and collapsed onto the tatami mat in the center of the room, exhausted. The pant leg of his right leg was already soaked with oozing black blood. The turmoil of the first-generation cells could no longer be suppressed. The chakra of wood release, which had been lurking in his meridians, now resembled a pack of starving beasts frantically tearing at his flesh.
Extract.
Lin Chuan issued the command in his mind. Boom. A massive energy indescribable by words surged from the void into his crown. If the chakra of the first-generation cells was a violent saw, then this new influx of energy was a boiling ocean. Pain beyond human limits instantly drowned all perception. Lin Chuan's molars clenched tightly, his gums bursting with blood from the immense pressure. The taste of iron filled his mouth. His entire body convulsed uncontrollably. Beneath his clothes, bulging purple veins appeared on the surface of his skin like thick earthworms, threatening to burst through the thin layer of flesh.
Ugh!
A low growl akin to a dying beast escaped from his throat. Lin Chuan could distinctly feel his bones being ground down inch by inch, then forcibly reassembled under that vast life energy. It was a torment akin to slow slicing.
the first-generation cells lurking in his right leg and back since the invasion of foreign power, and instinctively launched a counterattack. The chilling would release chakra rampage through the meridians attempting to devour this newly arrived power. But what they faced was the true essence of the sage body. Even if it was only 10%. That gentle yet absolutely overpowering life energy shattered the defenses of the first-generation cells. The two forces engaged in a brutal battle within Lin Chuan's internal organs. Sweat streamed down his chin like a waterfall pooling into a puddle on the tatami beneath him. Lin Chuan's 10 fingers dug deeply into the flesh of his thigh, his nails piercing the meat and pulling out pale flesh. Those old dogs of Konoha can force me to this extent. What is this pain? Give me fusion. Time in this enclosed quiet room became thick and prolonged. He didn't know how long had passed. The tearing sensation of the internal battle began to gradually subside. The frantic first-generation cells seemed to have met their natural enemies, slowly being tamed and assimilated, ultimately merging completely into that gentle sea of life. The dark injuries left from forcibly using the corpse bone pulse and would release were visibly healing at an observable rate. The sharp pain in his right knee had vanished. In its place was a feeling of explosive power. The most apparent change was at the surface of his body. The charred scars formed from chakra overexertion were now shriveling and falling off piece by piece. The newly grown skin was no longer that sickly pale, but instead radiated a lustrous sheen. The muscle definition had not become exaggeratedly swollen, but was instead tighter and denser, akin to refined steel forged in a high-temperature furnace. Lin Chuan exhaled a long breath of heated, turbid air. He tried to mobilize the chakra within him. This attempt was fine until he did. Upon mobilization, he nearly stopped breathing for a moment. The previously parched meridians were now completely filled with liquid-like chakra. The quality and density of this chakra were at least 3 times stronger than before. Peakily genin. This was merely the basic enhancement of chakra volume. The terrifying recovery ability and physical resilience brought by the sage body were the true trump cards. Now, even if he were to activate the highest form of the corpse bone pulse again, he wouldn't have to worry about his body collapsing under the burden. The hidden danger of violent backlash had been completely erased at this moment. He glanced down at his hands. Clenching his fist, the air was compressed, producing a muffled explosive sound. With a fusion rate of 10% achieving such a transformative effect, if he were to gather the remaining 90% with just his physical strength, he could crush those so-called high-ranking shadow-level powers into mush. However, the conditions set by the system were very clear. To continue unlocking the fusion rate of the sage body, he had to engage in acts that would shake the entire ninja world and completely overturn Konoha's established order. Killing a few ANBU no longer satisfied the system's appetite. This suited him just fine. Lin Chuan stood up. His joints popped like a series of firecrackers. He took off the tattered, blood-stained, sweat-soaked wandering samurai outfit and retrieved a clean black combat suit from his storage scroll. He moved his shoulders, feeling the immense life force coursing through him. This trip to the underground black market in the land of rice had already exceeded expectations. Not only had he secured the startup funds and resolved the hidden dangers of his body, but he had also unexpectedly established a connection to Orochimaru's intelligence network. That old snake Orochimaru had probably already received news of the currency exchange being smashed. That poisonous snake had a near-manic obsession with collecting unknown high-level combat powers. The extraordinary physical skills and recovery abilities he had displayed would undoubtedly pique his interest. Now that the bait had been cast, it was just a matter of when this big fish would bite. Lin Chuan approached the heavy lead door. He did not reach for the brass key, but instead raised his right hand, pressing it against the door. He exerted force with his palm. Crack. The precision steel gears holding the door hinge let out a mournful cry of being overburdened as the multi-ton lead door was forcefully pushed open by him. The dim light from the corridor seeped through the gap in the door. Lin Chuan opened his eyes. Deep within his originally pitch-black pupils, a faint flash of golden light flickered. This was a sign of the initial awakening of the sage Bodhi's essence. He picked up the intelligence token, crossed the threshold, and stepped out of the safe house. At the end of the corridor, a faint rustling sound, almost inaudible, was slowly approaching in the darkness. At the end of the corridor, an almost inaudible rustle crept through the darkness. Lin Chuan pushed open the leaden door that weighed several tons. As his left foot crossed the threshold, he froze. He did not look down, relying on the dramatically heightened perception granted by his awakened immortal physique. He locked onto the cold living thing at his feet. It was a white-scaled venomous snake no thicker than a forearm coiled in the shadow along the doorframe. Its crimson tongue flickered in and out, sampling scents from the air. It carried a faint chakra ripple. Lin Chuan's right hand shot out like lightning. The air tore with a muffled crack. His 5 fingers closed like iron pincers on the snake's vital nape. The creature did not even have a chance to writhe. The vertebrae in its neck were crushed by his immense grip. He casually tossed the limp dead snake into a corner and ground his suede boot over its head. A spy for Deshiwan. The old viper's sense of smell was keener than a dog's. The exchange had just seen bloodshed, and already scouts had been sent to the entrance of the high-grade safe house. But that was precisely the outcome he desired. Without demonstrating sufficient destructive force and exploitable value, how could he make that big fish willingly disgorge its core technology? Lin Chuan shouldered the heavy leather case and followed the damp passage deeper into the black market. The core trading quarter was far quieter than the peripheral exchange. Here the air held none of the cheap tang of blood or the sour reek of low-grade preservatives. Instead, there was a faint incense mingled with the smell of paper desiccant. A vast underground cavern had been converted into a circular bazaar. A dozen or so stalls were scattered under the glow of fluorite lamps. The moment Lin Chuan stepped into the area, merchants, who had been haggling in low tones, fell silent. Dozens of eyes snapped to him at once. These brokers, seasoned in circles that licked the blade, had the keenest ears of all. Word that 5 wandering ninja at the exchange had been crushed single-handedly had already spread through this subterranean anthill. Although Lin Chuan wore a clean set of black combat clothes, the feral chakra aura left from his recent cellular recombination, still not fully restrained, was as conspicuous as a torch in the night. Ignoring the probing gazes, Lin Chuan strode straight to the largest stall at the market center. 2 paper emblems denoting wind and lightning chakra hung from the stall. Behind the stall sat an old man, blind in his left eye. His shriveled hands were tucked into his sleeves. When Lin Chuan approached, his remaining right eye rolled, and the wrinkles on his face puckered into a chrysanthemum of scrutiny. "Sir, you look unfamiliar." The old man coughed, his voice as rough as sandpaper. "What is it you see? Old me deals in anything that flies above or runs below. If it can kill, it's here." Lin Chuan set his leather case down on the ironclad counter. High-grade ninjutsu scrolls. Wind release and lightning release. The old man's clouded right eye lingered on the case for a second, and his smile widened. "Sir, you're putting me in a bind. Lately ANBU have been biting like mad dogs, and several smuggling lines have been cut. High-grade scrolls are rare now, there's simply no stock." Before the old man could finish his price-raising spiel, Lin Chuan flicked his left thumb and popped the case's latch open. The lid sprang up. Stacks upon stacks of brand-new banknotes smelling faintly of ink shimmered under the cold fluorite light with an almost maddening allure. The old man's words stalled in his throat. His Adam's apple bobbed violently. He was testing him, Lin Chuan realized with clarity. On the black market, there are no rules. The old man's claim of having none was made with the certainty of someone desperate to fill his ninjutsu gaps. If not stunned with real gold, he would hide the good goods away. But the moment the cash was revealed, the old man's greed would overwhelm his fear. "Now, do you have them?" Lin Chuan tapped the rim of the case with a finger. Flustered, the old man dragged a dust-covered tin box from under the counter. After entering a code, he carefully lifted out 3 scrolls wrapped in sealing talismans. "Sir, look at this." He pushed the scroll forward and lowered his voice. "A brank lightning release, pseudo-ANBU, leaked from Yunin Village's ANBU. And in a rank wind release called Yahai, privately sold by high-ranking figures in Sharingan Village. This is a genuine area effect killing ninjutsu capable of changing the local battlefield." Lin Chuan picked up the scroll marked wind release and rubbed his fingertip over the sealing sigil. It indeed contained a violent wind attribute chakra fluctuation. "Name your price." The old man rubbed his hands and held up 2 shriveled fingers. Straightforward. The 3 scrolls together 20 million liang. At that price, several eavesdropping merchants drew in a sharp breath. The blind old man had some nerve, and a rank scroll's top price on the black market was only 15 million liang. He was plainly intent on treating the man before him like a fat lamb to be slaughtered. Lin Chuan watched the old man's greed-flushed face and thought that these desperados who prized money over life with their unabashed avarice were somehow more tolerable than the hypocritical Muyi higher-ups who mouthed the will of fire. He did not haggle. He grabbed 2 bundles of notes from the case and slapped them onto the old man's face. "He'll take the scrolls." The old man lurched back under the weight of the money, but clutched it fiercely, grinning so broadly his molars showed. Lin Chuan's motion did not stop. He pointed to the shelves behind the old man. "Special detonator talismans.
The kind that can produce chain sacrificial detonations. Bring out whatever you have. High-grade ration pills, emergency hemostatic sprays, antidotes. Bring out every last stock you have hidden under the counter. The old man froze. The surrounding merchants were stunned. They had spent half their lives in this black market. They'd seen fortunes tossed away to buy lives and families ruined to purchase high-grade ninja gear, but they had never seen someone sweep the market like shopping at a vegetable stall. Sir. You mean take it all? The old man stammered. Can't you understand plain speech? Lin Chuan flipped his wrist and slapped the white snake token he had taken from the fat boss at the exchange onto the counter. On the jet-black token, the white snake's ruby eye gleamed faintly in the light. The moment the old man recognized it, the warm haze of greed that had clouded his mind was doused with a bucket of ice. He sobered at once. It was a pass belonging to the Shiwan's core faction. This young man before him not only had money and strength, but behind him stood one of the legendary Sanren. He no longer dared entertain the thought of fleecing a customer. He scrambled to call a few men to the warehouse. Other stallholders, seeing this, could not remain idle either. My lord. I have chakra conductive metal tanto forged in Jiangjigua. My lord. Take a look at my puppet mechanism, hidden weapons quenched in the lethal poisons of Yuan village. Lin Chuan walked like a tyrant, inspecting his domain. He passed each stall. If an item could raise immediate combat power or be used against Muye's ANBU pursuit, he did not even blink. He paid in cash without hesitation. In less than half an hour, he had amassed 3 enormous wooden crates, each roughly 3.5 people high, filled with strategic reserves that would make a medium-sized ninja village envious. Of the 50 million liang in cash, he spent a full 40 million liang. Muye's old dogs had withheld his pension for over a decade now. He finally tasted the thrill of spending money to make a statement. That will do. Lin Chuan bit his right thumb, smeared the blood over a blank high-grade sealing scroll, and quickly formed hand seals with both hands. Hi, Su, Yu, Shen, Wei. Seal. A vast cloud of white smoke detonated in the middle of the trading area. When the smoke cleared, the 3 large crates stuffed with supplies had vanished into thin air, leaving only the scroll in Lin Chuan's hand, its surface inked with black incantations. The merchants looked from the empty stalls to the thick bundles of cash in their hands, dazed. What they had earned in half an hour that day exceeded what they'd made in the previous 3 years combined. Lin Chuan stuffed the sealing scroll into his ninja tool pack and brushed dust from his clothes. This ostentatious sweep would spread through the underground world of Tianjigua in no time. His reputation as an extremely wicked rogue ninja would soon be linked with spending money like water. That would not only cow the short-sighted wandering ninja, but also hasten Shiwan's initiative to make contact. His hardware configuration had reached the peak possible at this stage. The immortal physique had removed the risk of bodily collapse, and the wind and lightning scrolls filled the gap in mid to long-range area assaults. Even if Muyi sent an elite jonin of Kakashi's caliber, he was confident he could wrench the man's head off and kick it like a ball. Lin Chuan turned without meeting the merchant's mingled looks of awe and fear. He set his boots on the bluestone tiles and walked straight toward the passage at the market's deepest end. The fat boss had said that place was the highest level intelligence hub in the entire ninja world. Lin Chuan pushed open an ajar wooden door. What met his eyes was not a dim inner chamber, but a vast circular hall nearly 10 meters high. At the hall's very center there were no counters, no merchants, only a 20-meter-long wall reaching to the ceiling, plastered densely with wanted posters and bounty notices of every color. From renegade genin worth a few 10,000 liang to daimyo heads priced in the hundreds of millions, everything was represented. And at the very top of that wall, in the dark crimson zone reserved for the highest bounties. Lin Chuan stopped. He tilted his head back and stared at the newly nailed-up bounty poster, the ink not yet fully dry. It bore his own likeness. Lin Chuan tilted his head back, his gaze piercing through the murky air of the hall, fixated on the brand-new bounty notice. The edges of the paper still bore the jagged marks of freshly cut edges. The black ink emitted a pungent smell of pine smoke. The artist's technique was quite skilled, capturing the depth of his emotionless eyes with meticulous detail. His gaze lowered. Name Lin Chuan. Level rank rogue ninja. Life or death irrelevant. At the bottom was a line of bold numbers. 35 million Rio. Upon seeing this number, Lin Chuan scoffed coldly in his heart. The higher-ups of Konoha truly regarded him highly. An ordinary jonin's head was only worth just over 10 million Rio on the black market. Asuma's head, being the son of the Hokage, was later inflated to 35 million Rio due to his association with the 12 Guardian Ninja. As a newly graduated orphan, even if he publicly killed a few ANBU dogs, he would only be worth at most 20 million ryo. Who could afford the extra 15 million ryo? His eyes scanned the lower right corner of the bounty notice. Next to the official Konoha Will of Fire seal there was a tiny irregular black ink drop. If one didn't look closely, they would think it was merely a stain accidentally dripped by the artist. But Lin Chuan recognized that mark. It was a root partially buried in the ground. Danzo. This old fox truly could not sit still. Konoha publicly issued the bounty for the village's reputation, while Danzo secretly raised the stakes in the black market to ensure that bounty hunters from all over the ninja world would flock to the scent of blood. This old dog feared he might die at someone else's hands, or that the secrets he carried would be unearthed by other ninja villages, so he stirred the waters with an exorbitant bounty.
Not bad. This money is well spent.
Lin Chuan raised his right hand, bringing his index and middle fingers together, and gently scraping across the coarse surface of the bounty notice. The friction of the paper against his fingertips brought a sense of reality. From this day on he was no longer the expendable pawn that could be discarded at any moment in Konoha. This 35 million ryo label was the official stamped talisman of protection. In this underground world where money mattered more than human life, only those of high value would be treated as a worthy meal. The atmosphere in the hall began to shift. The previously noisy conversations haggling, and even the sounds of wandering ninjas in the corners drinking and smashing their cups were abruptly cut off. Only the faint buzzing from the fluorescent light overhead remained. Dozens of gazes converged from all directions. These eyes first fell on the bounty notice on the wall, then slowly shifted, fixating on Lin Chuan's silhouette. The smell of preservatives in the air was overlaid by a stronger scent of greed. Men die for money. 35 million ryo was enough to make a village leader of a medium-sized ninja village bow down, not to mention these desperate rogues, who had long since put their lives on the line.
Hey kid!
A raspy voice emerged from behind a heavy support pillar on the left. A towering man nearly 2 meters tall stepped out. Bald, with half of his face marked by centipede scars, he wielded a bloody spiked club. With every step the bluestone tiles beneath him groaned in protest.
You drew this guy, didn't you?
The burly man hoisted the spiked club onto his shoulder, licking his cracked lips with his tongue. The surrounding bounty hunters instinctively took several steps back, creating a semicircular space. No one spoke up to stop him, nor did anyone rush to seize the opportunity. They were all waiting for this bald man to probe Lin Chuan's depths. Lin Chuan turned around. He did not draw his sword, nor did he form any seals. His hands naturally hung at his sides as he stared at the bald man.
Your brothers all heard the commotion when you killed at the exchange. You single-handedly crushed a lower ninja's head. You indeed have some skills.
The bald man stepped forward a couple of strides, the flesh on his face quivering.
But having just gone through a fierce battle, how much chakra do you have left? I'll claim that 35 million ryo from your head today.
As soon as he finished speaking, the bald man unleashed a burst of strength in his legs. His massive frame charged forward, like a gust of wind, the spiked club whistling as it swung down towards Lin Chuan's head. This man had some brains. He knew to utilize his size advantage to engage in close combat, not allowing the ninja any space to create distance and form seals. Unfortunately, he had chosen the wrong opponent. Lin Chuan did not dodge. He watched as the spiked club laden with iron spikes rapidly grew larger in his line of sight. Just as the spikes were less than half a foot from his scalp, Lin Chuan's right leg moved. As he kicked out, even the air was compressed, resulting in a dull explosive sound. The violent physical strength brought forth by his 10% fusion with the sage body was unleashed without reservation at that moment. Boom! The heel accurately struck the bald man's chest right at the center. The spiked club froze in midair. The snarl on the bald man's face was instantly frozen, his eyeballs nearly popping out of their sockets. The sickening sound of bones cracking filled the air. The bald man's nearly 300-pound body was sent flying backward, moving faster than when he charged forward. His body soared over half the marketplace and crashed heavily into the opposite wall. The wall was dented, resembling a spider web. The bald man was embedded within his chest, caved in, blood mixed with internal tissue spewing from his mouth, and his head tilted to one side as he fell utterly still. The bounty hunters, who had been waiting to pick up the scraps, now forgot to breathe. Someone inhaled sharply, mixed with the smell of tobacco, and coughed violently, but still covered their mouth, afraid to make a loud noise. With one kick, not even using chakra, relying solely on physical strength to turn a martial arts expert into a puddle of mush, Lin Chuan retracted his right leg, wiping the dust off his leather boots on the ground.
Who else wants to claim this bounty? Come at me. I'm in a hurry.
He scanned the group of bounty hunters huddled in the shadows. Those who met his gaze either looked down at their toes or turned to pretend to inspect the shabby ninja tools on the stall. No one dared to provoke misfortune at this moment. 35 million Rio was indeed tempting, but one needed a life to spend it. After confirming that these hyenas had been thoroughly subdued, Lin Chuan withdrew his gaze. He picked up the leather case he had set beside his feet, ignoring the mess on the ground, and walked straight towards the wooden door at the deepest part of the hall. The door was draped with a heavy black wind curtain painted in dark red dye, with the word intelligence in large characters. He pushed the curtain aside. Behind the door was a secret room of about 20 square meters. There were no windows, and a few oil lamps emitting a pine scent were lit on the walls. The light was dim. In the center of the room stood a large zeton with table. Behind the table sat a thin man. He wore a gray kimono, with round-framed sunglasses resting on his nose. He was fiddling with two walnut-sized iron balls, which made a crisp clicking sound as they rubbed against each other.
I heard the commotion outside.
The thin man pushed up his glasses, his voice steady without a hint of fluctuation.
Kicking a bear to death, your physical skill can be ranked in the land of rice fields.
Lin Chuan walked over and slammed the leather case down on the zeton wood table. The metal clasp at the bottom of the case struck the wooden surface, creating a crisp clanging sound.
I don't want to hear any nonsense.
Lin Chuan pulled out the chair opposite the table and sat down, leaning slightly forward.
Are you the one in charge here?
The thin man stopped playing with the iron balls and crossed his hands on the table.
My surname is Yao Shi. I am the person in charge of this intelligence station. What would you like to buy? As long as the price is right, I can even find out the color of the underwear worn by the daimyos of the 5 great nations.
Yao Shi. Lin Chuan mentally reviewed the surname, already gleaning a rough idea of this man's background. The spy family that Orochimaru manipulated for information. This old fox indeed had the core business tightly in his own hands.
I want to buy a piece of intelligence.
Lin Chuan tapped his fingers against the edge of the leather case.
The current location coordinates of the elite squad from Konoha's ANBU that is pursuing me.
The thin man's smile faltered slightly. He scrutinized Lin Chuan from head to toe, seemingly reassessing the value of this young man before him.
Sir, according to black market rules, real-time tracking intelligence involving active ANBU from the 5 great villages holds extremely high risks.
Konoha's intelligence network is not to be trifled with. If they detect us selling ANBU's whereabouts here, this stronghold will be compromised. He was raising the price. Lin Chuan was all too familiar with this trick. First they highlight the difficulties, then they make a lion's demand. He did not respond. Instead, he reached into his robe and pulled out the pitch-black white snake token. Smack! The token was slapped onto the table. The red gem eyes of the white snake glinted under the glow of the oil lamps. The thin man's gaze fell on the token and his back straightened abruptly. The businessman's greedy demeanor vanished in an instant.
A hireable pass.
He swallowed hard, immediately standing up and pushing the token back towards Lin Chuan.
So you're a distinguished guest of the Lord. I was blind to not see it.
Lin Chuan tucked the token back into his robe.
Now can you investigate? Yes. Of course.
The thin man hurriedly scrambled to retrieve a thick stack of scrolls from beneath the table, quickly searching through them.
Konoha has invested heavily this time to capture you. In addition to the regular tracking teams, they have secretly dispatched a special action group led by Jonin.
The codename is Hunting Falcon. The captain is a master of lightning release.
The thin man pulled out a scroll sealed with a red top-secret stamp and spread it across the table. According to the information relayed 3 hours ago, they have crossed the borders of the Land of Fire and are currently resting in the southern part of the Land of Rice fields near the Red Pine Forest. They are expected to reach the outskirts of the black market before dawn tomorrow.
Lin Chuan looked at the red dot marked on the scroll. The Red Pine Forest was less than 50 kilometers away from here. These dogs stuck on tight. Just finished off one wave, and the next wave immediately bites back.
Is this the only squad?
Lin Chuan asked.
Currently, this is the only one we can confirm.
The thin man lowered his voice.
However, according to our informants embedded within Konoha, there are movements from the route.
That old guy Danzo has secretly mobilized 2 trusted subordinates skilled in sealing techniques. Their exact whereabouts are unknown.
This lined up perfectly. The black root mark on the bounty notice along with the 2 root members skilled in sealing techniques.
Danzo planned to wait until the regular ANBU exhausted their energy, then have the root members come out to net them, directly sealing the living ones away. He had calculated quite carefully. Unfortunately, they overlooked the fact that he had just fused 10% of the sage body. The chakra within this body was more than enough to drown those mice skilled in sealing techniques.
How much for this intelligence?
Lin Chuan stood up.
Since you hold the Lord's token, consider this intelligence a welcome gift, no charge.
The thin man smiled obsequiously.
I don't like owing favors.
Lin Chuan pried open the leather case's lock, casually grabbing 2 bundles of cash and throwing them on the table.
Take this money. Also send a message to Orochimaru for me.
Upon hearing this name, the thin man's facial muscles twitched slightly, but he quickly concealed it.
What would you like me to say? Tell him I am very interested in his experiments. If he wants to see the limits of this body up close, he should come find me himself.
Lin Chuan picked up the leather case and turned towards the door.
Don't send those useless fish to die.
He pushed aside the wind curtain and strode into the dark corner of the underground passage. The red pine forest. Since the higher-ups of Konoha want to claim this 35 million Rio bounty, then he would personally deliver himself to their doorstep. Let's see if they have the appetite to swallow it. As Lin Chuan's suede boots stepped onto the slippery moss of the passage, the heavy windbreak curtain behind him was suddenly yanked open from within. The emaciated figure of the pharmacist leaned out, his round-framed sunglasses reflecting the dim light of the passage, along with his 2 twitching whiskers that trembled with his hurried breaths. Lin Chuan halted his steps. He did not turn around. His right wrist hung naturally, the muscles in his upper arm already coiling in preparation for action, waiting for the other party to make a mistake with their next words, at which point his hand would pierce through the thin windbreak curtain and crush the opponent's cervical vertebra.
If you're here to peddle your inferior explosive talismans, your neck would already be broken by now.
The pharmacist chuckled dryly, rubbing his hands on the hem of his kimono to mask his panic.
How could that be? You hold the Lord's token, ordinary goods wouldn't catch your eye. I just suddenly remembered that I have a piece of classified information tucked away. I hadn't intended to bring it out.
Lin Chuan turned his face, his gaze landing on the pharmacist's face, which was filled with calculation.
Originally, I wasn't planning to take it out.
The pharmacist swallowed hard, his voice lowered.
After all, the Leaf Village has been sealing off all external channels like a mad dog during this time, and the roots have their eyes on the land of rice like a hawk.
But this matter is related to you.
Lin Chuan turned around and walked back into the room, filled with the scent of pine resin. The leather case was thrown back onto the rosewood table.
The metal clasp clinked against the wooden surface, producing a crisp sound.
Compared to the extent of the Leaf Village's blockade, your life is worth more. Stop wasting time, bring it out.
Lin Chuan pulled out a chair and sat down, leaning slightly forward. The pharmacist dared not keep him in suspense any longer. He hurried to the corner of the room and knocked 3 times on the edge of a green-stained bluestone tile. The tile silently popped open, revealing a dark compartment. He pulled out a palm-sized lead box from within. The surface of the box was covered with yellow sealing talisman paper, the edges of which had become brittle and yellowed, emitting a strong earthy smell.
This thing has been kept under pressure for 12 years. The pharmacist carefully pushed the lead box to the center of the table, tapping a few times on the talisman paper to disable the outermost physical lock. Back then, the upper echelons of the Leaf Village underwent a major internal purge, and the roots dealt with a batch of discarded files. Our people paid with 3 lives to snatch this half-roll from the edge of the incinerator.
To bring this thing out, that informant had to cut open his own belly and stuff the box next to his intestines, using a cart meant for transporting corpses to sneak out of the Leaf Village.
12 years ago. The purge. Lin Chuan quickly calculated this timeline in his mind. The original host was 16 this year. 12 years ago, he was just 4.
That was just the right age to be sent to the orphanage of the Leaf Village. The old dog Danzo firmly believed in eliminating the roots. Whatever he painstakingly preserved and attempted to destroy could not possibly be a mere ordinary child begging on the streets. What exactly did that old man conceal?
The contents recorded inside are disjointed. It's impossible to piece together a complete value. Only today, upon seeing that bounty of 35 million Rio, did I finally connect the name on it. Lin Chuan pressed down on the lid of the lead box with one hand, using his thumb to pry open the hidden latch. Click. There was no mechanism. Inside the box lay a half-burnt parchment scroll.
The paper was stained with large patches of oxidized blackened blood, and a pungent mix of preservative and mildew rushed into his nostrils. Lin Chuan extended his right hand, pinching the edge of the scroll, with his index and middle fingers tugging it outward. Just as his fingertips touched the rough parchment, his heart skipped a beat. This was not merely psychological, it was a genuine physiological repulsion. The 10% of the immortal Bodhis essence that had just been tamed and completely merged with his flesh and blood exploded like dry tinder meeting a spark, the violent life energy surging through his meridians without warning. Lin Chuan's breathing instantly became thin and fragmented. He tried to pull his hand back, but his 5 fingers felt as if they were glued to the scroll. The blood vessels beneath his skin expanded at a visible rate, the bluish veins crawling up his forearm along his wrist, causing the muscles in his entire arm to twitch silently. "You?" The pharmacist was so frightened that he staggered backward, knocking over the redwood chair behind him. He stared wide-eyed at the table. On the surface of the tattered scroll, the previously dried and blackened bloodstains began to glow with a ring of blue light. That was some sort of high-level chakra sealing mark which at that moment resonated in harmony with the cells within Lin Chuan's body through his fingertips. A hollow sensation surged from deep within his bone marrow, forcibly pried open and pulled outward. This was entirely different from the lingering pain of merging with the first-generation cells before. Lin Chuan clutched the rough edge of the table tightly. The color drained from the edges of his nails, and the joints pressed against a thin layer of skin. The rosewood creaked under the strain, the wood splinters digging into his palm bringing sharp pain. A few fragmented images flashed unexpectedly in his mind. A cold operating table, blinding surgical lights, glass jars filled with thick green liquid, and a thick syringe mercilessly piercing into the frail spine of a child. The ticking of mechanical instruments magnified madly deep within his eardrums. "Push it down for me!" Lin Chuan let out a beast-like growl from his throat. He forcibly mobilized the ocean of liquid chakra in his dantian, severing the chakra connection between his fingertips and the scroll. The raging life energy rebounded, directly crushing the layer of blue light on the surface of the scroll. Bang! Several oil lamps emitting the scent of pine resin around them were instantly extinguished by the released wave of chakra. The secret room fell into half-darkness, with only the faint light from the passage barely illuminating the table. The blue light was completely extinguished, and the scroll reverted to its tattered, lifeless form. Lin Chuan gasped for breath, sweat dripping from his chin onto the rosewood table, creating ripples of water. He casually wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and forcibly flattened the half-scroll. On the paper, which had been mostly burned away, the densely packed tiny characters only had the last few lines barely discernible. The rejection response is severe, survival rate below 0. 1. Leaf Village Orphanage. Type A experimental subject. Code name Lin Chuan. Memory erased, transferred to regular surveillance sequence. At the very end there was the stamp of a tree root half buried in the soil. Lin Chuan stared at those few words, connecting all the clues in his mind. No wonder the original host had such a pitiful amount of chakra after mingling in the ninja school for so many years, yet managed to endure the implantation of those inferior first-generation cells from the black market. It wasn't good luck at all. This body had already been modified by the roots 12 years ago to serve as some sort of taboo experimental vessel. Danzo had thrown a failed, or rather dormant, experimental subject into the orphanage to be raised. Now that he had defected, showcasing would release and bone pulse in front of Irika, that old fox must have thought that the experiment from back then had revived within him. This also explained the extra 15 million Rio on the bounty, as well as the roots sealing team sent out in the shadows. What they wanted was not a dead body. What they wanted was this living, perfect vessel. "You haven't shown this to Orochimaru, have you?" Lin Chuan lifted his head, his gaze crossing the table and fixing on the pharmacist, who was huddled in the corner. The pharmacist scrambled to his feet against the wall, shaking his head like a rattle, his hands flailing in front of him. "This level of intelligence isn't qualified to be reported to the Lord. In the Lord's laboratory there are hundreds of thousands of discarded files every day. He wouldn't even have the interest to glance at such a substandard product from 12 years ago. If it weren't for seeing your name today." "Mind your mouth." Lin Chuan rolled up the half-scroll and stuffed it into his ninja tool pouch. He grabbed 5 bundles of brand new cash from the leather case and scattered them like petals at the pharmacist's feet on the bluestone tiles. "A sealing fee. If I find out that even half a word of this information leaks out, I guarantee your ending will be 10 times worse than that bald guy who exchanged money." The pharmacist lunged for the money, promising repeatedly, "Rest assured, sir. In our line of work our mouths are tighter than a dead man's. We only discussed information about the red pine forest in this room today, nothing else." Lin Chuan picked up the leather case
and turned toward the secret room's door. Just as he was about to push aside the windbreak curtain, he paused his steps once more. You treat people as vessels, and I treat you as fertilizer. This old score from 12 years ago is due for interest now. This unfinished statement landed heavily, causing the temperature in the secret room to plummet. The pharmacist lay on the ground watching the black figure disappear behind the curtain, his stomach churning unexpectedly. Having survived half a lifetime in this underground world, he had seen countless vicious rogue ninjas, but the substantial killing intent radiating from Lin Chuan at that moment made him feel as if his lungs were aching with every breath. Lin Chuan stepped onto the bluestone tiles and walked out the door of the intelligence station. The air in the underground of the Land of Rice remained murky, mixed with various pungent odors. But his current target was no longer just the ANBU team called Hawk in the Red Pine Forest. He pressed his hand down on the ninja tool pouch containing the incomplete scroll. Through the rough fabric, he could still sense the lingering scent of blood from the parchment. The password to this bode's secrets was definitely left behind by that old schemer Danzo. Since the higher-ups of the Leaf Village enjoyed playing the guinea pig game, he would accompany them to the end. After dealing with those small fries in the Red Pine Forest, it would be time to personally return to the underground root base of the Leaf Village. He intended to wash away the humiliation on this document with the blood of Danzo and the entire upper echelon of the roots. Lin Chuan rested a single hand upon the shinobi gear pouch holding the fragmented scroll, his fur-lined boot grinding over the final moss-covered stone slab at the end of the narrow passage. Outside, the wind carried the damp earthy scent unique to the Land of Rice field, surging in a single rush down his collar. The murky air of the underground black market, thick with preservatives and cheap tobacco, was now left far behind. Rather than taking the main road toward the Red Pine Forest, he blurred sideways into an abandoned timber transfer station beside the thoroughfare. The place had lain derelict for years. Towering logs were stacked into jagged hills draped in thick ink green vines. No one stirred, only the low mournful sigh of wind threading through gaps in the timber. Lin Chuan settled into a sheltered corner, dragging over a weathered wooden crate to serve as a table. From his gear pouch, he withdrew the lead box once more, and carefully unrolled the scorched half-scroll onto the crate's rough surface. By the pallid moonlight filtering through the clouds, the faint cramped calligraphy reappeared, sharp and searing. Severe rejection response, survival rate below 0. 1. Konoha Orphanage. Class A experimental subject. Designation Lin Chuan. Memory erased, transferred to routine surveillance protocol. Lin Chuan curled his index finger and tapped slowly, deliberately against the crate's edge. Thud, 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 each note piercing the silence of the empty lot. The logic here was riddled with gaping flaws. Danzo, the old hound, had always preached eradication without mercy. If this subject were truly worthless, incineration in the crematorium would have been root standard procedure. Yet they'd gone to extraordinary lengths to erase memory, and even assigned personnel to conduct 12 years of routine surveillance at an orphanage. This was no disposal of medical waste. This was cultivation in the wild. Lin Chuan ran the entire sequence through his mind in an instant. 12 years ago, Orochimaru's human experiments had been exposed, forcing his defection, but Danzo secretly intercepted part of the research, possibly even seizing critical biological samples. His current body, the original host, had been one of the unwilling recipients forcibly infused with first Hokage's cells during that period. The severe rejection response indicated his physiology had already teetered on the brink of collapse. Yet Danzo refused to abandon him. Instead, he cast this dying vessel into the orphanage, a mundane environment designed to mask the volatile chakra fluctuations of a ticking time bomb. Should the body somehow endure the long latency, miraculously adapting to that violent power, root would close in instantly, to harvest the fully ripened fruit. No wonder the original host had trained relentlessly at the Ninja Academy for years, yet possessed pathetically meager chakra reserves. It wasn't mediocrity of talent. It was because the vast majority of energy coursing through his meridians had been ruthlessly siphoned away, diverted deep into his cells to suppress the rejection response. If that old man ever graced the silver screen, the Academy would owe him an Oscar, or risk looking absurd. A low derisive chuckle rolled from Lin Chuan's throat. He spoke endlessly of Konoha's prosperity, while treating war orphans as disposable incubators. Those lofty elders, who stood atop morality's pedestal, possessed hearts blacker than the sewers beneath the underground exchange. 30 meters to his left, deep within the stacked logs, came the faintest sound, a sliver of bark peeling away. The wind hadn't shifted, but the air now carried a subtle metallic tang of rust. Lin Chuan's tapping finger froze midair. He did not turn. Calmly, he rolled the scorched scroll back up, slid it into the lead box, and snapped the hidden latch shut. "You've followed me all this way, yet still hesitate to step into the open." Silence swallowed the words whole. Even the wind's whisper through the timber gaps had vanished. Lin Chuan rose unhurriedly, brushing wood shavings from his trousers. 3, 2. At the count of 2, the massive log directly above him exploded inward. Splinters flew like shrapnel. From the storm of debris, 3 black figures descended, ghost-like, silent, lethal. No taunts. No flashy jutsu preludes. 3 kunai, their blades coated in eerie cobalt poison, struck with surgical precision, sealing off Lin Chuan's throat, heart, and lower spine. Their angles were vicious, their coordination flawless, their intent pure, unadulterated death. These were no freelance shinobi chasing bounties on a whim. Their movement, their blade work, Lin Chuan knew them too well. Just hours earlier, outside the ANBU exchange, he'd snapped the necks of men just like them. Roots hounds. Lin Chuan didn't so much as flicker an eyelid. He didn't retreat. He stepped forward straight into the descending blade. That single step shattered the flagstone beneath his foot in a web of cracks. A torrent of raw chakra surged violently through his meridians, flooding his right arm. Lin Chuan clenched his fingers into a rigid blade, palm outward, and slammed it sideways against the steel kunai. Crack. The tempered blade snapped cleanly in two. The severed tip spun wildly through the air, embedding itself deep into a nearby log, its tail quivering violently. The root operative hadn't anticipated flesh meeting steel heated. His palm split wide open, blood jetting up his wrist. Before he could react, Lin Chuan's hand clamped around his throat. Fingers tightened. A rapid, sickening series of cracks echoed, vertebrae snapping like dry twigs. The body crumpled limp as a sack of rags. The remaining 2 root agents halted mid-lunge, toes digging into timber for purchase before springing apart, flanking him left and right. Both raised their hand seals, forming in unison. Wind release, great breakthrough. Fire release, giant fireball technique. Wind fed flame. A fireball wider than 5 meters erupted, distorting the air with blistering heat, and consumed Lin Chuan's corner entirely. The timber yard flared white bright as if day had broken early. Within the inferno, the 2 agents stared fixedly at the burning epicenter. According to intel, this boy's chakra should have been exhausted after successive battles. This composite technique would surely cripple him. Then, footsteps. Steady. Unhurried. Lin Chuan emerged from the blaze, stepping across glowing embers. His clothes bore scorch marks, but bare skin shimmered faintly green, layer upon layer of chakra, rapidly sealing trivial burns. 10% Senjutsu body integration. Unless decapitated instantly or pierced through the heart, such jutsu couldn't even breach his defenses. Outdated intelligence gets people killed. As the words left his lips, Lin Chuan vanished, leaving only a fading afterimage where he'd stood. The windusser on the left hadn't even completed his seal when a whip-like kick crashed into his chest. Bone shattered, a wet resonant snap echoing across the clearing. His ribcage collapsed inward. His body rocketed backward, pulverizing 3 logs before vanishing beneath rubble, lifeless. Only the squad leader remained. His face concealed behind a blank animal mask, the leader finally staggered backward, feet betraying him uncontrolled. He fumbled for a sealing scroll in his gear pouch, attempting to tear it open. Lin Chuan denied him the chance. His right hand shot forward like lightning, gripping the masked face, lifting the man bodily into the air. Since your root, your skull must hold valuable data. Lin Chuan's fingertips glowed with cobalt chakra, mind dripping, an act of brutal spiritual invasion. Performed by the unprepared, it risked catastrophic backlash, reducing the caster to a drooling imbecile. But Lin Chuan's mental fortitude, amplified beyond measure by system rewards, had long since breached mortal limits. The squad leader convulsed violently, a guttural, agonized shriek tearing from his throat. Torrents of fractured memories flooded Lin Chuan's consciousness, endless subterranean labs, bioreactors brimming with viridian fluid. Danzo's grim visage, half swathed in bandages, loomed large. And a freshly issued top-secret directive. Retrieve Class A experimental subject at all costs. If capture proves impossible, sever head and spinal column immediately. Preserve both in specialized antiseptic solution for retrieval. Under no circumstances allow the subject to fall into Orochimaru's hands. Lin Chuan opened his eyes, blood vessels webbing his irises. He withdrew his chakra-infused hand. The squad leader dropped like a stone, foaming at the mouth, eyes rolled back, his mind reduced to ruined pulp by forced extraction. Lin Chuan picked up the broken kunai from the ground and drove it clean through the leader's throat, ending his suffering with cold finality.
Sever head and spinal column. He yanked the blade free, flicking blood from its edge. Clever little rats, they really did calculate every angle. He strode to the corpse, whose chest had been crushed, nudging open the shinobi pouch with his toe. Inside tumbled several large sealing scrolls, designed for organ transport, and a vial of transparent preservative liquid, sharp and acrid. Every tool required for full-body extraction had been prepared with chilling efficiency. Lin Chuan crouched, then crushed each scroll and the vial under his heel. From his own leather case, he pulled out a newly purchased black hooded cloak, coarse fabric settling heavily across his shoulders, grounding him in tactile reality. He drew up the hood, concealing most of his face. Then from his inner robe, he retrieved the bounty notice freshly acquired from the intelligence station. The figure, 35 million Rio, glared fiercely in the firelight. Blood spatter from the earlier battle had stained the paper's edge, leaving it tacky to the touch. Lin Chuan approached a relatively intact wooden wall and slapped the notice flat against it. In one smooth motion, he reversed his grip on the bloody kunai, pointing its tip precisely at the portrait's brow. Konoha. He gazed into the image's expressionless eyes, voice colder than frozen void. You owe this body everything, and I intend to collect, with interest. Clang. The broken blade pierced the thick parchment and buried itself deep into the wood, its hilt trembling faintly. Lin Chuan turned, hoisting the leather case, stuffed with high-ear jutsu scrolls and explosive tags, back into his grasp. 12 years of surveillance in the orphanage. Blood draws and bone fractures in the rude headquarters basement. Every humiliation and betrayal this body endured now had a clear creditor. Danzo. The hunting falcon squad in the red pine forest was merely an appetizer. Once he cut through these peripheral underlings, he would march straight to their doorstep, to rip from the earth every filthy root buried beneath Konoha. Lin Chuan strode forward into the somber night of the land of rice fields, his boots crunching over splintered wood and blood-soaked debris. His black cloak melted seamlessly into the surrounding darkness. At that very moment, hundreds of kilometers beyond the border of the land of rice fields, in a concealed underground laboratory, the air hung thick with the pungent scent of formaldehyde. Inside a massive glass bioreactor, grotesque human specimens drifted slowly with the current. Before a broad laboratory table stood a pale man with long black hair, intently studying a document held in his hands. He extended his long serpentine tongue and moistened his cracked lips. Behind him, Orochimaru's subordinate Kabuto adjusted his round-framed glasses and respectfully presented a scroll. Lord Orochimaru, this intelligence has just arrived from the black market in the land of rice fields. Kabuto's voice was hushed. That rogue ninja from Konoha, Lin Chuan, used the white serpent token you left behind to requisition high-tier supplies worth 40 million Rio in the trading district. And he sent you a message via his informants. Orochimaru did not turn. His slender golden vertical pupils remained locked upon the weathered dossier resting on the desk. In the upper right corner of the dossier sat a seal shaped like a tree root half buried in soil, a backup of his core experimental data abandoned during his defection years ago. What did he say? Orochimaru's voice rasped like sandpaper grinding against stone. He said, if you wish to witness up close the absolute limits of that body, you must come for him yourself. Do not send expendable underlings to their deaths. Upon uttering those words, Kabuto instinctively held his breath. Orochimaru laughed, a laugh charged with feverish excitement and uncontainable greed. He tossed the aged dossier carelessly onto the table. It fanned open, revealing several key terms within. Subject Alpha. Survival rate less than 0.1. Orochimaru turned his pallid face alight with a near-pathological fervor. He raised a pale finger and gently traced the rim of an enormous vacant bioreactor beside him. 12 years. His tongue flicked once more across his lips. That fool Danzo discarded this perfect masterpiece, left it to wander outside like refuse. He whirled sharply, his golden vertical pupils blazing with raw, unmasked hunger. Kabuto. Prepare everything. At last, I have found you my perfect vessel. The black cloak soon dissolved into the surrounding darkness. Lin Chuan trod the muddy earth road, heading straight for the red pine forest in the southern reaches of Tianji. Wind poured through his collar, carrying the damp earthy scent peculiar to Tianji. Not right. He stopped and twitched his nose. Beneath the smell of earth lurked a piercing chemical tang, the sharp scent of concentrated hydrogen peroxide blended with isopropyl alcohol. The underground black market of Tianji bore only the sour reek of preservatives it could never smell of modern medical disinfectants. A rhythmic sound pressed against his eardrums. Tick, tick.
It was not the patter of rain on leaves. The sound was hollow and monotone, snugged against his ear, each beat perfectly matching the rhythm of his heart. Lin Chuan pressed his hand to his right ear. His fingertips found not skin, but a cold plastic patch. He ripped at it fiercely. The searing pain of torn skin shot along his nerves to the crown of his head. He looked down at his palm, empty. No patch remained, only the dried bloodstains left by the root ANBU. Ahead in the red pine forest, several black silhouettes fell soundlessly from the canopy. The ANBU Special Operations Team, the Hawks. 5 in total. They spread in a semicircular encirclement. The leader flashed hand seals chakra compressed in his palms into a blinding blue-white lightning. Raiden Raikiri. The lightning lit the dim forest. Lin Chuan did not dodge. He stepped into the bolt, his right arm swelling with muscle, ready to smash the attacker's skull with a fist empowered by his yin body. Just as his fist was about to meet the lightning, the ocean of liquid chakra in his dantian suddenly dried up, without warning. The wild power that should have erupted congealed into a pool of dead water in his meridians. The lightning struck solidly against his chest. There was no scent of burning flesh. A tyrannical current tore through his thorax, his sternum jerked upward uncontrollably, and his back slammed against the rough trunk. 200 joules, discharge. A sudden female voice exploded through the hollow woods. It was not the ANBU captain's voice at all. Lin Chuan slid down the trunk to the ground. Had these ANBU laced the Raikiri with a neurotoxin? He ran the situation through his mind with rapid calculation. The lethality of this lightning was wrong. It did not shred organs, but instead forcibly stimulated the heart's pacing. Old Tuanzong had ordered they return a live specimen, so these men dared not kill outright. 2 ANBU wearing cat-faced masks closed in from left and right. They brandished specially made steel wire ropes, suddenly winding them around Lin Chuan's wrists and ankles. Lin Chuan yanked back hard. By the strength of his yin body, the wire should have snapped. Yet his arms possessed not an ounce of force. The wire bit into flesh, wrenching his limbs wide, and pitting them to the red pine behind him. This material is laced with chakra-conductive metal, designed specifically to seal the meridians. Lin Chuan bit his lip. Rust-colored blood trickled from his chin into his neck. He tried to summon the remnant energy in his dantian to burst open the blocking points, but he could not lift even one finger. Tighten the restraints. The patient is delirious. Don't let him pull out the cannula. The woman's voice rang again from the void overhead. Restraints. Delirium. Lin Chuan gasped. Double images ghosted across his vision. The ANBU captain who had held the Raikiri, his animal mask split down the middle. Beneath the mask, there was no face, only a blue non-woven surgical mask. What he held was not a Raikiri at all, but 2 defibrillator electrode paddles with black insulated handles. The paddles glistened with clear conductive gel. Heart rate still dropping. Prepare 300 joules. The masked man turned and shouted at a nearby red pine. The red pine twisted its bark, peeling away, to reveal a medical apparatus studded with red and green indicator lights. On its screen a green waveform fought to rise and fall. Lin Chuan dug his fingers into the soil at his side, his nails packed with black mud. He tried to summon the system that had always made him invincible. The familiar translucent panel flashed across his retina. This time its text was all garbled. Warning: host blood oxygen saturation below 60. Error code 404, multiple organ failure irreparable. Rogue mission terminated. Neural synapses are disconnecting. Blood-red garbled text scrolled frantically across his vision. Finally it shattered with a bang into a sky of scattered light. The system was gone. The Sin body was gone. Chakra was gone. The edges of the red pine forest curled, blackened, and flaked away like cheap paper singed by fire. Shi Wan's white serpent burst from the earth, jaws yawning. Lin Chuan clamped his hand on the snake's vital point. His hand closed on something icy cold. The snake morphed in his grip, elongating until it became a transparent corrugated plastic tube 2 fingers thick. One end was connected to an oxygen machine on the wall, the other thrust straight into his trachea. A crushing tide of suffocation bore down. Lin Chuan gaped, his lungs shriveled like 2 desiccated sponges straining to squeeze out the last breath. Administer 1 milligram epinephrine. Now. The nurse's sharp voice pierced his eardrums. Every ounce of chakra ninjutsu and Kekei Genkai, everything, evaporated beneath that command. His eyelids were too heavy to open, sealed by thick sleep and secretions. With the last scrap of strength, he forced them apart into a slit. The harsh operating light stabbed into his pupils. There was no red pine forest. No underground black market of TNG. No 35 million taels bounty. Only the pallid incandescent tubes on the ceiling, and the gleaming green sterile walls around him. The air was thick with the smell of formalin and the cephalosporin cephrodine. An urgent shrill beeping from the cardiac monitor filled his ears. That was the ticking he had heard. It was not rain at all, but the bedside machine counting down his life. Lin Chuan lay on a hospital bed. He turned his stiff neck, his gaze past the white sheet, and fell on his right hand. There was none of the muscle that could have smashed an ANBU's head. It was a hand reduced to skin and bone, skin as sickly waxen yellow. A thick indwelling cannula pierced the back of the hand. Clear medication ran down the plastic tubing, dropping into the vein. The special steel wire that had choked his wrists was in fact the hospital's white canvas restraint straps, binding his hands fast to the iron rails of the bed. A plastic ring encircled his wrist. A line of black marker had been written on it. Bed No. 07. Name Lin Chuan. Age 16. Diagnosis: advanced osteosarcoma with systemic metastasis. There was no transmigration. There were no villainous rogue ninja. Nor was there any conspiracy by Tuan Zong, nor 12 years of surveillance in an orphanage. All of it was merely a grand dream woven by the oxygen-starved mind of a terminal boy, tormented 3 years in a hospital bed, filling his days with comics as his life neared its end. Reality was too painful. Chemotherapy's fluids coursing into his veins hurt more than a blade. The marrow-devouring tortures of cancer were 100 times crueler than Des Shi-Wan's human experiments. He was too weak to turn over or go to the toilet, at the mercy of doctors and nurses. His dying brain had, in a last act of mercy, activated a final compensatory mechanism. It transformed the helplessness of the hospital bed into the oppression of my village upon orphans. It turned the doctors, who came on rounds to force injections into the two-faced Tuan Zong and the root ANBU. It recast the violent rejection reactions of chemotherapy as the agonies of first-generation cell transplantation. It gifted him a system and Xian body, the power to trample every lofty figure beneath his feet. In that dream, he was no longer a tubercle waiting for death wretch. He was a god to make the entire shinobi world tremble. Are the relatives outside? Go sign the critical notice. His pupils have already dilated. The attending physician in a white coat set down the defibrillator, tore off his sweat-stained blue mask, and sighed long. At the foot of the bed, a nurse was rapidly recording the resuscitation data. Lin Chuan stared at the ceiling. The endotracheal tube blocked his throat. He could not form a single syllable. His gaze began to blur. The operating lights' halos stretched into dim bands. The last image to flash through his mind was the wanted poster pasted on the wall of the abandoned lumber depot. 35 million taels. Those eyes without any ripple. In the final seconds, as the dream collapsed, he did not give himself over to despair at the hospital bed. He only felt tired. He yanked at the crusted corners of his mouth. The dream had been exhilarating. The green line on the cardiac monitor jerked twice, and then flattened abruptly. Beep! The harsh long alarm swallowed every other sound in the ICU. Apart from that wail, the room was silent.